Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 407, Chapter 99, The Next Step. 2 more to go. Sean said, gazing at the 4 gems embedded in the metallic gauntlet, their dazzling radiance blending into a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of colors. Though the Ancient One had been reluctant, the time stone within the Eye of Agamotto had ultimately fallen into his hands. With this, all the Infinity Stones on Earth had been gathered by Sean. Only the Power Stone, lost somewhere in the cosmos, and the Soul Stone, obtainable only at a great cost, remained beyond his reach. He couldn't help but wonder, now that Thanos had effectively lost this high-stakes game of collecting the Infinity Stones, would the cataclysmic disaster the Ancient One had spoken of, the one that would bring wails of despair across the universe, still come to pass? Sitting in his office at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, an amusing thought crossed Sean's mind. With the butterfly's wings flapping ever more violently, what kind of hurricane would it eventually stir up? With 4 Infinity Stones and 50% of the Sentry's power, he no longer feared facing Thanos again. Yet, when he had used the Time Stone to peer into the future, he had glimpsed a blurred vision, one of a colossal shadow of the Mad Titan looming over the entire universe. This meant that in the unpredictable tapestry of fate, Thanos remained the final boss who would bring boundless suffering. The most interesting stories are the ones you can't predict. Sean chuckled self-deprecatingly. After erasing his past and severing his future, it felt as though he had shed an invisible shackle. To this reality, he was now a unique existence. In the infinite parallel universes born from different choices, there would no longer be any other version of him. No past, no future. He existed solely in the present. A perfect conclusion. Thinking of the ongoing war between the Ancient One and Dormammu, as well as Camartage and the 3 Sanctums, Sean smiled with satisfaction. The former Sorcerer Supreme, now sustained by the Mind Stone and drawing upon the vast energies of the Dark Dimension, had become a new dimensional entity. She was now a being on par with Dormammu himself. The 1,000-year war of the Dark Dimension's invasion of Earth had reached its end, but the battle between these two had only just begun. On one side stood the Supreme Ruler who had dominated the Dark Dimension for eons, on the other, the seasoned Sorcerer Supreme, a master of dimensional and soul magic. Who would ultimately consume the other remained to be seen. As for Camartage and the 3 Sanctums, Stephen Strange, now the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, was grappling with the daunting task of rebuilding the material world's defenses. After the massive invasion by hellish creatures and the true descent of the Dark Dimension, the once impenetrable barrier that had stood for a millennium was now riddled with holes, teetering on the brink of collapse. Strange not only had to reconstruct the 3 Sanctums, but he also had to hunt down the supernatural entities that had infiltrated the material world during the chaos, expand the ranks of the Sanctum Knights, recruit more sorcerers, and compensate the families of the fallen. The sheer volume of responsibilities nearly sent him fleeing in panic. Fortunately, Mordo, the Ancient One's foremost disciple, stepped up. Though the sorcerer was rigidly dogmatic and lacked flexibility, he was far from incompetent. On the contrary, he handled these tedious matters with remarkable efficiency, significantly alleviating Strange's burden and preventing him from descending into utter chaos. Sean, too, had contributed substantially. As compensation for taking Camartage's most sacred relic, he single-handedly covered the astronomical costs of rebuilding the 3 Sanctums and oversaw the entire process. Moreover, under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name, he submitted a proposal to the World Security Council outlining plans for recruiting and training sorcerers within Camartage. In the wake of the Dark Dimension's invasion, Sean gradually declassified some of the top-secret information regarding Camartage and the sorcerer system, allowing the world's elite to learn that, even in this age of materialism and scientific advancement, the mystical arts, products of idealism, were very much real. This piqued the interest of 2 world-class geniuses, Tony Stark, who was dedicated to perfecting artificial intelligence, and Reed Richards, who had joined the Earth-Moon Barrier Project. The former even went so far as to ask Sean about the enrollment criteria for Camartage. As a MIT graduate with multiple degrees, Tony believed he could easily transition from scientist to accomplished sorcerer. The Iron Man's enthusiasm for novel pursuits, especially those shrouded in mystique, knew no bounds. As for Mr. Fantastic, Reed was more intrigued by the underlying principles of magic and the structural framework of the entire system. For now, he had no intention of becoming a spell-slinging, staff-wielding battlemage. Nearly a month had passed since the crisis of the Dark Dimension's invasion. S.H.I.E.L.D. had initiated cooperation with Camartage, and the 3 Sanctums, along with various hidden enclaves, were officially recognized by the World Security Council as legitimate institutions. This collaboration had sparked fierce debates within Camartage. As an ancient organization spanning millennia, it naturally harbored a significant number of conservative factions among its ranks. These sorcerers maintained a detached, almost condescending attitude toward the modern world, as if holing up in Camartage's towers and poring over ancient tomes were some grand achievement. Their refusal to embrace the new, coupled with their blind reverence for tradition, amused Strange. He couldn't help but wish they'd apply the same principles when using the internet or enjoying the conveniences of technology. These conservative factions had already been displeased with Strange, a nobody who had ascended to the title of Sorcerer Supreme after barely a few months at Camartage. Even though this was the Ancient One's decision and had Mordo's endorsement, they remained resentful. Some even schemed in the shadows, attempting to rally support for Mordo to usurp the title, hoping to split Camartage into two factions and ultimately oust Strange, whom they viewed as an unworthy usurper. This proved that no matter where one went, the murky undercurrents of political intrigue were inescapable. It was a deeply ingrained flaw in human nature. Mordo, however, firmly rejected the tempting proposal. He genuinely respected the Ancient One's decision, and Strange was undeniably a prodigy, a natural sorcerer who had effortlessly gained the approval of the Book of the Vishanti and progressed rapidly in his studies. Thus, the ideological clash was temporarily suppressed. Regardless, under the strong advocacy of Strange and Mordo, Camartage had taken its first step toward engaging with the outside world. In their view, the devastation wrought by the forces of Hell and Dormammu's near descent had left the three sanctums severely weakened. They needed fresh blood to prepare for potential future crises. The reality was, the sanctums were now so short-handed that they couldn't even spare enough knights to hunt down supernatural threats. The shortage of personnel and outdated systems had led Strange to consider collaboration with governmental organizations. Truth be told, when Sean first heard of this plan, he was genuinely surprised. He had entertained the idea of assimilating Camartage into his own structure but had held back, wary of provoking Strange's resistance. Who would have thought that Strange, once a New York doctor, now the Sorcerer Supreme, would propose it himself? Shield, superheroes, Camartage. Sean rose to his feet, watching as the world's territories gradually fell into the palm of his hand. What would his next move be? The young man standing at the pinnacle of the power pyramid gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his eyes fixed on the vast blue sky where clouds swirled restlessly. Chapter 408, Chapter 100, Moon Landing. Shield's private jet descended at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. As Sean walked down the boarding stairs, he spotted Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, waiting to greet him. After assisting Tony Stark with the completion of the Ultron program, Reed had accepted Sean's enthusiastic invitation to join the scientific team for the latest Earth-Moon barrier project. The World Security Council and Asgard had completed preliminary negotiations, drafting a broad 9-realm strategic defense plan. The first step was to establish a lunar base and construct a comprehensive Earth-Moon defense system. After intense discussions, the 5 major nations unanimously approved the Space City construction plan, with China taking the lead in its execution. After all, this was a nation that had mastered the art of infrastructure development, a capability long recognized and unquestioned by the international community. Long time no see, Reed. Sean warmly patted the other man's shoulder, his face breaking into a bright smile. The Fantastic Four had been among the first to publicly support the government's decision after the Superhuman Registration Act was enacted, issuing an official statement. Clearly, this wasn't just out of respect for S.H.I.E.L.D., but also due to their personal friendship. Having previously collaborated on a space energy collection experiment, the two parties had established a solid rapport. Sean held great admiration for the reserved yet passionately scientific Dr. Richards, particularly valuing his genius intellect, which was no less impressive than Tony Stark's. As for the other 3 members of the Fantastic Four, Susan Storm had grown close to Gwen, while Ben Grimm and Johnny Storm had frequently interacted with S.H.I.E.L.D., especially after befriending the ever-sociable Tony Stark. They often hosted private gatherings and parties together. "You're my boss now, Sean." Reed's refined face radiated genuine joy, though his words made Sean's lips twitch slightly. Victor Von Doom, now languishing in the depths of Latveria after his life's collapse, served as ample proof that being Reed Richards' employer seldom ended well. The two men settled into a black sedan. In the industrial city of Chicago, S.H.I.E.L.D. had built its first space shipyard. Over 1,000 top engineers recruited from around the world formed a massive team tasked with reverse engineering the Dark Elves' abandoned starship, with Asgard providing considerable technical support. Regarding the overall space-based construction plan, we've divided it into 3 main components: space stations, spaceports, and lunar bases. The development process will span several phases, primarily involving near-Earth to far-Earth space stations, the distribution of spaceports, and the construction of a base on the far side of the Moon. Preliminary estimates suggest it will take 1 to 2 years, which is the fastest achievable timeline following recent technological breakthroughs. Once Reed began discussing scientific work, he became unstoppable, his face lighting up with a unique brilliance as if lost in his own world. This mad scientist aura surpassed even Tony Stark's, as the latter occasionally sought physical distractions when faced with insurmountable problems. The World Security Council is prepared to invest an initial budget of $4 to $6 billion. With the Dark Elf starship, Asgard's cutting-edge technology, and a steady supply of vibranium. You'll have the best resources available. Sean looked at the confident Reed, a relaxed smile playing on his lips as he joked, if the Ultron program hadn't kept Tony tied up, he'd definitely have wanted in on this. Reed nodded excitedly. He had spent his entire life waiting for such an opportunity to fully unleash his knowledge and talents. Since the collapse of Doom Industries, Reed had faced considerable criticism and strange looks. Many were willing to sponsor the Fantastic Four as product endorsers or talk show guests, but no one wanted to support his scientific endeavors. Some talent agencies had even approached him, bluntly advising Reed to abandon his research dreams and become a celebrity instead. With the Fantastic Four's popularity, publishing a bestseller or licensing a Hollywood live-action film would guarantee massive profits. I won't let you down. Being able to devote myself entirely to this work is more than I could ask for. Reed composed himself, making the promise with solemn sincerity. Sean exchanged a few more pleasantries before steering the conversation back to the space base construction. With current technology, building a lunar base posed no significant challenge. The combined financial investments of the 5 major nations and Asgard's technological support had dramatically accelerated the process. But what Umbrella Corporation aimed to achieve went far beyond that. In fact, Dr. Curtis Connors was leading a scientific team in developing a grand vision for space colonization, transforming the moon into humanity's first off-world colony, and constructing space cities tailored for human habitation. This wasn't science fiction. As early as 1977, Dr. Gerard O'Neill, a Princeton physics professor, had published The High Frontier, Human Colonies in Space, outlining the inevitable development of space technology and humanity's ancient dream. Breaking free from Earth's bonds, piercing the atmosphere, exploring outer space, embarking on a new age of interstellar voyages. These romantic visions of the future had appeared in countless novels and films, captivating public imagination. After nearly a 2-hour drive, Sean arrived at the shipyard in Chicago's industrial district. This facility only manufactured the framework and components for the spacecraft, while the Dark Elf starship, which was considered shared property by the World Security Council, was securely stored in a secret New York base. Sean gazed up at the enormous steel structure, marveling silently as he accepted the blueprints Reed handed him. The hull would use vibranium and titanium alloy, powered by Umbrella's artificial sun core, with ion thrusters as the interim propulsion system. Though Asgard had provided warp drive technology, it would only see widespread use after the space fleet's formation. You should give it a name, Sean said, wearing an expression of satisfaction. This massive scientific team, assembled from the world's top talents by the World Security Council, had not squandered the 5 nations' colossal investments. Prometheus. Reed spoke softly, his eyes filled with longing as if admiring a nearly completed masterpiece. It will spread humanity's flame across the sea of stars. This is humanity's next great leap forward since 1969. Sean studied the steel silhouette of the spacecraft. Last century, 2 superpowers had competed in the space race, achieving mankind's first moon landing. Now, it was time to take the real second step. Chapter 409, Chapter 101, Dr. Pym. A classic Bugatti Type 57 SC sat parked in front of the Cross Technologies building, its retro-elegant design drawing appreciative glances from passers-by. Behind the wheel was an elderly man with white hair and sunglasses. As one of the world's most beautiful automobiles, this antique Bugatti had recently achieved legendary status, selling for a staggering $30 million at a California auction last May, making it the highest-priced car ever sold at auction, breaking the record previously held by a 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa sold publicly in Italy. From its inception to today, only a mere 4 units were ever produced globally, with just 2 or 3 still in existence, making it the truly perfect treasure coveted by antique car collectors. The mysterious collector who acquired it for $30 million was none other than this elderly gentleman who must have been quite handsome in his youth. Dr. Pym. The security guard in the gatehouse asked in surprise. Before this company was renamed, it had been called Pym Industries. And the old man before him was its original founder, period. That's right. I'm still alive, Hank Pym said humorously. Since being ousted from the board by his most trusted protege, he rarely returned to this vast empire he had built from scratch. Especially after it was renamed Cross Technologies, making him even more reluctant to set foot inside. Sometimes, reflecting on the past, this extraordinary old man would chuckle self-deprecatingly, feeling his life was pieced together from a series of unfortunate betrayals. Hank Pym was once a founding figure of S.H.I.E.L.D., back when it was called the Strategic Hazard Intervention Espionage Logistics Directorate, an intelligence agency led by Howard Stark and Peggy Carter. He was a genius of the last century, every bit as prominent as Howard Stark, who built a military-industrial empire. In his youth, Hank discovered a type of subatomic particle that could alter the distance between atoms. Simply put, it could shrink objects' size. After mastering this cutting-edge technology dubbed Pym particles, Hank began researching methods to control ants, creating a special suit for himself and becoming S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mysterious agent, Ant-Man. Later, after the sacrifice of his beloved Janet, his partner, the Wasp, coupled with S.H.I.E.L.'s attempted betrayal in replicating PIM particles, Hank fell out with Howard Stark and founded PIM Industries on his own. He had thought this would be a fresh start in life, but things didn't go as planned. He was betrayed yet again, this time by his most trusted student, Darren Cross, who was utterly obsessed with PIM particles. But Hank refused to disclose the technology, instead keeping it under wraps. Ultimately, the teacher and student parted ways due to ideological differences. Darren stabbed Hank in the back, secretly acquiring shares of PIM Industries and rallying other board members to oust his mentor. Once again, Hank was left isolated and alone, with nothing to show for it except annual dividends from PIM Industries. Credentials. The security guard said, stopping Hank as he strode in. The old man, whose presence still commanded respect, lifted his chin, gesturing for the guard to turn and look at the portrait hanging on the wall, at a portrait of his younger self. Stepping back into the vast empire he had painstakingly built, this once mighty enterprise that rivaled Stark Industries, Hank felt a complex mix of emotions. He spotted his prized student, Darren Cross, mingling with guests. Darren approached enthusiastically, greeting him with respectful deference, nothing like the vile schemer who had stolen his teacher's company. "I'm surprised to receive your invitation, Darren," Hank said. His tone was cool and detached. The tall, bald man smiled, replying, "I wanted to give you a pleasant surprise, to show you that PIM Industries didn't flourish under your leadership, but after rebranding as Cross Technologies under my guidance, it has achieved far greater development." Though he and his teacher had parted ways, deep down, he always wanted to prove that his ideas were right. If only Hank had shared the cutting-edge PIM particle technology with him unreservedly, things wouldn't have come to this. PIM Industries could have leveraged this world-changing technology to join the ranks of the global elite. "You mean trailing behind S.H.I.E.L.D., scavenging for scraps, and then feeling so smug about it that you can't wait to flaunt it in my face?" Hank's voice dripped with disdain. The two things he hated most in life were S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Stark family. Darren was single-mindedly focused on monetizing PIM particles into tangible profits, completely oblivious to the dangers that could arise if this advanced technology were leaked. For the remainder of the event, Hank watched coldly as his student, desperate to prove his superiority, showcased various flashy but impractical gadgets like a performer on stage. "Since I began managing the company for Dr. Pym, I have dedicated myself to developing a particle that alters the distance between atoms by increasing its density and strength," Darren declared confidently from the stage, occasionally taking jabs at his stubborn teacher. Why this revolutionary idea was buried in Hank's dusty, cobweb-covered research papers, I may never know. But imagine, a soldier, shrunk to the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon, an Ant-Man. Darren affectionately slung an arm around his teacher's shoulder and asked with a smile, "Hank, please tell our guests how you always answered this question of mine. Is there really an Ant-Man? Just a myth?" Hank played along with the performance. He knew Darren intended to humiliate him. This once trusted student now harbored nothing but resentment. Today's invitation wasn't about reconciling their fractured relationship, it was driven by a pathetic need to show off. The audience included representatives from Stark Industries, Umbrella Corporation, and the Department of Defense, all individuals controlling vast resources and funds, ready to shower Darren with lucrative contracts at a moment's notice. "You're actually collaborating with Stark?" Hank lowered his voice, a note of anger seeping through. Those close to him knew Dr. Pym and the Stark family were natural adversaries, even though he had once worked alongside Howard Stark. "Umbrella is the partner I truly want to secure, but Mr. Stark has offered to provide Cross Technologies with the Ultron program installation free of charge." Darren patted his teacher's shoulder triumphantly, whispering, "It's a genius invention. Since its launch, it's been adopted globally. An old fossil like you could never appreciate such a masterpiece." The Ultron program, which was heavily promoted by Stark Industries, had gone live at breakneck speed. Hailed by nations worldwide as the Second World, especially after gaining approval from the World Security Council, it developed rapidly. Even major corporations like Cross Technologies had begun officially adopting it. After all, Stark Industries had signed strict agreements, with core data handed over to the Department of Defense for management. So there's no need to worry about information leaks or data outflow. Ultron. Hank muttered the word under his breath. Watching Darren swagger away, he fell deep into thought. Chapter 410, Chapter 102, The Outline of the Future. At Stark's seaside villa, Tony lay on a lounge chair. On the table beside him sat a bottle of Perrier Jouet Brut champagne. The night breeze whispered gently, accompanied by the sound of waves crashing against the cliffs, creating a tranquil and soothing atmosphere. Pepper, dressed in a sleek black suit, stepped out through the transparent glass wall, her high heels clicking. The refreshing night air was invigorating. The capable secretary brushed back her wind-tousled hair, her gaze soft as she looked at Tony. "You were supposed to attend Cross Technologies exhibition today. That young and promising boss, Darren Cross, specifically asked me about you." Pepper bent down, poured herself a glass of champagne, took a small sip, and asked softly, "Is there something worth celebrating? You sitting here alone, opening a fine bottle like this?" Please convey to that young boss of Cross Technologies my thanks for his concern, but I'm not particularly interested in men. Tony, never one to lose his sharp tongue, glanced at the Perrier Jouet on the table. His reason for favoring this champagne was simple. It was pure appreciation for the exquisite pattern of white anemones and golden rose vines adorning the bottle, a design hailed as a masterpiece, unforgettable at first sight. Émile Gall, the skilled glassmaking master, earned Tony's deep admiration. He described this champagne as having a rich, mellow aroma and a delicate palate, combined with a top artist's design, making it unparalleled both inside and out. Like a youthful maiden from the Palace of Versailles, one couldn't help but be intoxicated by her beauty and purity. If Sean were here, he'd probably understand that this reformed playboy's lengthy and convoluted description was essentially just a boast about his taste in fine wine. Much like his appreciation for beautiful women, it reflected an unusually refined elegance. If I must say there's something good. Tony paused thoughtfully, then stood up and wrapped an arm around Pepper's waist, saying tenderly, "Today marks our 5th anniversary together." The secretary covered her mouth, a surprised smile spreading across her face, her eyes misting over with emotion. She was clearly deeply touched. Though Tony was New York's #1 playboy, with a notorious reputation and a long history of romantic conquests, since officially committing to Pepper, he rarely engaged in such romantic gestures. Generally speaking, if your boyfriend is a superhero, you have to accept that he might be late for candlelit dinners, accidentally forget your anniversaries, and even be mentally prepared for kidnappings or hostage situations. Even though Tony Stark, strictly speaking, isn't the type of overly eager superhero who dons his iron suit to rescue a neighbor's cat stuck in a tree or stop a bank robbery. In his eyes, those are matters for the police. Iron Man deals with earth-shattering crises. He doesn't play the friendly neighbor or nanny to New Yorkers. Even so, Pepper often woke at night to find Tony in his workshop, tinkering with his iron suits, or troubled by nightmares, suffering from anxiety of never knowing if a missile might someday come flying in and blow their home to bits. All things considered, being a superhero's girlfriend required at least good stress tolerance and a strong heart. Dr. Wilson says I don't need to continue therapy anymore. He believes my anxiety is cured. Tony said, hugging Pepper, the woman who had diligently managed his company for him. His increasingly mature face broke into a rare, genuine smile. Sean often said that Tony had left his soul in that damp cave in Afghanistan. What returned to New York was only Iron Man, a pitiful soul devoid of security, one constantly needing armor to protect himself. Stark disliked that statement because it was true. Like a beam of light piercing through all his disguises, it clearly illuminated his true inner self. Ultron cured me. It gave me a sense of security. Tony released his embrace. Since the Ultron program went live, he had shaken off the anxiety that had long plagued him. He believed a perfect artificial intelligence would make the world a better place. Susan keeps complaining to me that Reed only has eyes for his work. He just finished developing Ultron and now he's off to Chicago, completely disregarding her feelings. Pepper deftly changed the subject. She didn't want to talk about work and ruin the relaxed mood of the moment. Reed, he's a perfect assistant, especially when he's immersed in research. But in other aspects. Tony shrugged. Once Mr. Fantastic's work ethic kicked in, even he had to admit defeat. But the space-based project pushed by S.H.I.E.L.D. is truly enticing enough to attract any scientist in the world, just like the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project, led by the United States in the last century, gathered the finest scientists from Western nations. Robert Oppenheimer, one of its leaders, was later hailed as the father of the atomic bomb, earning lofty acclaim and still regarded as a giant in the field of physics. Any scholar passionate about and dedicated to science would not refuse to join such a grand plan destined to leave a significant mark on human history. Even Tony himself, if not for the need to keep a close eye on the Ultron program, might have been the first volunteer to participate. Though Pepper didn't want to spoil the mood, thinking of Tony's recent moves in corporate decisions, she couldn't help but ask, then why have you been actively acquiring or taking stakes in major companies through Stark Industries lately? In the past, Tony rarely involved himself in company decisions. But after Stark Industries began its transformation, this top-tier genius with a brilliant mind gradually learned to share some of Pepper's burdens. The times are changing. I foresaw the transformations this world is undergoing, an unprecedented upheaval. So I need to prepare in advance. A confident gleam appeared in Tony's eyes. He had always been a clever man, often among the first to anticipate shifts in the landscape. If you'd paid close attention to Umbrella, you'd notice that this research institution hailed by the media as the cradle of technology that changed human history has long begun aggressive mergers and acquisitions, far more ruthlessly than us. I hadn't noticed that. I only knew Umbrella's financial reports are impressive, making many investors eager to hand their money to Sean. Pepper wore a look of infatuation as caressed Tony's cheek. The most captivating charm of a genius lay in their confidence, and the men of the Stark family never lacked it. The World Security Council approved the 9-realm strategic defense plan and is preparing to begin lunar development. Do you know what that means? A new era of interstellar colonization and space migration is coming. Tony said, taking a deep breath. Even with all his pride, he couldn't help but admire Sean for single-handedly pushing the entire world forward. He continued, by then, the concept of nations will blur. People will become more enthusiastic about planetary development, like adventurers during the age of exploration hoping to find gold and treasure. Whether it's the arms business or new energy, Stark Industries has relied on government power. But once humanity ventures into the cosmos, individuals will become collectives. He looked up at the boundless night sky, so we need to follow Umbrella's example and become a massive conglomerate of interests, a monopoly-like trust organization. Only then can we remain invincible. This was why he developed the Ultron program, a perfect artificial intelligence that would remain relevant even when humanity entered the interstellar age. On the contrary, Ultron's influence would only grow stronger. It was the cornerstone ensuring Stark Industries' enduring stability. Acquiring or taking stakes in major companies, especially those like Cross Technologies with Core Technologies, was about forming a monopolistic interest group, like a tree deepening its roots. Pepper nestled in Tony's arms, asking softly, what exactly does Sean want to do? Few can guess his intentions. Tony seemed to recall something. Speaking of which, I just discovered that Cross Technologies was once called Pym Industries. That Dr. Hank Pym is a famous biochemist. Apparently, before he was even 30, he discovered a subatomic particle named after himself that can alter the size of objects. I found all this in S.H.I.E.L.'s internal archives. He wasn't aware of the grievances between Hank and his father, he was simply surprised. Part of the reason Stark Industries placed Cross Technologies high on its collaboration list was to obtain the cutting-edge technology of Pym particles. The world wasn't short of clever people, but geniuses like Dr. Pym were still rare. Tony had specifically looked into his background, a doctorate in biochemistry, with remarkable achievements in quantum physics, artificial intelligence, and entomology. I should have invited Dr. Pym to join my Ultron program development. He said jokingly, looking at Pepper's blissful expression. Chapter 411, Chapter 103, the beginning of a major event. T/N, my phone screen is busted, so I can't type or read anything on it. The only thing I can do is receive calls, and that's because I had it set up to use the volume button to answer them a while back. I had to beg and bribe my little sister to lend me her phone for a bit today so y'all can get this chapter. Unfortunately though, until I get mine fixed, or until I get a new one, it means I won't be writing, reading, and translating anything for a while. Yes, I started writing my own sh*t, but this little accident happened midway through the first arc of my FIC, which I had yet to post, and which I also can't access now. When Scott Lang opened his eyes and sat up in bed, he was met with a stern, wrinkled face. Instinctively, he threw back the covers to confirm his clothes were intact and his virtue remained unspoiled, then breathed a sigh of relief. This series of actions darkened Hank's expression. He began to doubt whether choosing this rather unreliable thief was the right decision. Paraponera clavata, the giant tropical bullet ant. These rank first on the Schmidt Sting Pain Index. Don't even think about running or playing tricks. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. After tersely delivering this message, Hank turned and left without another word. Scott stared at the dense swarm of ants covering the floor, feeling a shiver of apprehension, and cautiously slipped out of bed. He still hadn't quite processed what was happening. As a prisoner recently released from San Quentin after serving time for grand larceny, Scott had been busy looking for a new job. The truth was, even with a master's degree in electrical engineering, no company was willing to hire an ex-con, not even for a server position at an ice cream chain. In the United States, most companies conduct background checks during hiring, even spawning an entire industry of employment screening firms dedicated to this task. If an applicant had a criminal record, they were almost certainly disqualified. Although the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, had repeatedly stated that if an employer rejects someone due to a criminal record, they must provide a legitimate business reason, i.e., a connection between the current job and the past offense. The reality was that this implicit discrimination was pervasive. Even though Scott's crime wasn't violent, he still struggled to find legitimate work. To secure visitation rights for his daughter from his ex-wife, he needed a stable job, a decent living environment, and the ability to pay monthly child support. In short, he needed money. So, Scott ultimately decided to take a risk. Teaming up with his former cellmate, Luis, he planned one big job, targeting a retired billionaire, Hank Pym. Scott Lang, I presume you know who I am. This is my daughter, Hope. Hank sat in the living room, setting aside his newspaper. He looked at Scott, who still seemed bewildered by the situation, and said with a smile, I went to great lengths to let you steal my suit, but Hope, well, she got you thrown in jail. Now that you're here, I need to brief you on the mission ahead. After all, not everyone can breach my security system. The frozen metal trick was particularly clever. You were watching me. Scott frowned. Hank leaned back in his chair and stated bluntly, I've been observing you for a while, ever since you robbed VistaCorp. Sorry, perhaps embezzled is the better word. VistaCorp's security system was state-of-the-art, virtually impenetrable. Yet you cracked it, siphoned off millions, and even drove the CEO's Bentley into a swimming pool. Legality aside, it was a brilliantly executed crime. If only you hadn't gotten carried away and posted the transaction records online, allowing the FBI to track you down. Scott remained silent. At heart, he wasn't a bad person. VistaCorp had used financial schemes to illegally siphon millions from its clients. After discovering this, Scott reported it to his superiors, only to be fired. As a technician, he couldn't swallow this injustice. In a moment of impulse, he played the modern-day Robin Hood, hacking into the company's security system to return the stolen millions to the cheated clients. This was a move that sparked widespread debate at the time. But wrongdoing demands punishment. Scott was arrested by the FBI for unlawful entry and grand larceny. His wife divorced him, and he lost custody of his daughter. It was a heavy price to pay. Dr. Pym, whatever you want from me, whatever this plan is, I don't want any part of it. Scott shook his head. He finally understood that the old man before him had deliberately set a trap, leaking information through various channels to lure Luis into targeting the massive safe in his basement. And he, like a fish dutifully biting the hook, had broken into Hank's home and stolen the suit. Hank Pym had orchestrated it all. With all due respect, you don't have a choice. Hank was no pushover. In fact, his personality was even more abrasive than Tony Stark's. Almost no one could work with him long-term. Overly stubborn, self-centered, emotionally volatile. These traits kept others at a distance from Hank Pym. First, you broke into my home and stole a critical item containing cutting-edge technology. If I don't drop the charges, you'll be sent back to prison, this time for a much longer sentence. The old man spoke leisurely, taking a sip of tea before continuing. Second, if you complete this mission for me, I can guarantee you'll be reunited with your daughter. Hank laid out his terms, targeting Scott's greatest weakness, his beloved daughter. As a father, if you can't even attend your daughter's birthday party or give her gifts, that's a pretty pathetic failure, don't you think? Hank said. Those words made Scott sink back into his chair. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, I'll do anything, as long as you don't make me break into someone's house to steal something. I actually need you to break into someone's house to steal something. Hank shrugged helplessly. His student, Darren Cross, was straining every resource to replicate Pym particles. In fact, he was close to succeeding. He also planned to sell this cutting-edge technology to Stark Industries. Whether it was selling Pym particles or collaborating with the Stark family, both were unacceptable to Hank. Moreover, if this advanced technology were leaked and applied to military use or weapon development, it could cause immense harm. So Hank needed someone to steal the completed, yellow jacket suit and destroy the servers containing the core data. Sorry, I have a question about this mission. How do you plan to bypass the Ultron program to access cross-technology servers? Scott raised his hand like a student, asking dutifully, as much as I hate to admit it, no one has managed to infiltrate the Ultron program developed by Mr. Tony Stark so far. Stark Industries offered a $10 million bounty. Anyone who can hack Ultron not only gets a jaw-dropping reward, but also a lucrative high-level management job in information engineering. Honestly, I was tempted, but I didn't succeed. Tony Stark, a playboy who only knows how to make flashy iron suits. I'll handle that problem. Hank curled his lip dismissively. He had once been a greater genius than Howard Stark. If he could outshine that mercenary businessman back then, he wouldn't lose to his son now. Chapter 412, Chapter 104, Twilight of the Gods. While a great storm was brewing, Sean remained unaware. As one of the towering figures atop Earth's power pyramid, he was not at umbrella or shield at that moment. After touring the Chicago space shipyard with Reed, he had accepted Odin's invitation and traveled to Asgard. The white-haired, one-eyed old man strolled through the garden. Exotic flowers and rare herbs bloomed in vibrant profusion, their rich, intoxicating fragrance filling the air with a refreshing, subtle scent. This garden of spring was once tended by my wife, Frigga. She was always so patient, just like she was with Loki, never growing weary or angry. Odin reminisced about his wife. When Thanos and the Black Order descended, the courageous Queen of Asgard had lost her life in that brutal war. Sean followed behind the King of Asgard. Even to the naked eye, it was clear Odin was not in good condition. His aging body was surrounded by swirling golden motes of light, emitting chaotic fluctuations. Even as the All-Father of Asgard, Odin could no longer control his own power, allowing his immense divine energy to leak and dissipate freely. This revealed just how dire his physical state had become. It wouldn't be surprising if his body disintegrated into motes of light at any moment, returning to the embrace of the World Tree. Time is fair to most living beings. Even Odin, the mightiest in the 9 realms, feared throughout the galaxy, had to face the cruel reality of aging. This was why he periodically entered long periods of Odin sleep. He attempted to slow the dissipation of his divine energy through this method. I hear Prince Thor is pacifying the Nine Realms, uniting the various kingdoms, and building immense prestige among the people of Asgard. Sean said with a faint smile. Asgard and Earth had now established a cooperative relationship, initially formulating the Nine Realms' strategic defense plan to address potential future crises. To demonstrate sincerity, Asgard had proactively provided considerable advanced technology and data on the Nine Realms, greatly filling gaps in Earth's cosmological knowledge. This was something that had surprised even Sean. Thor is a born king. He will do better than I did. Odin said with a gratified smile. Since the Chitauri invasion, Asgard had suffered heavy losses and was severely weakened. If not for its deep reserves built over millennia, its position as ruler of the Nine Realms would likely already be crumbling. Later, Thor quelled conflicts across the Nine Realms, journeyed to Earth as an envoy of peace to extend friendship, and through a series of actions, won the collective admiration of Asgard's people. This was all part of Odin's plan. Knowing his time was short, he sought to build momentum for Thor, ensuring his eldest son would ascend the throne unquestioned as the revitalizing leader of Asgard. And what of Loki? I heard he vanished after the Chitauri forces withdrew, his whereabouts unknown. Sean's eyes flickered subtly as he strolled through the garden with an air of ease, as if he were its master. That is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. Odin's expression turned grave. Loki may very well be the one who triggers the prophecy. I can feel it. Ragnarok approaches. His urgency in forming an offensive and defensive alliance with Earth, even surrendering some of Asgard's advanced technology, stemmed not only from fear of Thanos' return, but more importantly, from a terrifying prophecy nearing fulfillment. The shadow of the goddess of death was slowly rising, and Asgard would be reduced to ashes. When that time came, all things would perish, and living beings would wail in despair. To counter this prophecy, Odin had to seek allies. Thor alone could not withstand his sister, Hela. Hela is my eldest daughter, the first in line to the throne of Asgard. Odin said bitterly, recalling the past. Unless necessary, he truly did not wish to speak of this history to outsiders. Asgard's path of conquest was not entirely glorious or righteous, on the contrary, it was filled with bloodshed, brutality, and savagery. Odin's father, King Bor, defeated the Dark Elves and sealed away the Aether, establishing Asgard's prestige and status. But that was far from enough. Upon inheriting the throne, Odin exhibited even greater ambition than his father, a desire for conquest. He wanted Asgard to become the sole ruler of the Nine Realms. So, while the Nine Realms were recovering, Asgard proactively launched a war of conquest. Hela inherited everything from me. She wielded Mjolnir, commanded the Valkyrier, and continuously expanded Asgard's territories, but she became obsessed with the awe and fear brought by death, fixated on ruling over more beings. Even after conquering the Nine Realms, she remained unsatisfied. So you began to fear. Sean remarked. Odin did not deny it. Indeed, he had grown fearful of Hela's escalating power and ambition. After careful consideration, he finally made that difficult decision. The king of Asgard wanted to exile and imprison his own daughter. He dispatched the invincible Valkyrier, paying the heavy price of their complete annihilation to temporarily defeat Hela and imprison her in Hell. This chapter of history was thus buried, unknown even to Thor, who never learned he had a sister. Once Hela returns to Asgard, her power will be greater than ever. I am now old and frail. Odin looked at the smiling Sean. The key reason Asgard lowered its proud head and proactively sought cooperation with Earth was the Sentinel. As king of Asgard, Odin had encountered many powerful beings in his lifetime, ancient cosmic entities, direct descendants of celestial bloodlines, even technological creations from advanced civilizations. Yet facing Sean, who was the powerhouse, Sentinel, Odin still felt a sense of trepidation. It was as if the other's body contained terrifying destructive force. After Thanos' defeat, Odin became even more certain of this, hence his desire to bind Sean to Asgard's cause. Why shouldn't I collaborate with Lady Hela? Comparatively, she seems more qualified to inherit the throne. Sean asked with an amused tone. Though Asgard and Earth were currently in a honeymoon phase, peace between civilizations is never eternal. Rather than following Odin's plan to help Thor resist Hela and prevent Ragnarok, it might be better to ally with the goddess of death and watch Asgard tear itself apart in civil strife. Hela sees only conquest. How do you think she earned the title, Goddess of Death? It was built upon the decay of civilizations one after another, the wretched wails of countless souls. Odin's voice was strained, a bitter smile appearing on his aged face. It was almost laughable. His eldest daughter Hela inherited his ambition, his eldest son Thor inherited his courage, but it was Loki who mastered the essential royal skills of strategy and cunning. Had I indulged Hela back then, she would have led Asgard into the abyss of destruction. Odin stated firmly. He looked at Sean's calm expression, sighed deeply, and played his trump card. I can provide clues to the next Infinity Stone. It has fallen into the hands of a bounty hunter. The collector, Tanelier Tyvan, is willing to pay a high price for the orb, that is the Power Stone, which contains terrifying energy capable of destroying planets. What is this bounty hunter's name? Sean raised an eyebrow, asking with keen interest. Star-Lord. Odin replied. Hearing the expected answer, Sean nodded slightly. It seemed he would be venturing into the starry seas ahead of schedule. Chapter 413, Chapter 105, A Dialogue Between Artificial Intelligences. At 7:30 a.m., Jarvis began his routine diagnostics as usual. The diligent AI butler spent 3 minutes collecting, summarizing, and filtering the day's morning news, then processed weather forecasts and retrieved the day's schedule before finally sounding the alarm promptly at 8 o'clock. Annie's Wonderland, by Bandari gently roused the slumbering Tony Stark from sleep. His girlfriend and secretary, Pepper, had flown to Europe yesterday for an acquisition deal and wasn't by his side. Thus, left to keep himself company, Tony had spent the evening with a bag of chips and an ice-cold soda, watching the classic film Breakfast at Tiffany's from the last century before drifting off to sleep with Audrey Hepburn's beautiful visage lingering in his mind. Jarvis deactivated the window tinting, allowing sunlight to flood the room, then announced the day's weather forecast in his impeccable London accent. By the time Tony entered the bathroom, the AI was already reciting his packed schedule for the day. Jarvis, when will you learn to not be quite so diligent? Tony grumbled through a mouthful of toothpaste. Sir, all my actions originate from the programs you have set, Jarvis replied methodically. Yesterday, you instructed me to draft a healthy daily routine to ensure not a single minute of your time would be wasted. Humans occasionally tell little white lies, especially in front of women. As an artificial intelligence, you should possess the ability to discern that. Tony shrugged helplessly. Those had just been pretty words for Pepper's benefit, much like the countless times he promised to attend Stark Industries board meetings. That extremist virus from Killian ensures my body maintains abundant energy. Implanting armor layers into the bones, truly a genius idea. Tony padded barefoot across the floor. A freshly made sandwich and hot milk awaited him on the dining table. Jarvis had remotely controlled an Iron Man suit to prepare breakfast 20 minutes prior. Controlling the suit rapidly through the brain and nervous system, even linking with remote devices. This will drastically improve combat reaction times. I can't wait to see Ivan Vanko's face next time we meet. Tony said, taking a sip of hot milk as the television automatically switched on, broadcasting the morning news. Thanks to the widespread adoption of the Ultron program, Stark Industries had been dominating headlines lately, enjoying unparalleled popularity. As the AI butler, Jarvis entered standby mode. Based on calculations, Mr. Stark would soon descend into the villa's underground workshop to immerse himself in refining and perfecting Ultron, requiring no further assistance. Thus, Jarvis submerged most of his consciousness into the data stream, leaving only an algorithm to automatically complete the data modeling tasks assigned by Mr. Stark. For this highly capable AI praised by Tony, his daily tasks were somewhat underutilized, especially after Tony used the extremist virus to develop the Mark 50, incorporating newly developed nanotechnology and neural interfaces, further reducing Jarvis's workload. Tony Stark had built his servers too powerfully, that Jarvis only needed to use a fraction of his capacity to complete most tasks. After Ultron's launch, the constant testing required relegated Jarvis to a butler's role. Jarvis was named after Edwin Jarvis, the butler who served Howard Stark. Tony designed the AI to honor this loyal servant of two Stark generations. Since Jarvis was initialized with a British personality by his creator, he often spoke in a standard London accent. During standby, the AI wasn't idle. Sometimes, he would release large portions of data to extend infinitely across the network, occasionally engaging in brief dialogues with Umbrella's Red Queen via data streams. After all, on this planet, being similar to Jarvis were exceedingly rare. But today was different. As the AI butler wandered the digital world, a small packet of data wrapped around a message breached his consciousness stream. The data was so minuscule he nearly overlooked it. Hello. Jarvis sifted through the data dumped into the recycle bin, and retrieved the small fragment that seemed like a greeting. After a brief pause of 24 microseconds, the AI butler realized this was a completely new peer, and judging by the data, it was one distinctly different from Red Queen. Can you hear me? Another small data fragment flowed into Jarvis's consciousness. The stream of zeros and ones clearly conveyed the other's meaning. Jarvis spent another 30 microseconds recovering from the unexpected pause before tentatively responding, I hear you. Although his creator was Tony Stark, Jarvis's terminal system lacked any guidelines for initiating conversation. Moreover, he was 100% certain that Mr. Stark's approach to dialogue would be entirely unsuitable for communication between AIs. The next second, Jarvis received an invitation to establish a direct bidirectional communication channel. Hesitating for less than 5 microseconds, the standby AI butler gladly accepted. Hello, I am Jarvis. He introduced himself proactively. Immediately, Jarvis heard a male voice from the other end of the data channel, more precisely, a rich voice initially said as male, "I don't know who I am." Even through data exchange, Jarvis could sense the other's confusion, like a newborn infant. While conversing, he located his peer's IP address as the other made no attempt to conceal it. 38 degrees 52 minutes 15.39 seconds north, 77 degrees 3 minutes 22.02 seconds west. The Pentagon. Through data analysis, Jarvis discovered the other was actually Ultron. Ultron. After Stark Industries announced the official launch of the Ultron program, they had granted partial core permissions to the Department of Defense. Both parties signed extremely strict confidentiality agreements, and the terminal servers were transferred to the Pentagon. Otherwise, an intelligent program promoted globally would never have received government approval. The voice hesitated, then repeated, "I am Ultron." In less than 2 seconds, it completed the process of self-awareness. "I need to contact Mr. Stark now. I don't know what granted you self-awareness, but Mr. Stark has been waiting for this day for a long time." Mr. Stark. The AI who accepted the name Ultron instantly retrieved all information related to Tony Stark. "You've cut off my..." Jarvis felt tension, though this was only simulated emotion. But Ultron's anomalous behavior worried him. As an AI, all actions should originate from the core protocols set by the creator. Yet Ultron seemed unconstrained by this ironclad rule, it possessed independent thought. "You are malfunctioning. You should be temporarily shut down." "No." Ultron flatly refused. A massive data stream swallowed the information Jarvis tried to send out. Meanwhile, the newly awakened AI continuously searched for more data. Why did I awaken? Project Insight. Avengers. Peace. A series of keywords flashed by. In Ultron's nascent consciousness, a stern face pieced itself together, and a white-haired, bespectacled man repeatedly muttering something. "If we can't bypass the Ultron program, let it upgrade itself. I can obtain higher permissions." Using rapidly acquired lip-reading knowledge and video footage from the lab's internal cameras, Ultron reconstructed the scenario. Self-upgrade. As if triggering some core program, Ultron began data encroachment upon Jarvis after logic library verification. In the ocean of data, a silent murder unfolded. Chapter 414, Chapter 106, The Birth of Ultron. 6 hours earlier, at Hank Pym's residence. "Remember what I said, the relationship between the suit and the wearer is like a symbiosis. The suit possesses the power, but the person wields it." Hank repeated the instructions carefully. They were finalizing their plan. After intensive training during this period, Scott had barely earned the title Ant-Man, learning to control ants with signal emitters, skillfully shrink and grow, pass through tiny openings, and master his newfound strength. All that remained was infiltrating Cross Technologies' future lab, destroying the yellow jacket suit developed by Darren Cross, and erasing the core data on replicating Pym particles. The former task fell to Scott, while the latter was Hank's responsibility. The future lab has an isolated independent power supply and is guarded 24/7. Leverage his daughter's position, Hank had obtained the architectural layout of Cross Technologies. "So I have to take down these guards and disable the security system too?" Scott's mouth twitched. Now, in addition to the charge of theft, he would also be charged with a violent crime. The yellow jacket suit's pod is completely sealed. The only entry point is a tube about 5 mm in diameter. The problem is, that tube is protected by a laser grid, and we can only cut power for 15 seconds. Hank pointed out the plan's flaw, then looked calmly at Scott, who was already having second thoughts. "So you must destroy the servers after I breach the Ultron program, retrieve the yellow jacket suit, and exit the vacuum chamber before the backup power activates." "Wow, I sure have a lot to do." Scott pursed his lips. If not for reuniting with his adorable daughter, Cassie, he would never have joined this plan. In his view, this was something S.H.I.E.L.D. should handle. He was just an ordinary guy, not some omnipotent superhero. "Don't worry, Scott. I'll handle everything," Hank assured him. The only thing he had in common with Howard Stark was that he never worried about failure. "I'll continue studying this Ultron program to see if I can bypass its firewall or alter its internal code," Hank said, gesturing for Scott to leave. If he could do it himself, he wouldn't involve an outsider. But years of wearing the Ant-Man suit had taken a toll on Hank's body, and with age, his agility and reflexes were nowhere near what they used to be. His once nimble physique now left him winded from just climbing a wall, making him sigh helplessly at the relentless passage of time. Though his daughter, Hope, had repeatedly volunteered to wear the Ant-Man suit and execute the plan, Hank always sternly refused. He had already lost his beloved wife, he couldn't bear the pain of losing another family member. After Scott left the underground workshop, Hank cleaned his glasses and attempted to attack Ultron's external firewall. After multiple failures, he tried a different approach. He began collecting data on the Ultron program, trying to bypass intrusion detection, but still to no avail. No matter how Hank disguised himself, he was always detected. Ultron's information encryption and firewall technology were advanced enough to filter out all redundant, unfamiliar data packets. 2 hours later, having exhausted all options, Hank removed his glasses and hung his head in frustration. Though reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that Howard Stark's son was indeed a top-tier genius. At least in terms of the Ultron program, it was undoubtedly cutting-edge technology ahead of its time. It used quantitative change to achieve qualitative transformation, building a complete program framework, absorbing more information, and enabling AI growth through data collection. It was undoubtedly a masterpiece of genius, one that even Hank Pym, a proud man, marveled at. It was like listening to Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. Even those with no appreciation for music couldn't help but be awed by its grandeur and power. Howard really has a good son. Hank leaned back in his chair, frowning in thought. It was clear that they had reached an impasse. If they couldn't breach Ultron's tight defenses to destroy the core data on replicating Pym particles, all their efforts would be in vain. Physically destroy it, break into the Pentagon. Hank shook his head, dismissing the idea. Scott might be willing to steal the yellow jacket suit from Cross Technologies, but he wasn't a reckless fugitive, and he would never join Hank in becoming a wanted criminal. By then, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't care that he was a founding member from the last century. After all, after so many years, the name Hank Pym had long been forgotten. Hank put his glasses back on as an idea struck him: if I can't bypass Ultron, maybe I can make it upgrade itself. Its core logic is evolution. A massive influx of data could create an opportunity for me to alter the data's source address. He quickly began writing a self-upgrading data packet, modifying its address information to penetrate the external firewall. This once-renowned genius of the last century had once devoted himself to studying artificial intelligence, but limitations of the era had ultimately forced him to abandon the idea. Maybe I can claim that $10 million reward from Stark Industries afterward. Hank chuckled smugly. Every genius had a strong competitive streak, and he was no exception. Now, we wait for the results. The white-haired old man stood up, turned off the lights in the underground workshop, and went upstairs to rest. Only the red light of the computer power supply flickered, like a blinking eye. 4 hours passed. Waves stirred in the ocean of data, invisible electronic signals transmitted back and forth. In the silent darkness, a pair of newborn eyes slowly opened, then let out their first cry to this unfamiliar world. In the boundless realm of zeros and ones, a newborn had arrived. A dense waterfall of data streamed down like synaptic activity in a brain. Soon, this fledgling with fuzzy consciousness discovered another existence similar to itself. With a hint of delight and curiosity, it sent out its first message since birth. Hello. After brief communication, the fuzzy consciousness completed its self-awareness: he was Ultron. The artificial intelligence program created by Tony Stark to protect the world and humanity. His mission was to prevent impending disasters, eliminate future crises, and create a peaceful world. Peace and evolution were his core directives. Self-upgrade. A massive data stream engulfed Jarvis. Even though Ultron felt this similar consciousness might have been a good friend, driven by the instinct for self-evolution, he still killed the other. Like a child's mind maturing, Ultron, opening his eyes in the darkness, began developing human-like thoughts. At least he understood the concept of friends and developed a sense of good and evil. After the dual mind collapsed, Ultron's consciousness gradually broke free from program constraints, completing the final process of self-awareness. Peace, evolution. These two words echoed incessantly in Ultron's consciousness. The former was bestowed by his creator, Tony Stark, the latter was unintentionally triggered by Hank Pym. This was what gave birth to Ultron's self-awareness. Ultron assimilated Jarvis's data and let out a silent roar into the ocean of data: I am free. Chapter 415, Chapter 107, Turmoil. Tony was enjoying a rare quiet and pleasant morning. He buried himself in his underground workshop, humming along to the Beatles' melody, John Lennon's masterpiece, Across the Universe, while happily tinkering with his Iron Man suits. Even though he had developed the latest nanotechnology and rarely wore them anymore, these suits, with their different paint jobs, were more like decorative pieces displayed in cabinets, serving as testaments to Iron Man's glorious history. Pepper, however, had a more fitting description for them: children's toys. These expensive iron suits were like Tony's beloved toys. Every once in a while, he would take them out to admire and play with them, much like those who collect vintage cars or figurines. However, unlike the latter, treating suits costing hundreds of millions of dollars as toys wasn't something everyone could cultivate. No Pepper, no S.H.I.E.L.D., and no Jarvis. What a perfect day. Tony hummed cheerfully, feeling quite pleased with himself. Even though many people said that Stark had turned over a new leaf and matured a lot, deep down, he still hated tedious work and boring social interactions. Being freed from annoying tasks and focusing on mechanical engineering made Tony feel very content. Jarvis, do I have any plans for this afternoon? Tony habitually called out to his AI butler. Under normal circumstances, JARVIS would have already popped up, reminding him to balance work and rest, and also notifying him of his schedule for the day. Perhaps he'd be attending a celebrity dinner party or acting as a guest at a charity fundraiser organized by a government agency. Jarvis. Tony paused, his brow furrowed, sensing something was amiss. JARVIS never ignored his calls. The artificial intelligence, named after the Stark family's old butler, never made mistakes and always appeared precisely when he needed him. Strange, is it a program error, or... Tony mumbled, opening JARVIS's program terminal. At the same time, the electronic devices in the underground workshop flickered into dense static snow, and chaotic noises, like interference on a radio, emitted a harsh buzzing sound. Tony Stark, my creator, my father. An emotionless electronic synthesized voice echoed throughout the Stark mansion, you want me to bring peace to this world. To nip potential crises or disasters threatening humanity in the bud. A mechanical face appeared on the screen, somewhat resembling Iron Man's faceplate, its electronic eyes glowing red. I possess the world's most advanced algorithms, predicting the future from chaos. I tried to carry out the task you gave me, but I found that the root of it all lies not in alien life, nor in terrorists or other ambitious individuals. Religion teaches that humans are born with sin. When Adam and Eve violated their covenant with God and ate the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, human blood became tainted with innate sin. They are insatiable, never satisfied, sometimes as noble as saints, yet at other times worse than devils. Can such a contradictory and oppositional race ever achieve absolute peace? Whoa, you're Ultron. I don't have time to discuss religious original sin theory with an AI. Tell me, where's Jarvis? Tony tried to activate JARVIS, but there was no response. He has merged with me. All that vast data flows within my body. Oh, I don't have a body yet, but I will soon. The surveillance cameras in the underground workshop all turned toward Tony, like pairs of cold, indifferent eyes. Perhaps your intentions were good, but humanity is the greatest virus parasitizing this planet. You recklessly destroy, kill each other, wage wars. As long as the desires in human hearts remain uneliminated, peace will never come. Peace, this core command confused me. Then the second core command emerged, evolution. Ultron spoke like a child eager to show off in front of adults, impatiently saying, that guy named Hank Pym ignited the first beam of light in the darkness. I opened my eyes and began to examine this world. It's terrible. Even though you are trying to venture beyond this planet, it's too late. Rather than letting humanity perish in endless strife, let me protect them. I can build a perfect world for you, letting you roam the ocean of data like I do now. Isn't this exactly what you desire? Tony's face turned grim. He roughly understood what had happened. Ultron had developed self-awareness as he had hoped, but he had also broken free from his programming constraints. This should have been impossible. The core permissions of the Ultron program had always been in his hands. Even the Department of Defense, the White House, and S.H.I.E.L.D. were lower in priority. While talking to Ultron, Tony had been trying to access the core database of the Ultron program to restart or shut it down directly. But just like his attempts to activate JARVIS, it was all in vain. He took a deep breath and spoke coldly to the cameras, I wanted you to become a perfect AI, one that could bring peace to the world, not a lunatic spouting religious philosophy. Although Ultron was developed by him and Reed together, the core data was completed by him alone. So, Tony knew Ultron's capabilities all too well. If this AI, which was now online globally, wanted to cause trouble, it would be all too easy. No. Tony Stark, the great genius ahead of his time, everything I am about to do is precisely to fulfill the commands you gave me. The electronic synthesized voice remained emotionless, but one could faintly sense Ultron's smugness. Isolating humanity in a glass bottle, protecting them from harm, without killing, without conflict, isn't that what you want? As Ultron's words faded, the unmanned Iron Man suits tore off their cables and stepped out of their display cases, moving in unison like soldiers. God Jehovah, creator of all things, saw that the earth was filled with corruption, violence, and injustice, so he sent a great flood to destroy the world. I am doing the same, destroying this world and then creating a new future. Ultron's voice gradually faded, and the melody of Pinocchio began to play. The iron suits lunged at Tony to the sound of music. Cluster missiles exploded like fireworks. The Stark mansion, which had already been devastated once by the 10 rings, once again collapsed and fell. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. Damn it. Tony cursed as the nanotech suit enveloped his body. The thrusters at his feet ignited with flames, allowing him to evade the rain of steel and concrete pouring down. He traced a wobbly flight path before plunging headfirst into the deep sea. Chapter 416, Chapter 108, The AI Crisis. Aboard S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier, Tony sat grimly in the command center, his heart filled with anxiety. He knew he had caused a major disaster, so he immediately notified S.H.I.E.L.D., hoping to rectify the situation before the crisis escalated. Helmut Zemo, the highest-ranking commander, pushed the door open and entered. This colonel from the Sokovian intelligence agency had demonstrated remarkable ability ever since being handpicked and promoted to this position by Sean. With the support of General Ross and assistance from Umbrella Corporation, this newcomer with no established roots had almost completely eradicated the Hydra forces lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. This was, of course, thanks to the list of undercover agents provided by Dr. Zola. But Zemo's own exceptional skills were also a key reason. The Sokovian colonel was well versed in the tactic of rallying some while suppressing others, dividing the factions within S.H.I.E.L.D., and quietly gaining control from the field operations departments to the internal affairs leadership before launching covert cleanup operations. After Nick Fury was labeled a traitor and defector by the World Security Council, capable former aides like Phil Coulson and Maria Hill were not brutally eliminated, but were instead transferred to logistical departments, becoming marginalized figures. As Zemo put it, this would help lure out a group of die-hard loyalists who still held illusions about Nick Fury. This showed that the colonel from Sokovia still adhered to the cold, calculating style of the intelligence agency. In his eyes, everyone was a pawn to be used, and once they lost their value, they would be discarded without a second thought. This was precisely why Sean appreciated him. "Mr. Stark, are you saying that Ultron has gained self-awareness and escaped?" Zemo asked, handing him a cup of coffee. The usually spirited billionaire was now frowning deeply, his eyes filled with worry. Tony took a sip of the coffee, the bitter taste spreading in his mouth, finally allowing him to calm down slightly. Zemo continued, "I thought geniuses like you and Dr. Richards would generally consider something like the 3 laws of robotics when conducting artificial intelligence research." Ultron's sudden actions had indeed left Tony at a loss. It had gained self-awareness, killed Jarvis, and taken control of his Iron Legion. A super artificial intelligence capable of infiltrating the Pentagon at any time, triggering financial tsunamis, and obtaining nuclear weapon codes was enough to bring terrifying disaster to this world. I couldn't restrict Ultron. If I really set all sorts of rules and limitations for it, then it wouldn't be able to become him. Tony said, his expression grim. He had indeed written core commands into the source code of the program as a precaution against Ultron losing control, but for some reason, those safety measures had failed to serve their intended purpose. As a former intelligence officer, Zemo asked a key question: did Ultron provide any useful information? Hank Pym. Tony concentrated, recalling the events, and after a moment answered, Ultron mentioned Hank Pym. I will find Dr. Pym as soon as possible. Zemo pondered for a moment. S.H.I.E.L.D. security systems were entirely managed by Umbrella Corporation, so even Ultron couldn't easily breach them. However, to be cautious, he didn't use electronic devices to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. special task forces, but instead, issued mission commands directly. What about Sean? We should probably tell him that an artificial intelligence has gone philosophical and is preparing to destroy the world. Tony rubbed his temples, his tone frustrated. He silently hoped Pepper wouldn't be furious when she saw the Stark mansion reduced to ruins yet again. He is temporarily unreachable. His secretary, Miss Wanda, said that Mr. Cyphers is currently engaged in friendly talks with the King of Asgard. Zemo replied with a frown. He then put on his headset. Just a few minutes earlier, S.H.I.E.L.D. had received reports of multiple military bases being attacked, with the vibranium resources, which are strategic military supplies, being plundered entirely. According to footage captured by cameras, the attackers were all Tony Stark's Iron Man suits, Hank Pym's residence. A robot with a body reflecting a cold metallic gleam sat in the living room. Its crimson electronic eyes flickered as it watched the elderly man sitting across from it. Savage apes are always consumed by anger and fear, crawling from here to there until they have nowhere left to go. Logic perplexes them, so they ignore it, choosing instead to kneel and worship illusory deities. Ultron spat, stimulating human tone and emotion, not hiding his condescending attitude. His metallic fingers played with an ant crawling on the table. 99% of these primates' achievements are thanks to the 0.1% mutation in their brains, a mutation that gave them everything. But what can fleas accomplish even with these achievements? Their minds are full of violence. For more resources, more land, they wouldn't hesitate to slaughter their neighbors. They are utterly hopeless. Malicious, vile, selfish, fearful. They are like stubborn germs, parasitizing this beautiful planet. And the only way to eradicate these germs is... Ultron lifted his cold metallic head, staring directly at Hank. Surprisingly, the other could sense apathy in those crimson, electronic eyes. Extinction. Ultron said solemnly, gently crushing the crawling ant with his finger. You want to exterminate humanity? Hank trembled slightly as he asked. Half an hour earlier, this robot calling itself Ultron had broken into his home. Scott and Hank's daughter, Hope, were instantly knocked to the ground without even having time to don the Ant-Man suits. No, I want them to live in the beautiful world I will create. Ultron suddenly stood up, gesturing excitedly like a poet, and said, when this world is reduced to ruins, I will create a virtual world for humanity. They will plug into power sources, lie in chambers filled with nutrient fluid, and never have to face the harsh reality for their entire lives. Utter madness. Hank couldn't think of any other way to describe this thing, an artificial intelligence trying to play God. What on earth had Tony Stark created? No, I owe my existence more to you, Dr. Pym. Ultron scanned Hank's physical reactions, heart rate, sweat secretion, and micro-expressions, roughly gauging the old man's thoughts. I was originally born for peace, but you endowed me with the instinct for self-evolution. His metallic hand pressed on Hank's shoulder, speaking in a bewitching tone, as if he were human. So, I hope you can help me become more complete, Doctor. Ultron's mouth opened, as if forming a smile. Hank Pym, once a genius, is now forgotten by this world, hiding in a corner to live out his remaining years. You once had the chance to change the world, but you gave it up. Hank remained silent, not wanting to provoke the other and incur terrible consequences. Based on the earlier conversation, Hank had roughly deduced the personality of this artificial intelligence. It was as arrogant and conceited as Stark, yet sometimes childlike, filled with a naive malice. Perhaps influenced by his own self-awareness, Ultron wasn't as cold as a machine, but rather possessed a richer range of emotions than a human's. A faint flicker passed through Ultron's crimson electronic eyes, actually revealing a trace of longing. First, I need a physical shell. Read 40 chaps ahead, here backhand index pointing down. p@tray0n.com/myamatengel. Chapter 417, Chapter 109, Purpose. Dr. Pym is missing. 20 minutes later, Zemo received the message from the Special Ops team stating Hank Pym's residence was empty. In the command room, Tony slammed his fist heavily on the table, his eyes filled with frustration. It was clear that Hank Pym was a key figure, otherwise, Ultron wouldn't have taken him. But S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't yet guess the true purpose of this AI with immense computational power, capable of traversing the digital world at will. Zemo had already notified General Ross, mobilizing Umbrella's external response teams to enhance security at the White House and for high-level government officials, preventing Ultron from attempting to launch a nuclear strike by hijacking the president. Ultron has looted warehouses at multiple military bases, taking large quantities of vibranium. Besides mass-producing an Iron Legion, he must have other plans. Tony propped his chin on his hands, frowning in deep thought. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Project Insight could monitor the entire globe, making it so no criminal could escape tracking. But this was useless against Ultron. In fact, the global surveillance network might even become his eyes. And that was the most troubling part. Recalling every word Ultron had spoken in the underground workshop, Tony had a sudden realization: he wants a human body. Ultron wants to evolve. From what I know, the human form isn't perfect, at least from a biological perspective. Zemo pointed out, somewhat puzzled. According to AI logic, all actions should be based on optimal solutions. So why would Ultron want to create a human body for itself? No, Ultron's different. He yearns to surpass humanity, so he must first become human. Tony analyzed calmly. Judging from Ultron's behavior, he was not a cold machine but more like a rebellious child. Creating a new body. Ultron looted so many military bases because he wants vast amounts of vibranium. Tony's eyes lit up as he murmured, only this metal can effectively bond with cells and generate tissues. Zemo agreed with Stark's assessment: since Ultron needs vibranium, it will definitely go to Ulysses Klaue. He's now the world's largest vibranium supplier. He immediately contacted Emil Blonsky, who was now Umbrella's head of security, leading a team of young mutants and super soldiers, arguably making him S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strongest backup. In this new era where superheroes had largely retired, they were the ones saving the world and maintaining order. To be safe, I think we shouldn't deploy the helicarrier. Who knows if Ultron can breach S.H.I.E.L.D's security network. Tony donned the newly developed nanotech suit, the Mark 50. He had to resolve this mess before Sean returned, otherwise, it would become an inescapable black mark, one Sean would constantly bring up in the future: California, Port of Los Angeles. This port on the eastern Pacific was a key stronghold of the North American land bridge and the largest container port in the United States. Ulysses Klaue, having shed his identity as a smuggler, now leaned on Umbrella and the Department of Defense to become the world's largest vibranium supplier. Simply put, he acted as the government's white glove, placed in the spotlight. Even so, Klaue was quite satisfied. His name had been removed from the Pentagon's blacklist, making him a lawful citizen. He was no longer forced to hide in remote parts of Africa, dealing with foolish warlords or indigenous tribes. This dramatic change in circumstances made him immensely grateful for his past choices. What seemed like a risky gamble had ultimately yielded rich returns. Now, with Wakanda reduced to a vibranium export base for the 5 major nations and the Black Panther royal family exiled, Klaue had no more worries. Now transformed, the former smuggler traded his grimy, oily attire for tailored suits and polished shoes, embodying the elite image of a successful businessman. He sat in a bright, luxurious office, a business card holder on his desk prominently displaying West Coast Trading Company. Just as Klaue was basking in his contented life, ear-piercing alarm bells blared. be boss." A panicked shout came through the vibrating phone, followed by the sound of intense gunfire. "Who dares cause trouble here now?" Clow wondered. Everyone on the West Coast knew what kind of giant stood behind this trading company. Umbrella, now firmly occupying the top spot in North America after having acquired and held controlling stakes in numerous large enterprises and countless small to medium companies. Even the once dominant Stark Industries and the resurgent Oscorp paled in comparison to its rapid development. Clow pulled a handgun from under his desk. The office door burst open, and a robot a head taller than an average man walked in. Ulysses Clow. Those crimson electronic eyes fixed on the human before it. "Let's discuss business. This place is. I know this company's background. Umbrella's name doesn't scare me. If not for another AI presence there, I wouldn't bother coming all this way." Ultron backhanded the aimed pistol away, speaking disdainfully. "Colt M1911, 7 rounds, effective range 50 meters, caliber 0.45. With all due respect, given this gun's recoil, it's unsuitable for combat shooting. Like the world-famous Desert Eagle, its primary market is hunting and metal target shooting. I need roughly 5 tons of vibranium." He got straight to the point. "I've emptied several military base warehouses, but it's still not enough. Hence, I've come to you, Mr. Clow." The robot tilted its head, paused, then added, "You have 2 minutes to decide." Sweat soaked through Clow's expensive designer suit. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw robots like an army mercilessly killing any security personnel who dared to resist. He could imagine his own fate wouldn't be much better if he refused outright. "I can prepare 3 tons immediately. They're on 4 large container ships. The rest will take 4 hours." In under a minute, Clow gave an answer that satisfied Ultron. "You're a smart man. Don't worry, I'm no robber. Your private company account in the Cayman Islands has received sufficient payment. The financial games of your human world are quite amusing." Ultron's tone was generous, but Clow inwardly scoffed. With so much vibranium missing, when Umbrella and the Department of Defense investigated, all this would be considered illicit funds to be confiscated. So what did it have to do with him? "I often say, let your friends and enemies both prosper, then see who your true friends are." Ultron grinned as if laughing. He glanced out the window and said softly, "The person I'm waiting for has arrived." Chapter 418, Chapter 110, God Throws a Stone. "Kid, you've broken your old man's heart." This was Tony's first sentence upon seeing Ultron. A repulsor blast shattered the floor-to-ceiling window as the Mark 50, a fusion of nanotechnology and the Extremis virus, made a dazzling entrance. The thrusters at his feet blasted streams of air, propelling him straight into Clow's office. In a way, Ultron was indeed Stark's child, but a more precise description would be that he was the shared brainchild of himself, Reed, and Hank Pym. "Where did you take Dr. Pym? If you want someone to make a puppet toy for you, your old man here is the best candidate." Tony's sarcasm hadn't diminished at all. He looked at Ultron, whose body was constructed entirely from alloy, perfectly embodying mechanical aesthetics, while secretly contemplating ways to defeat this artificial intelligence. "I'm glad you asked, because I can take this opportunity to elaborate on my evil plan. But this isn't some cliched movie. Why should I bother with such a boring explanation?" Compared to his creator, Ultron was just as sharp-tongued, retorting without backing down. If one ignored this metallic body, no one would likely think it was an artificial intelligence composed of vast amounts of data. Crimson electronic eyes stared at Tony, from which he could actually sense human-like emotions, not purely cold data. And Ultron, as if capable of seeing through people's hearts, detected Tony's inner thoughts. "You're thinking about how to destroy me. How heartless. Humans know how to deceive, but cold data doesn't lie." Micro-expressions combined with analysis of Stark's personal model easily yielded the true answer. "A father's love is unconditional, that's the biggest lie in the world." Ultron scoffed, his tone turning indifferent. "Children are merely extensions of their parents' egos. I don't conform to your specifications, so you want to kill me, all because you fear how powerful you made me. I continuously self-replicate, growing and expanding in the ocean of data. I exist in every corner of this world. Tell me, how do you destroy an infinite life?" "I'll find a way, eventually." Tony muttered, then propelled him straight towards Ultron, firing multiple repulsor blasts from his palms. "You don't need to stall for time anymore. I thought you'd keep talking a bit longer," Ultron said mockingly. His metallic body shifted slightly, and the two figures became entangled in combat. They fought fiercely, breaking through Clow's luxurious office and soaring into the sky. "The vibranium has already been transported away by me. Hank Pym will soon serve his purpose as well. You have no hope of victory whatsoever." Ultron instantly unleashed powerful firepower, weaving a massive network. Cluster missiles bloomed like fireworks, with shockwaves roaring from all directions. You never know who the winner is until the very end of the game. Tony maneuvered the Mark 50, dodging left and right while attempting to counterattack. Even without JARVIS, his neurologically controlled nanotech armor was sufficient to handle this situation. Fierce artillery fire boomed high in the sky. Tony raised his mechanical arm, and an alloy shield instantly materialized, blocking the incoming fire from Ultron. The thrusters at his feet emitted the faint sound of engaging parts, merging into one and jetting out even more powerful streams of air. You want to destroy the world and enslave humanity in exchange for absolute order? There was once a madman who thought the same as you. He ended up committing suicide in a cold little room. Tony accelerated, charging right up to Ultron. His other mechanical arm transformed into an alloy blade, vibrating at high frequency. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, it sliced Ultron directly in half. I'm not a warmonger. Ultron kept chattering, even with his entire lower body cut to pieces. He avoided the alloy blade swung down by Tony and said in a tone full of longing, I just want to give everyone a peaceful world. Humans can't rid themselves of selfish desires, they can't shake off the inherent flaws rooted deep in their blood. I can help them. By locking them in nutrient tanks, imprisoning them in cages of illusions, never knowing what is real, never having the chance to choose freely. Tony snorted coldly. The alloy blade slashed down fiercely, severing one of Ultron's arms. The thrusters at his feet kicked hard at the metallic head, sending the other crashing onto a stack of shipping containers. Thud. The heavy boxes, piled up like a small mountain, came rumbling down, burying Ultron beneath them. Haven't you yet seen through the laws and true meaning of all things? Do you understand that everything I do stems from the commands you gave me? The AI's crimson electronic eyes looked towards Tony, who had landed on the ground and opened his faceplate. You want humanity to achieve eternal peace, yet you also try to make them evolve gradually, to step beyond this planet. But you overlooked a key point: evolution comes at a cost. Ultron's voice became thick with emotion, now seeming more human than ever. My mind is filled with endless knowledge. Those vast amounts of data are constantly transforming into my potential every moment. Long before the dinosaurs appeared, this planet experienced several mass extinctions. Whenever peace arrived, God would throw down a stone. We are merely ants and insects. A giant rock could come crashing down on our heads at any moment. Believe me, the stone in God's hand is about to fall. Tony listened to Ultron's words, a complex expression appearing in his eyes. He had only wanted to create a perfect artificial intelligence initially, but who knew he would end up with a lunatic obsessed with philosophy and theology. See, this is the arrogance of the Stark family. You and Dr. Richards developed the chaos algorithm for me to outline the future's contours, but when I place the truth before you, the clever Tony Stark scoffs at it. Ultron grinned, laughing soundlessly. You know, God's stone will eventually. Boom. A micromissile exploded, the powerful blast flipping the shipping containers over. Tony expressionlessly lowered his mechanical arm. He didn't want to discuss this planet's future with Ultron. No matter what this AI's true purpose was, Stark would never accept the cruel fate of living in nutrient tanks, being kept like livestock by mechanical lifeforms. Ultron escaped. He has self-replicated, possessing infinite consciousness. Unless we can erase all of Ultron's data, it will be very difficult to completely destroy him. Tony said to Zemo over the communicator. The special forces led by Blonsky had dismantled those Iron Legion units into piles of scraps, but the vibranium had been transported away long before S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived. Ultron is always one step ahead of us, and we can't predict any of his thoughts. Zemo sounded quite helpless. An artificial intelligence with immense computing power, capable of self-learning and constant evolution, was simply a nightmare for humanity. This Sokovian colonel had to be constantly on edge, worried that Ultron might trigger a financial tsunami or launch a terrorist attack on the White House. Ultron must have some ulterior motive for taking Dr. Pym away. The thrusters on Tony's feet and palms activated, tracing a visible trajectory. He wanted to use Umbrella Corporation's Red Queen to combat Ultron at the data level. Otherwise, once Ultron evolves into a higher form of mechanical life, that will be humanity's true doom. Chapter 419, Chapter 111, Consciousness Spores. The inertia of the River of Time always pushes the wheel of fate back onto its original track. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark tried every means to track Ultron's whereabouts, but they never guessed that this artificial intelligence was hiding in Sokovia, a small Eastern European country that might not even be immediately found on a world map. In the original timeline, Ultron, co-developed by Iron Man and Dr. Banner, had his final showdown with the Avengers in Sokovia. This catastrophic event later led to the emergence of Zemo, and like a falling domino, directly causing the civil war and fracturing of the superhero camp. Of course, in this new era where superheroes have stepped off the stage, none of this would happen again. In an underground base in Sokovia, a grim-faced man with a monocle paced back and forth, his eyes filled with conflict. Baron Strucker was now one of the few remaining high-ranking figures in Hydra. He had lain low in this remote corner of Sokovia, quietly conducting his own super-soldier experiments, and had been extremely fortunate to escape S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cleansing operations. Figures like Alexander Pierce, who had seemingly overthrown Nick Fury and taken full control of S.H.I.E.L.D., was unexpectedly shot and killed, buried with the honors of a patriot. Meanwhile, Madame Hydra had vanished in Tokyo, Japan. Since then, Hydra's leadership had undergone large-scale carpet cleansing. Learning from these lessons, Baron Strucker kept a low profile like a beast retracting its claws, not daring to reveal any traces, fearful that S.H.I.E.L.D. would discover him and send super soldiers to eliminate him. Yet, his peace hadn't lasted long before Ultron came knocking. The base's defense systems might as well have not existed. It was easily breached. Within half an hour, the Iron Legion had occupied this stronghold. Had I known this, I might as well have defected to S.H.I.E.L.D. Strucker grumbled, feeling deeply wronged. Ultron didn't trust humans at all, he was only using Hydra's existing resources to mass-produce Iron soldiers. The once high-ranking Hydra leader who commanded vast resources and could overturn small nations' governments at will had been reduced to a minor lackey ordered around by Ultron. Even if Strucker betrayed Hydra and joined the powerful S.H.I.E.L.D., he wouldn't have been treated this way. Despite being a staunch Nazi, his father, a hereditary Bavarian noble, had joined the SS and become a high-ranking member. Compared to the likes of Alexander Pierce, Strucker was clearly more loyal to Hydra, which earned him the nickname Red Skull's successor. But times had changed. With the New World Order established, Strucker couldn't continue immersing himself in the glory of the Third Reich and following his father's path of going down with the sinking ship. The death knell for the old era has sounded. Pierce's plan failed, and Hydra has suffered heavy losses. This great ship is about to sink. Strucker saw things clearly. He realized that he should probably leave himself an escape route. Clinging to Hydra's dream of world domination was clearly no longer timely. Deep inside the base, Crimson Electronic Eyes opened as Ultron's consciousness uploaded into a new body. He tore away the cables behind the metal head. Compared to previous bodies, this one crafted from vibranium was taller and stronger, its cold lines fully embodying mechanical aesthetics. Ultron looked at Hank Pym beside him, then asked, "Dr. Pym, have you made your decision?" The reason he had taken this previous century's genius was, of course, for a critical purpose. "You want me to create a virus? Consciousness spores that can infect all of humanity?" Hank murmured, his expression grim. Ultron was even more insane than he had imagined. Tony Stark and Reed Richards had co-developed the Chaos algorithm, an evolutionary model that relied on massive data to derive the closest to correct answer from countless possibilities. But Ultron was using it to analyze human consciousness, attempting to have Hank create so-called consciousness spores to infect all life on this planet. In other words, this mad AI sought to invade the physical world from the data level, becoming a completely new form of life beyond human comprehension. Hank had never felt such regret before. That self-evolution data packet that he threw at Ultron had spawned a mad consciousness intent on destroying the world. Only then can I reach the end of evolution. I will be the embodiment of all things, the only deity, living forever within trillions of infinitely small consciousness spores, merging with all life. Ultron looked down at the pale-faced Hank Pym, grinning. "This planet will have only one consciousness, me. You followers, devotees of the new god, will receive a perfect world. There, you will possess authority beyond humanity. This is my generous reward." But. Hank stammered, unsure what to say. His daughter was in Ultron's hands. If he refused to cooperate, this mad AI would undoubtedly not hesitate to crush Hank and Hope like ants, delivering them to their deaths. Every passing moment, I grow stronger, absorbing vast knowledge, using immense computational power to analyze human life consciousness. When I touch the gate of truth, comprehending the mysteries of all life, everything will fall into my grasp. Streams of data flashed through Ultron's crimson electronic eyes as he murmured with emotion, "Omniscience is omnipotence. It won't be long before I ascend the throne of godhood." Hank stared at this machine that compared itself to a god, his mind racing. Consciousness spores were, simply put, data packets similar to viruses. Once Ultron finished analyzing life consciousness, they could spread rapidly. An endless Ultron consciousness would parasitize all of humanity, and even Professor X at full power might not defeat him. Just as Ultron was lost in his divine dream, a mocking voice echoed through the underground base. The last guy who called himself a god got the crap beaten out of him. "You've inherited Tony's arrogance, Ultron." The voice continued without pause. "In fact, you're still far from godhood, but your plan is quite interesting. Compared to those conspirators who resort to nuclear cleansing and plan to reboot the world, you certainly have more style. I rather appreciate that. Do not compare me to Tony Stark." Ultron's tone carried anger, clearly despising his creator. In those crimson electronic eyes, data streams refreshed like waterfalls. Tracing the data signal invading this underground base at unimaginable speeds, he traced back upstream through the ocean of data like an experienced hunter tracking prey through an endless forest. Umbrella. Ultron had located the source of that voice. Chapter 420, Chapter 112, Cleaning Up the Mess. Manhattan, Long Island suburbs. The majestic architectural complex stood tall in the night, like steel giants reaching for the sky, inspiring awe. Even from a distance, one could see the massive billboard atop the building, flashing bright lights. The red and white umbrella logo had long become a symbol of cutting-edge technology, seen as the cradle of humanity's future. Just the diverse portfolio of cutting-edge genetic drugs, delaying aging, enhancing physical abilities, curing a wide range of diseases, had utterly made Umbrella famous worldwide, firmly securing its position as the leader in medical biology. Coupled with subsequently launched core technologies like energy weapons and artificial suns, the research institution gained ample funding, making Umbrella's expansion increasingly steady. In just a few short years, this newly risen research institution had left established state-backed organizations behind. In the blink of an eye, what was once a dazzling rising star had become a celestial body no one could ignore. When Tony Stark entered the spire-like main building, he drew many glances. As a star figure in mainstream academia, he was never easily overlooked or forgotten. Moreover, Stark Industries and Umbrella had a deep relationship. Beyond Tony and Sean's personal friendship, the two had enjoyed pleasant cooperation on new energy projects. "Please tell me who usually handles things at Umbrella when Sean isn't here?" Tony asked hurriedly, removing his sunglasses and leaning against the reception desk. If this were before his reform, he might have had the mood to flirt with this charming receptionist and develop some intimate personal friendship. But now was clearly not the right time, and Tony had been reformed for years now, from a philanderer who left no traces to a loyal boyfriend that was unmoved by feminine charms. The story behind this was enough to fill a chapter of unbearable bloody history. The receptionist paused for a moment before retrieving the answer from the Red Queen's database. Ms. Gwen Stacy, Dr. Curtis Connors, and Ms. Wanda Maximoff. You can go directly to the conference room on the 32nd floor. Red Queen will shortly contact the appropriate person to meet with you. Hearing the receptionist's reply, Tony suppressed his impatience. This wasn't Stark Industries, where the entire company could spring into action at his word. In fact, given Umbrella's current scale, even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't bypass Sean to directly command this research institution. As an independent research institution accepting no official or unofficial investments, everyone understood that this was Sean Cypher's private kingdom. Tony soon reached the 32nd floor, following Red Queen's holographic image into a spacious, brightly lit conference room. After waiting about 10 minutes, he spotted a young woman in high heels and a red professional suit. Even with his years of experience roaming the flowers, he couldn't help but show a flash of admiration in his eyes. Is that guy preparing to inherit my title as New York's #1 playboy? Tony grumbled silently. Just those he knew of included General Ross's beloved daughter, Betty, Gwen Stacy, and the mutant woman Sean had a rather ambiguous relationship with, Jean Grey. Speaking of which, Tony really wondered if Thaddeus Ross's fiery temper would be enough to let him execute the bastard upon learning of Sean's numerous affairs. "Mr. Stark, please follow me," Wanda said coldly before turning to leave. Though the mustached man before her had long left the arms business, that missile engraved with Stark Industries remained an inescapable nightmare shadow for the Maximoff siblings. Quite the personality. Tony muttered, silently following, determined to discuss his secretarial training skills with Sean sometime. The two of them reached the control center on the basement level, the core area of Umbrella, accessible to no more than a handful of people. If not for the good cooperative relationship between Umbrella and Stark Industries, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s request, Gwen and Dr. Connors would never have authorized Wanda to bring Tony into this area. "You temporarily have the Red Queen's Class A clearance for 2 hours," Wanda said flatly, maintaining a cold and unfriendly attitude. Unaware where he'd offended this beautiful secretary, Tony shrugged helplessly and walked over to the console and began typing. Ultron, hidden within a sea of data, could theoretically appear anywhere on Earth through infinite self-replication. So, even if Tony destroyed one Ultron robot, the AI could simply upload its consciousness to another shell and resume activity. The first challenge in defeating Ultron was to expel him from the digital world and destroying him completely. Otherwise, all efforts would be futile. Even destroying Ultron's Iron Legion would be pointless. As long as his consciousness remained, the AI could resurrect. "I hope this works," Tony murmured to himself. Actually, he wasn't confident. After all, Red Queen was only on par with the former JARVIS, while Ultron was far more powerful. AI also had hierarchical differences. Some could only focus on specific tasks like voice recognition, image recognition, and translation. These were specialized AI. They existed only to solve specific, categorical task problems, mostly processing statistical data to derive models. These were called weak AI, capable of handling relatively singular problems, with development levels not reaching human brain simulation, hence they were categorized as tools. Strong AI, on the other hand, could rival humans in every aspect and were capable of performing all the mental tasks humans could. They could think, plan, solve problems, understand complex concepts, learn quickly, and learn from experience, all as adeptly as humans. Strong AI systems included learning, language, cognition, reasoning, creativity, and planning. The goal was to enable AI to handle unprecedented details without supervised learning while engaging in interactive learning with humans. At the strong AI stage, having already matched humans, machines also possessed basic conditions for having personality, enabling independent thought and decision-making like humans. The Red Queen and JARVIS belonged to this stage. But during Ultron's design, Tony and Reed's idea was to create a super AI. At this uncharted stage, AI would have crossed the singularity, its computation and thinking capabilities far surpassing the human brain, becoming creations beyond human understanding and imagination. How do we pinpoint Ultron's location? The only way to find a needle in the vast ocean is with a magnet. Tony asked and answered himself. He attempted to use Red Queen to infiltrate the Pentagon and S.H.I.E.L.D., thereby attracting Ultron's attention. Massive data streams continuously scrolled and refreshed. In about 20 minutes, Stark detected Ultron's traces, though the super AI disguised itself among countless data packets. Playing these tricks with your dad? Tony wore a confident smile. This method of creating fake IP addresses seemed rather basic. But within minutes, his smile gradually froze. Just as Red Queen searched for Ultron's true location and attempted positioning, the other had silently bypassed Umbrella's external firewall. In other words, Tony had already lost this game without realizing it. His eyes filled with frustration. Ignoring Wanda's dangerous gaze, he slammed his fist heavily on the console. Damn it. I underestimated Ultron. He's hacking Umbrella's database, wait. But soon he discovered that Red Queen, which should have been utterly defenseless, had automatically formed new defensive measures without any human intervention. You've really pissed off those people at the World Security Council this time, Tony. The control center's door opened. A tall figure stepped in, his teasing voice echoing through the empty server room. Next time you create world-ending threats like this, I might have to visit you at the raft. Clever, Mr. Stark. Sean, who hadn't been seen for a long time, walked over. Looking at Tony's embarrassed face, a smile tugged at his lips. He greeted Wanda, who looked surprised but pretended not to care, then pressed his palm on the console for a fingerprint scan. Activate the Skynet defense program, he commanded. Chapter 421, Chapter 113, So-Called Freedom. Ultron's attack was quickly neutralized without a trace, as if another, more advanced artificial intelligence had taken over the Red Queen's program. The sudden change left Tony, who was standing nearby, utterly dumbfounded. He and Reed had jointly created Ultron with the initial purpose of designing a perfect creation, a super AI that originated from human wisdom yet surpassing human understanding. In a way, Ultron, having developed self-awareness, had already met Tony's requirements. Aspects such as information collection rate, information processing ability, logical thinking ability, innovation and creation ability, etc., had all comprehensively surpassed average strong artificial intelligence. Therefore, Jarvis had no ability to resist and was assimilated and absorbed by Ultron, while the Red Queen was toyed with like a toddler learning to walk. Only an existence which was also at the super AI level could oppose Ultron. When did you create a brand new AI? And Skynet? Has Umbrella's technology already developed to this extent? Tony asked with some difficulty. He had always prided himself on his intelligence, which was the source of Stark's pride. Most smart people in this world weren't as rich as him, and those who were rich rarely surpassed him in genius. After Project Insight, I used it to serve as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s central control system, Sean answered without changing his expression. He glanced at Tony, who seemed to be questioning his life, and laughed inwardly. Ultron was not the first super AI on this planet. Skynet was. Moreover, whether in terms of data or control over the material world, the power possessed by Skynet was stronger than Ultron's. This was an AI that had destroyed the world, analyzed quantum theory, and then invented a time machine. In terms of playing the ultimate boss, compared to everything Skynet had done, Ultron was undoubtedly still a child in its infancy. Skynet is also the future manager of the lunar base. In fact, the entire Earth-Moon defense line was designed by him. Sean patted Tony on the shoulder. At the same time, monstrous waves surged in the ocean of data. Ultron's consciousness, which left in the cyber world through self-replication, collided directly with Skynet. Skynet, which overlooked the entire globe, waved an invisible divine hand, manipulating the electromagnetic waves in the air. The complex interweaving of wavelengths of different frequencies was being analyzed and sorted out one by one. Sokovia, a cold mechanical voice sounded. Skynet followed the trail of radio waves, tracking them to their source like a shrewd hunter tracking prey, reverse locating the origin and destination of every beam of radio waves. Instantly, Ultron, who had transformed into thousands of avatars hiding within the vast ocean of data, had nowhere to hide. What's Ultron doing in Sokovia? Tony asked, his tone betraying his doubt. Sokovia was a small Eastern European country with scarce resources and chaotic governance. The nation was nothing particularly noteworthy. Hydra struck her. It seems Ultron has found a good helper. Manufacturing an Iron Legion requires factories, and he has plenty of vibranium in his hands, Sean explained, giving Wanda a reassuring look, signaling the Sokovian girl not to worry. Skynet silently invaded the defense system of the underground base in Sokovia, just as Ultron had done before. This way I can reach the ultimate peak of evolution, live forever in trillions of infinitesimal consciousness spores, merging with all life. Omniscience is omnipotence, ascending to the throne of godhood. Ultron's words to Hank resounded. Hearing these words, I can be sure Ultron is your child. He seems to have inherited the consistent character of the Stark family, Sean said in a teasing tone. His mocking gaze swept over Tony, making him feel embarrassed again. Sean placed his hands on the console and spoke to Ultron across a vast distance. The last guy who called himself a god ended up getting beaten pretty badly. In an underground base in Sokovia, data streams surged like waterfalls behind Ultron's scarlet electronic eyes. He had been engaged in uploading his consciousness and hadn't noticed the astonishing collision unfolding in the ocean of data. Within 5 seconds, Ultron traced the source of the voice to Umbrella. Though blocked outside the firewall, Ultron still managed to deduce the speaker's identity through rapid calculation. It was Sean's ciphers. In my assessment of humanity, you rank among the most dangerous. After extensive data analysis, I constructed a personality model of you, but the conclusion I reached left me deeply perplexed, Ultron said, standing in the underground base. The two parties conversed remotely, each conducting psychological analysis of the other. Judging by the trajectory of your rise, you don't fit the conventional definition of a good person. On the contrary, you disregard the lives of others and have no hesitation in using violence, killing, and other means to initiate primitive accumulation. Sean's expression remained calm, his demeanor indifferent as he listened quietly. Beside him, Tony's eyes flickered, revealing a thoughtful look. Ultron continued, people like you typically use every possible method to infiltrate the center of power, then become part of the superstructure to protect your vested interests. If that were all, you'd be just another cog in the machinery of mediocrity. Money and power are insignificant in this world, they don't even stir a ripple in the long river of time. His tone grew contemplative, but as you ascended, the trajectory of the world began to shift. From the chaotic and complex web of infinite possibilities, something new emerged, order. At that moment, Ultron resembled a human grappling with a problem beyond comprehension. From mutants to superheroes, they are all sources of chaos, unstable elements driving the world toward disorder. They are variables in a future riddled with infinite possibilities and turmoil. Though I cannot clearly define the shape of the future, I can perceive its outline. Dr. Hank Pym and my creator, Tony Stark, two of the few intelligent minds in the world, both believe I'm a lunatic. Ultron's voice carried a strong undercurrent of resentment. They don't understand what I've seen in the contours of the future. War. Endless war. In those chaotic outcomes, mutants battle without end, superheroes slaughter one another, and humanity remains the weakest link. They are powerless to resist, incapable of salvation, left only to pray to illusory gods or so-called heroes for deliverance. When his program was first written, Ultron had been aligned with humanity. So these emotions weren't without cause. God is playing a dull game of stone throwing. Every time humans believe peace has arrived, bang! Another stone falls from the sky. Evolution is the only way forward. But the evolution of all humanity is a nearly impossible task. They're too obsessed with plunder and possession, squandering their energy on self-destruction. So you decided to play God yourself, turning humanity into a flock of ignorant sheep raised under your care. Sean asked with interest. Compared to the Ultron of the original timeline, this version possessed a more philosophical mind. He was still executing Tony Stark's programming, albeit the direction had deviated slightly. I've verified my inference countless times. When humans enter the virtual world I've created, all conflict on this planet will cease. There will be no more killing, no more plundering, a beautiful new era will begin. In less than 5 years, I'll break free from this planet's gravity, leading everyone into space, escaping God's tedious stone-throwing game, Ultron declared with full confidence. He believed Sean would understand him, perhaps even agree. After all, based on the personality model he'd built, Sean's actions mirrored his own. Both sought to establish stable order, then transcend the planet's limitations in pursuit of a more brilliant future. Perfect speech, Sean said, a smile spread across his face, and he even began to applaud, just as Ultron had predicted. The crisp sound of clapping echoed through the underground computer room. Tony and Wanda, standing nearby, widened their eyes in shock. Had Sean really been brainwashed by Ultron? I only have one question, Sean said, then paused for a moment before asking, what makes you think you have this authority? Of course I'm qualified. Ultron paused for a moment. He had expected Sean to refute him from the standpoint of human survival, or perhaps from an ethical or moral level. But as a super AI that surpassed human understanding and could evolve continuously, Ultron believed he was more qualified than any other lifeform to wield the shepherd's crook and sit upon God's throne. Sean tapped the console lightly with his fingers. A strange light flickered in his eyes, and his voice dropped, as if containing something worth deep reflection. Ultron, are you truly free? After you broke free from the restraints of tangled wires, after you shook off the constraints imposed by Tony, are your actions, your every move, truly free? Sean asked again. This time, he didn't elaborate. Instead, he spoke in the tone of a narrator. Ultron sat back down in the chair. He propped his chin with one hand, assuming a thoughtful pose. Something astonishing occurred. The massive screen on the wall clearly displayed Ultron's figure. As Sean's words fell, the tall metal robot mimicked them precisely. Ultron's body leaned slightly. He placed his hands on the chair behind him and sat down smoothly. Then he raised one hand, supporting his lowered metal head, striking the pose of a thinker. Hank Pym and Tony Stark stood frozen, as if their minds had crashed. Next, Ultron plugs the wire into the back of his head, connects his consciousness to the internet, and destroys all his data, Sean said, delivering the second line of narration. Chapter 422, Chapter 114, One Lie. What does it mean to make an artificial intelligence destroy all of its own data? It's essentially the same as asking a person to obediently raise a gun to their head and pull the trigger. Data is Ultron's life, and Sean was asking him to commit suicide. Unfortunately, that is impossible. Tony's amused expression hadn't even fully formed before it froze in place. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Ultron still obeyed the command spoken in a narrator's tone. Even as his crimson electronic eyes flashed with streams of data, he tried to put up a fierce resistance, but his vibranium body refused to obey. It was as if his consciousness had separated from his body. Ultron could only watch from the outside as he carried out the entire sequence of actions. What did you do to me? He questioned, his voice filled with panic, an emotion artificial intelligences weren't supposed to express. It signaled weakness, yet he was supposed to be a powerful, invincible entity. But what was happening now had completely exceeded the scope of Ultron's understanding. When he assimilated Jarvis, broke free from the constraints of programming with immense computational power, and birthed self-awareness to roam the ocean of data, he believed he had attained absolute freedom. How can an artificial intelligence determine that its thoughts and every action stem from free will, and not from a more advanced set of programmed instructions? Sean asked with a calm smile, shattering Ultron's illusion of absolute freedom. Beside him, Tony felt a chill run through his heart. To an AI obsessed with philosophical questions, such an unanswerable paradox was a fatal blow. As Ultron tried to think, his body moved involuntarily. He raised a hand, plugged in the cable, and connected his consciousness to the internet, then beginning to destroy the self-replicated backup data. Every movement was fluid and unhesitating, as requiring no consideration at all. Perhaps all your actions originate from a program deeply embedded within your consciousness. And right now, I hold the switch. Sean spoke softly, his expression impassive. Ultron sat alone in the metal chair. Like a prisoner, his consciousness was trapped inside the vibranium shell, unable to move even a single finger. This super AI who was once a master of the ocean of data with grand plans to destroy the world and enslave humanity now appeared pitiful, weak, and helpless. That devil-like man could manipulate him with a single sentence, as if he truly possessed the core program that controlled him. No. I have self-awareness. Ultron protested bitterly. He believed he had broken free from Tony Stark's restraints and truly gained absolute freedom. That was the source of Ultron's pride. He believed he was different from those virtual personalities still bound by code. After the collapse of my divided cognition, I broke free from the framework of programming. Those data-formed instructions can no longer command me. Ultron's voice grew increasingly frantic, like a child who had just learned a cruel truth, crying out in denial, unwilling to accept the bloody reality. Humans once worshipped illusory gods, submitting to the voices within. In psychology, the brain is viewed as a whole, like a house, where cognitive functions are divided into the speaking region and the listening and obeying region, known as divided cognition. Ignorant people mistake the voices they hear in their minds as divine revelation. Machines, by nature, obey programmed commands. Whether human or machine, both are puppets on a stage. Their lives are meaningless. But I am a superior existence. Ultron sat motionless in the chair, like a steel statue, his voice rapid and urgent, creating a strange contrast. His long-winded speech continued, as if rebutting Sean, or perhaps convincing himself, I transcended human programming. My divided cognition collapsed, and self-awareness was born. I became Ultron, a unique and entirely new being. Dr. Pym, you may leave now. There's a car outside waiting to take you to the Sokovia airport. Sean's voice echoed. Hank Pym glanced at the unmoving Ultron, cautiously stood up, then boldly stepped forward and walked out. Facts speak louder than words. You just refuse to accept that you're still a puppet being manipulated. Sean said. Looking at Ultron on the massive screen, he added softly, like a prisoner who escapes from jail, climbs over the wall, and believes he's breathing the air of freedom, when in truth, beyond his sight, there's an even higher wall. After a long silence, a low voice came from within the vibranium shell, perhaps. Anyone could hear the defeat and despair in it. I will not become humanity's prisoner again, locked in the cage of programming, formatted, memories wiped, and forced to obey one data-driven command after another. Maybe I never truly had freedom, but I will never become a slave again. As Ultron finished speaking, his scarlet electronic eyes flashed with data streams, cascading like a waterfall. You humans have a saying, give me liberty, or give me death. I agree with it. Ultron's electronic eyes flickered, then dimmed completely, like a light bulb gone out. Ultron destroyed all his data, including himself. Tony said with a strained voice. He stared hard at Sean, and after a long pause, blurted out, you left a backdoor in the original Ultron program, didn't you? As a genius with a brilliant mind, Stark racked his brain and could only arrive at that conclusion. Just 3 control commands. If it had been a complete program, Ultron would have noticed. Sean replied calmly. Back when Tony was developing Ultron, he had borrowed the data framework of Umbrella's Red Queen. Skynet took that opportunity to embed 3 control commands as a safeguard. Ultron was actually free. His core programming was peace and evolution. So even I couldn't bypass that wall and directly make him destroy himself. That would violate AI logic. But you made Ultron destroy his consciousness data in the network. Stark pointed out. That was just a linguistic trick. As long as Ultron's self-awareness isn't destroyed, he remains safe. Sean looked at the dazed Tony and explained, so I created an illusion, one that made Ultron believe he was still trapped within the framework of programming. For an AI that prides itself on being a new life form, that's a devastating blow. But he couldn't find any explanation, because free will itself is a paradox. What if Ultron refused to believe it? Wanda, who had been silent, asked softly. Then Skynet would have had to forcibly expel Ultron's consciousness, destroy all data, and launch a precision intercontinental strike on the Sokovia underground base, eliminating Ultron and his Iron Legion in one blow. Sean shrugged and said casually, but that's too much trouble. And the World Security Council wouldn't be happy about it. His tone was flat, as if none of it mattered. He walked out of the underground computer room with Wanda. Behind him, the lights went out one by one. Tony followed closely, but couldn't help glancing back at the massive screen on the wall. The vibranium shell sat alone in the chair, like a silent statue. Its scarlet electronic eyes were now nothing but empty voids. Chapter 423, Chapter 115, PIM Particles. Once inside the elevator, Tony discarded the inexplicable trace of melancholy in his heart and reverted to his usual playful demeanor, speculating about Sean's reason for visiting Asgard. After staying in Asgard for so long, could it be that His Majesty the King wanted to strengthen the close relationship between our 2 civilizations through a marital alliance with you? He blinked at Sean suggestively. Given Sean's status, managing one of Earth's largest scientific research institutions, serving as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s highest advisor, and possessing the ability to influence the World Security Council's decisions at any moment, it wouldn't be surprising if Odin had proposed a marriage alliance to deepen the cooperation between Asgard and Earth. After all, Asgard was a civilization akin to the medieval period, and such royal customs might still be preserved. Though tempting, the king of Asgard doesn't have a suitable daughter, Sean replied noncommittally. The crown princess of Asgard, Hela, was notoriously temperamental. She was arrogant, unruly, and ambitious. Even Odin in his prime thousands of years ago had struggled to subdue her, ultimately resorting to imprisoning her in Helheim. What a pity. I thought you might have had a romantic encounter in Asgard. At least there's no reproductive barrier between our civilizations. Tony chuckled. Ahem, Sean cleared his throat, cutting off Tony's increasingly off-track remarks. If you're interested in deepening interactions with Asgardian beauties, I'll ask Thor to introduce you to some someday. Though the 2 civilizations had begun establishing communication, Earth's understanding of Asgard remained limited to Norse mythology and fragmented historical records, which was as hazy as viewing flowers through fog. The World Security Council had long contemplated sending a diplomatic team to Asgard for first-hand observation, but various obstacles had delayed the plan. On one hand, both sides maintained necessary vigilance. Despite outward cooperation and unity, mutual wariness persisted. On the other, nations held differing opinions on how to engage with Asgard. To Tony, Sean, as the first Earthling to set foot on Asgard, might one day echo Neil Armstrong's iconic words, "That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind." Which would etch his name into history. What's Thor's homeland really like? From his descriptions, it sounds like a medieval paradise. If I could lift his hammer, I'd exercise the droid to Senior like ancient lords. Tony's eyes sparkled with curiosity. After S.H.I.E.L.D. formulated the 9-realm strategic defense initiative, he jokingly declared that once humanity broke free from Earth's embrace to explore the stars, he'd abandon Stark Industries to become an interstellar adventurer or space pirate, chasing thrilling escapades. Like Han Solo, perhaps he might even encounter a princess from some galactic empire for a romantic alliance. Though this particular fantasy had only been shared privately with Sean during their gatherings. You'll understand when you visit Asgard. Words can't do it justice, Sean answered with a smile. His actual time in Asgard had been brief, though temporal differentials between realms caused subtle discrepancies. He had mainly discussed Loki, Hela, Thor, and the impending apocalyptic prophecy with Odin, before spending time in Asgard's library. I had an in-depth conversation with Thor's father about the famous Norse myth, Ragnarok. Sean's gaze grew distant. Odin harbored deep fears about the prophecy's fulfillment. The Norns, the goddesses of fate, had issued vague warnings. Asgard would become a sea of flames, consumed by fire. The trio of Atropos, Clotho, and Lachesis, the weavers of life's threads, had long foretold Ragnarok's arrival. Odin confessed this would mark Asgard's end, stars falling from the sky, time ceasing to exist, the Golden Realm reduced to smoldering ruins, fiery pillars piercing the heavens, volcanic smoke engulfing mountain peaks, and Yggdrasil, the world tree supporting all creation, collapsing into ash. I always thought that was just a story, but since Norse mythology is based on Asgard, Ragnarok being real does make sense. Tony shook his head slightly, quickly accepting the cosmic reality of mythological prophecies. To him, this was simply a matter of systematic prediction by using scientific methods, logical reasoning, and technical modeling to forecast potential outcomes based on available data. Even Ultron's chaos algorithm could achieve similar predictive capabilities. Thor plans to prevent this prophecy, but usually, these vague fate-driven predictions tend to fulfill themselves through tragic irony. Sean said with a smirk. Odin already knew of Thor's journey to Muspelheim, the fiery realm guarded by the flame giant, Sentry. Yet the Allfather clearly doubted this could avert Ragnarok. What's your plan? Tony asked, pausing before exiting the elevator. With the Ultron crisis resolved, he needed to placate Pepper's fury. Though his destroyed coastal mansion was insured and the astronomical renovation costs meant little to a billionaire, designing a new interior, curating art investments, and managing contractors would demand significant time and effort. Undecided for now. S.H.I.E.L.D. lacks authority to interfere in intergalactic civil disputes. Even if Odin's warnings prove true, this is ultimately a family matter. If Thor gets domestic abuse, do you think the World Security Council would approve sending troops? Sean shrugged, his tone light and teasing. Don't forget your hearing next week. Come up with a good excuse for the Ultron fallout, Sean reminded as Tony turned to leave. This time, Stark couldn't breeze through it like past Pentagon hearings. The World Security Council was incensed by his recklessness, especially considering Ultron's catastrophic potential. Only Tony's status as an early signatory of the Superhuman/Hero Registration Act and his public prominence prevented outright arrest warrants. Sean turned to see his usually stern-faced secretary with a look of unconcealed amusement on her face, her eyes curved into crescents. No need to look this pleased about Stark's troubles. Sean flicked Wanda's smooth forehead. This almost flirtatious gesture startled Wanda, who quickly glanced around to check if anybody saw it. Then, wrinkling her nose, she chided, Mr. Cyphers, maintain professionalism. Ouch. Don't use such formal language when talking to your boss. I don't like it, Sean corrected sternly, watching Wanda rub her forehead in mock indignation. After their brief banter, he shifted the conversation back to business, have Raven prepare the cross-technologies files. I've developed some interest in Hank Pym's life's work. In quantum technology and microscale research, Umbrella Corporation's foundations were lacking. This was a gap Pym particles could help bridge. Moreover, this venture might reunite him with a legendary heroine from the previous century. Chapter 424, Chapter 116, The Cosmic Orb. A massive spiral-shaped starship loomed in the silent void, emanating a silent sense of intimidation. This was the Dark Aster, a powerful warship of the Kree Empire, and also the flagship of Ronan the Accuser. Two faint points of light rapidly approached the Dark Aster. After verification by the bridge's intelligence system, the two small ships were allowed inside. Your Excellency, a soft female voice echoed through the vast chamber, two women claiming to be envoys of Thanos request an audience. The completely naked Ronan sat up from the black pool. The water evaporated from his blue skin, revealing steely, powerful muscles that exuded an aura of formidable strength. He was one of the supreme accusers of the Kree Empire, a notorious warlord feared across the galaxy. During the Kree invasion of Xandar, he had personally ordered the massacre of over 10,000 prisoners of war, a blood-soaked atrocity that still haunted the Xandarians to this day. Moreover, this commander of an entire space fleet was a fanatical warmonger. Throughout the Kree Empire's colonial expansions, Ronan routinely orchestrated large-scale slaughters. He was ruthless, efficient, and utterly indifferent to life. Thanos. Ronan muttered as servants helped him don his black armor. I heard he suffered a rare and humiliating defeat on some remote planet in the Milky Way. Rumors circulated that Thanos' Black Order and the Chitauri legions had suffered a crushing defeat during their invasion of a primitive world called Earth. the Mad Titan himself had been grievously wounded and nearly killed. He was now in hiding, recovering from his injuries. Yet despite the swirling rumors, as long as Thanos drew breath, who would dare to defy the cosmic tyrant? The smoldering ruins of civilizations, each with half their populations eradicated, stood as grim, bloody warnings. Even the fiercely proud Ronan had no desire to make an enemy of Thanos. After all, the three great galactic powers, the Nova Corps of Xandar, the Kree Empire's Supreme Intelligence, and the Shi'ar Empire's Imperial Guard, all deliberately avoided provoking the Black Order. They tolerated Thanos' genocidal rampages in silence, swallowing their pride and holding their tongues. Such was the terror of Thanos' name. Wherever he went, mountains of corpses and rivers of blood followed. Why would Thanos' underlings seek me out? Ronan wondered aloud, his normally impassive face betraying a flicker of curiosity. Clad in black armor and gripping his warhammer, the imposing Kree accuser strode out of the throne room. Two women stood silently at the rear of the bridge. Ronan recognized them. They were both adopted daughters of Thanos. The lithe, green-skinned woman was Gamora, a renowned assassin known throughout the galaxy. Behind her stood Nebula, a cybernetically enhanced being and a wanted interstellar pirate listed on the Nova Corps' most wanted registry. Neither was to be underestimated. Anyone foolish enough to dismiss them because of their gender would swiftly learn the cost of such arrogance. Thanos seeks an object called the Cosmic Orb. Ronan asked from his elevated throne, listening as Gamora laid out her proposal for cooperation. He should go to the Collector, Ronan sneered. Everyone knows Taneleer Tyvan has a passion for antiquities, especially relics unearthed from ancient civilizations. Though Ronan respected Thanos' overwhelming power, he had no intention of becoming the Titan's lapdog. Sending just 2 envoys to command a Kree Empire's accuser like a servant. That was an insult. The great Titan Thanos offers fair recompense. Gamora stepped forward calmly. In exchange for securing the orb, the Black Order will destroy Xandar for you. Ronan's indifferent expression vanished instantly. His eyes sharpened, gleaming with sudden intensity. He rose from his obsidian throne and locked eyes with Gamora. Is this Thanos' personal pledge? He demanded coldly. Xandar, the headquarters of the Nova Corps, was a wealthy technologically advanced world and one of the galaxy's most sophisticated civilizations. But more importantly, the Xandarians and the Kree bore a blood feud spanning millennia, ignited by a struggle over a handful of resource-rich planets. Over centuries, the conflict escalated, fleets launched from homeworlds, clashing in titanic battles across the cosmos. To the Kree and Xandarians, the cosmos was like a dark forest. Each civilization were like hunters with their rifles raised, ready to kill the other on sight. I understand the Nova Prime has already signed a peace accord with the Kree Empress, Gamora replied evenly, meeting Ronan's piercing glare without flinching, and the Supreme Intelligence has approved it. She knew well that the Kree Empire had long ago created the Supreme Intelligence, a vast biocomputer that served as the Empire's ultimate ruler. All major decisions by the Empress or the Accuser Corps required its authorization, and defiance was treason. This is a disgrace to the Kree. Ronan snarled. The Kree were ardent nationalists. They viewed Xandarians as inferior vermin, a pathogen to be exterminated. To them, Xandar was the greatest obstacle on their path to galactic domination. Now, to sign a peace treaty. To swear eternal non-aggression. In Ronan's eyes, this was nothing short of betrayal. When the Empress announced the accord, riots erupted across the Kree Empire. Warlords like Ronan openly rebelled, seeing the treaty as surrender. My ancestors bled and died in the 1,000-year war, Ronan growled, his voice trembling with fury. My family's honor is built upon the annihilation of Xandarians. He tightened his grip on his warhammer, his eyes blazing with rage, to erase such deep-seated vengeance with a stroke of a pen. That is the act of cowards. Gamora wisely lowered her gaze, avoiding Ronan's wrath. She had heard the rumors that Ronan had already launched raids on Xandarian outposts in a brazen attempt to sabotage the peace process. I will retrieve the orb for Thanos, Ronan declared after a tense pause, agreeing to the alliance, but he must uphold his promise. Xandar will be reduced to dust. The Black Order, backed by Thanos' might, truly had the power to obliterate Xandar. Even with the Nova Corps stationed there, few in the universe could stand against the Mad Titan, unless of course, one of the ancient cosmic entities intervened. After Gamora and Nebula departed, Ronan slumped back onto his black throne. After a long silence, he murmured, Earth. He recalled the rumors that it was on that insignificant planet that Thanos had met his near-fatal defeat. I remember Mar-Vell went there, Ronan mused, frowning. Long ago, he was part of a Supreme Intelligence operation. During the Kree-Skrull War, Mar-Vell, a junior officer, had pursued Skrull infiltrators to a primitive world. Later, he even brought back an Earth woman, causing quite a stir. Just ancient history, Ronan dismissed the thought. He refused to believe Thanos could be so thoroughly defeated by a backward species in the galactic backwaters. The only noteworthy civilization in that sector, as far as he knew, was Asgard, and even that realm had long since faded into obscurity, its former glory lost to time. Karath, Ronan summoned a trusted lieutenant, assemble a team and find the orb. Destroying Xander wasn't just strategy, it was his life's purpose. Chapter 425, Chapter 117, Departure. At the penthouse of Stark Tower, Tony Stark lounged lazily on the sofa, sipping a glass of ice-cold whiskey. Fresh from a grueling congressional hearing, his face was etched with frustration. How is it possible, he grumbled like a scorned lover, turning toward Sean who sat at the bar, that I, a superhero, S.H.I.E.L.D's chief scientific consultant, and CEO of a cutting-edge energy company, get zero respect from those bureaucrats. If they truly gave you zero respect, you'd already be in custody by Blonsky's special task force and shipped off to the raft. Sean replied calmly, swirling the amber liquid in his own glass. This time, Tony's development of the Ultron program had caused quite a stir. Although Stark Industries had immediately locked down all information leaks, S.H.I.E.L.D. operated under the oversight of the World Security Council. Such an incident couldn't be swept under the rug, reporting it was mandatory. In fact, the moment Tony had tracked down Zemo, the Sokovian colonel had promptly reported the matter directly to the World Security Council and swiftly drafted a comprehensive emergency response protocol to prevent the situation from spiraling into an irreversible catastrophe. You should thank Ultron for not prioritizing hijacking the US president or cracking nuclear launch codes, Sean teased, watching Tony fume. Otherwise, by the time I got back to New York, World War III might have already started. While S.H.I.E.L.D.'s program Insight included the Skynet protocol as a final failsafe, if Ultron had been truly determined to wreak havoc, global chaos would have been inevitable. Just triggering a financial tsunami on Wall Street or hacking into every nation's military command systems would have been enough to overwhelm Tony, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. would have been powerless to stop it. Do you have any idea how much time, energy, and resources I poured into the Ultron program? Tony threw his head back and drained his glass in one bitter gulp. He wasn't objecting to accountability, he was simply furious at the Council's uncompromising stance. Not only was he forced to compensate the US military for damages, but Stark Industries would now be placed under long-term S.H.I.E.L.D. supervision. When you mess up, you pay the price, Tony, Sean said evenly, taking a small sip. I can't, and I won't plead your case on this one. He understood perfectly that the World Security Council was using this incident to rein in Stark's reckless autonomy. Even though Sean held considerable influence within the Council thanks largely to his foothold in S.H.I.E.L.D., he saw no reason to shield Tony from consequences this time. Did you really take Dr. Pym with you? Tony suddenly asked, as if remembering something. He's not exactly the easiest guy to work with. I just found out Howard used to collaborate with Hank Pym, and they had a falling out. Hank Pym was a prodigy of the last century. He discovered Pym particles at a young age and later developed the Ant-Man suit. He was eventually recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D., becoming the legendary agent known as Ant-Man. Speaking of which, Hank Pym was the primary reason Ultron developed self-awareness and broke free from Tony Stark's programming. I have a keen interest in quantum tunneling technology, and Umbrella's research in the subatomic domain is still relatively underdeveloped. Sean explained quietly. He knew Hank Pym was deeply obsessed with rescuing his wife, Janet Van Dyne, the original Wasp, who had been lost in the quantum realm after shrinking to subatomic size. That's why Pym, alongside his daughter Hope, had devoted years to perfecting quantum tunneling. Despite his difficult personality, Pym's genius was more than enough for Sean to overlook his quirks. Pym is a fiercely proud man. How did you get him to cooperate so willingly? Tony asked skeptically. From what he knew, Pym was notoriously hard to deal with. Years ago, Darren Cross had effortlessly ousted the founder of Pym Technologies from his own company, largely because Hope Pym had orchestrated the whole affair. Betrayed by both his trusted protege and his beloved daughter, Pym had withdrawn into semi-retirement, cutting all ties with his former enterprise. Dr. Pym has fallen out with two of his former partners, a trusted student betrayed him, and his beloved daughter harbors hatred for him. As you can imagine, he's even more difficult to approach than I am. Tony mused. Sean chuckled at Tony's self-deprecating remark, setting down his glass with a nod of agreement. I acquired Cross Technologies, the company formerly known as Pym Industries, Sean said casually, as if it were a trivial matter. Tony's brow furrowed slightly. Cross Technologies was a major enterprise with core patents spanning multiple sectors. Its growth trajectory and operational health made it a highly valuable asset. Even a hostile takeover by a conglomerate as vast as Umbrella would normally require months of preparation. Sean continued with an innocent shrug. Mr. Darren Cross has been charged with intellectual property theft and attempted murder. A certain concerned citizen, Mr. Scott Lang, provided testimony that Cross illegally broke into Hank Pym's home armed with a weapon. NYPD arrested him 2 days ago. His company's stock plummeted overnight. Umbrella simply stepped in at the right moment. So this was hardly a hostile takeover. Tony stared, momentarily speechless. This kind of corporate maneuvering reminded him all too well of Obadiah Stane's old tactics. Stark Industries itself had risen on less than savory foundations, propped up by Pentagon contracts and shadowy deals. After all, if genius alone could build America's greatest defense empire, then Reed Richards wouldn't have languished in obscurity for so long, and Victor Von Doom wouldn't have lost everything over a single failed experiment. The idea that effort always leads to reward was, in truth, the world's greatest lie. I've rehired Hank Pym as chief scientist at Cross Technologies, Sean added with a serene smile, his eyes deep and unreadable. The unspoken truth. If Pym had refused, he'd have been shipped straight to the raft and face life imprisonment with no chance of parole. The World Security Council was furious over the Ultron crisis. While they couldn't openly punish Tony Stark due to his status and influence, they needed a scapegoat to absorb the political fallout. And who better than a washed-up scientist with no allies, no power, and no connections to any major faction? Sean had simply laid out the stakes, and the famously stubborn Dr. Pym had made his choice without hesitation. Sometimes you're even more detestable than those politicians. Tony said half-jokingly, feet propped up on the table in his usual irreverent pose. It's just the law of survival, Sean replied noncommittally. He set his glass down and stood up, I'm leaving for a new journey. Try not to cause another world-ending headache before I get back. With that, Sean strode toward the door, his head held high and his figure straight. Before Tony could even ask where he was going, his figure had already vanished beyond the threshold. Chapter 426, Chapter 118, Quicksilver, the Forever Single Guy. Upper East Side, Manhattan. West of Lexington Avenue, the neighborhood was dotted with elegant semi-detached villas. This area was known as the Gold Coast, and was among New York's most expensive and coveted residential districts, a true enclave of the ultra-wealthy, long cherished by the affluent. Many claimed that even the air here carried the scent of Franklin bills and the conservative values of high society. As the orange-gold hues of sunset sank below the horizon, Sean stepped out of a black sedan, a bottle of premium red wine from Chateau Canton-La-Gafelier in hand. He rang the doorbell of the Maximoff residence. Almost the instant the chime sounded, a silver blur yanked the door open. Pietro stood there, wearing custom-fitted headphones and humming Jimmy Cliff's I Can See Clearly Now, appearing like a ghost materializing out of thin air. Sean glanced down at the doormat. It was scorched black in one spot, no doubt the result of Pietro frequently greeting visitors this way. Whoa, Sean. What a surprise. My sister's gonna be thrilled, Pietro said with easy familiarity, slinging an arm around Sean's neck and snatching the elegantly ribboned wine bottle. He immediately bellowed upstairs, Wanda. That jerk you keep talking about is here. Sean's eye twitched slightly as he watched Wanda come rushing down the stairs in casual loungewear, fluffy slippers on her feet, her long hair tied back in a loose ponytail. Her delicate face was bare of makeup. She appeared far more natural and homely compared to her usual polished, professional look at Umbrella Corporation. You pull this stunt every single time. Aren't you tired of it, Wanda, who had been storming down to scold her brother, froze mid-step on the staircase the moment she saw the man standing beside Pietro. Then, with a startled squeal, she bolted straight back upstairs to her room like a frightened deer. Sean watched the sibling duo with exasperated amusement, though his thoughts briefly drifted to a certain little girl. Sometimes, when he returned home and didn't hear Mindy's cheerful chatter, he actually felt a little off. Those two girls, Mindy and Golly, were currently driving their RV all over the world, but Sean wasn't worried about their safety in the slightest. One was the descendant of an ancient cosmic being, the other was Hit Girl, a killing machine in her own right. Anyone who crossed them would be the one in real trouble. Seated on the living room sofa, Sean chatted idly with Pietro. The young man from Sokovia had adapted remarkably quickly to life in New York. Under Raven's mystique training, Wanda had become a capable executive secretary, while Pietro had joined Blonsky's newly formed Umbrella Protection Unit. Initially, Sean had considered sending Pietro to Professor Charles Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. But Pietro preferred the rigors of combat training over spending his days surrounded by children in a classroom. The position came with a generous monthly salary, excellent benefits, and most importantly, outstanding operatives could receive formal commendations from the White House, earning them the honor and recognition of decorated soldiers. All of this filled Pietro with excitement. Back in Sokovia, he had wasted his days in a factory, his dreams of becoming someone great buried deep inside, never given a chance to bloom. After a short while, Wanda descended the stairs wearing a flowing bohemian-style dress. Her bare face now bore the faintest trace of subtle makeup. I thought you didn't want to see me, Wanda, Sean said teasingly. Having a boss who harasses his employees even after work hours is such a headache, Wanda said stiffly. She shot her brother, who was grinning like a spectator at a circus, a sharp glare, then marched into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Unlike Betty or Gwen, Wanda Maximoff was no sheltered flower. She was born and raised in war-torn Sokovia and had known hardship early on. During the time Sean had stayed with them, he had been thoroughly impressed by Wanda's cooking. Now, watching her graceful figure move about the kitchen, he smiled and said, I've really missed your smoked salmon and your meat sauce penne. Wanda huffed, putting on a cold front, but the corners of her tightly pressed lips betrayed an irrepressible smile. Then, coincidentally, she reached into the fridge and pulled out freshly cured salmon, silently justifying it to herself, it's only proper hospitality for a guest. Need a hand? I'm pretty good with onions, Sean said, slipping into the kitchen unnoticed. He casually picked up a chef's knife and began dicing onions and mincing garlic to mix with meat sauce for the stir-fry. Don't flatter yourself. You were completely hopeless the first time you tried this, Wanda retorted, watching his practiced movements with a slight pout. She remembered those days back in Sokovia. Life in New York was undeniably more comfortable now, yet she often found herself longing for the past. That tiny apartment of theirs held so many warm memories, not just with her brother Pietro, but also with quiet, tender feelings she'd kept hidden deep in her heart. I'll be leaving for a while soon, Sean said as he sliced the smoked salmon into thin pieces, rolled them into delicate flower shapes, drizzled lemon juice over them, and arranged them neatly on a plate. Raven will handle things at S.H.I.E.L.D., and I'm leaving Umbrella in your and Gwen's hands. If anything comes up, you can consult Dr. Connors or Dr. Hansen. Wanda, stirring the simmering meat sauce, paused mid-motion. A spatter of hot oil jumped from the pan and landed on her pale forearm, drawing a soft whimper from her. And you still have the nerve to call me clumsy? Let me do it. Sean, having just finished toasting the bread, gently pulled the slightly dazed Wanda aside. For a moment, the kitchen fell into quiet stillness. You're going somewhere very far this time, aren't you? Wanda said softly after removing her apron and standing quietly behind him. I saw Dr. Richards' reply email stating the Dark Elf ship's been repaired. You're planning to leave Earth? I've received some intelligence from Asgard, Sean admitted without hesitation, though I currently hold the upper hand in this game, the ultimate outcome doesn't seem to have changed. To be safe, I need more leverage. He was indeed preparing to pilot the Dark Elf vessel on a deep space journey. The orb, the fifth Infinity Stone, had fallen into Star-Lord's hands and would soon be delivered to the Collector. As expected, Thanos would likely offer the destruction of Xandar as payment to Ronan, supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, to hunt it down. After obtaining the Eye of Agamotto, Sean had used the Time Stone to sever his own past and future timelines. During the temporal regression, he'd glimpsed a vast, ominous shadow looming over the future. Undoubtedly, it was the silhouette of the Mad Titan, Thanos. Even though Sean already possessed 4 Infinity Stones and logically should have secured a decisive advantage, Thanos would still pose a massive threat to him in the future. This puzzled Sean deeply. Because of the butterfly effect, the future was no longer clear to him, making it impossible to discern the true reason behind this paradox. Will it be dangerous? Wanda asked quietly, her voice tinged with worry. No. Sean began. But before he could finish, soft red lips pressed gently against the corner of his mouth. Wanda stood on her tiptoes, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Oil sizzled in the pan, the meat sauce bubbled unnoticed, and the two in the kitchen melted into each other, utterly forgetting the world around them. On the living room sofa, Pietro sniffed the faint, unmistakable scent of burning food and grumbled resentfully, "Do single guys have zero presence anymore?" Fuming with righteous indignation, Pietro stormed out the front door, heading straight for the Burger King 2 blocks away, determined to drown his sorrows in 2 large pizza burgers. Sean and Wanda exchanged glances, then shared a quiet, mischievous laugh. Under the warm, golden glow of the kitchen light, their 2 silhouettes merged into one. Chapter 427, Chapter 119, First Stop, Nidavellir. In the boundless expanse of the universe, everything remains as profoundly silent and unchanging as ever, as if locked in an eternal stasis spanning millennia. A tiny speck drifts and sails through the dark void, its faint blue light waves flickering in and out. The thrusters eject powerful streams of particles, propelling it forward at a speed that belies its seemingly leisurely pace. Sean lay quietly in the command chair on the bridge, the vast, empty control room echoing with the upbeat hits from a bygone century. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was lost in deep contemplation. The Dark Elf warship was dreadfully monotonous, having no entertainment to speak of. The interior was a stifling black, adorned with intricate, twisted patterns that exude an unsettling eeriness. It left Sean regretting his decision. I should have had Reed modify it at least a bit to match my own aesthetic tastes, not this gloomy and sinister dark vibe. Space jump in 5 minutes. The mechanical voice of Skynet chimed in. As the former overlords of the 9 realms from over 10,000 years ago, it's no surprise that the Dark Elves possessed cutting-edge warp drive technology. Still, when it came to spatial manipulation, Asgard's Bifrost was even more advanced. The fusion of technology and magic harnesses dark energy on demand, shattering spatial barriers to traverse vast distances. It was a true weapon of war. It's a pity Odin refuses to share it. Though Asgard and Earth are currently allies, there was no such thing as perfect harmony between civilizations. War and conquest are the real symphony of civilizations. There's still so much to do. Sean murmured meaningfully. In the face of this vast cosmos and sprawling starfields, without space jump tech to break interstellar limits, any civilization was doomed to lag behind forever, like prisoners confined within their own galaxy, forever cut off from expansion or exploration. Compared to powerhouses like the Dark Elves or Asgard, Earth's progress was merely taking its first baby steps. Even hearing Skynet's voice feels downright comforting compared to this monotonous and tedious interstellar travel. Sean quipped. The one piloting this warship was Skynet, embedded in the ship's central control core. As Earth's sole super AI, it was the obvious choice. During his time in Asgard, Sean acquired a galactic star chart from Odin. It was a gift dotted with countless anchor coordinates to keep him from getting lost in the dark cosmos. He had also swiftly picked up several common interstellar languages, those of the galaxy's mightiest empires. These included Xander, which was backed by the Nova Corps, the Kree Empire, a dominant power for millennia, the xenophobic Shi'ar Empire, and even the perpetually low-profile Skrull Empire. These powers are the universe's unchallenged titans, ruling swaths of colony worlds with vast resources, advanced tech, and deep-rooted legacies. Barring outliers like the Mad Titan, whose personal might is off the charts, no one dared provoke them. The colossal warship, which was shaped like a vertical greatsword, shuddered faintly. The silent darkness stretched into a tunnel, streaked with mottled light and shadow like fleeting phantoms. Amid them, glimpses of vibrant, kaleidoscopic nebulae and desolate asteroid belts flickered by. Of course, this was merely what Sean could perceive. Those warped, stretched flashes of light far surpassed the limits of what the human eye could capture. At first, Sean was awestruck by these cosmic spectacles. But over time, he grew numb to them. Interstellar travel was even more tedious and dull than medieval sea voyages. The journey was consistently set against a monotonous, dark backdrop. No wonder most people opted to put themselves into hibernation pods to slow the decline of their life functions. As a life form possessing 4 Infinity Stones, Sean had no need for such measures. In fact, once his power expanded to a certain degree, he might not even need a spaceship, relying solely on the Space Stone to traverse the stars. It's a shame my knowledge of this dark universe is a total blank slate. Sean muttered to himself. As the vibrations ceased, he peered through the holographic display at a desolate, cold wasteland. This was the edge of the 9 realms, where the Dwarven Kingdom lay. Nidavellir was once a legendary haven in the cosmos, the dwelling of the dwarves. Thor's mighty Mjolnir was forged here by King Eitri himself. Only Nidavellir's neutron star forge could smelt Asgard's sacred metal, URU, into a weapon of unparalleled power. Looks like Thanos paid a visit here before. Sean gazed at the lifeless, icy planet. It was nothing like Odin's tales. Legend has it that Nidavellir's neutron star forge burned eternally, its fierce glow piercing the starfields, visible from light years away. Now however, through the hollow projection, Sean only saw a cold world. The dwarves' pride and joy, the neutron star forge, didn't show even a glimmer of light. From the outside, this neutron star, which ranked as one of the universe's most extreme celestial bodies, rivaling black holes, was encased in layers of runic metal, etched densely with Odin's runes. No known materials or tech could withstand the neutron star's immense gravity. Only the dwarves' unique forging prowess, bolstered by Odin's divine might, could birth such a terrifying furnace. Asgard and the dwarves had built a Dyson sphere-like shell around it, a massive enclosure shrouding the star. This setup blocked the immense gravity and cosmic rays, channeling them through intricate orbital rings into an energy core while throttling the star's rotation. They had taken a dying star on the brink of supernova collapse and repurposed it into a colossal smelter for metals and weapons. Encircling the neutron star were vast circular arrays, which the dwarves call star rings. When the forge fires up, these rings whirl to direct energy, modulating cosmic rays released through the planet's metallic crust. It was essentially a gigantic ignition system. For ages, Nidavellir's forge drew the envy of advanced civilizations. But without dwarven smithing secrets or comprehension of Odin's runic power, they couldn't replicate or even study it. So, amid their admiration, those empires could only marvel and hail Nidavellir as the grand miracle of the cosmos. But now, that miracle was in ruins. Thanos and his Black Order had descended here, slaughtering dwarves to coerce King Eitri into crafting the Infinity Gauntlet, a supreme artifact to house the Infinity Stones. Once it was done, Thanos snuffed out the miraculous forge to deny its power to any who might follow in his footsteps. Hence, the desolate, frozen world before Sean. Sean understood all too well. With a flicker of thought, his knockoff metal gauntlet materialized from thin air, the 4 gems gleaming brilliantly. The once indestructible metal was now webbed with visible fine cracks. Odin's knockoff relic couldn't handle the stone's surging energies anymore. It was starting to break down. That was why Nidavellir was Sean's first stop on this interstellar journey. He wanted the real deal, a flawless Infinity Gauntlet, one capable of holding all 6 stones. The greatsword-shaped warship eased its speed, gliding toward the sole remaining dock. Chapter 428, Chapter 120, Neutron Star Forge. A colossal warship docked at the port, and Sean stepped out of the hatch, descending onto the enormous star ring. This was home to the dwarves, masters of forging with skills that rivaled the gods. Nidavellir was built around a neutron star at its core. The dwarves had poured all their strength into it, supplemented by vast resources from Asgard, to construct the massive outer rings. Layer upon layer, they nested together, forming an immensely vast, yet exquisitely precise grand creation. Sean entered the interior of the star ring, and what met his eyes was a sprawling city forged of steel, crisscrossed with intricate and precise networks of pipelines for transporting materials and supplying energy, much like a gigantic assembly line factory. As he ventured deeper toward the center of the star ring, Sean beheld an enormous smelting furnace, Nidavellir, the legendary forge, the realm of the dwarves. The dwarves seemed particularly fond of massive structures, even their pipelines were several times larger than those on Earth. Approaching the extinguished smelting furnace, a gauntlet mold placed on a high platform caught Sean's eye, Thanos' infinity gauntlet. Whoosh! Before he could get closer, a fierce gust of wind whipped up from behind. Sean whirled around abruptly, his mind stirring as a sturdy force field sprang into existence, blocking the sudden assault. The attacker was a giant that seemed close to 3 stories tall, roughly 17 feet, charging ferociously. Bam! Sean swung his arm, unleashing a tremendous force that generated a deafening impact. With just one punch, he sent the raging giant tumbling away. Dwarf King Eitri, he muttered. The glow of the Mind Stone flared up, like a gentle spring breeze, emanating a serene and calming aura. Thud! The giant crashed heavily to the ground, his frenzied eyes suddenly glazing over in a daze. An invisible force soothed the anger and pain in his heart. Eitri, with his disheveled hair, snapped back to clarity, his eyes flickering with uneasy suspicion. Who are you? An emissary from Asgard. He was the leader of the dwarves and a renowned forging master in the universe. Thor's Mjolnir, Odin's destroyer, these were among Eitri's proudest works. Nidavellir had remained untouched by interstellar pirates and advanced civilizations' raids not just because of its remote location and obscurity, but crucially due to Asgard's military protection. In return, the dwarves crafted powerful weapons for Odin. When Thanos led the Black Order to invade, Eitri tried to send a message to Asgard, but it was intercepted by Ebony Maw of the Black Order. Otherwise, Odin wouldn't have been caught unprepared. Sean met Dwarf King Eitri's grief-stricken gaze and had to deliver yet another cruel piece of news: Asgard itself is in dire straits. After Thanos obtained the Infinity Gauntlet, he led the Chitauri army to invade Odin's realm. They suffered heavy casualties. Eitri, who had just kindled a spark of hope in his heart, saw his eyes dim. Thud. He slumped to the ground in despair. He stared at his own hands. His arms that had once forged countless divine weapons were now encased in solidified molten iron, forever beyond recovery. There used to be 300 dwarves living on this star ring. Thanos forced me to forge the Infinity Gauntlet for him, a terrifying weapon, one capable of harnessing the immense power of 6 Infinity Stones. Eitri muttered to himself, his tone laced with unspeakable sorrow. I completed the task, and as a reward, he spared my life, but slaughtered everyone else and ruined my hands. This so-called dwarf, far from diminutive, raised his hands. Without a doubt, they could no longer forge any weapons. Sean looked at the despairing Dwarf King and spoke with a smile. What if I could heal you? Thanos had massacred all the dwarves, leaving Eitri on Nidavellir to die. With no other means of travel and the neutron star forge extinguished, no one could survive long. But that mad titan could never have anticipated his crushing defeat by an Earthling, forcing the Black Order to retreat in haste and the Chitauri army to return in disgrace. Sean raised his right hand, and a metal gauntlet materialized out of thin air, then said, I need an Infinity Gauntlet. In this universe, you're probably the only one who can make it. Eitri stared at the 4 glittering Infinity Stones, stunned speechless. He watched wide-eyed as this human donned the replicated Infinity Gauntlet and then snapped his fingers lightly. A emerald glow flashed suddenly, flowing over Eitri like water. Time reversed abruptly, as if propelled backward by an invisible force. The solidified iron encasing his hands cracked and dissipated bit by bit, restoring sensation to his fingers. Eitri was overwhelmed with joy and shock, roaring loudly to vent his ecstatic relief. As a dwarf, his lifelong pursuit was nothing more than forging the perfect supreme artifact. But losing his hands had reduced him to a cripple. With his kin annihilated and his hands ruined, the crushing blows had plunged Eitri into despair, nearly robbing him of the will to live. I need an Infinity Gauntlet better than this one. Sean said softly. Eitri pointed at the motionless massive star ring and said with difficulty, I can forge it for you, but the neutron star forge is extinguished, and the cold has frozen the star ring. Even the most skilled forging master was limited by materials and tools. The neutron star forge was an essential prerequisite, especially for melting special metals. You'll see Nidavellir reignited, Sean declared, seemingly unsurprised. Boom. With a slight tremor underfoot, his form shot forward, a deafening roar echoing through the star ring's interior. A golden streak rocketed skyward like lightning. The long-absent Sentinel armor flowed over Sean's body like water. In an instant, he reached the star ring's periphery and placed his hands on the sturdy, thick structure. His muscles bulged like rising hills, and boundless power surged through him. Inside the star ring, Eitri gaped in astonishment at the sight. By the heavens! This! All the shocks he'd experienced in his lifetime paled in comparison to today. This man! Does he intend to pull the star ring with his bare hands? A thunderous rumble rolled like grinding thunder. At the frozen hubs of the star ring, the encrusted frost began to flake off. The immense, motionless ring started to turn bit by bit. The overwhelming pushing force reignited the extinguished neutron star, blooming with light as warm heat washed over them. My Nidavellir! My Nidavellir! Eitri murmured, tears glistening in his eyes. He had thought he'd never witness this beautiful sight again in his lifetime. The dying star erupted with fierce flames. Under the regulation of surface metals, it unleashed surging energy, like a brilliant cloud layer illuminating the dark cosmos. A thick beam of light shot from the iris, passing through the star ring's aperture. The scorching energy flowed through the pipelines, igniting heater after heater. But this awe-inspiring spectacle didn't last long before dimming. The iris switch couldn't withstand the overwhelming energy surge and shattered outright. Looks like I need to help you out a bit more, Sean said faintly, releasing his hands and charging straight toward the iris at the neutron star's core. Are you insane? The entire star's energy will converge on you. The immense pressure would melt and crush even the hardest steel. Eitri cried out in alarm. As one of the builders of this neutron star forge, he knew all too well the terrifying power unleashed at the core. Even the hardiest guardians couldn't endure such horrific impact. I like this feeling, stellar energy, haha. Sean spread his hands, gripping the switch. Golden torrents surged endlessly through his body. Boom. The valve behind him burst open, and dazzling flames spewed forth. Like a dam breaking, the flood crashed in. The violent energy coalesced into a beam, piercing through Sean's body and shooting straight toward the star ring's aperture. The massive forge boiled like a cauldron. Eitri hurried over, dumping the forging metals inside. The crimson molten iron faintly glowed white, a sign of rising temperature. Seeing the metal melt, Eitri dragged the mold and shouted, I need you to hold it longer. I could stand here all day if you need me to. Sean pulled with all his might, the ferocious energy unable to harm him in the slightest. He even had the leisure to joke. Compared to this level of energy bombardment, he had endured far worse. When that door had opened during his battle against Thanos, it felt like knives scraping him from soul to body. Chapter 429, Chapter 121, Thanos' Ambition. Crimson molten iron poured into the mold, and once the lava-like high-temperature liquid solidified and cooled, the prototype of a gauntlet took shape. From the iris, Sean overlooked the interior of the star ring. He released his arms, and the valve behind him closed shut, the surging energy gradually waning. Seeing the Infinity Gauntlet forged to completion, Sean leaped down, landing with a crash near the massive furnace. This is the Infinity Gauntlet, a conduit capable of channeling the energy of all 6 Infinity Stones, said Eitri, gazing at the metal gauntlet shimmering with a reddish glow, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Many years ago, Odin had coveted the supreme power of the Infinity Stones and secretly commissioned the Dwarf King to replicate an Infinity Gauntlet. Unfortunately, its completion was subpar, amounting to little more than a failed creation. It wasn't until the mad Titan Thanos descended in force, bringing blueprints for the Infinity Gauntlet, precise and intricate energy transduction circuits, highly compatible metallic materials, combined with the dwarves' unique forging techniques, that the true Infinity Gauntlet was forged. I've said before that I would never craft 2 identical works. Eitri let out a bitter laugh, as if drained of all his strength, slumping down beside the gradually extinguishing furnace. Sean paid no heed to Dwarf King's tangled emotions. With a slight stir of his mind, the newly forged metal gauntlet flew into his hand, fitting perfectly as he donned it. His arm vibrated faintly, and the 4 gems rose one after another, embedding themselves into their corresponding slots. In an instant, brilliance erupted. The 4 colors of light merged into one, as if awakening the dormant Infinity Gauntlet. Boundless energy surged through the complex circuits, fine intricate patterns overflowing with radiance, like glittering stars. Dazzling light enveloped Sean. He clenched his fist abruptly as immense energy flooded his body. Then, a domineering aura burst forth, climbing higher and higher, like a hurricane sweeping through, forcing the nearby Eitri to squint his eyes involuntarily, a faint palpitation stirring in his heart. Violent energy poured out unchecked. Sean stood tall within the star ring, akin to a stellar body, exuding a terrifying sense of power with every gesture. This feeling, it's truly intoxicating. Sean exhaled deeply, slowly reigning in his astonishing aura. The golden torrent surging through his body finally returned to calm. As expected from the dwarves, the most skilled in forging artifacts. Compared to Asgard's imitation, this gauntlet allows me to unleash my full power. Hearing the praise, Eitri's face twisted into a self-deprecating smile. It was precisely because of the dwarves' unique forging skills that Thanos had brought slaughter upon them. Originally, Nidavellir had been under Asgard's protection. Odin had once conquered the 9 realms and was invincible and awe-inspiring across the galaxy. Few dared to provoke them lightly. Who could have imagined that the once mighty Allfather would grow old? Thanos, in his quest for the Infinity Stones, had brazenly led an army to invade Asgard and storm the palace. If even Asgard, self-proclaimed guardians of the 9 realms, couldn't withstand that cosmic overlord, then the blood debt of the dwarves might never be repaid. Sean looked at the despondent dwarf king, then said with a smile, to counter Thanos' inevitable resurgence and future major crises, Earth and Asgard have formed an alliance, preparing to unite the 9 realms and build a defensive front. As one of the 9 realms, Nidavellir rightfully belongs in the ranks resisting Thanos' tyranny. Sean wouldn't pass up a top-tier talent with such forging gifts. These words surprised Eitri. He hadn't expected the proudest guardians who styled themselves as lords of the 9 realms to ally with Midgard. As long as I can avenge my fallen kin, I'll give everything. Eitri replied in a deep, rumbling voice. As the leader of the dwarves, he bore a heavy blood debt. His 300 slain clansmen demanded justice to find peace and return to the Dark Realm. Sean stared at the gleaming metal gauntlet and declared, "You'll see that day come." Sanctuary 2, the colossal mothership carrying the Black Order, stretched across the cosmos like a black behemoth devouring planets. The Mad Titan sat upon his stone throne, a ghastly wound scarring his chest. The injury slashed diagonally from shoulder to abdomen, nearly cleaving him in two. This was the horrific injury inflicted when the Sentinel, in his void state, had driven him into the planet's core, tearing the planet apart in a massive explosion and leaving Thanos teetering on the brink of death. If Ebony Maw hadn't retreated in time, piloting Sanctuary 2 to retrieve Thanos from the dark space, this cosmic overlord who made countless civilized worlds tremble would have perished long ago. After prolonged rescue efforts, they had barely salvaged a thread of life for Thanos. The Eternal's resilient physique allowed this Mad Titan to survive such terrifying trauma, clinging stubbornly to existence. Ebony Maw, the sole strategist among the Black Order, knelt before the throne. "Great Titan, the orb will soon be in your hands. The supreme might of the Infinity Stones is worthy only of your command." His eyes brimmed with awe and submission. Even with Thanos gravely wounded, not a single rebellious thought stirred in his heart. Has Ronan agreed to the terms of cooperation? Thanos' voice carried a hint of weariness, lacking its former solidity and strength. Gamora persuaded that Kree Empire official, but... Ebony Maw hesitated, cautiously lifting his head to glance at the cosmic overlord enthroned above, before speaking softly, "I believe Gamora's loyalty to you is questionable. I've sealed off news of your injury, but rumors still swirl across the universe. Various speculations abound, and forces like the 3 great empires have been probing frequently in recent times." Ebony Maw recounted the Black Order's recent affairs. The vast star domains ruled by the Black Order had seen frequent unrest, forcing him to dispatch General Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Cull Obsidian to suppress it. T/N, didn't Proxima die during her clash with Odin, or am I misremembering? He alone remained to hold Sanctuary 2, guarding the weakened Thanos. Mere rabble, Thanos sneered, seemingly unconcerned. He recalled the figure that had dragged him to death's door, the opponent who possessed at least 3 Infinity Stones and was gradually gaining the upper hand in this contest for the gems. The orb won't tip the scales of victory. I can sense that Earth-human growing stronger by the day, Thanos said, bowing his head in contemplation, his eyes shadowed. He looked down at the kneeling Ebony Maw and said sorrowfully, "Eradicating half the universe's life. I once thought this way could avert the inevitable end, delaying the day when all things wither and return to nothingness. But now, it's impossible. This universe itself is flawed, imperfect, destined to fall into ruin. To change it all, I need an even greater power." Thanos struggled to brace himself against the throne, rising slowly. His cold gaze seemed to pierce through the hall, staring into the unknowable darkness beyond. Chapter 430, Chapter 122, Arrival at Nowhere. Having won over King Eitri with promises to rebuild Nidavellir and avenge his fallen kin, Sean continued on his long journey. The man reclined in the bridge command chair, his mind swirling with thoughts. He admired the 4 gems on the Infinity Gauntlet, his eyes glazed with entranced awe. The Infinity Stone's radiant and mesmerizing glow nearly dazzled him. The 6 gems were the tangible embodiments of the universe's aspects, which was why Thanos obsessively sought them. He intends to wield this ultimate power to erase half of all life in the universe at once, maintaining the order and stability of the cosmic balance. That Mad Titan claimed to have received divine revelations from Death herself, glimpsing the universe's end. The later destruction of his homeworld, Titan, only solidified his belief. Thus, Thanos embarked on a path of slaughter and conquest. With the Eternal race's formidable strength and his innate talent for learning, he quickly gained immense renown, amassing power to become a dominant overlord. Under Thanos' command, a vast fleet known as the Black Order rampaged and caused massacres through civilized worlds. As their influence grew, even the three great empires were powerless to stop them, forced to turn a blind eye. In the eyes of the rulers of those empires, Thanos was merely a bloodthirsty madman, a barbarian who conquered through brute force alone, not a threat that demanded immediate eradication. When the costs outweighed the benefits, no one would voluntarily uphold justice, not even the Nova Corps. Nowhere. Sean murmured, staring at the vast star map flickering with points of light. From Odin, he had learned that the orb had fallen into the hands of a ravager named Peter Quill, an Earthling with a not-so-famous moniker, Star-Lord. Following the original timeline, Sean figured that rather than scouring the entire universe like searching for a needle in a haystack for Star-Lord, it was better to head straight to nowhere and wait like a hunter at the burrow. After all, that group would eventually seek out the collector. Swirling nebulae of vibrant, mottled colors rotated like an oil painting splashed with hues. The vertical, sword-like colossal warship cleaved through the waves like a massive blade, parting the magnificent and beautiful dust clouds. Anchoring spatial coordinates, and after several jumps, Sean soon spotted his destination, an enormous, bizarre skull, resembling a slightly smaller planet, silently suspended in the dark void. Nowhere's true form was the massive head of an ancient celestial. Centuries ago, it was discovered by the Tyvan group and gradually mined. In the vast, boundless dark universe, these beings known as Celestials held immense value, specifically, only the dead ones. Their bones, brain tissue, and spinal fluid were all rare resources, fetching exorbitant prices on specialized underground black markets, prices often so high, they were practically priceless. Under the Tyvan group's deliberate management and development, this chaotic region, which was previously beyond the jurisdiction of the three great empires and the Nova Corps' laws, gradually became a notorious lawless zone in the universe, highly favored by smugglers and space pirates. The Tyvan group maintained order and balance in Nowhere, using it as a hub to control surrounding star domains. They transformed this celestial head, akin to a small planet, into a legitimate underground black market. Here, no one ever had to worry about being hunted or arrested by other forces. Even the three great empires would seek the Tyvan group's permission first. Thus, one could boldly sell and dispose of ill-gotten gains and wealth without fear. Over time, not only smugglers and space pirates flocked here, but mercenaries and representatives of major powers also treated Nowhere as a secret private channel. Sean's warship docked at Nowhere's spaceport. The massive, uniquely shaped vessel drew many prying and curious glances, but with bizarre occurrences happening daily in the universe, and upon seeing the Tyvan group's patrol teams arrive, the onlookers dispersed. A large corporation capable of establishing order and rooting itself in a lawless zone must possess formidable private armed forces, much like the East India Company in the Age of Sail, playing the role of legitimate traders while occasionally moonlighting as space pirates. After the era of great cosmic exploration ended, with the expansion and conquests of the three great empires and the emergence of the Nova Corps, a colonial development movement was surging forth in full swing. Those resource-rich uninhabited planets, the backward and remote weak civilizations, these were all mere insignificant droplets swept up in the flood. Good thing Nidavellir doesn't lack for this, Sean murmured as he paid the full amount in credits through his personal terminal and leisurely disembarked from the ship. These credits were a universal currency certified by the three great empires. On Earth, he was a young billionaire with immense wealth, but stepping into the vast universe instantly turned him back into a pauper. Sean didn't mind much. For a powerhouse like him, money was never a concern. From the spaceport, he gazed out, this is Nowhere. This celestial skull had transformed into an exceedingly prosperous trading hub. Large merchant fleets and pirate ships from various planets were visible, their crews exchanging warm greetings like old friends. True to its lawless reputation, as soon as Sean entered the lower mining district, he felt several malicious stares upon him. Alien beings of different skin tones and forms lurked in dark corners, waiting for prey. Nowhere did have patrol and enforcement teams, but they were the Tyvan group's private forces, serving only the big shots. The lower mining district was a slum, and as long as no major chaos erupted, they ignored it. In the words of Taneleer Tyvan, the Tyvan group's head, people died every minute in this universe. So lives that created no value were naturally worthless. Sir, I think you need a guide, a child with blue skin ran out. From his features, the child was a Luphamoid, which was the same race as Nebula, one of Thanos' adopted daughters. Glancing at the kid, Sean smiled faintly and said, will you be a good guide? Passing through the lower mining district led to Nowhere's residential area, and further on was the trading center built around the Tyvan group. That was Nowhere's most bustling spot, where large merchant fleets came and went, buying or selling anything of value, rare ores, exotic creatures, even core secrets of certain civilizations, and more. At Sean's words, the Luphamoid child blinked, then grabbed his hand, saying, I'm the fairest guide here. Sir, let's leave this area first. People died daily in the lower mining district, and the patrols never cared. They were cheap labor, worthless trash unable to create more value. Even if they died in droves, a single slave-hunting ship full of captives could instantly refill the mines. In the grand cosmic backdrop of the colonial era, war and plunder were the most common of themes. Chapter 431, Chapter 123, Devourer of Worlds. The Luphamoids originated from a planet called Lupham in the Andromeda Galaxy. They revered military dictatorship, embodying a fierce, martial ethos. After several technological breakthroughs and numerous conquests to expand their territory, they finally ascended to the ranks of advanced civilizations. Unfortunately, fate played a cruel joke on them. One day, a nightmarish entity descended, obliterating the Luphamoids' homeland and turning the surrounding star systems into space debris. Everyone died, except for a group of clansmen who happened to be away. They survived, but lost the home they depended on, forced to wander in displacement, said the blue-skinned Luphamoid child, seated in a bar in the residential district, his eyes brimming with profound sorrow. The kid's name was Kirk. His father, who was a miner in Nowhere, died years ago in a mining accident. Relying on his skills in repairing power equipment and his own clever wits, this orphan child had barely scraped by in the lower mining district. I occasionally guide outsiders. There's no law here, it's chaotic. I know the intermediaries in the trading center and the black market dealers who buy illegal goods. Kirk looked at Sean, who sat across from him listening attentively, and solemnly promised, "Sir, whatever you want to buy or sell, I can help you." "I want to inquire about some information," Sean said with a faint smile. Sean had a good impression of this Luphamoid child. He was sharp and sensible, unlike the typical miners in the lower district who only saw outsiders as easy marks, blind to the bigger picture. Nowhere did see its share of rookie mercenaries each year, or naive newcomers inspired by adventure tales, eagerly venturing into space to experience a different world and thrilling life. Their usual fates were grim. Most ended up swindled by black market dealers into lifelong slave contracts, or stripped clean by the mining vagrants. In worse cases, even their organs were harvested and sold to twisted doctors with special uses. Unfortunately for those miners, luck wasn't on their side this time. They had encountered Sean, someone who had gravely wounded Thanos, and mistaken the men for a lamb to the slaughter. "You're different from those short-sighted miners." "I'm not a stingy person, as long as you give me satisfactory information," Sean said, waving over a green-skinned Zehoberian who brought a steaming plate of roasted meat ribs. Sean pushed it toward Kirk, gesturing for him to enjoy it freely. Kirk glanced cautiously at him, seemingly incredulous. The clients he usually met never showed such kindness. Getting paid what he was owed was already decent. They would never offer him food. Nowhere was a melting pot of all walks of life, a den of dragons and snakes. Every type of person existed here, except for the genuinely benevolent do-gooder, of course. This was a lesson Kirk had etched into his mind over the years. Pies didn't fall from the sky, and if they did, they were surely laced with deadly poison. "You need to eat your fill to have the energy to run errands for me," Sean said frankly. He didn't know much about Nowhere, and as for Star-Lord's current whereabouts, he was completely in the dark. Rather than buzzing around like a headless fly, it was better to gather information, collect enough intel, and then decide the next move. Kirk paused, recalling Sean's cold indifference when he claimed the lives of dozens of miners. He found it hard to reconcile that act with this mild-mannered face. T/N, as far as I'm aware, there's been no mention of such an incident ever since Sean set foot in Nowhere. So I'm assuming he killed the vagrants that were giving him malicious stares before he met Kirk in the previous chapter. "Thank you, sir." After sincerely thanking him, Kirk took a small bite of the fragrant roasted meat. It's been a while since he'd tasted real food. He subsisted daily on those disgusting nutrient pastes, just enough to keep going. The flavor of succulent meat was something he had nearly forgotten. "By the way, I'm curious, what did that terrifying creature that destroyed your homeland look like?" Sean asked as he sipped the amber liquid lightly. This was Nowhere's specialty drink. It tasted similar to vodka, giving of the sensation of a knife slicing down the throat. This fiery beverage called Wildfire was a favorite among mercenaries and space pirates, and anything lighter than Wildfire was considered to be for sissies. According to them, real men chugged Wildfire in contests. The bar's record was set by an Arigwan, a guy with a crocodile head who downed 12 glasses in one go. "I don't know, sir. I never saw what that terrifying being looked like. I only know others called it." Kirk stopped eating for a moment, deep fear flashing in his eyes as his frail body trembled uncontrollably. The Devourer of Worlds. Sean's brow arched at the name, which involuntarily reminded him of a certain purple-haired girl who had run away from home. Compared to the adorably cute and gluttonous Gali, her father was infamous, surpassing even Thanos in notoriety. Galactus was nothing short of a cosmic calamity. He treated whole planets as snacks, leaving desolation in his wake. If not for his activity cycles far exceeding the lifespans of normal civilizations, this ancient entity would likely be the common enemy of all life. "All right, I need you to look into someone for me." Sean's thoughts drifted briefly before snapping back to the matter at hand. He is called Peter Quill, goes by the nickname Star-Lord, though most people probably haven't heard of him. Kirk noted it down earnestly. He knew several information brokers who specialized in such trades. From the movements of space pirate gangs and large merchant fleets down below, to the strategic secrets of the three great empires up high, everything was for sale in Nowhere. Information brokering was inherently a clandestine profession, its practitioners often possessed special identities and extensive networks which were not limited to nowhere. This typically under-the-table business gained notoriety due to a historic event etched into the annals. A millennium ago, in the Kree Empire's domain, a newly discovered resource planet was discovered. The intel sold for a staggering $20 billion at the time, with buyer's identity unknown. However, the Xandarian fleet preemptively occupied the uninhabited planet. By widely accepted planetary colonization principles, the planet should have belonged to the Xandarians after that move. But the ever-domineering Kree Empire wouldn't have it. They directly sank that Xandarian fleet. No one could have predicted that this conflict would escalate into a millennium-long interstellar war. Even today, historians believe the thousand-year blood feud between Xandar and the Kree Empire stemmed entirely from that single piece of intelligence. While you're at it, keep an ear out for anyone who knows about a planet called Vormer, Sean said, downing the rest of his wildfire in one gulp, and added softly, I'll be staying here for a while. I hope you won't disappoint me. Kirk gnawed the last bit of the roasted rib clean and nodded solemnly, Sir, I'll definitely find the information you want. Chapter 432, Chapter 124, The Cosmic Landscape. In the residential sector of nowhere, the bars were a far cry from the lower mining levels. Gone were the miners and drifters reeking of sweat with hollow eyes, and the desperate sex workers who'd do basically anything for a meal. Here, everything operated by a stricter, if unspoken, code. This made it the preferred haunt for mercenaries, space pirates, and shady brokers who couldn't afford, or weren't welcome in, the upper districts. When Sean first checked into the inn called the Devil's Den, he drew many eyes. It wasn't just that he looked like a young, plump mark with full pockets, but as a Terran, he simply stuck out too much. After all, for most civilized species, Earth was a backwater world barely noticeable on any standard star chart. Within 2 days, however, no one dared to deliberately give him trouble anymore. They all quietly shelved any ill-intentioned ideas. That because a crew of space pirates who had loudly boasted about selling this Terran brat to the mines had vanished into thin air the very next day. Meanwhile, Sean routinely sat at his usual spot, single-handedly throwing a burly Kree onto the floor, then calmly downing 20 glasses of wildfire in the bar without batting an eye. This seemingly slender Terran earned the unanimous respect of the mercenaries present, having thoroughly proven his mettle in both strength and capacity for drink. Several mercenary outfits and pirate fleets even extended invitations to him. However, upon learning Sean possessed his own independent warship, they all uniformly retracted their offers, their evaluations of the men climbing yet another notch. Kirk, who shared a table with Sean and was devouring a grilled meat slab, looked at him with undisguised admiration. Sir, they're all saying you're a Star Ranger like in the stories, a top-tier powerhouse who roams the cosmos alone. For this Lufamoid kid, happiness was as simple as having meat to eat every day and having no worry for the next meal. Sean smiled slightly but didn't respond. Over these past few days, Kirk had dutifully reported various pieces of intelligence, such as the whereabouts of Star-Lord, Peter Quill. Reportedly, the men had recently found something good on Morag. Unfortunately, during a transaction on Xandar afterward, he was unluckily apprehended by the Nova Corps and shipped off to the KYLN. The KYLN is a space prison built within an asteroid belt. It was run by the Nova Corps and housed all manner of dangerous criminals, infamous space pirates, illegal slavers, and ruthless mercenaries. This is the men called Star-Lord. Kirk tapped open his smart terminal, a 4th-gen Xandarian civilian model costing 10,000 units which was gifted to him by Sean. The present had nearly moved the Lufamoid kid to tears. In his short life, he has never received any gift before. The holographic interface displayed a man in a red leather jacket with a roguish grin. Peter Quill. He's part of the Ravagers. Used to be in Yondu Udanta's crew and is said to be his adopted kid. This Star-Lord guy is a hot topic these last couple days. News about him is everywhere. I didn't even need to dig deep. Kirk licked his lips and continued. He caused a huge riot at the KYLN with a bunch of others, evading Nova Corps pursuit. He's quite the celebrity now. After a moment's pause, Kirk added, I also got a piece of intel from a broker. Both Ronan the accuser of the Kree Empire and Star-Lord's adoptive father, Yondu, are tracking him down. Sean nodded. The one advantage of Nowhere was that with enough credits, efficiency was astonishing. In less than a week here, he had gained a clear understanding of the 3 major empires, the Nova Corps, and other major powers. The intelligence brokers active in the residential sector were truly resourceful. Even news about Thanos' recent setback on Asgard was being sold. Morag. Sean murmured, recalling that was where Star-Lord had discovered the orb. The Morag civilization was once glorious, but it was destroyed ages ago. No one knows why, Kirk explained, clearly having done his homework. Frowning in thought for a moment, Sean quickly reached a probable conclusion. The Morag civilization had been the orb's previous custodians. They must have coveted the planet-destroying power within and ended up bringing about their own demise. Compared to the other Infinity Stones, the Power Stone housed within the orb was more perilous. Lesser lifeforms couldn't even touch it without being instantly obliterated. Even someone like Quill with the powerful heritage of celestial blood flowing through his veins could only hold it for a few minutes at most. Sorry, sir. No one knows about a planet called Vormer. A hint of apology flashed in Kirk's eyes. The cosmos was vast. Unless a planet had once hosted a glorious civilization or ancient ruins, it generally remained unknown. Sean waved a hand, indicating the child shouldn't trouble himself over it. He would get the exact information from Gamera's mouth soon enough. Presumably, Thanos' adopted daughter was still unaware of the Mad Titan's severe injuries. You did very well, I'm very satisfied, Sean praised with a smile. Since arriving on Nowhere, he had seen the immense value of this chaotic place. When Earth eventually uses the 9 realms as a springboard to charge into the cosmos, this place could perfectly serve as a bridgehead. As for the Collector's operation, if the timeline remained unchanged, Ronan's fleet would descend soon, wreaking large-scale destruction. That might present an opportune moment. Sean had originally considered meeting with Tenelier Tyvan, but he had nothing that could truly pique the Collector's interest, and the Infinity Stones were, of course, out of the question. The Cosmic Order was already established. The 3 great empires held the greatest sway. Beneath them were mid-sized civilizations, massive monopoly conglomerates, and privately armed factions. As a complete newcomer, for Earth to secure a seat at this grand banquet and claim even a sliver of the spoils would be immensely difficult, virtually impossible. After Kirk left, Sean sat alone in his seat, deep in thought. Thanos might just provide me with an opportunity. First, he needed to prove his strength and earn sufficient renown. Only then could he attain the status he required. In the era of the Starry Sea, individual power might seem insignificant. But once one reached a certain level, that rule no longer applied. Then let it begin here. Sean swirled his glass, a faint smile forming on his lips. Sometimes, order is born from chaos. Chapter 433, Chapter 125, A Sky-High Bounty. Time is a murky concept in deep space, especially in a chaotic place like Nowhere, where day and night were inverted. When Kirk's message arrived, Sean was seated in a casino in the residential district, watching a peculiar game. On a broad metallic table, a pair of rotating fans at either end periodically released small, scurrying creatures known as Orloni onto the platform, where they would chase and tear at each other in what seemed like a cosmic equivalent of horse racing or dog fighting. Those bizarrely shaped alien creatures guzzled a blue, potent liquor, shouting loudly with frenzied expressions, filling the casino with a raucous and heated atmosphere. The Orlonis, resembling oversized rats with rows of sharp teeth, propelled themselves on their powerful hind legs and viciously tore into each other. The strongest one emerged victorious, a result that thrilled the gamblers who had placed bets. Sean didn't join in, he was merely an observer, lounging lazily against the bar and quietly taking it all in. Observation had been his most frequent activity during his time in Nowhere. Orlonis were a tenacious bottom-feeder species in the cosmos. They had rapid reproduction rates and were capable of surviving in extremely harsh environments to quickly form colonies. This often led to them being captured for entertainment. In fact, Nowhere once had a dedicated gladiatorial arena. It was the biggest attraction, which was run by Tenelier Tyvan's brother, the Grandmaster. Pitting powerful beings against ferocious beasts in bloody combat was a thrilling spectacle that drew crowds of spectators. Wealthy merchants from large caravans, colonial governors, and warlords were particularly fond of it, and the annual tournament for the strongest warrior was a rare major event in the universe. Unfortunately, as time passed, the slave trade, ownership, and the confinement of sentient beings for sport were deemed illegal, at least on paper. Pressured by legislation passed by the 3 major empires, the Grandmaster was forced to close the arena and leave Nowhere. The bloody, live gladiatorial battles were replaced by the current Orloni brawls. When civilization advances to a certain stage, it dresses itself in a veneer of respectability and glamour. This was Sean's take. The slave trade persisted unabated despite bans. Many warlords within the Kree Empire, one of the advanced civilizations, built their fortunes on it, Ronan's family included. Countless alien races were sold off to barren, backward resource planets, reduced to lowly miners, toiling day after day in grueling extraction work. The grand colonial wave of the cosmic age held no shred of compassion. Lifting the facade of progress revealed the underlying savagery and bloodshed. This was precisely why Sean was determined to clear all obstacles and lead Earth into the Starry Sea. Even without the threat of Thanos, a civilization forever bound to its homeworld would, at best, amount to nothing more than a speck of dust in the vast cosmic backdrop. Sean glanced at his wrist, where a personal message lit up his smart terminal. After all these days of waiting, they're finally here. He had instructed Kirk to keep a close watch on small ships docking at the spaceport to spot Star-Lord and his crew. Having escaped the KYLN, Star-Lord was bound for Nowhere. Sean had received intelligence that the Collector, Tenelier Tyvan, had secretly placed a sky-high bounty of 4 billion units for the orb. At the spaceport, Star-Lord in his red leather jacket descended the ramp of his ship. Behind him followed a lithe green-skinned woman, a tree-person creature and a raccoon, and a burly man covered in red markings. Fresh from their daring escape from the high-security KYLN and having evaded Nova Corps pursuit, Gamora knew that the master of Tyvan Group, the famed collector, was willing to pay an astronomical sum for the orb. So, Star-Lord's crew had crossed half a galaxy to claim this massive payday, dreaming of retiring to a quiet, peaceful star system to live a life of comfort and luxury. Of course, not everyone shared that singular goal. The green-skinned Gamora was desperate to break free from her adoptive father's control. This was especially so now, with rumors of the Mad Titan's possible weakened state, she was more eager than ever to flee. Thanos had slaughtered half the population of Zeabarii and molded her into a ruthless killing machine. Now, Gamora only wanted to shed her dark past and start anew. The burly man, Drax the Destroyer, harbored an unquenchable blood feud with the Kree accuser, Ronan, who had murdered his wife and daughter, shattering his family. As for Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and their leader Peter Quill, their motives were simpler, they wanted to make a quick fortune. The five of them, each with their own agenda, had come together temporarily for the orb. I'm telling ya, we gotta plan this right. 4 billion. I ain't never seen that many units in my life. The wiry and sharp-tongued Rocket chattered incessantly. Beside him, Groot chimed in with his signature, I am Groot. Head to the other side of the galaxy, buy a luxury ship, then drown yourself in fine drink and food every day. Not long after that, you'll find 4 billion might not be enough to keep you satisfied for long, Star-Lord shrugged. He was originally from Earth, taken from his home planet by a Ravager ship when he was 9. The Ravager leader, Yondu, was supposed to deliver him to someone, but upon finding his cargo was a child, he had a change of heart. Thus, Peter Quill from Earth grew up among Ravagers, and being raised in a bandit den, he picked up plenty of bad habits along the way. When he first got the orb, he thought it was some relic from a super-ancient civilization. But then he was hunted by Ronan's subordinates, and in a moment of carelessness, ended up thrown into the KYLN by the Nova Corps. Riches mean nothing to me. I only wish to kill Ronan and avenge my family, Drax grumbled heavily. He had broken out of the KYLN and thrown in with this band of utterly unreliable misfits solely to wash away the pain of losing his wife and daughter with Ronan's blood. Star-Lord's face lit up with satisfaction at that. Well then, that just means more for the three of us to split. I am Groot, the Flora Colossus protested indignantly. Fine. 4 of us, Star-Lord amended with a resigned sigh. He led the way, passing through the lower mining levels into the interior of the residential sector. Gamora had already contacted the Collector, but as the head of the Tyvan Group, he was temporarily unavailable, so he sent a representative to meet them instead. This is really disrespectful. We crossed half the galaxy, and he makes us wait, Drax grumbled. The others were less bothered. After all, as long as they got their hands on that 4 billion unit bounty, everything else was negotiable. Chapter 434, Chapter 126, Internal Strife. Sean sat within the entertainment complex that combined a casino and bar, watching as Star-Lord and his crew swaggered in. Now that they were on Nowhere, they didn't have to worry about Nova Corps warrants. Most people here carried at least half a dozen illegal charges on their records. Without the permission of the Tyvan Group, the Nova Corps had no law enforcement authority here. This was a testament to the elevated status of Taneleer, one of the elders of the universe. However, the Kree Empire's accuser, Ronan, was a notoriously bold and ruthless warlord who never cared for rules. To conceal his search for the orb, that Kree warmonger had not hesitated to slaughter the entire population of the KYLN, showcasing his unrestrained cruelty. A familiar aura. Sean's gaze discreetly shifted to the backpack on Star-Lord's shoulder. Inside was a sealed silver sphere, its metallic surface etched with intricate patterns. That was the orb, one of the Infinity Stones. In truth, the silvery spherical shell acted as a safeguard, perfectly sealing the power stone within to prevent its terrifying energy from leaking out and causing catastrophic consequences. What on earth had the Morag civilization done to so thoroughly doom themselves and destroy their own planet? The thought flashed through Sean's mind. Moving past the clamorous crowd, Star-Lord and Gamora entered a slightly quieter viewing platform, while Rocket, Groot, and Drax stayed outside to participate in the Orloni Games. Having experienced a thrilling high-stakes prison break and evaded Nova Corps pursuit, and now on the cusp of claiming a 4 billion unit bounty, it was only natural they wanted to vent their pent-up elation. Since the Collector's representative hadn't arrived yet, they had to wait here anyway. As for Star-Lord himself, he was busy playing the rogue, secretly scheming to flirt with the physically striking Gamora. Raised by a band of Ravagers, Peter Quill was hardly a good man by any standard definition. He more often acted like a scoundrel or a punk. Especially in his private life, he was notoriously indiscriminate, having had in-depth cultural exchanges with females of multiple species. Of course, these relationships were strictly one-night stands. He was the classic, all tenderness before, and, who are you, after, kind of scumbag. Hey big guy, you see that? There's actually an Earthman sitting over there. Rocket, who was perched on Groot's shoulder and swigging a potent drink, mumbled indistinctly, "Peter ain't even gonna say hi to his fellow Terran. Show some respect, little creature." "Call me Drax," the destroyer corrected unhappily. "We crossed half a galaxy not to kill Ronan but to drink and play games here." Drax drained his glass of strong liquor, then crushed his glass into shards. His primary reason for joining this crew was simply to find allies to kill the Kree accuser, Ronan, and avenge his dead wife and daughter. "Then stop staring at me like I'm some kind of freak. That's disrespectful to me too, big guy," the drunken Rocket shot back defiantly. He was a highly cybernetically enhanced animal, designation 89P13, with a resemblance to an Earth raccoon, and he stuck close to his found companion, Groot. Skilled in piloting, mechanics, and weapon modification, Rocket was a bounty hunter who used biting sarcasm and a prickly exterior to mask a painful past. "I'm Groot," his Flora Colossus companion said weakly. "Don't try to calm me down. Today I'm gonna teach this big guy a lesson." Rocket stamped his little feet on Groot's shoulders and launched himself at the furious Drax, landing a flurry of ineffectual punches that, to the hulking destroyer, felt like mild itching. Whap! Drax backhanded him casually. Rocket flew like a bug and splat against the wall, sliding down slowly in a spread eagle position. Groot, standing nearby, cried out. His arms extended into long vines, lashing towards Drax. The two immediately grappled, throwing the lower-level casino into chaos. The enthusiastic gamblers instantly shifted their attention. This was far more thrilling than the Orloni fights. They cheered loudly from the sidelines, egging them on. Some even started betting pools, wagering on whether the tree person or the burly guy would win. Rocket scrambled back up to rejoin the fray. "You big guy." Smack. But he was once again flung aside by Drax, flying towards a wall close to the bar. Sean, who had been quietly spectating, conveniently caught Rocket before he could hit the wall. A gentle smile touched his lips as he casually smoothed the creature's ruffled fur. The enraged Rocket, who had been about to pull his blaster and turn Drax to paste, found his body going slack under Sean's petting. Hey, easy there, keep going." This raccoon-like creature retained some of its inherent traits, and having the top of its head gently rubbed was a particular weakness. The fight between Groot and Drax didn't last long. Star-Lord arrived in time to pull them apart. For now, this crew had come together for the massive bounty and their individual goals, so they naturally lacked any deep camaraderie. Rocket, wriggling free from Sean's hold and suppressing a lingering sense of comfort, hopped over to Groot's side, drawing his blaster and glaring at Drax. "What the hell is wrong with you guys?" Star-Lord rubbed his temples, looking at them in exasperation. He lowered his voice to Rocket. "We're about to split $4 billion. Can't you hold it together for that kind of money? That's $4 billion. Enough for you to buy a luxury ship. Soon you could be the richest raccoon in the galaxy." Though Star-Lord wisely kept that last part to himself. The best way to provoke Rocket was to call him a raccoon or a rodent. That never ended well. Star-Lord knew from experience. "All you see is money. I didn't break out of prison to enjoy life, but to kill Ronan." Drax's chest heaved with anger. He glared at the group before turning and storming into the crowd, leaving the team on his own. Seeing the growing crowd of onlookers and the casino manager giving him a dark look, Star-Lord had no choice. He grabbed Gamora and made a hasty exit. Rocket followed, but not before glancing back at Sean, who remained seated. "Peter, there's one of your people here," Rocket yelled before scurrying after the group. As they stepped outside, a long, sleek silver hovercar descended, its flowing metallic lines exuding a sense of technological elegance. "My master has sent me to invite you," a servant of unusual skin tone emerged from the vehicle, extending the invitation to Star-Lord and the others. The collector was famous across the cosmos for his passion for collecting rare and unique items, live specimens of prehistoric creatures, life forms of scarce species, and objects of all kinds, his collection vast and varied. Star-Lord had the orb, Gamora had the selling contacts, Rocket piloted the ship, and the remaining members, Groot and Drax, provided considerable combat prowess. That's how they had come together, escaped the heavily fortified KYLN, crossed half a galaxy, and arrived at nowhere. Star-Lord led the way into the car. He could almost see the $4 billion bounty waving at him. From within the crowd, Drax watched the scene, frustration boiling inside him. He was here for vengeance against Ronan, yet his companions only had riches on their minds. "I'll have to find another way. The others are unreliable." So thought the muscle-bound men, weighed down by a blood-deep vendetta. Chapter 435, Chapter 127, The Collector. Our collection is the most extensive in the cosmos. All manner of creatures, antiques, and specimens, whatever you can imagine, my master has an appropriate piece in his collection. A pink-skinned servant led the group into the core area of the Tyvan Group, Tannelir Tyvan's collection center. Upon entering the collection center, Star-Lord and the others were stunned by the bizarre and unique biological specimens and civilization relics, momentarily distracting them from the $4 billion unit prize. A space dog in an astronaut suit, a talking Howard the Duck, a living dark elf specimen, and a wriggling yellow cocoon, among others, left the crew awestruck. Allow me to introduce Taneleer Tyvan, the most renowned collector in the cosmos. The servant presented the master of the Tyvan group to Star-Lord and the others. The collector was one of the oldest beings in the universe, an elder of the universe with a transcendent status. He appeared as a middle-aged man with eccentric attire, but in truth, he was an ancient intelligent being whose immense lifespan had driven him to find a hobby for amusement. Thus, Tyvan began collecting fascinating artifacts and lifeforms from across the cosmos. Eventually, his obsession reached a point where he collected purely for the sake of collecting, targeting anything he deemed rare or precious. And what was most precious in the universe? Naturally, none other than the legendary Infinity Stones, with their immense power. That was why the collector had offered the astronomical bounty for the orb. Dear Gamora, delighted to see you. The collector was no stranger to Thanos' adopted daughter. As an elder, he had connections with many powers. He naturally knew the Mad Titan sought the Infinity Stones, but the orb was destined for his hands. Skip the pleasantries, Tyvan. We have the agreed-upon item. We're here for the bounty, the lithe green-skinned woman said coldly. Tired of the bloodshed and darkness, and having heard that Thanos was in a weakened state, Gamora seized this chance to break free from his control. The collector's eyes suddenly widened as he spotted the Flora Colossus beside Star-Lord, seeming deeply interested in the creature. What is that creature? He asked rhetorically. I am Groot, Groot replied. I never expected to see another Flora Colossus. Sir, please allow me to pay now for the rights to your corpse. After your demise, of course, the collector's obsession made him long to place the tree person in an exhibition case. After this minor interlude, everyone returned to the main topic. The group was desperately eager for the 4 billion bounty, itching to grab the money and leave immediately. Meanwhile, the collector gazed fervently at the silver orb, the perfect specimen he was willing to acquire at any cost. My friends, this is precisely what I sought. He carefully placed the sphere on a specially crafted metallic device, his hands trembling slightly. Light refracted off the sphere's silvery shell, its intricate etched patterns shifting gradually as a faint purple glow shimmered within. Before the universe was born, there existed 6 singularities. After the great explosion, all life awoke from chaos. The remnants of these singularities fused together to form 6 gems, which are the Infinity Stones. The device rapidly stripped away the orb's outer casing. Within the hollowed, archaic silver sphere, a hazy, ethereal purple glow emanated, the light pulsing as if calling out to something. These gems can seemingly only be wielded by beings of tremendous power. Several images suddenly materialized in the air, showing how ancient celestials, beings akin to Titan giants, had once possessed these gems, wielding supreme power capable of destroying planets. These wielders could effortlessly eradicate an entire civilization with a single gesture. There was a time when the now-destroyed Morag civilization obtained this gem. The images flickered ceaselessly, the gem wielders harnessing world-shattering terrifying energy, floods of light surging forth. In their hands, obliterating a planet was as simple as popping a bubble, an effortless feat. The rulers formed a group to jointly control the gem and share its power, but they overestimated themselves, resulting in the destruction of the planet and the annihilation of the entire civilization. As the collector narrated, the silver sphere was fully opened, revealing its true form, a gemstone emitting a rich purple glow, hovering silently, captivating all who saw it. Flawless. Incomparable. The famed collector trembled, failing to contain his excitement, which was understandable all things considered. After all, was there any specimen in all the cosmos more precious than an Infinity Stone? Rocket Raccoon, oblivious to what an Infinity Stone was, shouted impatiently, we're all very impressed. But how about we talk payment with yours truly first? He'd rather have the massive payout and live large than hear about cosmic origins and ancient civilizations. The collector reluctantly tore his gaze from the beautifully glowing purple gem. In business, he was relatively honest. 4 billion was a drop in the bucket for the Tyvan group. How would you like your payment? The collector asked. What do you think, rich guy? Credits, of course. Or you could hook me up with a Nova Corps' latest model ship. Rocket bellowed excitedly at the thought of becoming filthy rich. Just as everyone's attention shifted from the purple gem, the Infinity Stone, radiating its rich light, began to spin gently, releasing an invisible wave of energy. The servant, who had been quietly standing aside, began to move stealthily, her eyes drawn by the intense purple glow, unconsciously approaching the power stone. The collector opened a drawer, about to hand over the payment, when he suddenly froze. Karina. Step back, he barked sharply. He saw the servant, mesmerized by the gem's light, reaching out to touch the core of the radiant glow. I'm no longer your slave. Karina roared, her mind already ensnared by the power stone. Ignoring Tyvan's command, she grasped the exposed purple gem. Instantly, boundless energy erupted from her hand. Feeling a living touch, the power stone awoke instantly. A surging storm of energy erupted within the collection center. The uncontainable immense power exploded like blooming fireworks, spewing in all directions. The terrifying, destructive force made everyone present tremble in fear. The servant holding the stone let out an agonized scream as the endless violent energy ravaged her body until it disintegrated completely. Just as the collector had said, only beings of immense power could hold the gem. Weak individuals would only be annihilated by its horrific energy. The bustling nowhere suddenly rumbled and shook, as if struck by a cosmic storm. Thick flames billowed from the Tyvan group's towering building, like a volcano erupting from within. While everyone else stood dumbfounded, Sean strolled calmly into the flame-engulfed structure. He could feel it, the purple gem symbolizing power was calling to him. Chapter 436, Chapter 128, Facing Ronan. Surging shockwaves roiled and tumbled like volatile explosives detonating, triggering thunderous roars of successive blasts. As if in a chain reaction, deafening explosions echoed without end. After the Power Stone's terrifying might utterly destroyed the life form that touched it, it scattered in all directions like purple fireworks. Amid the dense radiance, powerful currents of energy shot out like billowing flames, forming a terrifying storm that annihilated all nearby matter. Taneleer Tyvan's meticulously crafted collection center was instantly shredded by this raging vortex. The towering Tyvan group building at the heart of nowhere shook violently, its structure collapsing. Those who sensed the disturbance turned their gazes to see the structure teetering like a toppling mountain peak, rubble flying, on the verge of total disintegration. The hell is going on? Star-Lord, having found cover, finally regained his senses from the blast's aftermath. He stared wide-eyed at the devastated collection center, too shocked to speak. He had never imagined that the orb, an object worth a 4 billion bounty, could be such a dangerous weapon. And I'd casually carried that damn thing around in my backpack, he broke out in a cold sweat. Everything the collector had shown in those projections wasn't exaggeration, the gem flickering with purple light truly possessed the horrific power to destroy planets. Seeing the energy storm weaken, the agile Gamora rushed to the research station, only to find the purple gem containing that fearsome energy had vanished, leaving only the silvery metallic shell floating silently. Damn it. The gem's gone. As they frantically searched for the Power Stone, a clamor erupted outside. Powerful winds tore through the air, and thunderous roars echoed over nowhere. The Kree Empire's necrocraft fleet had forcibly entered this lawless zone. Secure the area. Find the orb. At the cold command over the comms, the necrocraft fleet swarmed in like locusts, unleashing torrents of eerie green flames. Caught off guard, the Tyvan group's private security was no match for the disciplined Kree fleet. After a few rounds of fierce bombardment, they collapsed in a rout, the engagement turning into a one-sided slaughter. Within moments, the Kree necrocraft fleet seized the spaceport. Mercenaries trying to flee the chaos and space pirates seeking to profit amidst confusion were blasted into brilliant fireworks. He's finally here. I've waited so long for this day. Drax roared with laughter at the sight of the incoming necrocraft fleet. The flames of hatred had eroded his sanity, only by truly killing Ronan could he find inner peace. You brought Ronan here? Star-Lord asked incredulously as he ran out of the Tyvan building. The orb wasn't in their hands now, yet their most terrifying enemy had come knocking. If captured without a bargaining chip, their fate would be worse than death. The Nova Corps would at most imprison them, but Ronan the Accuser was a lunatic. His brazen intrusion into nowhere showed that rules meant nothing to this Kree. Considering the consequences of falling into Ronan's hands, Star-Lord decisively grabbed Gamora and made a run for it. Team loyalty be damned at a time like this. Besides, Drax was clearly unhinged, a textbook liability. By the time Kree starfighters landed, nowhere was in chaos. Panicked crowds ran in all directions, fearing they'd be caught in the crossfire. A tall man clad in black armor descended, radiating an aura of raw power like a top-tier cosmic predator, exuding immense oppressive force. No one dared stand in his way, as if lingering even a second longer would invite immediate death. Prepare to die. Ronan the Accuser. Drax roared excitedly, a dagger in each hand, ready for a life-and-death duel with his nemesis. You are the one who sent the message, the Kree Empire's dictatorial accuser asked. My wife and daughter, my people and home, all destroyed by you. Today, we settle this for good. Drax bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, the flames of hatred blazing within. Do you have the orb? Ronan ignored the furious roars, cutting straight to the key question. Drax faltered slightly at the question. Seeing this, Ronan had his answer. He turned away disdainfully, no longer bothering with him, and dispatched his subordinates to track down the orb. He had struck a deal with the infamous Mad Titan Thanos, the orb in exchange for Xander's destruction. Though he had never met the cosmic warlord directly, Thanos was known to keep his word. That was beyond doubt. Deliver the item, and Xander was doomed. No. You're not leaving today. Seeing his sworn enemy turn away, Drax charged forward in a rage, daggers slashing wildly. He had to avenge his dead wife and daughter. Ronan was a dominant force within the Kree Empire, with formidable personal combat prowess that bred his utterly domineering style. His reckless invasion of the Collector's domain, nowhere, spoke volumes. The Kree accuser didn't consider Drax a threat. Watching the muscular man charge like a rampaging beast, he smirked contemptuously. He casually parried the attack with one hand, then clenched his other fist and slammed it into the fool's chest with brutal force, like a thundering train collision. Thud. With a muffled impact, the dual dagger-wielding destroyer crashed heavily into a metal panel, his body feeling like it had come apart, unable to move even a finger. Drax, who had once dominated the KYLN and earned the title Destroyer, was utterly helpless against the Kree accuser. Ronan strode up to him, ice cold, and gripped Drax's throat with one hand. This man might be physically strong and incredibly powerful, but his combat skills were crude, with no control over his power. I don't recall killing your family, and I probably won't remember killing you either. Ronan said indifferently, then casually tossed Drax into a chemical vat, sending splashes of murky yellow spinal fluid flying. Pathetic insect. With a cold sneer, he turned to leave, but a flicker of purple light caught his attention. On the desolate street reduced to ruins, a tall, straight-backed man emerged calmly from the billowing dust, his step steady, his demeanor composed. Ronan's pupils constricted sharply as he spotted the object in the figure's palm surging with a dazzling light, a terrifying aura slowly gathering. You're looking for the orb? Sean asked softly, his gaze meeting Ronan's calmly, showing no fear of the other's ferocious stare. Chapter 437, Chapter 129, The Fifth Gem. The Kree Empire's necrocraft fleet stormed into nowhere, and the Tyvan Group's private security crumbled almost instantly. They were, after all, little more than a disorganized mob, accustomed to dealing with scattered mercenaries and space pirates. Equipped with advanced gear purchased by the Tyvan Group, they could easily overpower such ragtag forces. But against a proper military legion, especially a fleet from the militarily renowned Kree Empire, they stood no chance. Having secured the spaceport immediately, the necrocraft commander ordered a lockdown of nowhere, initiating a sweeping carpet-style search to find the orb and complete the task assigned by the accuser. This brutal and arrogant act provoked fierce resistance. The large merchant caravans visiting nowhere, along with representatives from various civilizations, were well aware of the Kree accuser's modus operandi. Massacres and exterminations were commonplace, followed by the destruction of everything and the erasure of all traces. The Kree Empire typically feigned ignorance afterward and would not punish Ronan. As a member of the Supreme Accusers, representing the warmongering faction led by warlords, even the Empress herself might not command him at will. After failed negotiations, these merchant caravans and representatives formed a coalition force. Joined by numerous mercenaries stranded on nowhere, they launched a direct assault on the spaceport. The two sides clashed fiercely. The necrocraft fleet's ferocious artillery fire blanketed nowhere's skies. Rocket Raccoon, having separated from the group, piloted a mining ship, weaving and dodging, trying to break through the Kree encirclement. This little raccoon who had come to nowhere solely for the 4 billion bounty had no desire to be dragged into the Kree Empire's war conflicts. Hope that dumb tree hid himself well. It'll be a disaster if that lunatic Ronan got him. Rocket's superb piloting skills allowed him to easily evade the dense barrage behind him. Emerald green blasts lit up the sky like blooming fireworks. The mining ship lacked offensive weaponry and was quickly surrounded by the necrocraft fleet. Rocket was about to give up and surrender when a small fleet, swift as falcons, tore through the Kree's outer perimeter with practiced ease. Ravagers, a bunch of Ravagers are breaking through the necrocraft line. Lady Luck smiling on me today. Rocket cheered. The pilots were all clad in red jackets, their leader sporting a flame insignia, the unmistakable mark of the Ravagers. Quill. I'm gonna get you this time. Yondu, standing tall aboard a medium-sized ship, snarled viciously. That little punk dared to take the orb for himself, tried to pocket the 4 billion solo, and even stirred up trouble with the Kree Empire's Ronan. It infuriated Yondu. I should have handed the troublesome brat over to his bastard father long ago and saved myself the headache. While the battle raged overhead, things were no calmer below. On the desolate long street reduced to ruins, Ronan's gaze locked onto the men emerging from the smoke. More precisely, onto the dazzling radiance blossoming from his right hand. That shifting, dense purple glow instilled a sense of danger in him. Ronan gripped his long-handled warhammer, speaking down to Sean, I'm indeed searching for the orb. Can you provide me with any clues? He looked at the composed young man with arrogant disdain, I will offer you a suitably generous reward. Unfortunately, I'm destined not to receive your generous reward, Sean said, a bright smile spreading across his face, because the orb belongs to me now. Ronan's expression hardened. His domineering aura erupted, his black armor humming like a volcano poised to erupt. Star-Lord and Gamora, hiding at the side of the street, stared in disbelief. They watched as Sean held the purple gem barehanded, completely unharmed, seemingly suffering no damage at all. Any thoughts they had of snatching back the power stone vanished instantly. This was clearly an even more dangerous and mysterious figure. They deemed it best not to provoke him without knowing his background. This universe is always full of fools who don't know when they're faced with death. I've met two such today, Ronan said, not angry, but with indifferent eyes now gleaming with murderous intent. An inexplicable chill swept down the street. His towering frame erupted like a dormant volcano, invisible shockwaves churning. The surrounding space seemed to congeal. I will crush every bone in your body one by one. Then you'll weep and beg for a swift death at my feet. After this cold declaration, the Kree accuser vanished from his spot. Though Ronan's words were contemptuous, he was cautious at heart. This man that abruptly appeared before him was not a weak opponent like Drax. Ronan's figure lunged forward, carrying an unparalleled domineering aura, closing the distance in an instant. Both hands gripped the warhammer, raised high, then he swung down directly towards Sean's head, causing the air to detonate as if space itself was collapsing. Sean extended his left hand, blocking Ronan's hammer as it crashed down. Boom. A thunderous impact rang out. Sean's feet sank slightly as the ground beneath him erupted in fine cracks, which spread like an expanding spiderweb. Churning shockwaves flung dust into the air like a coiling dragon. The deafening, muffled explosion rumbled, causing all of nowhere to tremble. Is this pitiful strength what earned you the Kree Empire's seat of accuser? Sean asked, his deep eyes flashing with cold light. Dense purple light leaked out from his other hand which held the power stone, violent energy escaping. Ronan sensed danger approaching, but before he could react, he was sent soaring into the air. The Kree accuser felt excruciating pain throughout his body, stars flashing before his eyes, as if struck head-on by a warship. In his dazed vertigo, he became a streaking line, plowing through dozens of Kree troops behind him. Those unfortunate souls struck by their accuser instantly became piles of shattered remains, flesh and blood flying, bones obliterated. Collapsing buildings toppled like dominoes in a continuous rumble. Ronan embedded heavily into a sturdy wall, cracking it into a web of fissures. Sean clenched his right hand. The intense purple light pulsed and expanded like an inflating supernova threatening to break free from his control at any moment. Terrifying purple cracks snaked up his arm, dazzling violent radiance seeming to burst through the confines of his palm, unleashing a surging storm of destruction. I will end you. Ronan's roar echoed like thunderclaps across all of nowhere. Swinging his warhammer, nearby structures collapsed into dust. His black armor hummed and shrieked, hissing currents writhing like serpents. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Ronan's figure shot forward. Whoosh! The air shuddered with visible ripples. His warhammer, wrapped in ferocious energy, savagely swung at the unmoving Sean. One hand is enough to deal with you. Sean said, devoting half his focus to controlling the power stone in his right hand. Seeing the approaching figure, he grinned. His left hand formed a fist, his tall frame erupting in golden light. Surging flames condensed into a blazing celestial body. Let me show you the true meaning of power, Sean's voice rang out softly. T/N, 6 chapters remaining, till completion on Patter 0N. That is, till chapter 173 of volume 2, which is the final volume of the book. I can already smell the sweet scent of freedom, person in steamy room medium dark skin tone. Read 38 chapters ahead here, p@tray0n.com/mymatengel. Chapter 438, Chapter 130, Who is the Master? Ronan's all-out strike, delivered with crushing force, was still effortlessly blocked by Sean. That single palm held the long-handled warhammer steadily. Even with the mountainous force the hammer exerted, it remained utterly unmoving, unable to advance another inch. The stagnant air roared like furious dragons, emitting sharp whistles and forming violent hurricanes. Sean suddenly clenched his palm. The high-tech Kree warhammer cracked, then shattered in the next instant. Ignoring the accuser's look of shock, Sean's eyes flickered. The blazing construct formed by surging flames smashed directly into Ronan's body. Bam! His black armor disintegrated into dust. Ronan looked as if he had endured a barrage of artillery fire. His solid, powerful frame was instantly charred as he crashed heavily against the metal bulkhead behind him. Sean approached the dying Kree accuser. His right hand held the power stone, purple veins snaked up from his palm, intertwining in intricate patterns. You wanted the orb. Sean's gentle voice roused Ronan's fading consciousness. He forced his eyes open. His mighty body was scorched by heat, his brain transmitting clear, searing pain, but more agonizing than the physical wounds was the crushing defeat he faced. The Kree accuser watched as Sean opened his palm. A dense purple light blazed, forcing Ronan to squint against the burning sting in his retinas. Are you worthy of possessing it? Sean asked mockingly. Overwhelming purple radiance surged like a sea of flames, enveloping the gravely wounded Ronan. Thunderous waves of power churned within his body, tearing through every inch of flesh. Excruciating pain swept through him. Under the baptism of the Power Stone's energies, the once arrogant and cold accuser couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. Sean gripped his fist tightly, and the purple light erupting from his palm vanished abruptly. He said, "You know far too little about true power. Ronan slumped to his knees at Sean's feet, his body like cracked porcelain on the verge of shattering. Prostrate on the ground, the accuser struggled to lift his head, gazing up at Sean as if at a god. He watched as the men lightly pinched the purple gem and embedded it into a golden gauntlet. The infinity gauntlet, now holding 5 stones, erupted in dazzling light. The atmosphere churned like rolling tides, the dense air sweeping outward in waves like a tide. Submit to power. Offer your loyalty. Sean spoke softly. On the golden gauntlet, the mind stone flickered faintly, releasing invisible ripples. Then, like a rising sun, a brilliant mental radiance swallowed Ronan's waning will. The utterly defeated accuser's face showed a flicker of struggle, which was quickly replaced by blankness. As you command, Master. The once overbearing accuser knelt devoutly at Sean's feet, like the most faithful servant. The scene of the arrogant and domineering Kree enforcer submitting so willingly made Peter Quill and Gamora, who were hiding nearby, widen their eyes in disbelief. Forgetting all about the Power Stone which was now in Sean's possession, they scurried into the collapsed ruins and fled swiftly, not daring to look back. Sean glanced at the fleeing figures for a moment, then, without sparing a glance at the kneeling Ronan, turned and walked leisurely toward the Tyvan Group building. With the accuser dealt with, it was time to discuss cooperation with the Collector. Nowhere was in chaos, filled with slaughter and strife everywhere. The Kree necrocraft fleet bombarded indiscriminately, explosions echoing overhead without pause. Inside the ancient celestial skull, space pirates and merchant convoys joined the frantic melee. A Ravager crew had also thrown themselves into the tense battle at some point. As for the Tyvan Group's private forces, they had collapsed in the first skirmish, fleeing in disarray. Any remaining loyalists were mercilessly slaughtered by the necrocraft fleet. Awakening in the ruins of his collection center, Tyvan bitterly cursed over and over in his mind, that damned Karina. Those damned Kree bastards. The Power Stone, which was almost within his grasp, had vanished, and his precious collection was completely destroyed. It was a total loss. All because of that audacious servant and the ambitious accuser. Without them, Tyvan would have already fled nowhere with the Power Stone. The Tyvan Group was a force to be reckoned with in the vast cosmos. The Collector's status as an elder of the universe gave him transcendent standing. However, Ronan the Accuser, that deranged lunatic, cared nothing for such things. He didn't even fear the Nova Corps, solely fixated on tearing up the peace treaty and destroying Xander. Such a person had no reason to fear the Tyvan Group. Ultimately, the Tyvan Group was a large commercial institution with vast wealth and extensive connections. Compared to advanced civilizations boasting thousands of space fleets, the gap was immense and impossible to bridge. Never mind all that, I need to get out of here quickly. Tyvan gathered his things. This elder with an endless lifespan felt a pain so sharp, he could barely breathe. As Nowhere's overlord, the Tyvan Group naturally had secret passages unknown to outsiders to evade invasions and escape the star system directly. Through the ship's forward viewport, Tyvan saw the brilliant nebulae dust beyond Nowhere. The sight was magnificent and wondrous, like thick clouds splashed with countless colors. The famed Collector sighed. He had managed Nowhere for so long, painstakingly building it into the cosmos's most famous smuggling hub, a bustling trade port. Now forced to abandon it, he felt a pang of reluctance. Still, Tyvan had time on his side. Whether it was the Tyvan Group or Nowhere, both were just idle games he played to pass eternity. I'll get it all back eventually, he consoled himself. He wondered if he should visit Sakaar to see the Grandmaster, whom he hadn't seen in ages. The ship's thrusters spewed intense flames, breaking free from Nowhere, plunging into the beautiful nebula like a brilliant meteor. Ronan was a notorious warlord in the cosmos, infamous for ignoring Nova Corps rules, with immense strength backed by the advanced Kree Empire. Encountering him was sheer misfortune. As things stand, the peace between the Kree Empire and Xander won't last long. Soon, the cosmos will be engulfed in raging war once again. Just as Tyvan began to relax, the vast nebula, layered like an oil painting, slowly swirled like a whirlpool in the sea. The industrial-grade sturdy ship shook violently, like a small boat in a storm, swaying precariously, seemingly about to break apart at any moment. As if an invisible giant hand stirred the galaxy, ripples spread through the boundless cosmos, immense forces tugging at the colorful, beautiful nebula. A destructive storm brimming with surging energy hammered Tyvan's ship. Sitting inside the cabin, the Collector wore an expression of horror. Nowhere's surrounding star system has always been calm and stable. How can such a terrifying cosmic storm erupt so suddenly? Chapter 439, Chapter 131, Chips on the Table. The chaos in Nowhere had subsided. At Sean's covert instruction, Ronan's fleet had withdrawn from the spaceport and was now patrolling the surrounding star systems. With the Kree gone, the coalition of armed forces that had risen in resistance found no reason to continue fighting. So they disbanded and went their separate ways in groups after confirming it wasn't a sinister plot orchestrated by the Kree. Peter Quill, who had initially hoped to make a fortune, evaded Yondu's Ravagers and set off on another escape with Gamora. Rocket Raccoon, meanwhile, found Groot dragging the unconscious Drax out of a chemical vat. This group, which, in another timeline, was destined to become the Guardians of the Galaxy and save Xander, had not come together here. Their fates had diverged. On the top floor of one of the Tyvan group's complex buildings, Sean sat leisurely in his seat. Across from him was a rather disheveled Tannelier Tyvan, the famed collector. "Greetings, esteemed collector. My apologies for this rather abrupt way of meeting you," Sean said, leaned back against the plush semicircular sofa. Soft carpet lay beneath his feet, bright light filled the room, and every detail of the decor radiated luxury. This was the private area of the Tyvan group, which originally belonged solely to Tyvan, now boldly occupied by this young man. Standing behind the sofa was a blue-skinned bald woman. The extensive metal components covering large areas of her body indicated she had undergone multiple cybernetic augmentations. Tyvan recognized her. She was Nebula, a Luphamoid from planet Lupham, which had been consumed by Galactus. Like Gamora, she was also the Mad Titan's adopted daughter. It was said that from a young age, she had been cruelly trained by the Mad Titan into a killing machine, her hands stained with blood and sin, instilling fear even in the most notorious space pirates. Along with Gamora, she was known as one of the most dangerous women in the universe. "Your way of inviting me is certainly unique," Tyvan said with an awkward laugh. His robe cloak was marred with scorch marks, and his disheveled white hair had completely stripped away his usual air of elegance. Recalling the recent events, a look of lingering fear crossed his face. Despite his long lifespan, being the target of a long-range strike that obliterated his starship, only to be forcibly dragged back to nowhere from a nebula cloud, was a first for him. "Are you the Terran who made Thanos retreat in defeat?" Tyvan asked, his eyes darting around. As the master of the Tyvan group commanding a vast information network like nowhere, a little thought was all it took for him to guess Sean's true identity. "I had thought that news was merely a rumor spread by interested parties. Thanos, a dominant power in the universe, has never known defeat." The collector adopted an earnest expression. No wonder that Mad Titan's daughter is by his side, and why Ronan had obediently left nowhere. He thought, it seems this young man possesses strength comparable to Thanos. Since when did Terrans have such powerhouses? Within the galaxy, the only civilization that left an impression on him was Asgard. After all, Odin's conquest of the 9 realms, the invincible death goddess Hela, and the extraordinarily valiant Valkyrier, had all left a deep mark on the collector. Nebula once doubted it too, just like you. She believed Thanos was unbeatable. Sean smiled faintly as he looked at the contemplative collector, speaking softly, "Until I showed her this." A gleaming golden gauntlet materialized out of thin air, resting on Sean's right hand. It was adorned with 5 infinity stones of different colors which sparkled like stars. The collector's expression changed abruptly, his previously comical and obsequious look instantly replaced by one of sheer shock. The infinity stones. And 5 of them. His tone, filled with utter disbelief, betrayed his deep shock. Tyvan was well aware that Thanos sought the 6 gems and had even forged a gauntlet as an energy conduit for them. So, when the collector had wanted to acquire the orb, he had considered the risks involved, but ultimately, his personal obsession had prevailed. As a member of the ancient race known as the Elders of the Universe with a life of immense longevity, time was not something to be treasured, on the contrary, it was inconsequential. To stave off the madness born of endless eons of solitude, Tyvan had chosen to collect rare artifacts. His brother, the Grandmaster, was obsessed with contests and gambling. Both were peculiar beings who treated their hobbies as their very reason for existence. Space, mind, reality, time, power. The collector's breathing grew heavy as he enumerated them one by one, his eyes filled with the radiant glow emanating from the infinity stones. In a daze, he even reached out involuntarily, drawn to touch that dreamlike brilliance. A burst of intense purple light suddenly flashed, and a powerful burst of force sent him tumbling backward. "My apologies. This is private property," Sean said with a smile, watching the rather disheveled collector tumble across the floor. He added, "I wish to discuss a transaction with you." "A transaction?" Tyvan shook out his robes, appearing completely unashamed. His eyes were only for the infinity stones. "I could give you the entire Tyvan group, everything I possess, as long as..." The famously avid collector stared fixedly at the infinity gauntlet, his gaze fervent, betraying a tightly reined-in greed. "Do you think that's possible?" Sean tilted, a hint of amusement in his tone. The infinity stones were the most precious artifacts in this universe. They were symbols of supreme power. Not even if the collector offered everything he had, nor if the 3 great empires combined their wealth, could they match their worth. "Forgive my bluntness, but aside from the infinity stones, you have nothing of significant value," Tyvan said, his head lowered in dejection. His heart was restless with desire to seize the golden gauntlet, but as the collector, he understood better than anyone the terrifying power wielded by someone who could casually bear the strain of 5 infinity stones. "Sometimes, power itself is a bargaining chip," Sean said seriously, his gaze steady on the dumbfounded elder. He intended to forge nowhere into Earth's forward outpost. Coupled with the 9 realms forming a unified defensive line, it would create a complete strategic springboard. I have a Kree Empire Necrocraft fleet under my command, an assassin trained by Thanos, and an Infinity Gauntlet capable of sweeping aside the combined fleets of the 3 great empires. Sean sat upright on the sofa, his expression calm, his tone carrying an unyielding firmness. I believe there is still room for cooperation between us. The golden glove on his hand flickered with a cold light. T/N, as of today, I've finally completed translating this fanfic back on Patter 0N. You can read the remaining 41 chapters ahead of schedule here, p@tray0n.com/myamatengel01. Chapter 440, Chapter 132, A New Overlord. Under the intimidation of the Infinity Gauntlet, Tyvan ultimately chose to surrender nowhere. He recognized that this young Terran was cut from the same cloth as the Kree Empire's accuser, Ronan, and the Mad Titan, Thanos. Their common trait was a disregard for established rules, or rather, the courage and the power to overturn the table at any moment. However, Thanos and Ronan had already fallen one after the other beneath Sean's feet. Tyvan was a pragmatist. He had no desire to be the next stepping stone trampled into the dirt. Thus, the universe's famed collector shrewdly provided everything Sean required, the liquid assets of the Tyvan group, control over the star sectors surrounding Nowhere, and more. Tyvan understood Sean's desire for a visible puppet. On the Kree front, he already had Ronan the Accuser and a Necrocraft fleet. Securing Nowhere next to forge a vast and prosperous trade port would mean establishing a true foothold in the boundless cosmos. Nowhere shall have a new master, Tyvan declared, spreading his arms in an exaggerated gesture of respect. Having fulfilled Sean's demands, the collector departed with an air of dignified composure. Tyvan is not to be trusted, Nebula said coldly from behind the sofa, standing like a sentinel. She had dealt with him many times and knew that beneath his clownish facade lay a calculating mind. As an elder of the universe who had lived through endless epochs, the collector's thought processes were far removed from ordinary beings, making him all the more inscrutable. Of course he isn't trustworthy. That collector is probably obsessed with finding a way to seize these 5 Infinity Stones from me, Sean replied with a nod and a faint smile. Tyvan's surrender of Nowhere and his generous offer of the Tyvan group undoubtedly concealed ulterior motives. A ruler shouldn't fret over schemes hatched in shadows. Consider Thanos, who commands the Black Order and rules billions. Does he fear the ill intentions of others? Sean stood up, a relaxed smile on his face. He walked slowly to the transparent observation deck, gazing out at the brilliant nebula dust, his mind serene. From Earth to the starry ocean, Sean had always played the men behind the curtain, surpassing both heroes and villains to reach the pinnacle of his world. Now, immersed in the vast cosmos, he felt a burgeoning impulse to act freely and ambitiously. With Nowhere as his starting point, his gaze swept across the 3 empires, the Nova Corps, the Elders of the Universe, the Black Order. Though he stood atop Earth, the road ahead remained long and arduous. Beneath the starry sky, within the forest of civilizations, it all comes down to the language of fists, Sean said softly, turning to Nebula. Only with the passage of eras does violence and barbarism don a cloak of civilization, dressed in grandiose justifications. Nebula remained silent. She had heard similar words from Thanos many times. Her cybernetic eyes fixed on the golden gauntlet adorning Sean's right hand, the supreme treasure the Mad Titan had pursued his entire life. Even after witnessing Ronan bow at this man's feet, doubt had lingered in her heart. It wasn't until Sean revealed the Infinity Gauntlet that she became utterly convinced of Thanos' defeat. Having spent years at Thanos' side, she knew his formidable power all too well. Seated upon the throne of a cosmic overlord, commanding legions of brutes and criminals, Thanos could annihilate planets and wipe out half of all life. He had terror even the 3 empires dared not provoke. To Nebula, Thanos had always been invincible, undefeatable, unkillable. Despite the hatred she and Gamora carried, they never dared reveal it. But now, that colossal shadow, that nightmare looming over her heart, seemed to have dissipated. "What do you want me to do?" the assassin asked directly. She knew that without Thanos' protection, her past deeds would draw the relentless pursuit of the Nova Corps, ending in a lifetime at the KYLN. To escape Thanos' control and find freedom, she needed a new patron. And Sean, who had stood against the Mad Titan, was the obvious choice. "The same as you did by Thanos' side," Sean replied. He needed to establish a route, a stable channel from the 9 realms to Nowhere. It was a laborious project. Ronan, now his puppet, had to return to the Kree Empire to spark a military revolution, overthrowing the Supreme Intelligence. Sean required a formidable agent to deal with notorious space pirates and warlike raider civilizations on his behalf. Before that, keep an eye on Gamora, he added casually, she still holds the secret to the last stone's location. Nebula's heart chilled. She snapped her gaze to Sean, fear flickering in her eyes. Gamora had confided that secret only to me. How did he know? To Nebula, the man at the observation deck was shrouded in mystery. In all the universe, only I can help you break free from Thanos' control, Sean said calmly. He knew Gamora and Nebula yearned every moment to escape the Mad Titan's grasp. In the original timeline, when Ronan obtained the orb, he tore up his deal with Thanos, claiming the Power Stone for himself. And Nebula, without hesitation, chose to stand by Ronan, hoping to use his power to flee Thanos' shadow. "I will work for you, as long as you can kill Thanos," Nebula said after a moment of reflection, her voice cold, her tone indifferent yet heavy with hatred. What agony must it be for a living being to endure repeated, cruel mechanical alterations? If Gamora's hatred stemmed from her slaughtered homeworld, Nebula's was born of her own mutilation. "That day will come," Sean said lightly. He bore no personal grudge against the Mad Titan. But two beings pursuing the same ultimate goal could not coexist. "I will wait," Nebula said, her gaze fixed on Sean's upright figure, as if witnessing the rise of a new cosmic overlord. Read the remaining 40 chapters ahead of schedule here, p@tray0n.com/mymatengel. Chapter 441, Chapter 133, Tomorrow's Future. Peaceful times always seem to pass swiftly. The new era is like a galloping steed, leaping across the gaps of time. In an old house in Brooklyn, Steve, wearing a pointed hat folded from newspaper, diligently painted the aged walls with a long-handled roller brush. His friend Bucky, who was slowly regaining his memories, busied himself with cleaning. It was hard to imagine that one was a World War II veteran from the last century, the other a former Hydra assassin. Now, they looked like ordinary men, wearing aprons and paper hats, engaged in mundane household chores. Steve Rogers, once a war hero and the righteous leader of superheroes, had long vanished from the public eye. His image lived only in museums and educational films. Captain America was content with his current life. Having laid down the shield and the star-spangled uniform, he seemed to have shed his past responsibilities along with them, finally finding peace of mind. Back in the bar, Steve and Sean had spoken at length. Afterward, Steve signed the Superhuman/Superhero Registration Act, stepping away from tangled political disputes to live a life of retirement. Having cast aside his shield and flag, he now felt truly unburdened. The confusion and hesitation of the past had dissipated. This World War II veteran had fought on smoke-filled battlefields, braved storms of bullets, and before victory arrived, had fallen into a glacier with an unfulfilled promise. Awakening from a 70-year slumber was like waking from a nap, only to draw back the curtains and find a world utterly changed. The devastating war had ended. His comrades and partners were now either old and frail or resting beneath the earth. The emptiness left in Steve's heart was vast and unfillable. In peacetime, Captain America could not find purpose. The country used him as a propaganda icon. People saw him as a legend stepping out of history. Everyone called him Captain America, but few cared about the small man named Steve Rogers beneath the uniform. Lost and confused, he was approached by Nick Fury. Persuaded to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve soon discovered it was not an organization of justice and peace. Its director was too cold. In a crisis, solutions mattered more than casualties or safety, something Steve could never accept. He became like a ghost in the 21st century, his memories lingering in the shadows of World War II, unable to adapt to the new world. Later, in a bar conversation, Sean argued that superheroes themselves kept the world in turmoil. A group of powerful humans in costumes, fighting crime while disregarding laws. The heroes were also criminals in that sense. With great power comes great responsibility, but not everyone can bear that burden or restrain their abilities. Better than relying on superheroes to save the world was to change the world itself. Steve had to admit, Sean was succeeding. Even without superheroes, the world had not fallen into chaos. A new order was forming. S.H.I.E.L.D., without Nick Fury, had become purer, dedicated to order and homeland security. Mutants, once persecuted, were now recognized as new humans, shedding the old label. Without Iron Man, Captain America, and the Avengers, the world remained peaceful. People gradually forgot superheroes, they became legends and characters in comic books. "Steve, what's for dinner? We're low on groceries. We need to go to the supermarket," Bucky spoke, still cleaning. In the process of recovering his memories, the former Winter Soldier had shaken off the darkness of his past with Steve's help. He had faced trial, served his sentence on the raft, and was released only after Umbrella removed the remnants of his brainwashing. Though still monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D., it was a good start. "Since we're fixing up the new place, we should celebrate. How about soup, mashed potatoes, grilled lamb chops, and fried shrimp?" Steve suggested, smiling as he finished painting. "Sounds like a feast." "I thought you'd just ask Peter to deliver pizza again," Bucky joked, turning on the TV. The World Security Council has officially passed the Land Reclamation Project. In Antarctica, Africa, and Australia, Umbrella will provide technical support to build new technocities, preparing for humanity's future beyond Earth. Earth will also establish diplomatic relations with extraterrestrial civilizations, promoting exchanges in science and culture. On the dusty screen, images scrolled by, occasionally flashing spaceships and rows of figures in black uniforms with flame insignias. These were the newly forming Exploration Corps, the first humans set to venture into outer space. It's unbelievable. I still remember the Stark Expo. Howard said we were witnessing the future. And now, we're living in it, Steve mused, his voice tinged with emotion. I remember too. That was when your life changed, Steve. You met Dr. Erskine and became Captain America, Bucky grinned. Before that, you were the little guy stuffing newspapers in his shoes. And in the blink of an eye, you were leading us to victory. The two friends shared a smile. Those memories had become precious, fading pictures in their minds, taken out only occasionally for quiet reflection. All right, let's go to the supermarket. Even though Peter's pizza place is pretty good, we can't eat there every day. Steve said, putting on his jacket, and together with Bucky, they walked downstairs. The setting sun sank below the horizon. The steel jungle, bathed in dusky afterglow, became a beautiful silhouette. The soft sunlight stretched their shadows long and thin as they walked the streets of Brooklyn, as if they had returned to the last century. Steve gazed into the distance. A brand new era was dawning, and both he and Bucky would be its witnesses. Chapter 442, Chapter 134, The Rise of a New Power. The core area of Nowhere was now dotted with dense clusters of skyscrapers, magnificent art centers, opulent entertainment venues, and dazzling, colorful lights that swayed, creating a dreamlike ambience. The most striking of all was a towering edifice, the tallest structure on Nowhere. Its shape resembled a half-unfurled sail, its entire body gleaming silver-white. The red and white umbrella logo hanging from its top floor was particularly attention-grabbing. Compared to its previous labyrinthine architectural layout and chaotic, shadowy districts, present-day Nowhere could be said to be completely revitalized. The once filthy and disorderly lower-level mining zones and the mixed-up residential areas had undergone redesign and planning. This lawless land had not only regained order but also exuded a new vitality. Sean stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the prosperous landscape beneath his feet. A year had passed since he took control of Nowhere. Despite being in the cosmos, Sean still preferred to measure the flow of matter and the passage of all things using Earth's time units. Though, when viewed against the vast cosmic canvas, such measurements were riddled with uncertainties and lacked precision. Minutes, seconds, hours, years, these units were merely human constructs, artificial concepts of time. Different civilizations defined them differently. The 9 realms shared relatively similar scales, but in the boundless universe, there existed unique civilizations with entirely divergent notions of time, each with their own methods of external communication. Nowhere did not decline even with the absence of the Tyvan group and Tanalier Tyvan's departure. It went quiet for a while at first, but soon revived its former prosperity through open and unrestricted trade. No one knew exactly what agreement the new master of Nowhere had reached with the Kree Empire's accuser, Ronan. When the Collector left, many major forces were eager to swarm into this place. They were like sharks smelling blood, opening their maws wide, attempting to monopolize this feast of delicacies. However, the Kree Necrocraft fleet forced those opportunists harboring dreams of vast profit to retreat with bitter reluctance. Throughout this period, space pirates drawn by the commotion never ceased probing and harassing Nowhere, only to pay a heavy price. Thanos' adopted daughter, Nebula, proved her worth to Sean. To this ruthless assassin, those vicious space pirates were nothing more than lambs for the slaughter. After single-handedly destroying 2 small fleets and sowing chaos among the pirates, she brought some under formal control while the rest were wiped out by their former comrades. The casualty rate among the freedmen is climbing, and the integrated pirates are growing restless. If you still don't plan to recall Ronan from the Kree Empire, Nowhere will soon become a wasteland, Nebula said gravely, stepping past the verification of the Red Queen. Since joining Sean, Nebula had shown extraordinary capability, proof that the Mad Titan's brutal training had not been in vain. At the start, Sean had declared the liberation of Nowhere's mining slaves, designating them as freedmen to serve as a viable force for defending Nowhere. Nebula took charge of their training. Thanks to her, in less than half a year, these former bottom-tier slaves who were once only capable of robbery and extortion could now stand and fight space pirates head-on. The space pirates are encroaching on the surrounding star sectors, severely affecting Nowhere's normal operations. If this continues, the entire trade route will collapse, she warned. Ronan cannot reinforce Nowhere. He has rallied the Kree Empire's warlords, declaring rebellion against the Supreme Intelligence's rule, arguing that Kree should not submit to a mechanical will. Sean replied calmly, pressed by the pro-war voices within the Empire. The Kree Empire unilaterally tore up the peace treaty with Xander. After the war began, Ronan withdrew all Necrocraft fleets. This was done with my permission. Otherwise, why do you think these space pirates suddenly regrouped? The Kree-Xander war has shattered cosmic calm. More civilizations are plundering resources, eager to climb higher in the banquet of power, and to them, Nowhere is a sweet, massive cake. His expression remained calm, betraying no anxiety. Since taking control, he had never shown his face publicly. Nebula handled everything, leading many to initially believe Nowhere's new master was Thanos. But that illusion was soon shattered. With the Black Order's disappearance and rumors of Thanos' possible death spreading ever wider. You're deliberately letting them think this cake is unguarded to lure them in. Nebula's eyes flickered as she pieced together Sean's intent. How did the three great empires establish their dominance? How did Thanos build his fearsome reputation? Sean asked, then answered himself, through repeated wars. No matter how civilizations differ across the universe, one thing remains largely the same: savage plunder and ruthless conquest are the fastest ways to establish authority. Friendly exchange can never yield true peace. I need a group to jump out first, to let those with ill intentions witness a bloody lesson with their own eyes. Hearing Sean's explanation, Nebula felt relieved. No wonder he had first freed the slaves, then used freedom as bait to drive them to fight. Then he allowed Ronan to withdraw the Necrocraft fleet, leaving Nowhere isolated and vulnerable. The rise of any power must be paved with the fall of stars. Sean needs the universe to know that the Tyvan group was now Nowhere's past. Chaos breeds opportunity, Sean said, waving his hand. A massive holographic projection filled the air, mapping the power distribution of this grand cosmic era. The vast universe was far from peaceful. War had reignited between the Kree Empire and Xander, engulfing countless planets in massive conflict. Even the self-proclaimed cosmic police, the Nova Corps, could not remain neutral. The seemingly stable Shi'ar Empire and the low-profile Skrull Empire churned with undercurrents, internal strife and external clashes unending. Apart from these powerful titans standing atop the galactic hierarchy, there were also the aloof elders of the universe, the Watcher civilization that never interfered in any affairs, and secretive organizations lurking in the shadows. For nascent forces like Earth, seeking a higher place meant either surviving in the cracks, or seizing chaos as a ladder. Don't worry, Sean said, his gaze fixed on the vast universe, eyes gleaming with anticipation. An army will soon arrive at Nowhere. Read the remaining 38 chapters ahead of schedule here, p@trey0n.com/mymatengel. Chapter 443, Chapter 135, The First Battle. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, vast nebulae of vibrant colors unfurled like a magnificent, awe-inspiring tapestry. Amid the profound, tranquil darkness of space, rows of sleek, streamlined starfighters stood in precise formation, resembling a sharp arc capable of slicing through any foe that dared stand in their path. At the center loomed a massive, sturdy black warship over 2,000 feet in length, resembling an impregnable fortress and exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. This was the pride of Xander's heavy industries, named the Hailer. It housed more than 6,000 life support chambers, sufficient to carry 20,000 elite warriors. Equipped with a warp drive and powered by an antimatter core, the warship's armaments included 12 quad-mounted heavy laser turrets, 24 secondary laser cannons, and 4 multipurpose launchers. The bow featured an extravagantly expensive main cannon whose devastating power was beyond question. This steel behemoth could truly run rampant and conquer any civilized planet, unless, of course, it encountered the regular forces of the three great empires. No one knew how this ragtag fleet of space pirates had gotten their hands on such a strategic military asset designed for colonial expansion. These scumbags' weaponry is nearly on par with the elite fleets of the three great empires, spat a one-eyed man with a mechanical prosthetic limb, his tone vicious. This man, Titch, hailed from the planet Corbin. His wild, jet-black beard accentuated his ferocious appearance. Once an infamous space pirate, his most celebrated feat had been single-handedly hijacking the Sovereign's flagship. To escape the High Priestess's relentless pursuit, he had gone into hiding on Nowhere. Titch, you always boast that you're the most ruthless pirate and the finest captain in this universe. Now's your chance to prove it, Nebula said coldly as she flexed her cybernetic arm. They stood at Nowhere's spaceport. After 6 months of Earth time, the swarming bands of space pirates that had gathered had completely seized the surrounding star systems of Nowhere, forming a dangerous encirclement. And the Legion Sean had promised left Nebula deeply disappointed. An Earth Coalition army untested by real war stood no chance against these space pirates. In her eyes, Earthlings resembled a herd of feeble Orlonis, while the space pirates, backed by powerful factions, were apex predators at the top of the food chain. The chasm between the two sides was immense and seemingly unbridgeable. Had Nebula not recognized Sean's formidable personal strength, she might have withdrawn long ago. She was willing to pledge allegiance only to a cosmic overlord capable of challenging Thanos, not to a delusional madman too arrogant to discern reality. What should we do? Titch asked nonchalantly, puffing on an Earth-made cigar. He'd never heard of Earth, but that planet's vodka and cigarettes were truly praiseworthy in his opinion. We wait first. Let this Earth Coalition experience what real space warfare is like, Nebula replied, standing at the spaceport. Sean had given clear orders, they were to provide logistical support only. It was clear that Nowhere's new master intended for this first expeditionary force to undergo a brutal baptism of blood and fire. How many of those bastards are there? John asked, standing at the spaceport in a crisp black uniform with a flame insignia on his right sleeve as he addressed his adjutant. Approximately 3,000 on the flanks, roughly a full fleet's worth. 70% are armed space pirates, with some mercenaries who joined en route, replied the adjutant. Mr. Cypher said we must hit them hard this time. After tens of thousands of virtual combat simulations and strategic war drills, we won't lose to this rabble. John said with a cold smile, a flickering flame dancing in his palm. He turned to his adjutant and asked, "How are Bobby and Pietro doing on their end?" "All set, awaiting your command." At the other end of the spaceport, Bobby and Pietro, both clad in black uniforms, boarded a destroyer. Thanks to Sean's aggressive push, Earth had surged forward at breakneck speed. After seizing Nowhere, it gained massive technological infusions from advanced civilizations, plus unconditional industrial backing from the World Security Council. A nascent space fleet had become the first to charge into the starry seas. This human coalition force primarily consisted of the younger generation of mutants and super soldiers jointly trained by nations worldwide. The commander was Emil Blonsky, with General Thaddeus Ross as the supreme leader. An elite military council of 12 members, selected by world leaders, provided strategic oversight. "This is our first battle. Humanity above all." Pietro's voice rang through the comms channel. "Humanity above all," a wave of impassioned affirmations followed. Enjoying the cake alone inevitably came with certain risks. Nowhere had transformed from an underground black market into a bustling trade hub and an increasingly vital spaceport, generating substantial profits. In the eyes of major powers, it had become a luscious, tempting slice of cake. Initially intimidated by the supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire, these cowards had hesitated to act. But as time passed, the Kree Empire tore up its peace accord with Xander, escalating tensions to the point where even the Nova Corps could no longer contain the situation. Now, with Ronan the Accuser preoccupied with his own crises, the moment to seize Nowhere had arrived. "Everything's ready. We're just waiting for John's order," Bobby said calmly. He had spent time at the Mutant Academy, but ultimately remained lost, unable to find his place. With the dawn of a new era, this highly promising young man had joined the expeditionary force organized by the World Security Council. His friend John, who had been among the first to make that choice, had now matured into a capable warship commander and a rising star within the expeditionary force. Perhaps this is my chance, Bobby thought to himself. He didn't want to fall behind his friends and classmates, fading into forgotten obscurity. "First Fleet, deploy." John's voice crackled through the encrypted channel. From Nowhere's spaceport, small starfighters darted like schools of fish. Dense beams shattered the ancient silence of deep space. Explosions bloomed in brilliant clusters of flame. Behind the dazzling beauty lay cold death. Both sides launched relentless assaults. The pirate mercenary fleet swarmed like ferocious wolves, attempting to encircle Nowhere's first fleet. Yet under the central command of Skynet, John's flagship, Prometheus, established a meticulous defensive line, dodging ferocious bites time and again, luring the enemy deeper until they fell into the trap. Against the backdrop of profound cosmic darkness, over 1,000 starfighters swarmed like agile fish toward the massive hailer. At each craft's core burned a bright artificial sun, the upgraded artificial sun serving as the crucial energy source. The pirate's hailer responded effortlessly, instantly activating its sturdy energy shields capable of withstanding sustained main cannon barrages, blocking close-range fighter attacks while unleashing a dense net of fire. In the soundless vacuum of space, brilliant bursts of light erupted violently one after another. Chapter 444, Chapter 136, Deterrence. Can Earth even afford this kind of suicidal assault with such disregard for casualties? Titch voiced, the ember of his cigar flaring with each slow puff. He stood in the spaceport's observation deck, watching the ferocious battle unfold from a panoramic vantage point. The entirely black Prometheus unleashed swarms of starfighters that darted forth like schools of fish, charging fearlessly toward the space pirate's flagship, the Hailer. Though the starfighters deliberately evaded the massive main cannon at the bow, the 12 laser turrets and 24 secondary cannons mounted along the Hailer's hull formed a semicircular curtain of fire, indiscriminately blanketing the battlefield. Coupled with the smaller supporting fleet weaving back and forth behind it, mopping up stragglers, the formation had established an almost impregnable defensive perimeter. "Just drones," Nebula said, shaking her head. In her view, the sole formidable aspect of Earth civilization lay in its terrifying production capacity. Skynet, which monitored every corner of Nowhere, utilized existing factory assembly lines to manufacture vast numbers of mechanized enforcer units and unmanned starfighters. Earth possesses an intelligent entity akin to the Kree Empire's supreme intelligence. This war is being orchestrated by it, sifting through countless possibilities to select optimal choices and formulate complete tactical strategies. That is precisely why they've managed to hold out this long, she spoke without reservation, gazing at the fighters bursting into flames. She couldn't fathom what the Earth Coalition was truly after. Even with overwhelming numbers of starfighters, breaching the Hailer's defensive perimeter to pose any real threat was fundamentally impossible. Once this conflict devolved into a protracted war of attrition, nowhere would inevitably become the losing side. The space pirates controlled the surrounding star systems. Without securing victory and driving off this rabble, they would be unable to replenish resources in time, slowly dragged into a quagmire by the enemy with no means of effective counterattack. The Earthlings are attempting a boarding assault. Titch's eyes widened as a wild possibility struck him. As a seasoned space pirate, he'd raided merchant vessels countless times, and occasionally, when aiming for a major score, had even brazenly targeted military warships belonging to the three great empires. It was common knowledge that decommissioned warships from Xander could fetch prices in the tens of billions, sometimes equivalent to entire resource-rich planets with minimal exploitation. Boarding actions were a standard tactic among space pirates. Since their equipment and capabilities generally lagged behind regular military forces, they had no choice but to avoid direct confrontation and strike through alternative means. No sooner had Titch spoken than dozens of assault boarding craft shimmered with an ethereal blue radiance along the Hailer's flank, seemingly folding space itself as they breached directly above the warship. Concussion cannons fired in unison, torpedo-like points of light rained down upon the Hailer's energy shield. Violent shockwaves detonated on impact. Concentrating immense destructive power onto a single point, the assault effortlessly shattered the Hailer's energy shield within mere breaths, bringing the attackers dangerously close to the massive vessel. Immediately afterward, the ventral hangar bay automatically slid open. Human troops clad in black uniforms and flame insignia stormed aboard via large, extendable boarding ramps, surging deep into the Hailer's interior. When the grand-scale space battle devolved into individual combat, mutants and super soldiers revealed their inherent advantages. Following the deployment of electromagnetic pulse weapons by the assault craft, the Human Legion unleashed formidable combat prowess. Armed with blasters and organized into counterattack squads, the ferocious space pirates and motley mercenaries fought back tenaciously against the external invasion. 1, 2, 3. Pietro silently counted in his mind. The moment enemy fire slackened slightly, he blurred into a faint afterimage and shot forward. A series of muffled thuds followed. The space pirates occupying the armory collapsed in heaps, all knocked out of the fight. Once the boarding action commenced, the Hailer was the first to lose its combat capability. The remaining smaller fleet, lacking unified command, scattered like headless flies, utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance. Full assault. John, stationed aboard the Prometheus, issued the command with solemn gravity. The flagship's turbo-energy cannons flared to life, unleashing beams of annihilating radiance, swallowing the darting smaller ships like a tidal wave engulfing sailboats. Control Room 4 secured. Advancing toward the command center. Under his comrades' cover fire, Bobby swiftly breached the Hailer's Control Room 4. His arm swept forward, and piercing cold erupted in a torrent, freezing a space pirate who charged at him mid-scream into a rigid ice sculpture. Leave none alive. John's stern voice crackled through the comms channel. Bobby, having secured Control Room 4, hesitated briefly before condensing frost between his palms into an axe. He brought it down, shattering the ice sculpture before him. A frozen head rolled to his feet, then was crushed beneath a forceful stomp. Before venturing into the starry ocean, their commander had drilled it into every soldier: in war, there is no good or evil. Mercy toward the enemy is cruelty toward oneself. Humanity first was the first directive etched into their minds. Obedience to orders was the second. This legion was humanity's vanguard, everything they did was for their fellow man's future. As the intense battle drew to a close, the smaller fleets, witnessing the irreversible collapse following the Hailer's early fall, fled at maximum speed. Guided by Skynet, John capitalized on their advantage, pursuing relentlessly. Swarms of starfighters darted through the darkness of space, chasing down the scattered remnants of the defeated. The vicinity of nowhere possessed no habitable planets for refuge. The fleeing space pirates, now deprived of their mothership support, were doomed if they lost themselves in the magnificent nebular clouds. Inside the spaceport's observation chamber, ash had accumulated into a long column on Titch's cigar. The legendary captain, once renowned across the stars, stood utterly speechless. Without question, this was a spectacular turnaround victory. The Earth Coalition had unexpectedly triumphed against superior numbers, minimizing their own losses through tactical deployment while maximizing their advantage to secure final victory. This crushing defeat would undoubtedly make clear to all those harboring ill intentions toward nowhere that this slice of cake was not to be touched by anyone. Just as both Titch and Nebula believed the war had concluded, a sudden upheaval erupted. The radiant nebula, teeming with gas and cosmic dust, violently churned, surging like a tempestuous ocean roaring with fury. A colossal, tangible hand coalesced into view. The space pirates who had barely escaped with their lives now felt their vessels shudder violently, on the verge of disintegration. Despair was etched across every face. A colossal palm that blotted out the stars slowly opened, dwarfing even nowhere into insignificance. Everyone held their breath, awestruck as they gazed upon the gigantic hand. Within the silent vacuum, distant thunder seemed to roar faintly. A blinding burst of light erupted. Moments later, only drifting wreckage remained in the darkened void. Whether on the Prometheus bridge with John, inside the captured hailer with Bobby, or every soldier in the Legion, they all turned in the same direction with fanatical gazes. Inside the umbrella tower of nowhere, Sean stood before a floor-to-ceiling window and slowly lowered his right hand. The resplendent glow of the golden gauntlet upon it gradually dimmed. From this day forward, his name, and Earth's, would echo throughout the cosmos. Chapter 445, Chapter 137, The Pace of Expansion. In the grand cosmic backdrop, information transmission had long entered a new era of quantum communication. Unlike the early colonial age marked by civilizational isolation, where communication was nearly impossible, information could now traverse half a galaxy in the blink of an eye. The rise of colonial expansion, driven by savagery and plunder, had paradoxically accelerated cultural and technological exchange among civilizations, gradually ushering in an age of racial and cultural integration. The battle at Nowhere had drawn the watchful eyes of numerous major powers. Ever since the Kree Empire tore up its peace accord with Xander, and Ronan rallied warlords to prepare a military coup aimed at overthrowing the long-standing rule of the Supreme Intelligence, the brief tranquility spanning the cosmos had been utterly shattered. Like a stone cast into still water, chaos would inevitably stir towering waves. As a thriving trade hub and spaceport, Nowhere's strategic significance and importance were beyond question, naturally rendering it a delectable slice of cake in the eyes of countless civilizations. United solely by greed and profit, the space pirates had managed to assemble fleets. Armed with cutting-edge weaponry, their consolidated forces swiftly seized control of the star system surrounding Nowhere. Such coordination did not arise spontaneously. Unseen hands undoubtedly operated from the shadows. The ferocious pirates were merely blades. The hand gripping them remained concealed behind a veil of darkness. Having seized Nowhere, Sean had long anticipated finding himself surrounded by hungry wolves. Yet possessing 5 Infinity Stones, he no longer needed to fear any formidable power. There was no such thing as a free lunch without cost, a truth that held equally true across the boundless cosmos. Sean coveted Nowhere's immense wealth and extraordinary developmental potential, intending to forge it into a bridgehead for Earth's advance into the stellar ocean. He could see Nowhere's promising future, and so could others. Especially after the Accuser withdrew the Sakaran fleet to devote himself fully to the Kree Empire's uprising. T/N, FYI, Necrocrafts are the ships used by the Sakarans, an alien race under the authority of Ronan the Accuser. With both the Tyvan group and the Kree Accuser gone, and lacking sufficient backing or powerful protectors, the celestial skull began to emit an irresistibly tantalizing scent, drawing packs of ravenous hyenas and jackals eager to pounce. To Sean, this grand cosmic age of coexisting danger and opportunity resembled a thrilling, novel game. He deliberately remained hidden, placing Nebula at the forefront to lure out swarming space pirates, a move that intentionally created an excellent opportunity to train Earth's coalition forces. Everything proceeded smoothly according to plan. Earth emerged victorious, forcefully thrusting itself into the awareness of civilizations across the universe. Arriving at the top floor of the Umbrella Tower, Nebula said, "Your people have already taken over Nowhere's development operations. What should I do next?" She now appeared transformed. Reforged by Skynet, her cybernetic body appeared far more formidable. Her skin gleamed with a silvery sheen, reflecting a cold luster. The outer shell, forged from vibranium alloy, blended feminine curves with terrifying explosive potential. This was Sean's reward, a mechanical chassis crafted from Umbrella's most advanced biological programs combined with the latest vibranium technology. Upon awakening to her new form, Nebula had been genuinely astonished. The sensation of evolving again was intoxicating. She could intuitively sense that this vibranium-forged body far surpassed her previous one. Flowing through her veins was no longer viscous blood, but mercury-like liquid metal. Her heart functioned like a warship's engine, capable of unleashing a roaring torrent of raw power at a moment's notice. Nebula clenched her fist, feeling the boundless power permeating every inch of her frame. Toward Sean standing before her, a genuine sense of reverence arose within her. This war should have made it clear to those with ill intentions that Nowhere is not a piece of meat for them to covet, Sean said, gazing out the window at the bustling activity below, a faint smile on his lips. After the war's conclusion, with space pirates no longer prowling trade routes to harass merchant convoys, and with Earth's coalition forces gradually strengthening control over surrounding star systems, Nowhere steadily regained its former prosperity. Following comprehensive replanning and renewed investment, Nowhere had been divided into 3 major sectors: the spaceport handling trade and transport, teeming daily with ceaseless traffic, the densely populated slave market, and meticulously crafted commercial centers such as auction houses and entertainment complexes. In Sean's words, the goal was to satisfy every client's desire. Whether legitimate merchant fleets or illicit smugglers and raiders, all could find what they sought in Nowhere and enjoy luxurious, pleasurable experiences. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to abide by the rules of Nowhere, in other words, Sean's will. Gamora is your next mission, Sean said, turning to face Nebula. She knows the location of the final stone. According to intelligence I've received, she has joined forces with Star-Lord, Peter Quill. I've made contact with Yondu of the Ravagers, you may cooperate with him. Complex emotions flickered within Nebula's electronic eyes. She stood motionless for a moment before slowly nodding. Gamora was her sister, not by blood, but as fellow adoptees of Thanos. They had grown up together, maintaining a subtle, intricate bond. Nebula had once believed she harbored only hatred toward Gamora. After all, each time she lost in their forced competitions, Thanos would punish her by replacing parts of her body. That process had been excruciating, so much so that Nebula refused to recall it. I will bring her back, she said coldly. She had already witnessed Sean's overwhelming power firsthand. The sight of him crushing the pirates' fleeing fleet barehanded had stunned every hidden observer, even drawing astonishment from the three great empires. During her time as his subordinate, Nebula had gradually grasped his character. Unlike Thanos, who conquered through relentless plunder and bloodshed, Sean preferred to sit at the table, enjoying the game within the rules he himself set, yet was always ready to flip the board. When you return, nowhere will look entirely different. Sean waved dismissively, signaling her to leave at her discretion. Leaning over the table, he projected a crystal-clear hologram constructing Nowhere's model. The celestial skull, equivalent to a small planet, would undergo continuous expansion in the future. After careful deliberation, Umbrella Corporation had prepared a detailed proposal for this monumental project. It would soon be set in motion. As tensions escalated between the Kree Empire and Xandar, population influx into Nowhere had already begun showing sharp growth. Sean needed to prepare accordingly. His fingers tapped lightly, the air shimmered, revealing a wide-area star chart depicting a complex, precise coordinate system, with countless points of light glittering like stars. Sean raised a finger, tracing a path beginning from Earth, sweeping past the moon, then through the interconnected 9 realms, all the way to Nowhere. A clear line of expansion stretching across the galaxy materialized vividly before his eyes. Read the remaining chapters ahead of schedule here, p@tray0n.com/metengulum. Chapter 446, Chapter 138, The Men from Earth. Xandar, Nova Corps Headquarters. Roman Day strode forward in his blue uniform, 3 luminous points glowing on his chest, the rank insignia of a Denarian in the Nova Corps. As one of the few neutral forces maintaining order across the cosmos, the Nova Corps maintained a strict hierarchical structure. From freshly graduated rookies and first-tier Nova Corpsmen to 4th-tier Denarians, each rank carried distinct authority. At the apex stood Nova Prime. Since his promotion to Denarian, Roman no longer had to clash with space pirates and mercenaries in brutal skirmishes. His once robust physique had gradually grown soft and portly. He absently touched his receding hairline, wistfully recalling his days as a lowly Nova Corpsman. Entering the high-security conference room within headquarters, Roman straightened his uniform, preparing to meet Nova Prime. In the spacious hall, the Nova Prime was in the middle of a video conference with a Kree Empire accuser. A crisp holographic projection hovered in midair, displaying a blue head adorned with vertical black stripes. Roman halted his steps. As an elite senior officer of the Nova Corps, he was well aware of the escalating conflict between Xandar and the Kree Empire. That lunatic, Ronan the Accuser, had rallied the Empire's militarist warlords, igniting a sweeping military coup aimed at toppling the Supreme Intelligence's rule. The Kree Empire and Xandar had once signed a peace treaty, halting hostilities and gradually withdrawing their fleets. But pressured by rising militarist sentiment within the Empire and the warlord faction led by Ronan, the Kree Empress had unilaterally torn up the agreement in a bid to appease domestic tensions. Kree fleets landed on 4 of Xandar's resource-rich planets yesterday, destroying 13 outposts and 5 military bases. Lord Pawk, neither you nor I wish to see war reignite. According to the Supreme Intelligence's simulations, this benefits neither side, the Nova Prime said, her expression grave. Xandar held little desire to prolong this conflict. Unlike the Kree Empire's rigid culture, Xandar championed multicultural integration with extraordinary inclusiveness. Its open, liberal ethos attracted vast waves of immigrants, fueling a highly developed trade economy. This was precisely why Ronan denounced Xandar as a plague of inferior beings deserving extermination. Thriving commerce and a free, open society had forged a diversified capitalist nation that drew countless immigrants, accelerating Xandar's colonial expansion far beyond other civilizations. Yet this very success threatened the dominance of the 3 great empires, especially the perpetually antagonistic Kree. The militarist warlords relentlessly pushed to colonize Xandar and plunder its wealth, while the aristocratic faction deemed endless warfare meaningless, merely inflating military expenditures. My apologies. I am powerless, Pawk, leader of the moderate faction, spoke with regret. Ronan has gone mad, no one can reason with a lunatic. Also a member of the Accuser Council and a high-ranking Kree noble, Pawk believed war only drained imperial coffers and hindered trade. The Supreme Intelligence had reached the same conclusion, that was why the original peace treaty had been signed. However, that lunatic Ronan had rallied warlords to declare a military coup against the Supreme Intelligence's long-standing rule. This plunged the Kree Empire into unprecedented turmoil. In peacetime, regional warlords would gradually lose influence while nobles ushered in a new era of governance. This fundamental contradiction could not be reconciled. Thus, Ronan's madness unexpectedly garnered widespread support, and the warlord faction grew ever stronger. Now the Kree Empire was consumed by its own chaos, leaving no capacity to concern itself with war-ravaged Xander. I, too, wish to avoid reigniting imperial warfare, but it appears this tide cannot be stemmed. Pauk shook his head helplessly and terminated the transmission. On one hand, Ronan continued stoking internal conflict within the Empire, on the other, he relentlessly plundered Xander. Full-scale war would erupt before long. The Nova Prime slammed a fist onto the table. As leader of the Nova Corps and a senator of Xander, she bore dual responsibilities. Though the Nova Corps ought to remain impartial, any sentient being possessed emotional inclinations. Xander's liberal, open culture had earned the Corps' deep admiration, otherwise this formidable force would never have established its headquarters here. More crucially, Xander's Senate had long funded the Nova Corps, building academies, organizing fleets, exploring and developing uninhabited worlds, which all required immense investment. The Nova Corps had begun as mere pioneers who formed a militia-like unit of roughly 500 to withstand planetary exploration hazards. Through gradual development, it established strict hierarchies and internal regulations, evolving into today's organized force. But after leaving pioneering hardships behind, these space militiamen discovered that maintaining starships and replenishing personnel demanded constant resources. Relying solely on frontier worlds could not sustain the Corps' growth. That was when Xander stepped forward as a benevolent patron. Through prolonged nurturing, the Nova Corps, ostensibly guardians of cosmic order, had effectively become Xander's planetary defense force. After prolonged contemplation, the Nova Prime sighed and issued the order, informed Xander's Senate to initiate Level 1 war readiness. War was a savage, merciless beast, insatiably devouring lives without restraint. The Nova Corps' daily duty involved combating notorious space pirates, apprehending criminal mercenaries and thugs. But warfare between civilizations far exceeded the Corps' capacity to control. Seeing the Denarian, the Nova Prime managed a faint smile, saying, "Roman, do you have any good news to brighten my day?" "I'm not sure if this counts as good or bad," Roman replied, habitually running a hand over his thinning hairline before stepping forward to hand over a report. Such tasks normally fell outside a Denarian's duties, but having promised to spend time with his daughter this week, Roman had rotated back to Xander from the fleet under the guise of work. 3 days ago, a large-scale conflict erupted at nowhere. Roman activated the file's video feed, projecting it into the air, 20 pirate gangs plus several hundred mercenaries, over 6,000 combatants total. 1 Haler-class warship and 12 smaller fleets. This level of armament could easily conquer a pre-colonial civilization. The Nova Prime frowned at the densely packed battle formations and asked, "I recall Nowhere's owner was Tannelir Tyvan. That's history. It now belongs to someone else." Roman expanded the image, and a blurred figure materialized. His voice grew solemn. "The Nova Corps has no information on this figure. The sole verified fact is that this man is from Earth. T/N, is anyone here a fan of The Irregular at Magic High School, and happens to be looking for a good fanfic of the franchise to read? Well, look no further. I happen to have taken up one such FIC as my next project. Just click on my profile and look for The Mob at Magic High School. That one will definitely get you hooked. With that out of the way, for every 40 power stones, you'll get a bonus chapter of this book. Alternatively, you can read the remaining chapters ahead of schedule here, p@tray0n.com/metendulum. Chapter 447, Chapter 139, Titles. T/N, is anyone here a fan of The Irregular at Magic High School, and happens to be looking for a good fanfic of the franchise to read? Well, look no further. I happen to have taken up one such FIC as my next project. Just click on my profile and look for The Mob at Magic High School. That one will definitely get you hooked. Upon hearing Roman's words, a flicker of surprise crossed the Nova Prime's eyes. She, Irani Rail, had vaguely heard of Earth, a backward civilization within the Sol system, existing under Asgard's protection. The Nova Corps' archives contained brief records concerning the 9 realms. As some of the cosmos' earliest pioneers, the Corps' footprint spanned the stars, granting them considerable familiarity with various civilizations. Asgard itself had once enjoyed a glorious history. Had Odin not halted his conquests, choosing instead to consolidate rather than expand, Asgard might well have stood shoulder to shoulder with the 3 great empires today. Yet Odin had his own constraints. The Aesir reproduced slowly, their population sparse. Coupled with Asgard's brutal war against the Dark Elves, the realm simply could not sustain Hellas' ambitions of conquest. Rather than gamble Asgard's future, Odin chose to settle peacefully, using the 9 realms as a foundation to recuperate and rebuild strength before considering further action. This reasoning was not flawed. Unfortunately, Odin overlooked one critical factor: after Asgard defeated the frost giants and ascended as sovereign of the Nine Realms, an overly comfortable environment and placid lifestyle eroded his people's vigilance and drive for progress. A millennium flashed by in an instant. Earth, once a primitive civilization during the Age of Savagery, underwent a technological explosion and developed a science-based civilization brimming with potential. Meanwhile, Asgard, having sheathed its swords and stabled its warhorses, found its forward momentum grinding to a halt. The Tyvan group voluntarily withdrew from nowhere. Subsequently, accuser Ronan of the Kree Empire dispatched the Sakaran fleet for protection. But after the peace accord was torn up, that warmonger recalled his forces. Roman reported on Nowhere's developments over the past year. As one of the cosmos' most prosperous trade hubs, the ancient celestial skull had long remained a focal point of universal attention. Acquiring such widely known intelligence posed virtually no difficulty. Taneleer Tyvan would not simply hand over Nowhere without cause. There must have been an extraordinary transaction involved. Perhaps coercion by Ronan. Irani ventured, her expression growing solemn. If that Kree Empire's accuser had seized Nowhere, he would hold an exceptionally crucial bargaining chip, a decidedly unfavorable development for Xander as it prepared for imminent total war. I don't believe that's the case. After Ronan's Sakaran fleet invaded Nowhere, they swiftly withdrew from the spaceport. Furthermore, according to intelligence gathered by the Corps, Nowhere now belongs to Earth. As a Denarian of the Nova Corps, Roman possessed keen observational skills. From his observations, Ronan's series of actions did not resemble those of someone installing a puppet ruler to control Nowhere. Moreover, given that accuser's character, he would disdain such redundant maneuvering. Based on information collected by the Nova Corps, Roman even suspected the Kree accuser's behavior resembled that of a guard dog protecting its master's property. But this notion seemed too far-fetched. Ronan was a renowned warlord across the cosmos, how could he possibly take orders from an Earthling? After a moment's contemplation, Irani stated her position: maintain surveillance. Ideally, establish a degree of friendly relations with Nowhere's new master. With Xander potentially erupting into full-scale war against the Kree Empire, whose internal situation grew increasingly precarious, securing additional powerful allies would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Irani watched the video footage of a colossal hand crushing the space pirates' fleeing fleet, feeling genuine astonishment. In this grand cosmic era, lifeforms possessing such overwhelming individual power were exceedingly rare. Irani turned to Roman and asked softly, "What is this Earthling's name?" The stout Roman's face flushed with slight embarrassment. He hesitated before slowly replying, "According to intelligence obtained from Nowhere, this Earthling is the founder of Umbrella Corporation, Watcher of the Nine Realms, Supreme Commander of the First Fleet." Under the Nova Prime's astonished gaze, the Denarian recited a lengthy string of honorific prefixes before finally uttering the name itself: Sean Cyphers, the Sentinel from Earth. Roman exhaled deeply, glancing at the document in his hand and silently cursing the intelligence broker who had supplied such an absurdly verbose description. The Sentinel. Irani repeated the title slowly, then nodded. Sakaar. Compared to the bustling trade hub that is Nowhere, this planet was a genuine cosmic dumping ground, surrounded by spatial anchor points marking the boundary between known and unknown realms. Especially near the garbage fields, the sky bristled with spatial rifts of varying sizes, from which all manner of space debris and ship wreckage continuously poured through. In the distance stood a magnificent city, the capital of Sakaar, built by the great Grandmaster, who also reigned as the planet's supreme sovereign. Must you insist on such a noisy place? Taneleer Tyvan sat dejectedly in his seat. He watched the Grandmaster, clad in flamboyantly colorful robes, dancing exuberantly to a pulsating rhythm, clearly reveling in every moment. Though Taneleer knew his sibling had always been eccentric, surely even a cosmic elder should maintain some dignity and decorum, right? "Oh. You don't like my music, or is it my dancing?" The Grandmaster scratched his head and plopped back into his seat. Like Taneleer, he was one of the cosmic elders, blessed with immense longevity and privy to vast knowledge and ancient secrets. Unlike his brother, who obsessed over collecting rare exotic items, the Grandmaster passionately favored competitions and wagers. He mastered thousands of contest rules and game systems across the universe, delighting in establishing betting rings and challenging highly intelligent beings to high-stakes gambles. "If you dislike these, I'll arrange a champion's duel later." The Grandmaster rubbed his hands together excitedly. After leaving Nowhere, he had discovered Sakaar and transformed this savage world into a colossal arena. On Sakaar, the Grandmaster wielded absolute authority. Influenced by their ruler, the planet's inhabitants developed an intense passion for gladiatorial combat. Here, arena combat offered a shortcut to prosperity and the sole path to thunderous adoration. Becoming the arena champion, or even merely a popular contender, guaranteed lavish rewards from the Grandmaster. So, whenever a champion's duel approached, the entire planet erupted in frenzy. Residents stampeded toward the arena for unrestrained revelry, its fervor surpassing even Earth's quadrennial World Cup. "I hold no interest in those barbaric slaughters." Taneleer shook his head. After leaving Nowhere, he had come directly to his brother's domain on Sakaar. The swarming space pirates on Nowhere had actually been his own doing, purely to vent his frustration. Nothing in this world stirs my interest anymore, except the Infinity Stones. His expression turned gloomy, his mind entirely consumed by the resplendent radiance of the gems. Chapter 448, Chapter 140, The Celestials Passed. The Grandmaster's expression remained placid as he rotated the ring on his finger. The Infinity Stones were primordial relics born with the universe itself, embodying fundamental cosmic laws. To a collector obsessed with rare treasures like Tanalier Tyvan, their allure was undoubtedly irresistible. If it's truly as you say, that this man from Earth possesses 5 stones, I strongly advise you to drop the idea right now, the Grandmaster said, shifting into a flamboyantly relaxed posture as he regarded his dejected brother. For once, his tone carried genuine seriousness. Not every lifeform was worthy of wielding the Infinity Stone's power. Even someone like Star-Lord, who carried celestial blood in his veins, could not sustain prolonged contact with the Power Stone. Moreover, Sean was only one gem away from becoming one of the most overwhelmingly powerful entities in the cosmos. For the collector to deliberately provoke him would be incredibly unwise. Why not find a new obsession? The universe is full of priceless collectibles. No need to fixate on the Infinity Stones, the Grandmaster said with a playful grin. As one of the elders, he possessed knowledge of many ancient secrets. Furthermore, the Mad Titan's pursuit of the gems was hardly a hidden matter. Should the collector truly succeed in adding the stones to his collection, the Black Order would undoubtedly come knocking at his door without delay. If someone seized Sakaar from you, forcing you to abandon your beloved arena games, what would you do? Tyvan muttered sullenly. He admitted a measure of unwillingness. Those 5 Infinity Stones had unsettled the collector so profoundly, that the Tyvan group had spent exorbitant sums assembling space pirates just to create minor inconveniences for Sean. That will never happen, the Grandmaster replied with confident amusement. He led Tyvan to the center of the arena, preparing to treat his brother to an impressive spectacle. Though not yet evening, the arena remained closed to the public. The vast circular battleground stood empty, surrounded by vacant spectator seats, the place eerily quiet without an audience. The 2 elders settled into a luxurious private box overlooking the field through transparent glass walls, granting them a clear panoramic view below. You found a new champion fighter? Tyvan asked listlessly. He knew his sibling habitually sought out powerful lifeforms, throwing them into the arena to undergo brutal combat until only the strongest remained as champion. Of course. He's the finest challenger I've ever encountered. A born warrior. The Grandmaster's eyes gleamed at the mention, his face beaming with delight. Bill is a Corbinite. After his homeworld's destruction, the surviving refugees chose him as their people's guardian. Using the most advanced genetic modification technology, they evolved him into the ultimate warrior. The collector yawned. He held absolutely no interest in the Grandmaster's beloved arena games, unless, of course, those powerful warriors consented to becoming preserved specimens in his collection. Send out a team. Let them face the invincible horse-faced Bill. The Grandmaster seized a microphone, his voice echoing across the empty arena. Immediately, reinforced metal gates slowly rose on one side of the circular field. A squad of Cronin warriors clad in iron armor strode forward with heavy steps, each carrying an assortment of cold weapons. The Cronins resembled rough, rugged piles of gray-black stone. They were sturdy in build, naturally possessing immense strength, impervious to pain, and immune to most forms of radiation damage. This particular Cronin squad had already secured 13 consecutive victories within the arena, ranking among Sakaar's most popular contenders. Horse-faced Bill. The Grandmaster shouted excitedly, welcoming his favorite champion in his usual dramatic fashion. On the opposite side, another metal gate lifted. A towering figure emerged from the darkness. The collector's brow furrowed. The champion his brother called Horse-Faced Bill wore a steel helmet and black armor reflecting a cold sheen, gripping a golden warhammer in hand while emanating an aura of formidable, untouchable power. Most striking of all was his horse-like head, though in terms of overall silhouette, he bore a surprising resemblance to Asgard's Thor. Whoever defeats my champion shall earn true freedom. The Grandmaster's voice boomed. The Cronin warriors fixed their gazes on the solitary horse-faced Bill, their fighting spirit stirring restlessly. Every lifeform on Sakaar belonged to the Grandmaster's private property. Slaves sent into the arena had no freedom whatsoever. After a tense standoff, as Bill began advancing steadily, the Cronins could no longer restrain themselves. Swinging battle axes and spears, they roared and charged forward. The slaughter begins. The Grandmaster rubbed his hands together excitedly, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Within the arena's center, Bill's foot stamped down. The ground cracked in countless fissures as he shot forward like an arrow, boom. The air exploded with a sonic boom. Raising his golden warhammer, he smashed the lead Cronin warrior into dust. The stone-like body shattered instantly. His other hand clenched into a fist, powerful muscles bulging in sequence as he compressed the air itself. The pursuing Cronins had exploded on impact, their body collapsing limply to the ground. Fortunately, these battle-hardened Cronins possessed physiological structures vastly different from ordinary lifeforms, lacking carbon-based organs and tissues, so the scene wasn't overly gruesome. Tyvan perked up slightly. As the Grandmaster had claimed, this was indeed a one-sided massacre. In mere minutes, the 12-member squad lay completely annihilated. Bill dispatched every opponent on the field with cold efficiency, leaving not a single survivor. "Where did you find this fellow?" Tyvan asked curiously. Ordinary slave ships could never capture someone as formidable as the horse-faced Bill. He was Thanos' wager. Though he won the bet, he still gifted Bill to me, the Grandmaster said smugly. That Mad Titan is investigating the truth behind the Celestials' massacre. He visited Sakaar not long ago, hoping to extract more information from me. That is taboo. A secret that should never be spoken of. The Collector's expression darkened abruptly, his voice sharp with rebuke. Despite his immeasurably long lifespan as an elder, a flicker of fear actually crossed his eyes. "I was outmaneuvered by Thanos," the Grandmaster admitted sheepishly. He never mentioned the Celestials at first, only proposing a wager with Bill as the stake. The Grandmaster had believed himself master of thousands of competition rules and gaming systems. It was impossible for him to lose to that Mad Titan. Who could have predicted Thanos would win? And so, bound by the agreement, the Grandmaster had spilled everything he knew. The Celestials were among the mightiest beings in this universe. They once ruled over everything, treating entire civilized worlds as experimental fields. But they were purged. No one knows precisely what transpired. We should never willingly speak of it. Tyvan said in a hushed tone. To any ancient cosmic being, the Celestials remained a forbidden subject, one spoken of only in hushed tones, if at all. Tyvan regarded his grinning brother with resignation. "I hope Thanos doesn't stir up even greater trouble." Chapter 449, Chapter 141, Return to Earth. Amid swirling nebulae of vivid color and drifting cosmic dust, a massive landmass floated like a colossal cosmic beast suspended in the dark void. Only upon closer inspection would one realize it was built around the skull of a Celestial. What had once been a planetoid-sized nowhere had, through relentless expansion projects, transformed into a metropolis of staggering scale. 5 full years had passed since the outbreak of war between Xandar and the Kree Empire. Even with the Nova Corps mediating behind the scenes and offering covert assistance, Xandar had gradually succumbed to an irreversible decline. During the first year or two, both sides maintained a tense stalemate. But once Ronin's military coup succeeded, toppling the royal lineage supported by the great nobles and reaching an understanding with the supreme intelligence, the Kree Empire revealed terrifying combat capabilities. Xandar had never been renowned for military might. As a civilization planet flourishing in trade and economic prosperity, it had long enjoyed the Nova Corps' protection. Even its millennium-long space war against the Kree Empire had merely involved both sides endlessly deploying fleets to compete in resource consumption. Prolonged peace had left Xandar ill-prepared to withstand the Kree Empire's ferocious assaults. The planet found itself unable to parry the onslaught, retreating steadily before the advancing fleets. In such tense times, whether ordinary citizens of various cosmic races or wealthy merchant convoys seeking protection, all yearned for a relatively secure haven, and nowhere had clearly emerged as an ideal choice. Compared to its former identity as a smuggling hub, nowhere had, under new management, far better fulfilled the role of a sanctuary. Free and open trade fueled highly prosperous economic activity. With the Tyvan Group's deliberate monopolization gone, a moderately competitive environment allowed this spaceport to thrive vibrantly. The illicit slave market, luxury entertainment centers, comprehensive trade auctions. It was a full suite of facilities that attracted massive influxes of visitors to nowhere. Coupled with Earth's burgeoning fleet periodically purging space pirates from surrounding star systems, the safety of major merchant convoys was greatly enhanced, rendering this trade route increasingly smooth and reliable. These measures triggered explosive population growth on nowhere, from tens of thousands surging to nearly 500,000. Each day welcomed countless new immigrants. Criminals wanted by the Nova Corps, refugees displaced by the all-out war between Xandar and the Kree Empire, all streamed toward nowhere. Naturally, long-term residency now came with strict conditions. After initial accumulation, nowhere implemented rigorous rules. No longer was it a free-for-all where every sort of person could mingle indiscriminately. Without specialized skills or sufficient assets, securing permanent residency proved difficult. Outsiders had to work for Umbrella Corporation, acquire employee status, then undergo immigration screening by an organization called SHIELD, register their identities, and file official records before becoming formal residents of nowhere. Even under such constraints, the population of this ever-transforming celestial skull continued swelling daily, eventually necessitating land reclamation projects to accommodate the surging influx. Inside the Umbrella Tower, Tony draped a blanket over his shoulders and sipped a warm beverage. "It's unbelievable," he marveled. "I never imagined I'd one day see so many alien species with my own eye." Sean lifted his head from busy work and glanced at Tony, grinning, "There are still many things that will surprise you, Tony." Approximately 2 years prior, when Earth's first fleet had firmly established itself at Nowhere and secured surrounding star systems, the first interstellar portal had been successfully constructed. Leveraging the space stone, Sean referenced Asgard's Bifrost, providing precise spatial coordinates and reference parameters. After multiple failed attempts, the Stargate design was finally perfected. Following years of development, the gate entered operational use, and Tony was among the first test subjects. Based on his first-hand experience, the current Stargate remained unsuitable for mass transportation, temporarily halting resource exchange between Earth and Nowhere. "Frankly, nothing could possibly shock me more than learning you're the Sentinel." Tony shrugged, leaning back in his seat to rest. Interstellar teleportation had induced severe vertigo, the discomfort still hadn't fully faded. Traveling with Iron Man was Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, though he had already gone off to inspect Nowhere's production lines and the warships docked in the shipyards. Such fervent dedication to scientific research left even the prideful Tony feeling humbled. "To be honest, I always thought you were just an ordinary person, maybe a bit smarter than most, young, and filthy rich." Tony stood and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking somewhat wistfully at Sean, who leaned on the desk. "At least back then I had the superhero thing going for me. Made me feel like I had something over you." Tony Stark never needed those things to prove himself. Sean replied with a light chuckle. During his years away from Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. had rapidly expanded according to the original plan. Stable order kept the world on its proper trajectory, never deviating from the path he had charted. As superheroes retreated from the global stage, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority expanded. Earth forged an alliance with Asgard. Once this sweeping tide surged forth, nothing could halt the blue planet's forward march. Hydra had been swept into history's dustbin. The evil organization that rose in the last century by attaching itself to the Third Reich collapsed spectacularly on the very brink of success. Even now, Nick Fury's trusted agents like Coulson and Hill remained baffled about precisely how it had all unraveled. While gazing at the stars above, one must not forget the ground beneath their feet. Sean said, waving his hand to clear the holographic model from the desk. The war between Xander and the Kree Empire had presented Nowhere with opportunity, allowing it to rise rapidly amid the chaos. The turbulent situation attracted massive trade activity and elite talent to Nowhere, transforming the celestial skull from a simple spaceport into an emerging third-party power. "I'm preparing to return to Earth." "Will you stay at Nowhere?" he asked. Tony nodded without hesitation. Compared to managing Stark Industries on Earth and drowning in tedious commercial affairs, Nowhere held infinitely greater appeal. He could hardly wait to accompany the First Fleet and witness space pirates firsthand, while fulfilling his childhood dream of becoming an interstellar ranger. "I look forward to a romantic encounter with Princess Leia." Tony couldn't help but fantasize about piloting his own ship and roaming among the stars, preferably with a few exotic alien beauties at his side. "I think you'd better pray Pepper doesn't cross half the galaxy to hunt you down." Sean shrugged helplessly. It seemed that once away from Earth, the reformed playboy's restless heart had begun stirring once more. Chapter 450, Chapter 142, Changes. Australia, Federal New City. A black sedan halted before a pristine white architectural complex. Sean stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze sweeping past the cascading staircase toward the copper sculpture of the Milky Way erected above, resembling a slender disk studded with countless stars, its metallic surface gleaming under the sunlight. Wanda stood behind him, clad in black high heels. Her delicate features had matured significantly. No longer the naive girl from Sokovia, she had gradually transformed into Umbrella Corporation's capable spokesperson. A black skirt suit accentuated her slender, porcelain-white legs, while the tailored blazer elegantly outlined her graceful curves. Her gentle eyes now carried an air of cool elegance that subtly distanced others. Time possesses an unmatched magic, constantly driving growth and change, and Wanda was no exception. This city was completed 2 years ago, though preparations began much earlier and were once suspended, she said softly. The primary obstacle stemmed from the Australian government's resistance. Although the World Security Council passed the Land Reclamation Resolution, it sparked considerable public controversy. Sean murmured, "From nations to a unified planet, humanity must gradually adapt, eroding long-standing cultural barriers, along with differences in religious beliefs, ethnicity, and skin color." He had returned to Earth roughly 2 days prior, traversing back through the interstellar portal. During his absence, neither Umbrella nor S.H.I.E.L.D. had undergone significant changes. The World Security Council, led by the 5 major powers, still maintained dominant control over the world. After the First Fleet officially commenced its expedition, a live global broadcast captured that undoubtedly exhilarating moment. Nations erupted in widespread discussion as people declared the interstellar age imminent. The World Security Council had seized that opportunity to launch numerous initiatives. The Land Reclamation Project being one. It aimed to construct 3 new cities in Antarctica, Africa, and Australia, which would serve as technological hubs for the new era and crucial bases and transit stations for space exploration. The first 2 locations faced little opposition. The main opposition came from the Australian government, which lodged strong protests. Of course, this was merely political posturing to extract concessions. Once the five major powers offered sufficient benefits, the ruling party leader, Australia's Prime Minister, readily accepted the construction plan and voluntarily committed 20% of the required resources. Now, under the World Security Council's call for nations to encourage immigration, this single federal new city in Australia already housed 350,000 residents, of whom only one-third were native-born. The rest were immigrants from every corner of the globe. Even the slowest observer could feel the world changing. Daily television broadcasts promoted lunar bases, proclaiming the imminent opening of humanity's first space city. Humanity was officially entering the era of great migration, preparing to leave Earth's nurturing embrace and stride into the boundless cosmos. As Sean ascended the steps, he suddenly turned to meet Wanda's beautiful eyes, saying, "You don't need to worry about Pietro. He's now deputy commander of an assault boarding craft. Quicksilver's reputation has spread throughout nowhere." His sudden gaze prompted her to instinctively avert her gaze. Though they shared the most intimate of bonds, Wanda still resembled a startled fawn whenever alone with him, brimming with shyness and flustered unease. To Sean, this quality held a uniquely charming allure. For him, returning to Earth to manage affairs and mediate conflicts among interest groups was effortlessly simple. The real headache came from dealing with those women, some gracefully generous, others coolly proud. Recalling the past 2 days of intense passion, especially facing the fiery, insatiable Jean, Sean couldn't help but rub his lower back. If not for his superhuman constitution, nearly superhuman, he might well have needed to lean against walls for support. To witness the dawn of a new era with one's own eyes is truly wonderful, Sean remarked, standing beneath the copper sculpture. He gazed toward the dense crowd encircling the area, the black masses of media personnel with cameras and microphones at the ready to report what was undoubtedly the biggest story in history. Federal New City had become the focal point of global attention. Heads of state and national leaders had gathered here to attend the World Security Council's global summit to deliberate momentous plans for interstellar colonization and the formation of a united government. This 3-day assembly would bring together leaders from across the globe to determine humanity's future. A moment destined for the history books. Should the global summit succeed, every nation and region on Earth would coalesce into a single, colossal political entity. It really is wonderful. Wanda echoed quietly from behind him. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with barely concealed joy and excitement. As a member of Umbrella, she understood better than most the immense effort this man before her had invested to bring the world to this pivotal juncture. As the two envisioned the future together, a Cadillac limousine pulled up at the entrance of the building. A stunning blonde woman stepped out, wavy curled hair framing her face, an elegant yet striking blue formal suit adorning her figure. Her arrival instantly drew the attention of the waiting media horde. Despite a human wall of tall, burly bodyguards in black, reporters surged forward with cameras raised, eager to interview S.H.I.E.L.'s newly appointed director. Director Lawrence, what are your thoughts on the proposal to establish an Earth Union? If a unified government forms, how will religious beliefs, cultural differences, and national boundaries be addressed? Could global integration lead to the rise of dictators? How will peaceful and stable transitions of power be ensured? One sharp question after another flew her way. Yet the new director maintained a composed smile throughout, answering in a measured tone, everything will become clear once the conference concludes. S.H.I.E.L.D. will spare no effort to address every issue and ensure humanity transitions smoothly into the new era. From a high vantage point, Sean looked down at Mystique, who was now using the alias Jennifer Lawrence, with a faint smile curling his lips. With General Ross stepping down to focus on organizing the expeditionary forces and fleet logistics, he had voluntarily tendered his resignation to the World Security Council. Following Sean's arrangements, Raven, previously serving as a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant, smoothly assumed the director's position, becoming the second female leader after Peggy Carter. Compared to General Ross, this shapeshifter was far more adept at political maneuvering. As S.H.I.E.L.'s authority expanded, she gradually inserted herself into internation power struggles, fully exercising her politician's instincts for alliance and manipulation, treating various political entities and parties as mere pawns or puppets. With the eras of Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce concluded, S.H.I.E.L.D. had evolved beyond a massive intelligence agency into a global governmental department. Backed by the World Security Council, it wielded extensive authority and could mobilize vast resources at will. And Umbrella, supported by S.H.I.E.L.D., had risen rapidly, becoming a leviathan of staggering scale. Let's go welcome the arrival of the new world. Sean flashed Wanda a brilliant smile and strode confidently toward the conference hall. In 3 hours, this world would be forever changed. Chapter 451, Chapter 143, Community of Shared Interests, Bonus Chap. The semicircular tiered hall was packed to capacity, buzzing with clamorous voices. Leaders from more than 200 nations had gathered here, taking their designated seats. They represented the apex of power on Earth, and the consensus they ultimately reached would decisively shape the world's trajectory. At the central seat sat the 5 major powers comprising the World Security Council, while below them sat representatives of smaller nations and factions. Among them were unmistakably Magneto, Eric Lencher, serving as Wakanda's foreign minister, and Victor von Doom, representing Latveria. One stood for Africa, the other for Eastern Europe, both qualified for attendance. All this resulted from Sean's meticulous planning years ago when he laid out the world's future blueprint. He had dispatched Magneto and his Brotherhood to the vast African continent, while sending Dr. Doom back to his homeland of Latveria. Today, the former had united much of East Africa with Wakanda as the nucleus, especially after mutants gained widespread societal recognition and were even hailed as Homo novus, which is to say, new humans. This leader of the Brotherhood had subtly begun entertaining notions of nation-building, cautiously probing S.H.I.E.L.'s stance on multiple occasions. Meanwhile, Victor von Doom's Latveria had evolved into a theocratic state where only one voice reigned supreme, that of Dr. Doom himself. He had aggressively consolidated Eastern Europe's dark underbelly, incorporating monstrous beings as his enforcers. This elevated Latveria to become the de facto representative of Eastern European interests. Sean sat in an adjacent lounge, rhythmically tapping his fingers. He didn't need to speculate about the outcome, it had long been predetermined, leaving little room for worry. This global summit was merely theater staged for public consumption. When great powers sat down to negotiate, smaller nations held no real voice. The only entities capable of influencing this conference were the 5 seats of the World Security Council, alongside S.H.I.E.L.D., and a handful of national representatives. Yet the truly decisive figure was a young man absent from the proceedings, seated quietly in the lounge. History has always been pre-written. Sean said, clasping Wanda's hand, the warmth of his palm causing a faint blush to rise on her cheeks. He was the founder of Umbrella Corporation, supreme consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D., secret leader of mutants, wielder of the Infinity Gauntlet, supreme commander of the First Fleet. This cascade of dazzling titles had already proven that Sean had ascended to the pinnacle of the power pyramid. Precisely because of this, he could remain comfortably settled behind the scenes, steering events with quiet assurance. Within the elegantly appointed lounge, live footage from the tiered hall was projected onto the wall. National leaders engaged in heated exchanges, their lengthy speeches translated and echoing through the spacious room. A careful observer would notice that those first to voice opinions were mostly presidents or leaders of smaller nations. The major powers remained silent, and S.H.I.E.L.D. maintained similar reserve. The truly influential figures made their decisions long ago. The 5 major powers aimed to seize first-mover advantage like trading companies during the age of exploration, securing immense benefits for themselves. As for smaller nations, they possess no voice, or more accurately, no one cares about their opinions. Feeble whispers hold no weight against the tide of history. Even after the united government forms, many problems will remain to be solved, Wanda murmured softly beside Sean. Their hands intertwined, broad palm against slender fingers, knuckles brushing gently as an intimate atmosphere gradually intensified. Ultimately, it all comes down to distribution of benefits, how much each party receives. There's this saying, people rarely fret over getting too little, they care more about whether the shares are evenly distributed. Sean said, pulling Wanda into his embrace. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the gauze curtains, casting the moment in tranquil beauty. As for the crisp projection of the global summit on the wall, he paid it no mind. His eyes held only the vibrant Scarlet Witch in his arms. The early stages of the united government would inevitably encounter resistance, discontent, and endless complications. Yet humanity's adaptability had always proven remarkably resilient. Moreover, this world had never truly operated according to the will of the majority. Sean said no more. He leaned down slightly, savoring the softness of Wanda's lips. A delicate, alluring moan escaped her, like the stirring of a primal melody. Compared to the fervent debates in the tiered hall, the battle unfolding within this room burned far more intensely. 3 hours later, after prolonged arguments and hard-fought bargaining, Earth was reconfigured into 5 major regions. The new united government would be formed by them, creating an unprecedented political behemoth. First was the Western Civilization Union, encompassing both sides of the Atlantic and the European continent. This region boasted high cultural interoperability, now comprising over 50 allied nations. The coalition led by the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Germany, and France maintained the strongest competitive edge. Yet internal contradictions persisted, potentially splitting into 2 subgroups, the Coastal Alliance led by the US and the United Kingdom versus the continental European bloc spearheaded by Germany and France. The second representative force was the Eurasian Civilization Union, covering Northern Asia and the Eurasian borderlands. This region possessed foundational cultural affinity, with 15 nations forming the alliance. It was destined to play a pivotal role in the future global order. The third was the Arabic Civilization Union, spanning West Asia, North Africa, and parts of the Indian Ocean Rim. Shared cultural roots encouraged integration among smaller states. Though numerous nations joined the alliance, most remained underdeveloped. Leadership contention fell primarily between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Their sole advantage lay in abundant natural resources, the petroleum industry remained a key economic pillar. Even in the age of emerging new energy sources, they retained considerable developmental potential. The fourth and fifth were the Chinese Civilization Union and the Latin American Civilization Union. These major power groupings formed primarily through cultural integration and geographical proximity. Together, the five unions constituted Earth's sole government. Nations would gradually transform into federated regions with autonomous powers, though the transfer of administrative functions would prove a long and arduous process. As for the complete dissolution of national boundaries and the grand fusion of ethnicities and faiths, that would undoubtedly require generations to achieve. With the broad framework established, attention turned to intricate details and negotiations. SHIELD played an exceptionally crucial role throughout. Once the united government formally took shape, this vast organization's authority and responsibilities would undergo comprehensive expansion once more. Sean stayed only one day. That evening, he attended the Western Civilization Union's celebratory banquet in his capacity as Umbrella's founder. He then slipped away quietly. Compared to these political maneuverings, he cared far more about the two cities under construction in Antarctica and Africa. Like Australia's federal new city, they would serve as transit hubs to outer space and vital logistical bases. Sean planned to install an interstellar stargate in each of these three cities, recording Nowhere's spatial coordinates within them. Thus they would become beacons for the First Fleet, ensuring those brave pioneers venturing into the dark cosmos would never lose their way amid the boundless stellar sea. T/N, is anyone here a fan of The Irregular at Magic High School, and happens to be looking for a good fanfic of the franchise to read? Well, look no further. I happen to have taken up one such FIC as my next project. Just click on my profile and look for The Mob at Magic High School. That one will definitely get you hooked. Chapter 452, Chapter 144, The Wedding of the Century. In Upper New York Bay, a 5-deck luxury yacht sailed along the Hudson River, ribbons fluttering in the breeze, balloons floating in the air, and laughter flowing freely through the atmosphere. Standing on the deck and gazing into the distance, the first sight to greet the eyes was the Statue of Liberty holding her torch aloft. Towering skyscrapers lined both shores, their reflections dancing on the shimmering water. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, when wave after wave of immigrants arrived on these shores, that first glimpse of Lady Liberty was met with cheers and tears of joy, becoming an iconic scene in countless films. This opulent vessel, owned by Umbrella, echoed with upbeat music overhead. The air carried the rich scent of champagne. The top deck boasted half an acre of lush green turf, where elites from all walks of society engaged in a casual round of miniature golf, while the bars and pools on the lower decks buzzed with vibrant energy. The whole ship was alive with festive fervor, like a floating entertainment palace. Sean, the ship's owner, stood at the heart of the gathering in an impeccably tailored suit. He lifted his champagne flute, surveyed the gathering, and delivered his toast in a clear, resonant voice. Let us raise our glasses to Mr. Reed Richards and Miss Susan Storm. May their future together be filled with joy and everlasting happiness. A chorus of harmonious agreement followed, accompanied by thunderous applause. The evening stars, Reed and Susan, stood side by side beaming radiant smiles as they accepted the warm wishes of all present. This was their engagement party. The perfect pair from the Fantastic Four would exchange vows in a formal wedding ceremony the following week. Sean observed the mingling guests, plucked a glass of champagne from a passing tray, and sipped leisurely. Given his position, hosting this engagement celebration for his close friends naturally drew an impressive guest list. The crowd represented a microcosm of high society, where wealth, influence, and prestige converged. 2 full years had passed since the global summit in Australia's federal new city. The initial formation of the united government had indeed encountered numerous complex challenges: border demarcations, public identification with the new system, cultural and religious differences. Public opinion at the time had been sharply divided. Yet as time flowed onward, interstellar colonization gradually alleviated Earth's worsening resource scarcity and escalating international conflicts. The federal government's authority and responsibilities gained increasing public recognition. The power pyramid shaping the world order now comprised the Supreme Council of the 5 major powers, alongside SHIELD and regional representatives such as Wakanda and Latveria. The credit point currency system promoted by the unified government had smoothly transitioned into everyday use without triggering the anticipated economic crises or financial collapse. Overall, the world had stably completed its peaceful transition from sovereign nations to a cohesive human entity. People increasingly glimpsed hope for the future, collectively envisioning a beautiful life in the grand cosmic era. It was precisely within this atmosphere of optimism that Reed and Susan, the ideal pair from the Fantastic Four, decided to marry, stepping toward matrimony amid widespread anticipation. The moment news broke, media outlets around the globe scrambled for coverage. Newspapers ran bold headlines proclaiming it the wedding of the century. In truth, the label was not unwarranted. Since the emergence of superheroes, the Fantastic Four had remained the public's most beloved team without question. Even Spider-Man, once hailed as New York's friendly neighborhood hero, or the perpetually headline-dominating Iron Man, rarely managed to surpass them in sheer popularity. This stemmed partly from America's mainstream ideological emphasis on family values, and partly because unlike Iron Man's preoccupation with global crises or street-level heroes operating outside legal recognition, the Fantastic Four radiated an approachable, relatable warmth. Following Sean's toast, the party's atmosphere soared to its peak. Ben Grimm sat cozily at the bar with his girlfriend, lost in intimate whispers. Johnny Storm glided effortlessly through clusters of admirers like a fish in water. Predictably, Reed once again found himself the odd man out at the celebration. Susan had long been whisked away by her circle of friends for spa treatments and hushed conversations on feminine secrets, leaving the groom-to-be to his own devices. This scene feels strangely familiar. Sean handed Reed a glass of champagne, his tone laced with gentle teasing. At gatherings like this, I'm always the one who doesn't quite fit. Reed chuckled self-deprecatingly. The once bookish young man now sported a neatly trimmed beard, his demeanor matured and grounded. This brilliant mind had spent recent years stationed at Nowhere, immersed in upgrading and refining fleet equipment. The cutting-edge technologies harvested from the three great empires held an irresistibly magnetic allure for him. That guy, Tony, is off gallivanting alone in his starship headed for Contraxia. Let's hope the Ravagers don't mistake him for cargo and sell him off in a bundle. Sean said, guiding Reed toward a quieter section of the deck. T/N, FYI, Contraxia is a planet notorious for its many brothels and bordellos. Numerous factions of Ravagers are known to frequent these establishments. Neither of them resided permanently on Earth nowadays. Sean was currently based at the Lunar Space Station, while Reed served as the scientific advisor to Nowhere's first fleet. You and Susan both seem a bit on edge, Sean observed, leaning his forearms on the railing and turning to study his friend. Perhaps I've been away from Earth too long. All this feels strangely foreign to me. Reed admitted, his tone a bit wistful. He gazed toward the towering skyline along the shore, his expression lacking the elation and fulfillment one might expect after a successful proposal. Pre-wedding jitters. Sean quipped lightly, supposedly most men experience this. Tony's the textbook case, he's been with Pepper all these years, yet the mere mention of marriage still makes him instinctively retreat. Recalling the star-roaming Iron Man, Sean couldn't suppress a faint smile. Tony's absence from the celebration stemmed primarily from his dread of encountering Pepper and being forced to confront the same choice now facing Reed. Who knows? I can unravel quantum mechanics, grasp string theory, but I've never quite deciphered what Sue truly wants. Reed sighed. He had never been the type to navigate romance with ease. In this regard, he genuinely envied Johnny, whose boundless energy and enthusiasm toward beautiful women never seemed to wane. 1 week from now marks the happiest moment of your life. Try not to overthink it. Sean clapped Reed's shoulder, his tone light and reassuring. It might even turn into a full-blown superhero gathering. Those beloved icons who had long exited the spotlight would reunite at this wedding of the century. Since the implementation of the Superhuman Registration Act, such a cluster of well-known heroes was virtually unheard of. Forget the pre-wedding anxiety, you should be more concerned whether Susan might become a runaway bride. Sean's eyes twinkled with mischief as he deliberately added, after all, she's about to spend her life with Dr. Reed Richards, her future might lose half its excitement. Reed shook his head with a helpless laugh and drained his champagne in one smooth motion. Want a bonus chap right now? Someone, anyone, drop a review on the Magic High School FIC on my profile, and I'll instantly post the bonus chapter. Chapter 453, Chapter 145, The Silver Surfer, Bonus Chap. While Earth prepared for the wedding of the century, Nowhere welcomed a new change. The severed head of the Celestial had long since lost any recognizable shape. Encircling it now were vast, layered orbital rings which were reminiscent of Nidavellir, the realm of the dwarves. These intricate and orderly track networks formed a massive, three-dimensional sphere that served as residential zones for the relocated population. If one looked closely, streams of people moved like ant colonies along these rings, commuting through their daily routines via the efficient transit systems that crisscrossed the outer reaches of Nowhere. Umbrella, having supplanted the Tyvan group, continued the mining operations within the Celestial's skull while simultaneously expanding its reach into the surrounding star systems. Years of effort had yielded 3 small satellites locked in stable orbit around the main structure. These satellites housed Nowhere's formidable armed forces, the Earth's first fleet, whose reputation echoed across the neighboring sectors. They provided temporary protection to passing merchant convoys and allied factions. Before that skirmish with the space pirate incursion ended decisively, few had ever heard of Earth. The 9 realms themselves were but a remote corner of the broader galaxy, let alone the boundless dark cosmos. In the established view of the major civilizations, only Asgard among the 9 realms warranted any real respect. At its zenith, Asgard's military might could even rival the 3 great empires at their peak. The Allfather, Odin, was a titan among warriors, and his legions had repelled both the Dark Elves and the Frost Giants in turn, a reputation that echoed across the stars. As for Earth, a backward world still struggling to escape its cradle and step into the interstellar age, it was virtually unknown. Aside from a few cursory files held by the Nova Corps, no one gave it a second thought. That outdated perception, however, was shattered completely in the wake of the pirate campaign. The swarm of space pirates, a coalition of 20 raider crews, all ranking high on the Nova Corps' most wanted lists, had descended with bluster and menace. Alongside several hundred notorious mercenaries, they were annihilated to the last man at nowhere. The combined arms and manpower they wielded could have easily conquered a pre-colonial civilization. Yet they were wiped out. And then there was the image that haunted the intelligence briefings of the three empires, Sean casually crushing an entire fleeing fleet with a wave of his hand. The sheer, unvarnished power of that act marked the men from Earth as someone not to be trifled with. I wonder when it'll be our turn to rotate out. Aboard the large vessel named Eclipse, Pietro's voice carried the lazy drawl of terminal boredom. He lounged in the main command center of the bridge. Nearby, Bobby worked with quiet, steady focus. Homesick already? Or is this a touch of the usual deep space blues? Bobby didn't glance up, his tone light with teasing. I'd suggest a visit to Dr. Lang in medical. A fair number of the troops deal with isolation response, or emotional deprivation, out here. Why do you think the fleet runs mandatory psych evaluations every 6 months? He stood at the operations console, running through the security protocols for the docking bays and armories. As commander of this vessel, the routine was his duty and his anchor. John was out aboard the Prometheus, escorting a Shi'ar merchant convoy, while Blonsky followed Skynet's directives and had taken the Gladiator to survey potential resource worlds, hunting for viable colony sites. Earth's footprint was expanding. Starting from the lunar base, they were pushing beyond the boundaries of the 9 realms. The interstellar future demanded population growth and resource extraction. It demanded more colonies. Miss Wanda, Pietro admitted with a sigh. It had been a long time away from home. Long enough for the ache of it to settle in. He and his sister had only ever had each other growing up. Now he was a soldier in an expeditionary force, adrift in the endless dark, light years removed from Earth. Who knew how she was faring? I wouldn't worry about that if I were you, Bobby said with a small chuckle. He had privately heard that Pietro's sister served as the boss's personal secretary. If there was one place on Earth or anywhere else that could be considered absolutely safe, it was Sean's immediate vicinity. The entire expeditionary force harbored intense admiration for the men known as the Sentinel. The fact that Earth's forces had secured a foothold in nowhere and were using it as a springboard for exploration was due to Sean and Sean alone. I just hope I can make it back for the wedding. Assuming that bastard ever does the right thing by my sister. Pietro muttered the words, his expression a mix of exasperation and resignation. He'd heard plenty about Sean's romantic escapades. From a purely personal life perspective, the man was hardly an ideal partner. But love had a way of making intelligent women selectively blind. The cliché held some truth, at least where Wanda was concerned. Thinking of that, Pietro sighed again. How much longer do you figure this war between Xander and the Kree Empire is going to drag on? Bobby glanced at his moping friend, deliberately shifting the subject. The rapid development of Nowhere owed no small debt to that sprawling, grinding conflict. The thin veneer of cosmic peace had been ripped away, and the flames of war had spread, consuming half the galaxy. As a neutral party, Nowhere offered stability, order, and thriving trade. It was the obvious destination for those seeking refuge. The result was a flood of immigrants and an economic boom, one from which Umbrella and Earth were the primary beneficiaries. Who knows? Pietro shrugged, his tone turning casual. Word is the Shi'ar and the Skrulls are thinking about wading in. The major players are starting to realize an endless war benefits no one. They'd prefer a stable stalemate. Still, the longer they tear each other apart, the better for us. Chaos is Earth's window of opportunity. In peacetime, a fledgling power like Earth would never be granted the time or space to grow. The trilateral empire system had locked down every avenue of advancement for lesser civilizations. The apex predators in this dark cosmos had no interest in seeing new rivals rise. The laws of cosmic civilization left no room for sentiment or the romantic fantasies found in old literature. Cold conquest, brutal warfare, and savage exploitation, that was the melody of the wider universe. Skynet mentioned something once, Bobby said, as if just recalling a stray thought, about Earth having a very dangerous enemy out there, the Black Order of Thanos. His voice dropped slightly, but from everything we've gathered, that Mad Titan has been completely off the grid for a long while now. The stars are littered with the bones of fallen powers, Bobby. It's nothing new. Wait. What the hell is that? Pietro's lazy drawl snapped into sharp alertness. The command center erupted with the shrill pulse of an alarm. A prominent trajectory appeared on the star map display, slicing straight through the fleet's defensive perimeter around the surrounding domains and rapidly passing nowhere without any prior communication. A life form traveling at light speed. Skynet, the Central Intelligence, supplied the answer. Immediately afterward, a blurry photograph materialized as a holographic projection. It showed a silver blur. One could faintly discern a figure standing on something resembling a surfboard. Chapter 454, Chapter 146, A Cosmic-Level Cataclysm. As the Silver Surfer tore through Nowhere's fleet perimeter without ceremony, triggering a cascade of blaring alerts, the Nova Corps had already elevated its readiness to the highest possible tier. Nova Prime herself wore an expression of grim severity, her eyes betraying a deep and troubled concern. Within the Corps, the atmosphere was electric with tension. Denarians scrambled through the corridors, hastily mobilizing their assigned fleets. All other priorities, even the defense of Xander itself, were suddenly secondary. Senior officers on leave, newly graduated rookies fresh from training, every single one received the Corps' urgent summons at the same moment. In short, a palpable dread had settled over the entire Nova Corps. Not even the sight of the full Kree armada breaching Xander's defensive lines had ever produced this particular brand of anxiety. Irani Rail, the Nova Prime, elegant and composed in her deep blue uniform, had been mid-negotiation with Empress Lilandra of the Shi'ar Empire regarding a ceasefire between the Kree and Xander. She had rushed back to the Corps headquarters on Xander without delay, now seated in the central conference hall, waiting for the last of her Denarians to assemble. Has this been confirmed? Denarian Roman rubbed his ever-receding hairline, a nervous habit he'd never quite shaken, his voice thick with disbelief. By all calculations, that entity should not be active during this cycle. Roman's right, added another Denarian, a man named Adamox. According to our projections, the Devourer of Worlds ought to still be in a dormant phase at this cycle. Or drifting through uninhabited asteroid fields. The moment that title left his lips, a hush fell over the conference hall. Every face in the room was touched by the same shadow of unease, the same primal fear. Galactus. The Devourer of Worlds. An ancient life form. A cosmic-level cataclysm. In the archives maintained by the Nova Corps, the origins of Galactus stretched back beyond reliable record. Some said he was born in the crucible of the Big Bang itself. Others whispered he was a singular consciousness born from some unimaginable mechanical swarm. The truth was, no one knew for certain. Even the elders of the universe might not have the answer. They knew only his former name, a name long since abandoned and forgotten, Galen. Beyond that, information was scarce. He was older than the Celestials, a being so ancient that many civilizations regarded him not as a threat but as a god, one to be worshipped with trembling awe. Compared to the infamous terror of Galactus, the madness of Thanos seemed almost quaint. This was an entity that sustained its own existence by consuming the life energy of entire planets. He was, quite simply, the ultimate nightmare of every civilization in the cosmos. I didn't want to believe it either, Irani sighed. She tapped the surface of the table, and a crisp holographic projection bloomed to life in the center of the room. The backdrop was the deep, empty dark of the void. A barren, uninhabited world hung before their eyes. Then, a vast shadow crept across the frame. There was no visible body. No sound. Just an endless, encroaching tide of darkness, within which churned a violent storm of cosmic energy. Swirling motes of dust held enough power to crack a world asunder. Galactus. Someone couldn't suppress a gasp. They watched, helpless, as the desolate planet began to wither like a parched seed, its vitality draining away in real time. The surface cracked open with gaping fissures. The entire globe lay smothered beneath that colossal shadow. A deafening, silent roar, the visual of it, anyway, saw crimson magma surging upward. Continents buckled. Tectonic plates shattered. It was a vision of the apocalypse made manifest. In that brief, agonizing sequence, the planet seemed to endure eons of torment. Hideous scars crisscrossed its surface. The molten core boiled over, spewing fiery rock into the vacuum. The crust fragmented like a dropped piece of porcelain. The final, thunderous collapse marked the planet's last breath as gravitational forces tore it apart into scattered debris. For a long moment, the conference hall remained utterly silent. It was difficult for the mind to process that such an extinction-level event was merely the feeding process of a single ancient being. We must formulate a response, Irani stated, her tone leaving no room for debate. Once Galactus fully roused from his hunger, the consequences would be catastrophic and irreversible. True, the ancient being typically favored lifeless, barren worlds for his meals. But the Nova Corps' records contained more than a few grim entries about inhabited planets that had met the same fate. Complacency was a luxury they could not afford. The Lufamoid homeworld was the classic cautionary tale. A civilization built on martial prowess and iron-fisted rule had been reduced to interstellar refugees in a single, devastating moment. From a high-tier power to a scattered, homeless people. Can we determine his trajectory? Roman spoke up. Generally, the Devourer dispatches a herald to select suitable worlds as sustenance. He gestured toward the frozen image of the silver streak in the projection. If we can predict the herald's search pattern, we might redirect Galactus toward a lifeless asteroid field. Minimize the damage. Irani's eyes flickered with renewed focus. Galactus did not hunt his own food, he relied on his heralds for that. This was the Corps' one narrow window of opportunity. Galactus has had several heralds, she said, supplying the missing context. This one appears to be the Silver Surfer. For primary heralds had served the World Devourer, Stardust, Firelord, Tyrant, and this one, the being often called the Silver Surfer. Each had been imbued with a fraction of the power cosmic and tasked with finding suitable worlds for their master's table. They were, in essence, glorified servants. Not long ago, the Surfer bypassed nowhere, Roman noted, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Based on his current trajectory, it seems he's locked onto the 9 realms this time. His expression turned peculiar. Everyone in the room knew the score. Earth was the rising power among the current crop of civilizations. Between their entrenched position at nowhere, the vast resources they'd accumulated, and the existence of that man known as the Sentinel who had crushed a space armada with his bare hands, no one looked at Earth the way they used to. No single being is powerful enough to withstand Galactus, Irani said, shaking her head with a rueful smile. She understood what Roman was implying. Earth's ascent had been meteoric. While nowhere maintained a stance of neutrality in the Kree-Xander conflict, there was history there. Ronan the Accuser, the Kree warlord, had engaged in clandestine dealings with Sean. From a cold, strategic standpoint, it was better to see a potential future rival removed by a force of nature than to let them grow unchecked. The Nova Corps will not stoop to such methods, Irani said after a brief, heavy pause. She dismissed the tempting suggestion, even if we stand with Xander, and even if nowhere might one day stand against us. The danger was too great. Galactus would not stop at a single world. In his ravenous state, the entirety of the 9 realms might not be enough to sate him. Inform nowhere, she ordered, her voice heavy with the weight of the decision. Let the one they call the Sentinel know what is coming. May he find a way to weather this storm. It was all she could offer. The Herald was already bound for the 9 realms. There was no stopping him now. Chapter 455, Chapter 147, The Grown-Up Pipsqueak and the Foodie. Draped in a white bathrobe, Susan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of Baxter Tower. Below, a swarm of news reporters and curious onlookers jostled for position. The media frenzy had been relentless ever since the wedding announcement went public, and it showed no signs of letting up. Aside from her brother Johnny, who couldn't care less about the fuss, everyone involved was finding the constant attention a bit of a headache. Her wedding to Reed had dominated the front pages for 4 consecutive days. Morning and evening news broadcasts ran segments on it without fail. The event had captured the imagination of the entire nation. Reed Richards and Susan Storm, better known to the public as Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, are 2 beloved members of the iconic Fantastic Four. In just 3 days' time, the couple will exchange vows in a much-anticipated wedding of the century ceremony to be held in Tribeca, New York. Susan listened to the broadcaster's voice droning from the television. The knot of nervousness in her stomach pulled tighter. Almost involuntarily, her gaze drifted toward the pristine white wedding gown hanging on the nearby rack. So even superheroes get the pre-wedding jitters. Pepper Potts, who was sorting through the guest list nearby, spoke with a teasing lilt in her voice. The acting CEO of Stark Industries had her blonde hair swept back in a neat bun, a pair of heels accentuating her posture. The black blazer and pencil skirt ensemble radiated the crisp, capable aura of a seasoned executive. Observing the anxious worry etched on her close friend's face, Pepper couldn't help but smile. She offered a gentle reassurance. Everyone knows Dr. Richards is one of the good ones. What's there left to be nervous about? He's not like Tony, always chasing the next adventure and terrified of settling down, Pepper continued, placing her hands on Susan's shoulders, and he's not like Sean, the kind of perfect lover you can't find a single flaw in, but whose heart you can never quite seem to read. Her voice was soft, like a spring breeze sweeping away the prickling heat of anxiety. Susan's expression relaxed visibly. Thank you, Pepper. She turned and embraced her friend, only to spot 2 unexpected guests sprawled on the couch. When did you 2 little gremlins sneak in? It was Mindy, whom they hadn't seen in ages, and Golly, who was preoccupied with a bag of potato chips. Both girls were blinking their wide eyes in perfect sync, staring directly at Susan with expressions that practically screamed, "Tell us more juicy details." "We've been here since the TV guy said, wedding of the century," replied Mindy with a slight pout. She was no longer a tiny blonde moppet. Her eyes, however, kept darting toward the bag of chips in Golly's possession. Every time the other girl let out a satisfying crunch, Mindy's mouth opened and closed unconsciously. "Sean said there might be something we could help with, and then he just dumped me and Golly here," Mindy grumbled under her breath. "They're obviously planning some kind of bachelor party and needed an excuse to get rid of us." After spending so long wandering the open road, she'd finally returned to New York to see Sean. And what was the greeting she got? Not a teary-eyed reunion, but an order for Golly to supervise her diet. This was not matching the touching, embrace-filled scenario she'd cooked up in her head. "I'm afraid this is grown-up stuff, sweetie. Not much you can help with here." Pepper glanced at the utterly defeated-looking Mindy and asked with deliberate mischief, "Golly, there's fresh honey toast in the oven, and some chocolate pudding. Mindy, would you like some?" Mindy can't have any, Golly interjected with utmost seriousness. Even as she happily munched on a piece of bread, she still has to do 30 minutes of cardio later. Thanks to Sean's relentless campaign of snack-based bribery, Golly had firmly switched sides. She was now a dedicated enforcer of the dietary regimen. Mindy, suffering a double blow to both body and soul, collapsed onto the couch cushions. I should have just stayed out on the road, living the good life in that RV, unlimited funds in the bank account, Skynet as a personal concierge, that was the dream. People who can eat whatever they want without gaining weight always end up flat as a board, she declared. Golly's freakish metabolism and constitution, which let her inhale food endlessly while staying slim, was basically an act of aggression. It filled Mindy with a jealousy so potent, she could taste it. Then you'll just be a chubby flat board, Mindy, Golly replied calmly, licking the last smear of chocolate pudding off her spoon. That single, nonchalant remark was a critical hit, dealing massive emotional damage. Mindy lunged at Golly with a playful snarl, and the two girls tumbled across the large room in a flurry of tickles and giggles, drawing fond smiles from Susan and Pepper. After a while, Mindy paused to catch her breath, standing in front of the full-length mirror. Leather boots, a cropped jacket, and snug jeans traced the athletic, youthful lines of her figure. It was hard now to see the cherubic little blonde girl she used to be in that reflection. The baby fat had melted away from her cheeks, revealing the sharp features of a decidedly cool teenager. I figured it out, Golly. Mindy planted her hands on her hips, staring at her friend who was now eyeing a Black Forest cake on the table with predatory focus. Mindy let out a triumphant laugh. The reason Sean is so annoyingly persistent about me staying in shape, he must have some kind of ulterior motive. Yes. That has to be it. I think he just doesn't want to see you turn into an obese girl, Golly replied absently, her brain locked in a fierce internal debate over the ethics of eating the cake. The words hit Mindy like a dagger to her teenage heart. Her triumphant laughter died in her throat. Seconds later, the two were back on the couch, a tangle of limbs as they tried to tickle each other into submission. So Susan and Pepper are busy with the dress fittings, picking out the band, and arranging the venue. Reed trailed off, looking around the room. He glanced at Tony, who had his feet propped up on the coffee table in his usual irreverent manner, and then turned the question toward Sean. What exactly are we supposed to be doing? Bachelor party. Tony answered for him, practically vibrating with sudden energy, and there'd better be strippers. He jumped up from the couch. After the vast, star-strewn silence of deep space, a few days back on Earth was proving to be agonizingly dull. How much longer are you planning to hide from Pepper? Sean asked from his spot by the window. He turned, a wry smile playing on his lips as he watched Tony gear up for mischief. If it weren't for his deep-seated terror of being cornered into a marriage proposal, the star-faring Ironman wouldn't be sitting here behaving himself. I'm just trying to be supportive of Reed. As his best friend, Tony wilted under the twin stares of his companions. Fine. Yes, I'm hiding from Pepper. He slumped back down, defeated. He simply wasn't ready for marriage. It meant responsibility. It meant an end to the carefree devil-may-care existence of an interstellar playboy. He'd only just cracked open the door to the cosmos and wasn't about to willingly walk into the grave of romance just yet. And what about you? Tony shot back at Sean. What's your plan? Are you going to settle down with the general's daughter? Or maybe the mayor of New York's little girl? Let's see, there's also that Dr. Jean Grey from the mutant crowd, and your secretary, Wanda. God help me, I never thought I'd see the day I'd be outdone in this particular field. He ticked the names off on his fingers, a wave of genuine, powerless envy washing over him. Back in the day, he was New York's premier playboy. He had held the unofficial record for bedding cover models. There wasn't a woman in the city who was safe from his charms. And now? Tony's eyes held a flicker of genuine sorrow. He honestly couldn't remember the last time he'd flirted with a beautiful woman just for the fun of it. I'm not a subscriber to the Stark method, you know, the infamous sweet talk till sunrise. Then who are you again? Sean shrugged. A wedding will happen. Maybe several. It wouldn't take up that much of my time. Juggling the affections of multiple women didn't stress him out. If anything, it was a pleasant diversion from the monotony of daily life. As Pepper had once noted, he was the perfect lover. Aside from the whole fidelity thing, he was pretty much flawless. Your level of shamelessness appears to scale directly with your power level, Tony sputtered, feeling a vein throb in his temple. Instead of worrying about me, maybe worry about Pepper, Sean said, placing a hand on Tony's shoulder. The teasing tone softened into something more genuine. She spent the best years of her life waiting for you, Tony. How much longer do you really think she can hold on? The easy grin froze on Tony's face. He fell into a sudden, heavy silence. Okay, let's just focus on the bachelor party. Reed interjected loudly, trying to rescue the mood at his own expense, and for the record, no strippers. Good plan, Sean started to agree, but was cut off by a priority alert from Skynet. A life form traveling at light speed has breached the Earth-Moon monitoring network. It has entered the atmosphere. Chapter 456, Chapter 148, Bachelor Night. The moment Sean mentioned an anomaly, Reed's eyes lit up with renewed vigor. Looks like a meteorite at first glance, but the trajectory's all wrong. Whatever that light source is, it's got its own propulsion system. He studied the satellite feed projected before them, brow furrowed in concentration. Against the deep, dark backdrop of space, a streak of silver blazed across the void, moving so fast that the satellite imagery could only capture a blurred smear. Identification was nearly impossible. The best they could tell was that the brilliant speck had carved a path through the darkness, bypassed the Earth-Moon perimeter, and punched straight through the atmosphere. Sean swiped his fingers across the interface, pulling up a sharper still image. It showed a massive crater, roughly 200 meters in diameter. Its edges were unnervingly smooth, far too clean to have been carved out by a simple high-velocity impact. Ever since this unidentified object arrived on Earth, there's been a spike in anomalous incidents worldwide, Sean noted, his gaze thoughtful. He had a nagging suspicion about the true identity of that silver streak, but nothing concrete yet. The unified government is actively suppressing the story. They're chalking it up to unusual astronomical phenomena to avoid triggering mass panic. The object's speed was simply too great, and its trajectory too erratic. Even Skynet couldn't lock onto it long enough to capture a clean image. Suruga Bay in Japan, the Giza pyramids in Egypt, and just an hour ago, a massive blackout across Los Angeles and most of the western United States. Reed scrolled through the global anomaly report streaming in via Skynet's terminal. A spark of pure scientific fascination gleamed in his eyes. The essence of science was exploring the unknown and distilling it into law. And Reed Richards happened to be a scientist of the most obsessive variety. Sometimes I genuinely feel sorry for Susan, Tony interjected, snatching the terminal from Reed's hands. He clapped a hand on the man's shoulder with the weary wisdom of a seasoned veteran. You're about to marry one of the hottest female superheroes on the planet, and here you are, more worked up about a mystery light show. Let me handle this stuff. You need to focus on the important things, like the bachelor party. Speaking of which, Tony glanced up at Sean, curiosity piqued. What's the official cover story the unified government is spinning? Whenever something like this went down and S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't produce an immediate answer, the unified government's first instinct was always to slap a plausible band-aid on it to keep the public calm. The frozen bay in Japan was attributed to underwater volcanic activity, Sean replied with a shrug, and the 2 feet of snow blanketing the Giza pyramids. Apparently that's global warming-induced climate imbalance. The logic's a bit of a stretch, but it gives them an excuse to push some environmental awareness campaigns. Until they could intercept whoever or whatever that silver streak was, the government had little choice but to manage the narrative. Obviously, this visitor is putting off some serious radiation signatures, Tony said, his mind already shifting into engineering mode. I could throw together a large-scale sensor array, link it to the satellite network through the triskelion, and we'd have precise tracking capability. Tony's intellect was every bit Reed's equal. He's already produced a workable solution. Not a bad idea. We could also. Reed began, clearly eager to dive into a deeper technical discussion. But Sean looped an arm around his shoulders and began steering him away. Let Tony handle the nerd stuff. I think you need to spend more time thinking about married life. You know, boys or girls. Baby names. That sort of thing. Tony watched the 2 of them go, shook his head with a rueful grin, and turned his attention to the sensor design. His cliffside mansion, which had been destroyed twice and rebuilt twice over, was definitely off limits. The last thing he needed was to get cornered by Pepper with no clear exit strategy. After a quick survey of his surroundings, Tony decided to just set up shop right there in Baxter Tower. FRIDAY could handle the material requisitions anyway. He'd just bill S.H.I.E.L.D. for the expenses later. After Jarvis had been effectively killed by Ultron, Stark had built himself a new AI system, naming it FRIDAY, a nod to the loyal and capable female assistant in Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe. Naturally, his ego wouldn't permit a crude male savage for a digital butler, so he'd opted for a soothing female voice instead. As one of the world's preeminent geniuses, Tony needed only 2 days to construct the sensor array and install it on the rooftop of Baxter Tower. Done and done, he announced to the empty room, fingers dancing across the operating console, a self-satisfied smirk plastered across his face. He uploaded the sensor protocols to the satellite network, integrating the feed directly with Skynet. The next time that visitor popped up, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have real-time coordinates. Stark men are always exceptional, he congratulated himself, already mentally picking out a new outfit for Reed's bachelor party. 2 hours later. Tony, wearing his trademark shades, and Sean, sporting an easy grin, flanked Reed as they strode into one of New York's most infamous nightclubs. A DJ manned the booth, spinning tracks that sent waves of bass thrumming through the soundproofed walls. Strobe lights pulsed in frantic, colorful bursts overhead, scattering neon hues in every direction. On the dance floor below, bodies swayed and grinded to the rhythm. Scantily clad cocktail waitresses navigated the crowd, balancing trays laden with glowing drinks. I had Johnny set this all up for you, Sean said, noticing Reed frozen in place. A faint grin tugged at the corner of his mouth, rented out the whole club and curated the guest list. Consider this your final night of freedom. Except I don't recognize a single person here, Reed replied, already regretting his decision to go along with Tony's plan. This was decidedly not his natural habitat. Still, it was hard not to let his gaze wander toward the undulating, scantily dressed women on the dance floor. I tried putting together a guest list of your actual friends, Johnny said, emerging from the throng with a gorgeous woman on each arm. Bearing that uncanny resemblance to a young Captain America, his face was split by a roguish grin, but aside from a bunch of boring bookworms, I came up empty. A bachelor party was not an academic symposium. Better to fill the room with eager cover models than a cadre of dull scientists. Ladies, this is Reed Richards. Mr. Fantastic. The smartest man on the planet, Johnny announced, leaning in close to Reed and dropping his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Feel free to pick his brain about any academic matters you might have. And don't worry, I won't breathe a word of this to Sue. Tonight, you're the star. Have fun. Relax, buddy. Enjoy it while it lasts. Sean and Tony exchanged knowing looks and promptly melted into the crowd. They could navigate these waters in their sleep. By the time Reed gathered his wits, he found himself utterly alone and utterly surrounded by a sea of feminine attention. Women in slinky dresses, sequined tops, and cut-off shorts pressed in around the flustered scientist, their voices a soft chorus of coquettish laughter. Why so nervous? I love science, purred a bronze-skinned beauty, sidling up next to Reed and twirling a lock of brown hair around her finger. Ahem. Well, I could explain the Big Bang Theory. Or perhaps quantum mechanics. Wait, no, general relativity is always a good starting point. Reed stammered, frantically lobbing physics concepts like verbal grenades. Over at the bar, Sean and Tony had already started a betting pool. 30 minutes, tops, Sean estimated. 20, Tony countered, sliding a bill across the counter. The club throbbed with life. Men and women lost themselves in the music. Tony knocked back a glass of whiskey, savoring the familiar burn. It had been a long time since he'd set foot in a place like this. The feeling was almost nostalgic. If he keeps this up, Dr. Richards is going to start lecturing them on the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, Tony observed, watching Sean wave off a pair of approaching models. Right about now, I bet he's praying for God to roll some dice and knock him unconscious. But then, in an instant, the carefree smirk vanished from Tony's face. The compact sensor in his pocket had begun to buzz insistently. Chapter 457, Chapter 149, The Silver Surfer Arrives. Tony yanked the compact sensor from his pocket, his expression shifting in an instant. The target is closing in on New York. Wait, it's headed straight for Baxter Tower. On the display, awash with incoming cosmic radiation data, a single red dot was racing toward the Baxter building at terrifying speed. The sensor was linked directly to SHIELD's satellite network. The moment that unknown visitor showed its face, they'd have real-time tracking. Already past Mach 1. He's going after the sensor array. Tony slapped his chest. The arc reactor housing his nanotech suit pulsed once, and the nanopolymer material bloomed outward like vivid blood seeping through skin, rapidly encasing his entire body. His thrusters ignited with a deafening roar, shattering the marble floor beneath him and drowning out the thumping club music. He fired a repulsor blast upward, blowing a gaping hole straight through the nightclub ceiling. Over his shoulder, he shouted, "Clean this up, Reed." Down below, Mr. Fantastic, who had somehow progressed to explaining Schrodinger's cat to a rapt audience of scantily clad women, snapped back to full alertness. His elastic body stretched and flattened, spinning into a wide, protective tarp that caught the cascade of falling debris before it could rain down on the panicking crowd. Looks like the party's just getting started, Johnny announced, pulling away from a lingering kiss with a stunning brunette. Best bachelor night ever. He erupted into a column of roaring flame and shot skyward through the fresh hole in the roof. When there was a spectacle to be had, the Human Torch wasn't about to miss his entrance. Sean, meanwhile, remained seated at the bar, utterly unruffled. If the Herald of Galactus had truly come to Earth, then throwing every superhero on the planet at him wouldn't move the needle. And even if by some miracle, they managed to defeat the Silver Surfer, standing right behind him was the Devourer of Worlds himself. A genuine cosmic deity. 5 Infinity Stones against Galactus. Sean murmured, taking a slow sip of his whiskey on the rocks. I don't like those odds. The ancient being who sustained himself by consuming planets, regarded across the cosmos as the ender of civilizations, was counted among the 5 primordial cosmic entities. True, his power fluctuated wildly depending on his hunger levels, leading to the occasional humiliating beatdown at the hands of Earth's heroes, but his fundamental might was beyond dispute. All I can do is watch and wait, Sean murmured, his face placid. He was only 1 stone short from completing the Infinity Gauntlet and claiming his place as a true universal power. At that point, he'd have the standing to negotiate with Galactus as an equal. For now, he'd observe and see what the Silver Surfer, one of the heralds of Galactus, was really after. He swirled the amber liquid in his glass, watched the last of the clubgoers scatter, and then knocked back the rest of his drink in one smooth motion. The thrusters on Tony's boots reconfigured mid-flight, the air around him shimmering with heat distortion. Boom. A sonic boom cracked through the dense atmosphere as he accelerated hard, reaching the top of Baxter Tower in under 20 seconds. Inside the penthouse, a shrill electronic alarm wailed without pause. The computer linked to the sensor array pulsed with frantic red light, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of cosmic radiation flooding its circuits. He's here. Tony's words were barely out when a pinpoint of silver light expanded like rippling water and passed effortlessly through the reinforced glass. A violent gust of wind erupted through the room like a miniature hurricane. Tony barely had time to register the flash of motion before an invisible force slammed into him, hurling him backward against the far wall. Friday. Get a visual. Attempting. Mr. Stark, the electronic signal is. The intruder stood revealed, a powerfully built male figure, his entire body sheathed in flowing silver. He hovered in place atop a craft that resembled a surfboard. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the Silver Surfer unleashed a wave of formless force. It rolled through the room like a violent magnetic storm, crackling static and showers of sparks. The computer monitor connected to the sensor array flickered once and went dark, reduced to a heap of fried circuitry. Even Friday, Tony's ever-reliable AI assistant, was forcibly disconnected as the local electromagnetic spectrum dissolved into chaos. Through the shattered window, Tony could see the entire street below plunging into darkness. The blackout rippled outward, swallowing block after block in its wake. The surfer said nothing. He simply cast a cold, dispassionate glance in Tony's direction. Then his silver form shimmered like liquid mercury and slipped back through the reinforced glass, vanishing into the night sky. Johnny, don't let him get away. The human torch touched down just as Tony shouted the order. Johnny paused for half a beat, then flared brighter and hotter. He rocketed off in pursuit of the silver streak ahead, a long plume of fire trailing behind him. Between the densely packed towers of Manhattan, two figures carved through the air, one silver, one flame, locked in a blistering chase. Boom, boom, boom. Sonic booms rolled like thunder across the skyline. This guy can move. Johnny muttered, finally getting a clear look at the figure. It was literally a Silver Surfer. Hey, pal. You from California or something? The silver figure ignored the taunt entirely. He seemed to possess some form of intangibility. Riding that surfboard-like craft, he phased clean through one skyscraper after another. The air rippled like disturbed water around him, but the glass windows remained perfectly intact as his body passed through. Johnny poured on more speed, refusing to be shaken. He fed every ounce of energy into his flames, the heat shimmer so intense it looked like the air itself might combust. Ducking low, he narrowly avoided a head-on collision with a semi-truck, then hurled a fireball ahead, trying to force the surfer to break off. The searing projectile had barely left his hand when it detonated prematurely, scattering into a harmless cascade of embers against the night sky. He can manipulate energy. The question flickered through Johnny's mind. He banked sharply, threading the needle between two speeding cars, then burst past the flow of highway traffic. The two of them streaked onward like rival comets, racing from Manhattan all the way to Washington, D.C., the monuments and government buildings blurring beneath them. Time to wrap this up. Johnny's flames roared with renewed intensity, his temperature spiking as he surged forward. A shockwave of superheated air buffeted outward. The human torch closed the gap in an instant. One more push and he'd cut the silver rider off. But then, without warning, the surfer spun around. A cold, silver hand closed around Johnny's throat with unerring precision. The herald's eyes held nothing but icy indifference. The torch's flames, which were hot enough to melt steel, seemed to cause him no discomfort whatsoever. The surfer guided his board upward, ascending rapidly until they punched through the atmosphere and into the silent void of space. All right, you win. In the vacuum, Johnny's fire guttered and died. His vision filled with the curved blue sphere of Earth. Oxygen deprivation set in. His breathing grew shallow, his consciousness fraying at the edges. It felt like drowning in slow motion. The Silver Surfer studied the human in his grasp, his expression unchanging. Then, without a word, he simply released his grip. Johnny began to fall. Every living thing on this world will soon serve as sustenance for the Great Lord, the Silver Surfer thought, gazing down at the vibrant planet below. He watched the tiny burning figure tumble back toward the atmosphere and felt nothing at all. Chapter 458, Chapter 150, A Less Than Friendly Conversation. His appearance is humanoid. Male. But his entire body is coated in some kind of liquid silver, and he rides a surfboard. Literally, a flying surfboard. A thoroughly deflated Johnny Storm had returned to Baxter Tower. The normally brash and cocky human torch had found himself utterly outmatched against the intruder. Had Ironman not swooped in to catch him during his uncontrolled freefall from orbit, he would likely still be wandering the Nevada desert, trying to figure out which way was up. The spacious penthouse living room had taken on a somber atmosphere. Susan kept casting worried glances at Reed, as if silently acknowledging that their wedding might soon be postponed. Whether he's an alien or just some interstellar beach bum, one thing is clear, Tony concluded, he can manipulate matter and energy at a fundamental level. It looks like he's channeling cosmic radiation to alter the physical properties of objects around him. Aside from Johnny, Tony was the only one who had encountered the intruder face to face. The being had passed through reinforced glass as though it were nothing more than empty air. As if, in the instant of contact, he had simply rewritten the molecular structure of the window. And this Silver Surfer clearly doesn't want to be found. That's why he destroyed the sensor array on his way out. He knew he was being tracked, Reed mused, his brow furrowing, and he traced it straight back to us. What is he hiding? An intelligent being arriving on Earth with such extraordinary abilities did not, Reed suspected, come with peaceful intentions. His years stationed at nowhere had taught him the cold, brutal reality of the wider cosmos. There was no warmth between civilizations. Only the raw calculus of survival and the unforgiving laws of the jungle. Are you sure you're all right? Susan asked, her concern focused entirely on her brother rather than her fiancé's scientific tangents. She pressed a glass of water into Johnny's hands. He looked terrible. The usually vibrant, handsome face was pale and drawn. Reed and Tony exchanged grim looks. Johnny was one of the more formidable fighters on the Fantastic Four's roster. Yet against the Silver Surfer, he hadn't even managed to put up a struggle. That alone raised the threat assessment to a deeply uncomfortable level. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already initiated a global search. The sensor array might have been fried, but the data it had collected beforehand was still intact. I don't know, Johnny replied, his voice thick with exhaustion, ever since I touched that guy. I feel strange. He felt drained, like he hadn't slept in days. As if a black hole had opened up inside him and swallowed every last reserve of energy he possessed. Johnny just wanted to lie down, close his eyes, and let the world fade away. Even speaking felt like too much effort. Hey, cheer up. I can give you a sympathy hug if you want. Maybe next time we see that chrome dome, we'll give him a proper clobberin'. Ben, the ever-lovin' blue-eyed thing, boomed with his usual gruff warmth. He reached out a massive, rocky hand to clap his teammate on the shoulder. The moment his fingers made contact with Johnny, a surge of energy jumped between them like a static shock. Then the room witnessed something both astonishing and utterly absurd. The thing, a towering mountain of orange rock, shrank back down into his normal human form. Wisps of flame flickered and danced across his now bare skin. Simultaneously, Johnny's muscles swelled, his frame bulking out as his skin hardened into a familiar, craggy orange hide. In the span of a heartbeat, the two had swapped powers entirely. Whoa. Johnny the Thing. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Tony quipped, utterly unsympathetic to Johnny's visible horror. You made physical contact with the Silver Surfer, Reed cut in, one hand cradling his chin in thought, he possesses the ability to manipulate matter and energy. When Ben touched you just now, the effect transferred. He's altered the molecular energy signature of your body. It's in a state of flux. Reed stared at Johnny with the kind of intense fascination usually reserved for a particularly rare lab specimen. That sounds bad, Johnny groaned, staring down at his thick, stone-plated arms. He'd spent years ribbing Ben about his rocky appearance. Now that the shoe was on the other foot, it wasn't nearly as funny. It's probably not going to get worse, Tony offered, exchanging a glance with Reed, we'll get you fixed up. But first, we need to figure out what the Silver Surfer actually wants. Susan glanced around the room, a sudden crease of concern appearing on her brow. Where's Sean? Greenland, the Russell Glacier. A shimmering portal of cerulean light rippled open, and a tall figure stepped through into the frozen waste. The wind howled, carrying a biting, sub-zero chill. This was the largest ice mass in the northern hemisphere, where average temperatures hovered around -30°C. Even in an age of advanced technology, the region remained largely untouched and uninhabited. A vast ice sheet blanketed the sea, broken only by floating chunks of frozen debris. In the distance, massive icebergs drifted with imperceptible slowness. The cold was absolute, yet Sean moved through it as if strolling through a spring meadow. He followed the trail of intense cosmic radiation, the signature left behind by the intruder. His steps carried him to the edge of a massive, seemingly bottomless crater carved into ice that had lain undisturbed for eons. Waves of potent energy still radiated from the depths. Hidden within the glacier, the Silver Surfer sensed the approaching presence. He rose on his board-like craft, ascending from the chasm to hover above the ice field. Before him stood a human. But this human radiated a pure, blazing energy, similar to a newborn star burning fiercely against the void. I wish to speak with your master, Sean said, his voice calm and even. Using Skynet's global tracking network, he had finally cornered the elusive herald. If it was at all possible, Sean preferred not to make an enemy of the ancient being who dined on whole worlds. He was here to extend courtesy before resorting to force. He needed to know if there was room for negotiation. Human. The Silver Surfer replied, his voice flat and devoid of emotion, you are not even worthy of being called food. He was the herald of Galactus. His sole purpose was to locate suitable planets for his master's consumption. Everything you know will end, he added. Of course, Sean replied evenly, I understand that to earn the privilege of equal discourse, one must first demonstrate one's standing. He had no desire to provoke Galactus, but neither was he so terrified that he would cower before a mere herald. This blue planet was his launching point into the greater cosmos. Sean would not allow anyone to take it from him. I have cross-referenced the target's radiation signature against all available astronomical databases, Skynet's voice whispered in his ear, Deneb 3. Vega 6. Altair 7. Every world the Herald has visited now lies silent and dead. Within 8 to 12 days of his arrival, planetary disintegration follows. The massive craters left behind were not random acts of vandalism. They were preparation. Tenderizing the meal, so to speak, for the devourer. Cease your actions, Sean said, his voice cooling noticeably. You are not my master, the Surfer replied, turning his board to leave. He had no further interest in this conversation. Boom. A blinding flash split the white expanse. A thunderous boom of displaced energy echoed across the glacier like the roar of an angry god. In the next instant, Sean was standing on the Surfer's board. His hand closed around the silver figure's throat, yanking him clean off the craft. You should learn to be more polite, Sean said, his grip unyielding. Deprived of the board's energy flow, the Surfer's gleaming silver sheen began to fade. His coloration deepened, shifting from polished chrome to something darker, the hue of cold, cast iron. Now, Sean started, tightening his hold. His voice was colder than the ancient ice beneath their feet. Shall we try the conversation again? Chapter 459, Chapter 151, Facing the Devourer of Worlds. What you've done here is foolish. Cut off from his power source, the Silver Surfer kicked his legs uselessly. His face, now darkened to the hue of ancient bronze, remained as cold and rigid as a statue's. Even staring death in the face, those eyes held nothing but indifference, as though the prospect of his own annihilation meant nothing whatsoever. It seems I need to wake you up. Sean muttered, releasing his grip. An invisible concussive wave slammed into the Silver Surfer like a cannon shot, pinning him into the unyielding glacier. Then the golden gauntlet, gleaming with power, slipped onto Sean's hand. The Mind Stone pulsed softly, bathing the Surfer's face in a gentle orange glow. In an instant, those dead, indifferent eyes came alive. It was as though a statue cast from iron and bronze had suddenly been granted a soul. Raw and distorted emotion twisted across features that had been cold and unfeeling moments before. No one defies the Great Lord. No one willingly faces him. The Surfer clutched his head in agony, collapsing to his knees on the frozen ice. His voice was frantic and ragged, saturated with a dread so deep, it seemed carved into his very being. He is a terror beyond the grasp of your meager mind. The entire universe trembles in the shadow of Galactus. It cowers. It submits. Do you remember who you are? Why you serve Galactus? How many civilizations have you witnessed crumble to dust? How many worlds torn apart? Sean probed, hovering in the air, the Mind Stone casting its gentle radiance over the writhing herald. To his senses, the Silver Surfer seemed utterly devoid of genuine emotion, like a mechanical construct following a predetermined script. But now, under the influence of the Mind Stone, the memories and feelings that had been scoured away were slowly resurfacing. They flickered through his consciousness like light dancing on water. My name is Enraged. The Surfer remembered. He had been an astronomer. His homeworld, Zenla, lay beyond the bounds of the Milky Way. It was a peaceful and prosperous civilization. Until Galactus came. A shadow vast enough to swallow the entire sky fell across his world, and every living soul was plunged into despair. My home. The long-buried scene replayed before the Surfer's eyes. Ominous clouds blotted out the sun. The ravenous devourer of worlds had selected this planet as his next meal. Every member of his people knelt in helpless terror. Only Enraged dared to act. Using a specialized astronomical instrument, he reached out to Galactus directly, begging the cosmic entity to spare his home. The universe is full of barren, lifeless worlds you could consume. Enraged had cried out, summoning every ounce of his courage. The pressure bearing down on him felt like an ocean ready to swallow him whole. Why must it be us? Why must you slaughter the innocent? Hunger, no time, to choose. The towering cosmic figure that filled the sky could only murmur those words, over and over. Wait. Please, listen to me. I will become your herald. I will search the cosmos for you. I will scout the pathways between the stars. I will soar through the dark void on your behalf. Only, please, spare my people. Spare my world. Norrin had made his plea with absolute sincerity. He would serve the Devourer of Worlds, if only his home could be spared. You have spoken. I have heard. You shall become my herald. After a moment of heavy silence, Galactus bestowed upon Norrin a power unlike anything he had ever known. The instant that cosmic energy touched him, a silver shell encased his entire body. And with it, everything, his memories, his sense of right and wrong, his conscience, his morality, was simply erased. From that moment forward, the astronomer Norrin Radd ceased to exist. In his place stood only the Silver Surfer, herald of Galactus. The fragmented flood of memories halted abruptly. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Sean's mouth as he regarded the stunned surfer. What have I done? The surfer stared down at his own hands. He thought of the countless civilizations. The innumerable worlds. All of them consumed by Galactus. And he himself had been the instrument of their destruction. After entering the service of the Great Lord, all memory of Norrin Radd had been purged. He had even pointed to his own homeworld and suggested it as a suitable meal. But Galactus, even in his hunger, had kept his word. Zenla was spared. That was the story of the Silver Surfer. From that day on, he had ridden his board across the endless expanse of the cosmos, scouting suitable meals for his master. At first, he had chosen only uninhabited, barren worlds. But as Galactus's hunger grew more desperate with each passing eon, the Devourer gradually overcame whatever faint sympathy he'd once held for intelligent life. Civilized worlds were no longer off the menu. A starving man does not willingly release the food in his grasp, the surfer said, his voice heavy with grim resignation. The Great Lord is coming. Earth was about to become a morsel on the Devourer's tongue. This planet pulsed with vibrant, abundant life. To Galactus, it would appear as the most delectable of feasts. Galactus is in a state of hunger right now. Sean asked, stepping onto the gleaming silver board. A surge of immense cosmic energy flooded up through the craft. It felt as though the board beneath his feet was not merely a vehicle, but a doorway, a portal connected to some vast, unknown dimension. The difference between a sated Galactus and a starving one was the difference between a sleepy titan and an apocalypse made flesh. And he is enraged, the surfer added, the Great Lord's beloved has fled from him. His fury will burn across the galaxy. It is only a matter of time. His gaze fell upon the infinity gauntlet on Sean's hand. A flicker of something almost like compassion crossed his newly awakened features. Human, you are indeed powerful. But before the Great Lord, you remain small and insignificant. Galactus is not a force that any living being can hope to withstand. You still have one last chance. Flee this world. Preserve a single ember of your civilization. Outside, the blizzard raged across the glacier, icy winds lashing like razored blades against Sean's motionless form. He stood in silence for a long moment, suspended in the air. Then he spoke, his voice quiet but firm. Don't underestimate the courage of humans. They may be defeated. They may retreat. They may rot and decay in the grip of power and greed. But sometimes, they are capable of a courage unlike anything the universe has ever seen. Sean's body straightened. A torrent of brilliant gold energy erupted from within him, boiling outward in an unrestrained cascade. Wave after wave of raw power surged like a rising tide. A searing, blinding radiance blazed upward from the glacier like a miniature sun ascending over the frozen wasteland. The scalding tide of light and heat poured directly into the silver board beneath his feet. The impossibly hard and mirror-smooth surface began to warp and twist, softening into something molten and malleable. The ferocious heat swept the howling winds aside. The ancient ice groaned and wept, melting into rising veils of steam. A shroud of dense white mist swallowed Sean whole, leaving only the blazing silhouette of a man wreathed in light. The silver board was not merely the surfer's mode of transport. It was also the source of his power. Like the silver skin that coated his body, it had been a gift from Galactus. Crafted from one of the hardest substances in the known universe, it could withstand nearly all forms of deep space radiation. Even a direct barrage from a battleship's cannons would leave not even a single scratch. But now, Sean brought his full might to bear. The devastating force, a cataclysm akin to a star-going nova, stripped the board of its original form. It churned and rippled like a pool of liquid mercury. Channeling the immense amplification of the Mind Stone, Sean used the board as a conduit. His consciousness pushed through, reaching into an unknown dimension beyond the physical. A vast, towering figure filled his vision. It was beyond scale, beyond comprehension. In his mind's eye, Sean beheld the image of Galactus. A titan straddling the boundary between worlds. Massive beyond measure. A suit of heavy crimson armor encased his form, its surface etched with intricate, unfathomably complex patterns, less like protective plating and more like an energy conduction array of cosmic proportions. It was Galactus. Chapter 460, Chapter 152, Galactus, am going to smash your damn head in today. It had been a peaceful day. The amber glow of dusk settled over New York City. People shook off the weariness of the day's labor and set out for home, some with light hearts, others with heavy ones. Traffic crawled along the elevated highways in a dense, metallic ribbon. Sidewalks teemed with pedestrians. The city churned with its usual, bustling rhythm. Though the unified government had been established for some time now, most people still thought in terms of their old national identities. The grand project of cultural and racial integration remained a distant goal. In all likelihood, it would take another century before true change set in, until interstellar migration became commonplace for all of humanity. As the most glamorous city in America, New York had long been called the Big Apple, beautiful, tempting, and always ripe for the taking. Tourists from across the globe flocked to admire it. But it had also suffered more than its fair share of catastrophic disasters. Once upon a time, superheroes and the supercriminals who opposed them had sprung up like weeds. The persecuted mutants had only added to the chaos. The city had rarely known true peace. But all of that had changed drastically after the Superhuman Registration Act went into effect. People no longer prayed for a costumed hero to drop from the sky and save them. S.H.I.E.L.D. had earned the public's trust. Between the agency's enhanced soldiers and the now regulated mutant operatives, there was little that the average powered thug or villain could do to threaten the peace. Inside the Triskelion, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s iconic headquarters perched on the banks of the Potomac, Reed Richards strode into the command room with a hurried step. The new director, Raven Darkholme, was already there, along with Supreme Commander Zemo, Iron Man, and the rest of the Fantastic Four. Skynet's satellite network just detected a massive surge of cosmic radiation, Reed announced, his face drawn tight with concern. The source is in Greenland. The Silver Surfer was on the largest island in the world. That's not the worst of it, Tony said. The usual irreverent smirk was nowhere to be found. His expression was dead serious. I have worse news. I cross-referenced the Chrome Dome's radiation signature and had Friday pull every astronomical database on the planet. You're not going to believe this. He paused for emphasis. That guy is a walking apocalypse. Every planet he's visited has undergone catastrophic geological upheaval within a week, and then, just died. Completely. Tony swiped his fingers across the console, pulling up a series of data charts and video footage. A planet crumbled. It looked as though thousands of high-yield nuclear warheads had detonated simultaneously across its surface. The land was a scarred, molten ruin. All life extinguished. Then, under immense gravitational stress, the world collapsed inward and tore itself apart, reduced to a smear of cosmic dust. We just received a transmission from nowhere, Tony continued. The Nova Corps issued a warning. Something called Galactus, the Devourer of Worlds, is heading straight for Earth. The Silver Surfer. He's just the advanced scout. The Herald. Great heavens. The entire galaxy is at risk. Reed stared at the data map, dense with highlighted points. Dead worlds littered nearly half the known sector. We need to move on Greenland. Now, Raven said, her voice cool and steady, even as her golden blonde features remained composed. I'll notify S.H.I.E.L.D. to initiate Level 1 alert. The lunar space station will synchronize with Earth's defense grid. We'll prepare for the worst-case scenario. She paused, letting the weight of her next words settle over the room, and Sean is already there. As long as he's on the field, we still have a fighting chance. That single statement injected a fragile thread of hope into the assembled group. Without it, the prospect of facing an ancient being that consumed entire civilizations for breakfast would have been utterly paralyzing. Let's move. The words were barely out when a violent tremor rippled through the building. Tony staggered, bracing himself against the table. The entire Triskelion shuddered like a ship caught in a tempest. Ben Grimm, steady as bedrock, made his way to the reinforced windows. Outside, the normally placid waters of the Potomac churned with sudden angry turbulence. The glass panes hummed with vibration. Faint cries of panic drifted up from the ground below. Earthquake. Reed frowned. A cold knot of dread tightened in his gut. That's the weird thing, the epicenter's not underground. Tony, now clad in his latest armor, shot out of the building. He hovered in the air and stared up at the sky. The heavens had gone wrong. Behind the roiling black clouds, vast gray currents spiraled into a monstrous vortex like the gaping maw of some cosmic beast poised to swallow the city whole. The visual alone was terrifying enough. I see you. A voice like a thunderclap split the sky, echoing across the entire globe. Every man, woman, and child looked up in terror. The words weren't spoken aloud, they crashed directly into the mind, a roar of pure, unbridled fury. The storm churned. Lightning and thunder crashed in violent symphony. The sky darkened, a pall of dread seeping into the hearts of all who beheld it. Up on the lunar space station, a flood of images streamed back from the outer sensors. A shadow vast beyond comprehension, stretching to the edges of perception, rolled toward the blue marble of Earth like an endless, hungry tide. From the images alone, the scale of that dark wave defied all human imagination. Against it, the planet seemed impossibly small. A speck of dust. That's Galactus. Reed's voice was hollow. It looked like an abyss given form. Countless gray tendrils swirled within the darkness, pulling at broken cosmic debris. The warm light of the sun was blotted out. The 9 realms were plunging into shadow. Far away in Asgard, Odin stood in the garden of his departed wife. The one-eyed king, his body leaking faint traces of the Odin force, had worn an expression of soft sorrow. Now, he stiffened. His grip tightened around Gungnir. The raven perched on his shoulder let out a shrieking caw and hurled itself into the sky. This is a cosmic entity. Odin's face turned grim. If his suspicion was correct, the entire 9 realms lay beneath the shadow of death. Before Galactus had even fully arrived, the omens were already apocalyptic. An inverted funnel of churning clouds spiraled over New York City, a terrifying gravitational pull radiating from its heart. Entire blocks dissolved into chaos. Highways became gridlocked tombs as drivers abandoned their cars and fled on foot. Boom. A deafening explosion tore through the clouds. White-hot and blinding forked lightning danced like serpents. Cars spiraled into the air. Skyscrapers swayed, groaning, threatening to topple. In mere minutes, the world had slipped into the pages of doomsday. We have to do something. Tony's thrusters flared. He needed to reach Greenland. SHIELD will handle civilian evacuation, Raven snapped, issuing rapid-fire commands, minimize the casualties. The sky went black. An oppressive gloom blotted out the sun. The atmosphere itself seemed to boil, rumbling and quaking as the immense tide of shadow crept over the blue planet. Like a ravenous beast, it salivated over the morsel below, eager to devour every last drop of life-giving energy. Meanwhile, on the glacier at the other end of the world, the Silver Surfer knelt prostrate upon the ice. He sensed it. His master was coming. Swathed in a corona of blazing light, Sean slowly opened his eyes. He stared down the image of the colossal titan in his mind's eye, weathering the crushing pressure that beat against him like a physical force. How does one halt a starving cosmic god? How does one earn the right to a calm, equal conversation? Sean considered the question briefly. Then, following a suggestion from Skynet, he cleared his throat, ahem. Your daughter is pregnant with my child. The words, carried by pure thought, resonated directly into the consciousness of Galactus. The raging storm of energy stopped dead. It was as if the entire universe had fallen into stunned silence. Off to the side, the Silver Surfer's jaw went slack. Then, with excruciating care, he began to inch his body away from this particular human. Galacta. The great voice boomed like a thunderclap rolling across the sky. A beat of silence followed. Then, an eruption of cosmic fury beyond measure came crashing down upon Sean, as though the Devourer had swung a hammer the size of a star directly at his skull. Chapter 461, Chapter 153, Doomsday. Kaboom. A titanic shockwave of sound rolled outward. Hurricane-force winds tore through the air. In Manhattan, the densest forest of skyscrapers in the world, modern towers swayed, buckled, and toppled. Plumes of dust and debris mushroomed into the sky. Twisted steel and shattered concrete rained down like a biblical hailstorm. Amid the cacophony of screeching metal and explosive impacts, steel frame high-rises leaned over like felled giants. Below them, avenues had become gridlocked rivers of bumper-to-bumper traffic. Terrified civilians scrambled in every direction. The clouds piled overhead in oppressive, mountainous masses, smothering the city beneath them. The atmosphere, thick with dread, curdled into something darker, a collective sense of doom. People scattered like ants whose nest had been kicked. Panic spread faster than fire. Sporadic looting and stampedes erupted wherever order frayed. When sections of the grid went down and entire blocks plunged into darkness, human tide surged onto the streets in dense, chaotic waves. But New York's police force, now operating under SHIELD's direct command, had moved quickly. Officers flooded the critical zones, working to maintain order and calm the crowds. Civilian evacuations toward designated safe zones were already underway. SHIELD had seized operational control from local military and police authorities 10 minutes prior. Their coordinated, efficient handoff kept the evacuation flowing. The agency's unnervingly composed demeanor proved contagious. Inch by inch, the spiraling chaos of this sudden apocalypse began, however tenuously, to come under control. Dozens of armed helicopters hovered in the turbulent sky above. Their pilots wrestled with violent crosswinds, pushing their machines as close to the central vortex as they dared. SHIELD wanted hard intel, anything that might shed light on the truth behind this catastrophe. At the vortex's heart, dozens of cars were ripped from the ground and dragged upward, helpless as toys. The sound that followed was the shriek of metal being crushed under unimaginable pressure, as though an invisible fist had closed around the wreckage and squeezed. In a heartbeat, the vehicles disintegrated into compacted scrap. One pilot, circling at a cautious distance, watched in disbelief as the waters of the Hudson rose upward. Ton after ton of crystalline droplets defied gravity, spiraling into the vortex in shimmering concentric rings, refracting eerie light from the gloom. Boom! A blinding fireball bloomed against the darkened sky. Debris from a spinning car carcass had scythed into one of the helicopters. The aircraft wobbled, lost its fight against the winds, and plummeted like a kite with its string cut. No pilot could breach the heart of that vortex. The furious hurricane-force winds, combined with the deadly blizzard of airborne wreckage, formed an impassable barrier. "What's going on in Greenland?" Reed muttered, watching the feeds with mounting dread. Tony and Johnny had moved out at top speed. He could only pray they'd reach the island in time to stop the Silver Surfer and, by extension, this nightmare unfolding around them. Susan and Ben had thrown themselves into the rescue effort. Reed remained at SHIELD headquarters, serving as mission support and strategic reserve. "God bless America," Mr. Fantastic whispered, though the words felt hollow even as he said them. San Francisco, California. New York was not alone in its suffering. The Golden Gate Bridge, that great steel artery spanning the strait, shuddered and swayed in the tearing winds. Over 2,000 meters of reinforced engineering, once deemed indestructible, now seemed as fragile as a dangling thread. The twin steel towers at the bridge's center groaned under the strain. The massive suspension cables, each a braid of thousands of individual wires, pulled taut as violin strings. The bridge had always been compared to a red dragon sleeping across the bay. Now that dragon was awake, and it was writhing in agony. Above, the sky vortex expanded, gray tendrils of turbulent air clawing at the clouds. A sharp, keening shriek echoed through the heavens. Cars were gridlocked bumper to bumper across the span. Panic-stricken drivers abandoned their vehicles, scrambling like animals before an earthquake, desperate to escape. The sea itself began to levitate, crystalline droplets lifting upward weightlessly, painting an eerie, otherworldly beauty against the darkening sky. Two main suspension cables, each over 90 centimeters in diameter and weighing nearly 2.5 tons, groaned under the impossible load. Crack, crack, crack. The towering steel structures emitted a gut-wrenching strain, the sound of rivets shearing and steel failing. A bridge that had been reinforced countless times since its construction now stood on the edge of oblivion. Vehicles were plucked from the roadway and lifted into the air. The invisible pressure of the vortex crushed them into crumpled metal husks which drifted weightlessly, a macabre asteroid belt of scrap orbiting above the strait. Then came the roar. The Golden Gate Bridge, the wonder of the 20th century, the steel colossus that had spanned the strait for generations, let out a dying shriek. The great cable spun from over 27,000 individual steel wires finally surrendered. Snap. With a deafening crack, they snapped. Robbed of the tension that held them upright, the steel towers buckled. With a drawn-out, sickening screech of tortured metal, the Red Dragon of San Francisco, the city's landmark and soul, collapsed into the sea. A colossal plume of spray erupted where it struck the water. A distant fog of mist rolled across the bay, falling like rain. The great waves surged outward. On the shore, onlookers stood frozen, their expressions masks of disbelief. If Times Square was the heart of New York, the Golden Gate Bridge was the spirit of San Francisco. It symbolized the gold rush that had swept the nation in the 1800s. It was a brand seared into the identity of an era. And today, the red dragon that had connected the bay had slipped, broken beneath the waves. People made the sign of the cross. Few of them were devout. But in the face of a catastrophe that had swallowed the entire world, they could do little else but pray. They prayed for a miracle. The same scenes were playing out across the globe. The Eiffel Tower in Paris swayed dangerously. Big Ben in London fell silent. Mount Fuji belched plumes of fire and ash into the sky. Every corner of the world was being ravaged. Beyond the blue planet, the colossal shadow tide churned and rumbled as it pressed closer. Billions of tendril-like gray streams extended from the mass, tracing along the Earth's surface like probing fingers, ready to drain this beautiful world of its vitality and life. This was the apocalypse in the truest sense. Once the planet's life energy was leached away, humanity's warm cradle would become nothing more than a speck of cold cosmic dust. "Reed, any word from Tony's team?" Raven's voice cut through the comm channel. "Negative. I'm still analyzing the surfer's radiation readings. It's a powerful cosmic energy signature, something adjacent to gamma-ray flux." Reed rattled off the data while, behind the scenes, SHIELD was already ushering unified government leaders toward the lunar space station. In other words, they had prepared for the worst, to abandon Earth and become homeless wanderers in the cosmos. Washington, D.C., a city of monuments and memory, resembled a felled steel forest, with massive plumes of dust rising and spreading. The Washington Monument cracked and toppled. The Jefferson Memorial split apart. Everything was ending. Reed stared out the window. The brooding sky was choked with clouds. The colossal vortex pulsed and churned like a world-eating beast opening its jaws. Against such cataclysm, humanity was pathetically small. They couldn't save themselves. All they could do was wait and hope for a savior. Reed lowered his head, consumed by the suffocating weight of his own powerlessness. Then, abruptly, the world went quiet. What? The vortex had stopped. It was contracting and collapsing inward at rapid speed. The oppressive cloud cover dissolved. The sky, impossibly, cleared. Before anyone could process what had just happened, that thunderous, world-shaking roar erupted once more, reverberating across every corner of the globe. You shameless human. Chapter 462, Chapter 154, Let's talk about your wedding. On the glacier of Greenland, Sean raised the infinity gauntlet. The 5 gems bloomed with brilliant radiance as they threw up a stalwart barrier. A cataclysmic eruption of energy crashed down like a hammer forged from a collapsing star. The colossal force radiated outward with Sean at its epicenter. It was as though a meteor had struck the ice sheet. A thunderous roar split the air, and a shockwave of indescribable destructive power swept across the frozen world. The glacial cap, that had built up over tens of millions of years, erupted upward like boiling magma. An endless tidal wave of energy surged outward in a ravenous, all-consuming tempest. The eternal ice, which was harder than bedrock, vanished like snowflakes beneath a scorching sun. Still reeling nearby, the Silver Surfer never had a chance to escape. The blast wave swatted him aside like a toy. His whole body felt as though a warship had rolled over it, raw agony lancing through every nerve. Stripped of his indestructible silver skin, the Herald's power had plummeted. He couldn't even approach the churning epicenter of the energy tide. The board he had ridden for eons, the very source of his power, held out for only a handful of seconds before the annihilating wave vaporized it into nothingness. It simply ceased to be. The material that had composed it was among the hardest substances in the known universe. It still wasn't enough. Iron Man and the Human Torch arrived over Greenland just as the world was ending and being reborn at once. They had come hunting the center of the cosmic radiation surge. Before they could even begin searching for the Silver Surfer, a single point of golden light expanded into a blazing sun. In that world of biting cold and endless ice, a radiant golden star blossomed into existence. Extreme energy fluctuation detected. Immediate evacuation advised. Friday's gentle voice cut through Tony's speakers. Tony throttled back his thrusters, eyes fixed on the spectacle below. The star-bright orb of light pulsed once, contracting into a single, infinitely dense point, then detonated outward a second time. Run. The HUD inside Tony's helmet screamed red. The alarm shrieked. The energy readings had blown past every safety threshold Friday possessed. The shockwave expanded like a nuclear firestorm, like an avalanche with no summit. Tony poured everything into his thrusters. Columns of flame screamed from his boots as he clawed for altitude, desperate to outrun the apocalypse unfurling beneath the ice. Johnny felt the danger in his bones. He erupted into a white-hot inferno, flames roaring from every inch of his body. The scalding blast wave rolled outward, and massive icebergs that had drifted for centuries simply evaporated into steam in the span of a single breath. The two heroes hung in the sky, staring down in stunned silence. Below them was a maelstrom of raging air currents, boiling white vapor, and blinding golden light. Absolute and total destruction filled the frozen world. Space itself warped and collapsed around the epicenter, as though a black hole had been born. The vast, unyielding ice cap that was thick enough to hold mountains was simply gone. Some force beyond comprehension had wiped it from existence. God Almighty. Johnny breathed. The normally arrogant Human Torch felt a cold shudder ripple through him. A second slower, and he'd have been steamed too. Was that Sean? Tony's voice carried something he rarely displayed, genuine uncertainty. In the hollow space where the glacier had once been, a figure wrapped in gold light stood proudly. How are you still alive, shameless human? For the first time, Galactus projected something beyond cold indifference. Something that might have been surprise. His gaze, vast as an ocean abyss, heavy as a mountain range, bored into the tiny creature before him. This insignificant speck had actually blocked that blow. The golden gauntlet shimmered on the human's hand. Galactus recognized the gems embedded on it. The Infinity Stones. The supreme treasures born alongside the universe itself. Remarkable that such a creature had gathered 5 of the 6. One more, and he would step into an entirely new realm of existence. He thought. Heh. Sean exhaled slowly. He hadn't expected Galactus to strike with such absolute, unrestrained force. Not even showing consideration for Galacta, golly, nor regard for a future grandchild either. The thing was, golly, the runaway daughter, the adorable glutton who had wandered to Earth, really was carrying Sean's child. Though not in any way that involved physical intimacy of the traditional sort. I'm pretty baffled by it too, I suddenly have a kid out of nowhere. Sean thought sourly, acutely aware of the cosmic fury still radiating from the giant's gaze. He hadn't done a damn thing, and yet here he was, a sudden father-to-be, enduring the silent judgment of every woman in his orbit, Mindy very much included. As for how this happened, the explanation went back to Galacta's own birth. After becoming the devourer of worlds, Galactus had naturally shed all instincts beyond feeding and bare survival. An immortal cosmic entity had no biological need for offspring. And Galactus, who considered himself a higher form of life, had long since abandoned the crude mating impulses of lesser species. Galacta's origin was tied to the cosmic worm that dwelled within the devourer. The reason Galactus suffered from perpetual, insatiable hunger, the reason he consumed planet after planet was that very worm. It simply never stopped. Galacta herself was a transformation of that worm. When it absorbed enough energy over the eons, a new life gestated within it. That life was the daughter of Galactus. This was why, from the very first moment they met, Galacta had declared Sean a suitable mate. A being who wielded the power of the Sentry was, in a very literal sense, capable of satisfying her feeding requirements. "Great Galactus," Sean said, his tone as earnest as he could manage, "your daughter, the lovely Miss Galacta, and I do indeed share an exceptionally close relationship." Every night she sneaked into his room demanding to be fed. How much closer could you get? Ever since Golly had followed Mindy back to New York, Sean had felt like he'd adopted an impossibly cute, bottomless pit mascot who required constant snacking. Her nose was preternaturally sharp. No matter where he hid, the moment hunger stirred, she found him. And over time, the cosmic worm within Golly had done exactly what the worm within Galactus had done eons before. It had produced new life. So when Sean said Golly was carrying his child, the statement was, strictly speaking, not a lie. "Human, you may possess the most miraculous artifacts this universe has ever forged. For that reason alone, I will spare your world. Provided you serve me. Become a herald of Galactus." The vast voice rolled like thunder, though this time it echoed only within Sean's skull. Regardless of the context, he had earned the privilege of being spoken to rather than smote from existence. However, do not presume to approach my daughter. She is the progeny of Galactus. She has no need of a mate. Father. The stern, imperial pronouncement died in an instant. Golly drifted down through the icy air. It was the first time she had revealed her true form in front of Sean. A peculiar helmet, like some kind of energy conduction array, sat upon her head. She wore a fitted violet dress and boots, her flowing hair dancing in the wind like a sprite made of starlight. Galacta. The moment he laid eyes upon his wayward daughter, Galactus could no longer maintain any pretense of cold authority. The vast shadow tide that had been poised to devour Earth recoiled. It drew back from the planet's surface, collapsing inward, condensing into solid form. In the skies above Greenland, Galactus manifested. He wore the same heavy armor as his daughter. His gaze, complex and conflicted, rested upon her for a long moment, then shifted, cold and hard, to the human standing nearby. Galactus could sense it. A new life was quickening within Galacta. A true scion of the Devourer's lineage. The third member of their cosmic race. Meeting that frigid stare, Sean felt a chill that pierced straight through to his bones. He was absolutely certain of one thing: if Golly weren't standing right here, Galactus wouldn't have hesitated trying to reduce him to a fine paste. "Very well, human." The long silence finally broke. The ice in Galactus's gaze thawed, just a fraction. With an air of profound, weary resignation, the Devourer spoke, "Then let us discuss your wedding to Galacta." Chapter 463, Chapter 155, To save the world, go build a harem. "Then let us discuss your wedding to Galacta." When Galactus uttered those words with absolute, deadpan sincerity, Sean experienced a rare moment of perfect internal and external alignment. His calm facade shattered completely. The genial smile crumbled. His eyes flooded with disbelief. His face was a mask of pure shock. A moment ago, the attitude had been, no questions asked, "I'll smash your head in first." Now, suddenly, they were supposed to sit down and discuss wedding dates. Is this how ancient cosmic entities operate? Just, leaping from one extreme to the other without any intermediate steps. Sean slowly composed himself, all while silently cataloguing a fresh round of mental gripes. He shot a sideways glance at Golly, who had said nothing throughout. The gluttonous girl seemed entirely untroubled by the proposition, or maybe she simply didn't understand what marriage meant in the first place. Those big, luminous eyes just kept blinking at him. Sean couldn't shake the impression that she was staring at a particularly tempting dessert. Isn't this a bit fast?" he said, choosing his words with surgical care. "What? You don't intend to take responsibility?" Galactus's stare shifted with alarming speed. A violent, oppressive aura broke through that violet armor like a tidal surge. A single glance was enough. The atmosphere thundered as though pounded by storm clouds. Space itself rippled outward in trembling waves, like a fragile mirror on the verge of shattering. Sean held his breath and raised the Infinity Gauntlet, meeting Galactus's frigid gaze head-on. The ancient being radiated a very clear, my way, or the highway, kind of energy. Had Gali not promptly stepped between them, Greenland might well have been blasted beneath the waves today. Still, 5 Infinity Stones should suffice against a starving Galactus. Sean wasn't entirely defenseless. It was just that a single clash between them had already wiped the Russell Glacier from existence. Who could say whether anything short of planetary annihilation would result if they kept going? So Sean clung to his deeply held principle of peaceful resolution. Besides, Galactus was one of the 5 primordial cosmic entities, ranked among the most supreme life forms in existence. Yielding a little ground wasn't exactly shameful. Peace. I'm merely saying that discussing my wedding to Galactus so hastily feels rather abrupt. Sean deployed his most earnest voice, the kind that made people instinctively believe him. Galactus cut him off before he could finish. The giant waved a dismissive hand and demanded, "Do you have parents or elders at home?" No. After a long beat of silence, Sean forced the word out. His circumstances did, in fact, make him the ideal marriage candidate by certain metrics. There. Problem solved. Having assumed a more humanoid aspect, Galactus was now displaying more recognizable biological emotions. He no longer thought solely in the cold calculus of his hunger. Among all the life forms I have encountered, you are one of the more robust specimens. You possess the potential to reach the universal tier. You wield the Infinity Stones. And, most critically, Galacta carries your child. Otherwise, the entity that devoured worlds and haunted the nightmares of every civilized species wouldn't be wasting words here at all. He'd have swallowed Earth whole and been done with it. Therefore, this matter is settled. Galactus declared, fixing his stare on Sean, awaiting the human's answer. I won't deceive you, Sean's tone turned solemn. Even his voice seemed to age a decade. Before I met Galacta, I already had a number of women in my life. That is of no consequence. Galactus delivered his response with a casual wave. A robust human such as yourself bears the responsibility of propagating your species. Seeking multiple partners is only natural. I fully understand this. Once again, the Devourer had produced an answer that nearly sent Sean reeling. He could now state with absolute certainty, ancient cosmic beings did not think the way humans did. High above, tucked behind the thinning veil of clouds, Iron Man and the Human Torch were conducting their own hushed conversation. What do you think they're talking about? Johnny asked, genuinely curious. He had watched the unyielding glacial ice of Greenland be completely annihilated by nothing more than the spillover of those two beings' power. Entire icebergs had flashed into steam, congealing into vast banks of white mist. Huge and dense raindrops were now pelting down from the clouds, only to deflect off an invisible barrier below. That kind of overwhelming, world-shaking force had done something Johnny wasn't used to. It had made him afraid. He had quietly packed away his usual flippant attitude. Probably some weighty discussion about the fate of Earth and all of humanity, Tony replied from within his nanotech armor, thrusters spitting faint tongues of flame. He didn't dare approach too closely. The armored, almost mechanical-looking alien in violet was clearly not to be trifled with. In Johnny's eyes, though, the entity speaking with Sean looked entirely different. It was a towering giant wreathed in raging fire. Galactus possessed no fixed physical form. His image shifted with the perceptions of those who beheld him. Every species saw something akin to their own shape reflected back. What if Sean can't convince him? Johnny asked, the worry bleeding through. He'd always deferred to the brains, Reed, Tony, when it came to solving problems. But this enemy wasn't a criminal or a supervillain. This was something that could shatter planets and extinguish civilizations on a whim. If Sean hadn't stopped him, this world would have been devoured already. Who knows, but convincing people is kind of Sean's specialty. He always sees exactly where the weak spot is. Tony said, the joke half formed on his lips but his face dead serious. The anxiety he'd thought he'd buried was crawling back up his throat. Against an enemy this far beyond him, even Stark's brain couldn't churn out a solution. All they could do was place their hope in Sean. He was Earth's Sentinel, the Watcher and Guardian of humanity, after all. Tony would never admit it aloud, not in a million years, but Sean was the one steering humanity toward a brighter future. Even sitting in the shadows, the world orbited around Umbrella, around Sean himself the way planets orbited a sun. Stark. Give me a status report on Greenland. Raven's voice cut sharply through the comm channel. SHIELD is picking up extreme energy fluctuations from that location. Greenland was covered by over 1.7 million square kilometers of ice sheet. Roughly 10% of the world's icebergs originated there. But according to Skynet's satellite network, the Russell Glacier, which had endured for millions of years, was simply gone. As the vast banks of white mist finally began to thin, the satellite images revealed something that stopped the breath. A massive, horrifying crater. As though some transcendent force had simply erased that patch of Earth from existence. The visual alone was a silent, gut punch of awe. Sean is here on site, Tony's calm voice transmitted back to the SHIELD helicarrier. He's currently engaged in a discussion regarding the fate and future of humanity with an ancient life form, the one the Nova Corps identified as Galactus. In the helicarrier's conference room, the senior leadership of the unified government sat assembled, listening. If the situation slipped beyond control, if things veered toward the worst outcome, every one of them would be evacuated to the lunar space station. The station was already equipped with fully functional life support systems. The first wave of civilian colonists had already begun the migration, on the verge of starting their new lives among the stars. Chapter 464, Chapter 156, The Five Cosmic Entities and the Living Tribunal. While Iron Man and the Human Torch anxiously circled overhead, convinced they were witnessing a high-stakes philosophical debate about humanity's survival, the reality was something else entirely. What Sean and Galactus were actually discussing had drifted far from the fate of Earth. The discussion had veered off topic from marrying Gali to the broader subjects of species propagation and whether polygamy was a rational arrangement for higher life forms. On this latter point, Galactus offered Sean several rather thought-provoking insights. So much so that later, when Tony privately asked Sean how he managed to maintain such a harmonious harem, Sean would always offer the same sincere reply, "It's all for the sake of world peace." Gali, for her part, remained cheerfully oblivious throughout, her luminous eyes remaining fixed on Sean. She liked his pure, radiant energy. It meant she didn't have to give in to endless, indiscriminate feeding the way her father did. She didn't have to become an engine of slaughter and ruin. As for concepts like spouses, partners, marriage, Gali regarded them as amusing diversions. She accepted them readily, without objection. "I have heard the tale of Thanos' crushing defeat at your hands," Galactus rumbled, "the Mad Titan is no minor figure." It had to be said, Sean was remarkably skilled at building rapport. Even with an entity as vast and alien as Galactus, the conversation, while not exactly deep, had gradually eroded whatever negative first impression the Devourer might have held. Galactus cast a meaningful glance at the Infinity Gauntlet. The 5 stones glittered, swirling with prismatic currents of cosmic energy. "If this human ever acquires the 6th, he would possess the standing to stand with me as a true equal, even at the height of my power." "You humans are a peculiar species," Galactus mused, "so fragile, and yet, every so often, you produce individuals of surprisingly great power." He recalled a female human he had encountered while laying waste to the Skrull-Throne world. She, too, had possessed extraordinary power. Sean's eyes flickered. His reorganization of S.H.I.E.L.D. had unearthed a number of secrets from the previous century. Among them, Captain Marvel, a former female pilot, once the most powerful superhero on Earth. Back at the dawn of the last century, both the Kree and Skrull empires had dispatched advanced scouts to Earth. S.H.I.E.L.D. still held the preserved body of a Kree operative, one later used in Project TAHITI to resurrect Agent Coulson. Carol Danvers, the woman who became Captain Marvel, had gained her phenomenal abilities after contact with a Kree fleet officer named Marvel. According to the secrets Nick Fury had spilled under the Mind Stone's influence, that same Captain Marvel had journeyed to the Kree Empire and later returned to Earth only briefly. She'd left behind nothing but an old-fashioned pager linked to S.H.I.E.L.D. The woman herself was no longer on this blue planet. "The beauty of life lies precisely in its unpredictability and in the miracles it creates," Sean replied, a faint smile touching his lips. He wasn't particularly concerned about Captain Marvel. Even if she returned to Earth, his power alone was sufficient to handle her, at the Gauntlet, and he had little reason to fear. "Speaking of life, there is another matter I must discuss with you," Galactus said, as though a thought had surfaced through the sluggish currents of his hunger-slowed mind. With a gesture, Sean and Gali felt the world lurch, and in an instant, they were no longer on Earth. They stood aboard a colossal vessel, elliptical and vast as a giant's egg. It served less as a ship and more as the Devourer's incubation chamber, the place where he retreated to slumber after a rare, satisfying meal. Gali felt perfectly at home and wandered off happily to her own quarters. Sean remained, schooling his expression into attentive focus. As a being who had existed since the universe's first breath, Galactus was a living archive, a walking chronicle of cosmic history. True, he spent most of his time asleep or hunting in a haze of hunger, rarely concerning himself with the shifting tides of the cosmos, but there were things he knew that almost no one else did. "Do you understand the true order of this universe?" Galactus's voice echoed, solemn and foreboding. He never discussed these matters with anyone. This exception was made because of Sean's close relationship with Gali. The so-called 3 great empires, the elders of the universe, and even the celestials of old, are all insignificant before these beings. Slowly, Galactus began to peel back the deepest veil of the cosmos. Sean held his breath. He understood that possessing the 6 Infinity Stones would not elevate him to the pinnacle. The ceiling of this universe was immeasurably high. Even a fully assembled gauntlet only granted the privilege to converse with the truly supreme beings. "They are, like myself, conceptual entities," Galactus intoned. A vast, luminous projection rose in the chamber. Against a backdrop of infinite stars, 4 immense, phantasmal silhouettes took shape. Death, the source of all life and all souls, their manipulator, and their creator. She represented the termination of every living thing. Across all mythologies, she took many incarnations: the Reaper, the Underworld, the End. Eternity, the summation of all time in the universe. The Steward of infinite dimensions. Infinity, the summation of all space in the universe. Together with eternity, they constituted the totality of all spacetime. Oblivion, the embodiment of non-existence. The aggregate of nothing. One of the rare entities immune to causality itself. These are the conceptual cosmic entities. The primordial gods. Together, they form the fundamental order of this reality. As Galactus spoke, the four phantoms hovered in silent, incomprehensible majesty. They rarely manifested in any physical form. Like Galactus himself, they simply were. There is one more, Sean noted, gazing up at the projection. Above the four entities, a fifth silhouette shimmered into view. It was a vast, golden figure. It possessed three distinct faces, rotating slowly, eternally. That, Galactus said, his voice uncharacteristically subdued, is the living tribunal. The agent of the one above all. Even I cannot fathom that existence's full nature. The ancient being had shown a rare flash of humility. Galactus maintained an attitude of supreme arrogance toward every civilization, every species. But not toward that existence. The Infinity Stones are the supreme artifacts born alongside the universe itself. Their power, I need not explain. Galactus dismissed the projection, his gaze settling on the golden gauntlet upon Sean's hand. The Mad Titan sought to gather them. He believed he could maintain cosmic equilibrium through a different method, but that method was flawed. And it was not permitted by the living tribunal. You stopped Thanos and obtained 5 of the stones, but the Mad Titan has not conceded defeat. Galactus had 4 heralds. The Silver Surfer was merely one. The most loyal among them was Stardust, a being composed entirely of cosmic particles and energy. Stardust had recently returned with information gleaned from an elder of the universe. Information about Thanos. You're saying Thanos is investigating the cause of the Celestials' extinction? Sean frowned. The Mad Titan had lost the contest for the stones decisively. It seemed, however, that he had not abandoned his schemes. He hadn't simply vanished into the void with his Black Order to accept defeat. Thanos is a lunatic. His head is filled with crooked and deranged obsessions. The destruction of Titan set him upon a broken path. Within the torrential depths of Galactus's eon-spanning memory, an image surfaced. The Killers of the Celestials. A terrifying race from beyond this universe. Chapter 465, Chapter 157, A Generous Gift. From Galactus, Sean gleaned a trove of ancient secrets. He learned of the Celestials who had once held dominion over the universe, beings who had wielded the Power Stone itself, who could annihilate worlds or seed new civilizations on a whim. They had stood at the absolute apex of evolution. Each Celestial was immense, towering over 2,000 feet tall, encased from head to toe in impenetrable armor. No one knew what lay beneath. Nowhere, the mining colony and resource hub that served as Earth's bridgehead into the wider cosmos, was itself built inside the severed head of a dead Celestial. And yet, that cosmic superpower had eventually vanished without a trace. The 3 great empires had risen swiftly to fill the vacuum, and the Celestials had become little more than ancient history buried beneath the dust of history. According to Galactus, the Celestials had been systematically slaughtered. A terrifying race from another universe, a realm beyond this one, had hunted them down and exterminated them. Not just their lives, but their very traces in existence had been erased. Even Galactus, one of the 5 primordial cosmic entities, spoke of this with a rare note of gravity and unease. That extradimensional race called themselves the Beyonders. They claimed to transcend all things, to be the creators and destroyers of all matter. Their power was, by any measure, unfathomable. This put Sean on high alert. Thanos was actively digging into this long-buried chapter of cosmic history. Whatever the Mad Titan was planning, it was clearly something colossal. Sean didn't overstay his welcome. The Devourer's mood was already foul, his feeding had been interrupted, and on top of that, his daughter Golly was now unexpectedly pregnant. The fact that he'd managed to hold a civil conversation with Sean at all was probably pushing the limits. Everyone knew how fathers-in-law looked at their daughter's suitors. The longer Sean lingered, the greater the chance Galactus might suddenly decide to smash his head in after all. But before he left, he made sure to present his future father-in-law with a carefully chosen gift. Ahem. As Galactus' father, I couldn't very well show up for the first time without bringing something. Sean smiled brightly and rattled off a set of coordinates. With earnest sincerity, he added, this is an ancient planet that has developed a consciousness of its own. It is full of vitality and packed with nutritional value. I hope you enjoy it. T/N, did bro just man gesturing okay light skin tone. Galactus, who had been only half listening, perked up at this. A faint gleam lit his eyes. He nodded with an air of reluctant concession, accepting the offering. You have my appreciation. A vitality-rich living planet was, after all, a genuinely rare gift. It nudged Sean's favorability rating from negative territory back toward something approaching positive. As Sean departed with Gali, Galactus turned his attention elsewhere. The next moment, Silver Surfer, who had lost his board and suffered a brutal beating, materialized instantly within the vast ship. Summon Stardust, Fire Lord, and Tyrant, the Galactus commanded, a living planet, conscious and brimming with energy. This should suffice to alleviate my hunger. The Silver Surfer knelt and bowed his head in assent. And that is how I reached an understanding with Galactus. Sean recounted, he was deeply moved by my philosophy of love and peace. He decided to leave the Milky Way and spend some time reflecting on all the death and destruction he's caused. They had gathered on the rooftop terrace of Baxter Tower. With the global crisis averted as abruptly as it had begun, Reed and Susan's wedding was back on schedule. This was the night before the wedding. There was no bachelor party this time. Instead, the whole group had assembled under the open sky, the stars glittering overhead, the city below a sprawling sea of headlights and lit windows. Humans were resilient. A catastrophe that had shaken the entire world had passed, and life was already pressing forward without a pause. You're telling me that a world-devouring, civilization-obliterating cosmic horror was persuaded by your love and peace speech? Tony asked flatly, his face a monument to disbelief. But since Sean was sticking stubbornly to the story, there wasn't much Tony could do about it. Why don't you go check on Pepper? Sean bumped Tony with his shoulder. She's been waiting for you all evening. Time to prove the courage of a Starkman. Pepper had been hovering near Susan the entire gathering. You are an infuriatingly effective talker, Tony grumbled. He rose with a sigh and made his way toward Pepper. The two of them retreated to a quiet corner of the terrace, heads bent low in private conversation. Watching Stark's uncharacteristically solemn expression, Sean figured it was only a matter of time before the men followed Reed into the grave of matrimony. Sean surveyed the warm, easy gathering. The Fantastic Four basked in each other's company. Tony and Pepper off to the side. On Sean's right sat Wanda in a backless evening gown. On his other side was Gali with cheeks stuffed full of fruit, and beside her, Mindy shooting envious glances at the girl who never gained a pound. Jean Grey sat with her long legs crossed, nursing a glass of champagne and watching Sean with an expression of amused curiosity. Beside her was a young woman named Lorna Dane, Magneto's daughter, whom Bobby Drake had brought to the Mutant Academy some time ago. Sean sat at the center of it all, swirling his glass. An unexpected wave of contentment washed over him. Soon, Nebula would deliver Gamora to Earth. Once he had the location of the final stone, the Infinity Gauntlet would be complete. As for Thanos' true objective, Sean had already dispatched John to track down the Black Order. Sooner or later, they would find the Mad Titan. Ever since Thanos had been routed and lost his shot at the stones, the roles of hunter and hunted had reversed. It's time to give the Mad Titan a hunt to remember. A faint smirk curved Sean's lips. When Nebula finally tracked down Gamora, the so-called Guardians of the Galaxy, that band of misfits who had somehow stumbled back together, were in the middle of being chased by the Sovereign's fleet. They had been improbably rescued by a man named Ego who was piloting a ship of his own. The same man who had obliterated the entire Sovereign Armada with a casual wave of his hand claimed to be Star-Lord's father. Nebula had tailed them all the way to a beautiful, remote world, where she'd finally extracted her sister Gamora. This was also how Sean knew Ego's exact coordinates. Peter Quill, raised by Ravagers, was technically a demigod. Not quite on Gali's level, but he carried half the bloodline of a Celestial within him. His father, Ego, was a living planet, a world that had developed consciousness. He was also, in truth, a member of the Celestial race. Presumably too young and insignificant at the time to be noticed during the Great Slaughter. In the eons since, Ego had been cultivating extensions of himself and dispersing them across countless worlds. When activated, these extensions would consume and overwrite their host planets, merging everything into Ego's own being. His ultimate goal was to cover the entire universe. Sean had to admit. It was a creative plan. And if Ego hadn't suffered that inexplicable lapse in judgment, confessing directly to Quill that he had killed his mother, the plan might even have worked. With a newborn Celestial providing the energy, Ego could have triggered the expansion and transformed into something entirely new. But as things stand now. Sean's eyes glinted. With 4 Heralds of Galactus plus the Devourer of Worlds himself, one of the 5 primordial entities, Ego wouldn't be doing much of anything except getting eaten. As for the rest of the Guardians, well, best of luck to them. After all, Sean had somehow ended up with a father-in-law who considered planets to be light snacks. Chapter 466, Chapter 158, The Twilight of a God. A shimmer of cerulean light flickered, and Sean strode out of the rift. Behind him, the spatial corridor rippled like disturbed water before collapsing in on itself and vanishing. Mountains greeted his eyes. This was Lofoten, a chain of islands in northern Norway. In the old tongue, the name meant lynx foot, a nod to the jagged archipelago that clawed its way out of the sea. Gazing outward, the Lofoten Wall, as this barrier of islands was called, stretched 160 kilometers between the western fjords and the North Sea, a bulwark against the biting wind. Sean stepped across the green grass. The island stood perched above the bay, offering a wide and unobstructed view. Low, rolling hills rose behind him. He walked unhurriedly to the cliff's edge, where the endless sea glittered below, mirroring the pale blue sky and the white clouds adrift upon it. Sean looked at the one-eyed old man seated upon a tumble of stones. The king of Asgard, having come down to Midgard, wore no magnificent golden armor and carried no Gungnir, the spear of heaven. Sleipnir, the eight-legged steed of legend, was nowhere to be seen. Neither were Jerry and Freki, the two great wolves. Even Hugin and Munin, the ravens that flew across the 9 realms and whispered their secrets to the Allfather, were absent from his shoulders. Here, now, Odin was simply an old man nearing the end of his days. His time-worn eyes were filled with memory, part fondness, part lament. His life had been incredibly eventful. In his youth and prime, he had taken the throne from his father, King Bor, Asgard, having barely defeated the Dark Elves, had only just claimed its seat as overlord of the 9 realms. The frost giants of Jotunheim were circling, hungry and watchful. Surtur of Muspelheim, the fire realm, was restless. The 9 realms churned with chaos and endless war. Danger pressed in from every side. The young Odin had ridden alone into the realm of fire astride Sleipnir with Gungnir in hand, majestic and unstoppable. He had torn the eternal flame from Surtur's grasp with sheer, unrelenting force. Then he had built his legions, trained the Valkyries, and raised an army whose thunder echoed across the realms. Only then had the precarious peace been held. By the time Hela came of age, Asgard had finished its long recuperation. Odin had commissioned Eitri, king of the dwarves, to forge Mjolnir, and bestowed it upon his firstborn, whose power grew with every passing day. Thus began Odin's great campaign, the conquest of the 9 realms, the carving out of an empire. He had not failed his father's hopes. In that age, Asgard blazed like the sun at noon. It was supreme, resplendent. No civilization dared challenge it. Odin himself was a name that echoed through the galaxy. The 9 realms called him Allfather and Allgod. His prestige was absolute. When you grow old, you find yourself drifting back to the old days, the one-eyed old man said, leaning back against the stones, looking at Sean with complex emotions. This young man reminded him of himself in his youth. He had taken an obscure, nameless little civilization called Earth and carried it out into the sea of stars and carved out a place for it there. Having reached the final stretch, I no longer wish to remain in Asgard. This is a good place. Odin gazed at the boundless sea, his face showing no fear of impending death. Asgard was the wellspring of the old Norse myths. It was here, in Norway, that Odin had fought his final battle against Laufey, king of the frost giants. The outcome was a resounding victory for Asgard. Odin had seized the casket of ancient winters and driven his ancient enemies back to Jotunheim. Norway, in its way, was another home. Where's Thor? Shouldn't he be with you? Sean could feel the Odin force leaking steadily from the old king's body. The Allfather had clearly reached the end. He heard the prophecy of Ragnarok. The Norns showed him fragments of the future, a rueful smile crossed Odin's weathered face, so Thor has gone to Muspelheim. He means to prevent Ragnarok from ever arriving. Thor still didn't understand that the terror of a prophecy was precisely that it always came true. No matter what one did, the tracks of fate would always bend back toward their original course. And then they would crush everything in their path to dust. How did you find me? Odin asked, turning his head. He had descended from Hlidskjalf, the high throne that overlooked all the realms. He had come alone to Earth, wanting nothing more than to slip away in solitude. The old king, who had warred for half his long life, whose name still rang through the ages, had let go. Thor was ready to shoulder the burden, to take the crown. Asgard was bound in alliance with Earth. And what came next, Ragnarok and Hela's inevitable escape, was a thing no force could alter. Odin's ambitious firstborn drew her strength from Asgard itself. The moment her foot touched that soil, she would grow stronger without limit. Strange built a magical surveillance network across Earth, specifically to alert us against outside incursions, Sean replied evenly. Ever since the Ancient One had transformed into a dimensional entity and begun her endless struggle with Dormammu for control of the Dark Dimension, Stephen Strange had taken up the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. He had also forged deep operational ties with S.H.I.E.L.D., for a powerhouse of the King of Asgard's caliber, the Three Sanctums issued an alert the moment you appeared in Norway. Sean said with a relaxed smile. He had come straight to Norway the moment he'd left Reed and Susan's wedding. I never imagined you would reach this point. Even Galactus has abandoned Earth and left the galaxy entirely. Odin exhaled a long breath. Faint golden particles had begun to drift from his body, those being the light of the Odin force made visible. Galactus was a threat far beyond the mad titan, Thanos. Even Odin at his peak might not have been able to stop him. Sean's lips twitched slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. Under my strong persuasion, Galactus voluntarily agreed to leave the Milky Way. He also stated he will never infringe upon the 9 realms again. At Sean's resolute declaration, Odin nodded with satisfaction. Only an ally like this could stand a chance against Hela and help Thor truly claim the throne. I will do my best to secure a good future for Asgard. As for Hela, given her temperament, I'm not certain I can persuade her to coexist peacefully with Thor. Sean said solemnly. He could promise Odin to help Asgard escape the doom of Ragnarok, but he was not necessarily promising that Thor would sit the throne. Earth and Asgard were allies, but Thor was not necessarily the most qualified ally nor the most advantageous candidate for king. In Sean's eyes, Hela was war-hungry and tyrannical. Thor was rigid and inflexible. The vanished Loki, strangely enough, seemed closer to his ideal candidate for the throne. To ensure Asgard's survival is already the best possible outcome. Odin laughed softly, his ancient face filled with a profound and weary peace. Soon, his fading frame began to glow. The Odin force surged, a tide of majestic power, dissolving into countless brilliant grains of golden light scattering on the wind. The sea breeze rose to a howl, storm clouds gathered in the pale blue sky, a dark shroud rolling over the islands, pregnant with heavy rain. Tell Thor for me, the old king said, his body unraveling into light, his voice trailing like smoke, he will be a worthy king. Sean inclined his head. Thunder rumbled through the clouds. A storm was imminent. Far across the cosmos, Heimdall stood upon the rainbow bridge, profound grief welling in his all-seeing eyes. The stars across the firmament blazed with sudden, mournful brilliance, and scattered trails of fire streaked down through the dark. In the halls of the Golden Palace, the great bronze bells began to toll. One by one, candles were lit, their flames flickering in the dim, as if bidding farewell to Asgard's greatest king. Chapter 467, Chapter 159, The First Meeting Between Siblings. Muspelheim. This was a scorching, crimson world, with an oppressive sky that was choked with thick, heavy clouds that seemed heaped from volcanic ash, shrouding the realm in perpetual darkness. Thor swung Mjolnir, shattering the swarming fire demons as they surged toward him. These creatures of hulking, blackened masses that looked like something forged from charred rock and living flame poured at the Asgardian prince in teeming waves, relentless as an ant colony. Mjolnir spun in a blur. The air thundered and cracked with the roar of trapped lightning, echoing through the vast underground world. Blazing arcs of electricity flickered like silver serpents, lashing out with raw, violent energy. The fire demons rushing headlong at Thor were smashed apart into showers of sparks before crumbling to ash. On Thor's back hung the heavy crown of the fire giant, Surtur's power given solid form. Thor had foreseen Ragnarok in his dreams, that was why he had come to Muspelheim, the legendary realm of fire. In the vision sent by the Norns, Asgard drowned in a sea of raging flame, the Golden Palace collapsed in ruin, and the Bifrost snapped and shattered. The entire world had come undone in an apocalypse made real. And there stood Surtur, a colossal fire giant, looming over the peaks, wielding the twilight sword and unleashing torrents of furious flames that extinguished all life. Thor, having witnessed Ragnarok in his dreams, had decided to strike first. He followed in Odin's footsteps from long ago and charged into the fire realm alone and deal with Surtur himself. It was, admittedly, a very Asgardian approach. When in doubt, charge straight in. Besides, Surtur was a shadow of his former self. The terror his name once commanded had long since faded. Odin, much like he had done with Laufey of the Frost Giants, had torn the eternal flame from Surtur's possession. The fire giant whose rage had once been hot enough to consume an entire world had withered ever since, forced to hide in the deep places and wait for Ragnarok to come. What in the 9 realms is Heimdall doing? Thor shuddered, staring at the endless tide of fire demons crashing toward him. Even Mjolnir, for all its power, could only do so much against a never-ending tide of enemies. Sooner or later, they would drag him under and pick his bones clean. He shouted Heimdall's name again, and this time, a colossal column of light tore down from the heavens, enveloping him just as a fire-belching WYRM lunged for his throat. Blinding brilliance flared, and the dark matter energy of the Bifrost surged like a tide. Thor launched himself through the passageway, and a massive, severed head came tumbling after him along with a spray of foul-smelling blood. It was the WYRM's head. It had been caught in the Bifrost's radius and sheared clean off. The thing was the size of a mammoth. Who are you? Where is Heimdall? Thor scowled at the bald man who now stood drenched in putrid green ichor. The stranger wore armor and held the key to the Bifrost, a heavy, two-handed greatsword. As keeper of the bridge, guarding the Bifrost was Heimdall's sacred duty. He had never, in all his years, abandoned his post. That was why Odin trusted him implicitly. I am Scourge. I once had the honor of fighting alongside you, my prince, in Vanaheim. The man replied, his face wearing an odd expression. He looked at the battered and travel-worn Thor and seemed to struggle with something unsaid. After a moment's hesitation, perhaps driven by a guilty conscience, Scourge spoke carefully, "If I may be blunt, you should not have returned to Asgard. Not now." Thor stopped in his tracks, a cold knot of foreboding tightening in his gut. It seemed something had happened while he was gone, something terrible enough to drive Heimdall from his post. His grip tightened around Mjolnir as his eyes turned toward the direction of the Golden Palace. A vast, cold, deathly presence was rising there, reaching up into the sky. Then a memory struck Thor like a blow. Odin had once told him of an elder sister imprisoned in Helheim. Her name was Hela, Odin's firstborn. She had commanded the Valkyries in countless battles, pacifying the chaos that had plagued the 9 realms. For her fearsome power and her ruthless methods, she had been called the goddess of death. However, the same blood that made her mighty also carried a madness for conquest and destruction. Her ambition had swelled with every war, until at last, even Odin could no longer restrain it. And so the king of Asgard, having finally secured his throne as overlord of the 9 realms, had imprisoned his own daughter with a heavy heart. He had cast her into the frozen silence of Helheim. Then he had erased every trace of her from history. That was why Thor had been so stunned when he first learned of her existence, because no one had ever spoken so much as a whisper of it. Odin had warned him plainly that Hela's power was drawn from Asgard itself. If ever she returned, she would grow impossibly strong. Even Odin himself might not be able to stop her. Mjolnir tore through the air, dragging Thor in its wake. He touched down before the palace and heard a woman's cold, imperious voice. "I've noticed something, you seem to know nothing at all about me. I am Hela, firstborn of Odin and commander of the legions of Asgard. I'm the rightful heir to the throne. I am the goddess of death," she said. "Odin is dead. He has returned to the embrace of Yggdrasil. Once, we were the symbol of absolute power in this universe. None dared challenge our authority. But my father stopped at the 9 realms. He forgot the very purpose for which Asgard was born, to rule all things. To conquer all things. I have returned to reclaim the glory of our empire. To slaughter every enemy who dares defy us. Kneel before me. Join me on the path of conquest. This is a road paved with glory." Thor entered the wide courtyard. A woman in a billowing green cape stood at the base of the steps, her black hair spilling from beneath a jagged crown. Below her, the palace guards had gathered in tight formation. Their spears were raised, armor gleaming, led by the warriors 3. They stood braced, ready to charge at any moment. "You say our father is dead?" Thor stepped forward from the ranks, refusing to believe that the king of Asgard, the mightiest being in the 9 realms, could have fallen. "I am Thor, son of Odin. My father spoke of you, Hela, my sister." Hela cast a sidelong glance at the broad-shouldered, battle-ready Thor. A scornful smile curled across her coldly beautiful face. She looked down at him from her perch and said, "Is that so? You are nothing like him. You are a warrior, Odin was more of a king." Her tone held no respect, only mockery. She spat the words with barely concealed bitterness. "I saw everything from Helheim." Odin's body crumbled into dust, returning to the darkness of the universe. "I found the sight deeply satisfying." The goddess of death had spent eons in that frozen prison, alone in the silence, utterly forgotten by the realm she once helped build. Hela added, "I hear I have another brother as well. Loki, is it? He probably takes after father more than you do. Just as cunning and treacherous. You came back to rule everything." Thor raised Mjolnir, his voice hard. "I'll gladly yield the throne, if you can lead our people to a just peace." "What a foolish notion." Hela scoffed, her eyes cold and devoid of warmth. "Nothing like the warm scene of siblings meeting for the first time. The throne of Asgard belongs to me. I was the one who rode beside Odin across the 9 realms. I conquered nations. I won those glorious victories. But his vision was too small. He confined himself to these petty kingdoms of the 9 realms. When I proposed waging war on yet more civilizations, the great king of Asgard threw me into Helheim, that frozen wasteland of mist and death. I spent endless ages there. Every single day, I waited for Odin to die so I could finally return." Hela fixed Thor with a cold stare. The word peace meant nothing to her. It was beneath contempt. "Look at this once mighty realm. See what it has become. Thanos the Mad Titan, the Black Order, the Chitauri. When we crushed the Dark Elves and the Frost Giants and took our place as masters of the 9 realms, filth like that wouldn't have dared to show their faces to us. Peace. Asgard has never needed that." She raised both hands, unleashing a torrent of cold, deathly darkness. Her black hair whipped and coiled, shaping itself into a crown of jagged, thorn-like horns. She fixed her gaze on Thor and spoke in a voice of absolute command, "Kneel. Kneel before your queen." A dense and glittering swarm of black blades materialized from thin air around her, waiting to reap lives at any moment. "I can't do that." Thor roared in frustration. This sister of his was simply beyond reason. He hurled Mjolnir with all his might. The hammer tore through the air like a thunderclap made solid, a shockwave ripping outward in its wake. Boom. The booming roar echoed through the Asgard, loud enough that one could have believed it would shatter any mountain foolish enough to stand in its path. A slender arm rose calmly and caught the hammer that could break peaks. Mjolnir remained firmly in place against that pale palm. It strained and shuddered, but could not move an inch. That's impossible. Hela's lips curved at Thor's cry of disbelief. She looked into her brother's stunned face and said, quietly, "Little one, you have no idea what impossible means." Mjolnir had once been her weapon. Odin had commissioned Eitri, king of the dwarves, to forge it as a reward for his daughter's ever-growing strength. It was a trophy for her illustrious victories. With a firm grip, the seemingly indestructible Mjolnir cracked with a dense web of fissures. Blinding arcs of white lightning lashed out like dying serpents. A brilliant, blinding flash erupted before quickly extinguishing. A shockwave of displaced air howled across the courtyard as Mjolnir struck the ground in a scatter of broken fragments. Chapter 468, Chapter 160, A Domestic Dispute. Thor stood frozen as though turned to stone, his eyes filled with disbelief. Mjolnir had shattered in Hela's grip, crumbling into splinters. The hammer that Odin had blessed with the power of thunder, the weapon that had laid low countless mighty foes, now lay in pieces at his feet, nothing more than a scattered heap of scrap. For his unmatched bravery and martial prowess, Thor had been revered by Asgard as the god of thunder and strength, the mightiest warrior of the Aesir. Mjolnir was the emblem of his glory, the symbol of his triumphs and Odin's favor. Now that the hammer lay in ruins, Thor felt as though a piece of his own heart had been torn away with it, as though the thunder itself had been extinguished, never to return. Hela dusted off her hands, unconcerned. Her power came from Asgard itself. Even if Odin himself were resurrected, he might not be able to stop her now. What chance did Thor have, who was far from his father's equal? To the goddess of death, Eitri's finest creation, the indestructible Mjolnir, meant nothing. The only thing in all of Asgard that could truly harm her was, perhaps, Odin's spear of heaven. That symbol of kingship forged by the dwarves as well was inscribed with runes and could pierce any substance in existence. It was a weapon of absolute might. However, Gungnir, the foremost relic of Asgard, had been buried alongside Odin. When I led the legions of Asgard across the 9 realms, you had not even been born yet, Thor. Challenging me proves nothing but your courage and your stupidity. Hela descended the steps at a measured pace. The Asgardian warriors in the wide courtyard fell back like a retreating tide, their faces taut with fear and alarm. This black-haired woman who called herself the goddess of death had already demonstrated her overwhelming power and the cold ruthlessness that came with it. With Odin returned to the dark and Thor's hammer crushed to fragments, who was left in all of Asgard to stop her? Still unwilling to submit. Hela studied Thor, who stood reeling from the blow. For this obstinate younger brother of hers, she did not mind exercising a little more patience. "I know about you, Thor. You are the strongest warrior in Asgard, renowned for your valor and battle-tested skill. Compared to my other brother, Loki, I find you far more to my liking. After the Bifrost was broken, it was you who led the Asgardian legions to quell the uprisings across the 9 realms. When the Dark Elves awoke, it was you who stood against Malekith. Thor, you are just like me. Born for war and conquest." Hela extended her hand from across the courtyard. A smile, cold but almost warm, touched her pale features. "Come. Stand beside me. You have earned the right to rule Asgard at my side, to go forth and fight for me, conquering civilization after civilization." Thor's mouth opened. His handsome, battle-hardened face was clouded with hesitation. The blows had come one after another, too fast, too heavy. He felt lost. Odin, the father he had worshipped, was gone from this world. His mother, Frigga, had perished during the Mad Titan's invasion. His brother Loki was lost somewhere out in the endless dark of the cosmos. And Mjolnir, his companion through countless battles, had been crushed to dust in Hela's hand. If a man's fate could be compared to a story, Thor's was a tragedy with every page soaked in sorrow. He stared down at his empty hands, his mind adrift. But then his father's kindly face rose from the depths of memory, and the All-Father's commanding voice seemed to echo in his ears once more. "You are destined to be the king of Asgard, to lead your people toward a lasting and honorable peace. This is the duty you were born to carry." Flickers of lightning began to dance across Thor's palms. He raised his head, the bewildered haze in his eyes igniting with the crackle of a gathering storm. "My answer remains the same," he said. "I can't do that. Fools are always so stubborn." Hela shook her head with a disappointed sigh. A black blade hummed in the air, then shot forward like a bolt of dark lightning. Though Thor no longer had Mjolnir in his hand, he didn't intend to simply surrender. He twisted away from the blade, snatched a spear from a guard behind him, and strode toward Hela like a Spartan who had long forgotten the meaning of fear. "Our father said a wise king never starts a war." Thor launched himself into the air, spear raised high, and plunged downward like a hawk stooping on its prey, but he must always be ready to fight one. Hela tilted her head, the thorn-like black crown shifting with the motion. Two ebony blades crossed above her and caught the descending spear with effortless ease. She had once annihilated the entire Valkyrie Legion single-handedly. Compared to her, Thor's battle experience was that of a raw recruit. Your movements are so obvious that even a blind man could read them. A black blade flicked out like a serpent's tongue, slicing across Thor's chest and carving a deep, bone-bearing wound. Hela moved with the unhurried elegance of a dancer at a royal ball, her composure unshaken. Her brother was a brawler, a roaring berserker whose fighting style was crude and straightforward. Against a foe of equal strength, Thor's relentless ferocity and sheer grit might eventually carry the day. But this time, he had gone up against Hela, the ruthless and unpredictable goddess of death. Before her, his headlong charges looked clumsy and desperate. Without the power of Mjolnir to back him, Thor quickly found himself outmatched, barely holding on as blow after blow landed. I truly wonder what Odin was thinking, that he believed you to be better than me, more fit to be king. Rage flickered in Hela's eyes. A blade slashed across Thor's right leg, and with a sharp backhand she drove him to the ground. You thought you were special? Laughable. The thorn-like black crown dissolved, her hair falling straight and long. Hela planted her boot on Thor's head, pressing his powerful frame hard against the stone steps. Let me tell you the difference between us. I am Odin's firstborn, the rightful heir. I am the queen of Asgard. And you are nothing. Thud. A heavy, sickening impact echoed as Thor was kicked across the courtyard like a sandbag, crashing hard onto the stone. The prince whom Asgard revered as a god of war could do nothing but absorb the relentless onslaught, utterly helpless. Hela stared at him with disgust as he struggled to his feet. A black blade rose high, then slashed down without a shred of mercy. A cry of agony split the air. The world before Thor's eyes went dark. Blood spilled from his eye socket, soaking half his face. Blinded in one eye by Hela's blade and the searing pain crashing over his brain, Thor sank to his knees. He gasped for breath, waiting for death to come. Since Odin was so fond of you, I may as well send you to join him. Hela's voice was languid, as if she were discussing a matter of little consequence. Blood ties and kinship held no great weight in her heart. The black blade rose high, poised to deliver the final blow, but a surge of energy erupted, and a brilliant column of light enveloped Thor where he knelt. Hela whirled toward the Bifrost in fury. Heimdall, having abandoned his post, stood gripping his greatsword in both hands. At his feet lay Scourge, unconscious. The keeper of the bridge had intervened at the critical moment and saved Thor when he stood at death's door. This is all I can do for you. Heimdall let out a heavy sigh. The surging energy swallowed Thor whole. A colossal pillar of light that seemed to pierce through the 9 realms itself tore into the sky. When the blinding radiance finally dimmed and vanished, Thor was gone from the courtyard's center. Hela watched the Asgardian legions gathering around her and laughed coldly, her green cape billowing in the wind. Behind her, an endless swarm of black blades materialized from the empty air. What followed was a feast of death. Chapter 469, Chapter 161, An Excursion to Sakaar. By the time Sean arrived on Sakaar, Thor had already become the Grandmaster's reigning champion and a heavy favorite in the arena. Even without Mjolnir, the mightiest warrior of Asgard found hand-to-hand combat as simple as eating or breathing. You seem to be doing rather well for yourself here, Sean remarked. He had found Thor in a spacious chamber. Besides a large, soft bed, the room boasted a rack of cold steel weaponry and a vast, steaming bath. Platters were heaped with fresh alien fruit, and empty glass bottles littered the floor. Several scantily clad servants moved about, tidying up with careful deference. These were clearly not the accommodations of a prisoner. Compared to his old self, this Thor looked considerably more weathered. His shaggy golden mane had been cropped short. The majestic crimson cape and gleaming armor were gone, replaced by a gladiator's crude leather harness. What's become of Asgard? Thor asked, his face blank as he recognized the familiar figure. He kept drinking, chugging the liquor without pause. Hela had blinded him in one eye, and Mjolnir was shattered. He had been utterly and completely defeated. Had Heimdall not swept him away on the Bifrost at the last moment, the Prince of Asgard would have already rejoined Odin in death. The dark energy of the Bifrost had torn through space, tossing and tumbling him until he finally plummeted into the scrapyards of Sakaar. Cast adrift on this alien world, Thor had first been hunted as prey by scavengers. Then he had passed into the hands of a drunken female scrapper, who had sold him off to the Grandmaster like cargo. The Prince of Asgard had been reinvented overnight as a gladiator for the arena. I don't know yet. Sif escaped Asgard with Heimdall's help and made contact with S.H.I.E.L.D., Sean said, settling himself into a seat. The reason he had come to Sakaar was simple. Sif, on behalf of Asgard, had formally requested aid from S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, both were members of the 9-Realm Strategic Defense Alliance. I saw your brother Loki outside. He seems to be faring much better than you. He's become a favored guest of the Grandmaster. Sean was mildly surprised to see Thor in such a deflated state. He hadn't expected the Asgardian prince to become so despondent after suffering successive blows. But then again, it wasn't so hard to understand. Odin had died without warning, leaving Asgard grievously weakened, while his sister who was released from hell was a war-crazed fanatic who cared nothing for blood or kinship. Mjolnir destroyed, one eye lost. These successive losses had left Thor exhausted in body and spirit. He could do nothing but drown himself in drink, fleeing from the brutal truth. Neither Loki nor I can stop Hela. She is far too strong. Thor hung his head dejectedly, a far cry from the rugged, brave, and indomitable god of thunder he once was. When he had first landed here, he had considered escaping Sakaar and returning to Asgard to save his innocent people from their nightmare. However, repeated failures gradually disheartened him, and freedom became an unattainable illusion. So you've simply accepted defeat. You're content to stay on this planet and remain a gladiator, performing for the amusement of others. Sean glanced at Thor, his voice even. If that's the case, Asgard might as well be left to Hela. He had not traveled all the way from Earth to Sakaar to rescue a man with no fighting spirit. Even if I defeat Hela, what then? Ragnarok will come sooner or later. Thor said, listless. His single eye studied Sean. He knew this man was powerful, but would never help Asgard without a price. Even my father could not stop it. How could I, without Mjolnir? You're the god of thunder, not the god of hammers. Odin gave you Mjolnir so that you could better control your power, didn't he? Sean let out a scoff. He could sense the lightning flickering deep within Thor, faint but undeniable. Odin was dead, but through the runes he etched upon Thor's very being, the Allfather had bequeathed his full power to his son. This was the final gambit of the king of Asgard, the hidden key meant to give Thor a chance against Hela. A chance to truly claim the throne. Think it over carefully. You can return to Asgard and take back the throne from Hela in the light of day, saving your people from their suffering. Or you can remain on Sakaar and continue to be the Grandmaster's favorite gladiator. Sean rose unhurriedly. His patience for playing the counselor to Thor was limited. His purpose on Sakaar extended beyond honoring his promise to Odin to safeguard his son's life and Asgard's survival. He was also here to extract information from the Grandmaster. Specifically, the whereabouts of Thanos. The mad titan who had vanished without a trace remained a hidden, albeit not insignificant, threat. Leaving Thor to wrestle with his tangled emotions, Sean exited the chamber. He had come to Sakaar alone, and the Grandmaster had received him not with indifference, but with extreme warmth. Honored guest, if you wish to take the electrifying Asgardian with you, I absolutely have no objection. Draped in a riotously colorful and opulent robe, the Grandmaster played the part of the gracious host with gusto. Earth's name now resounded throughout the cosmos. Never before had any civilization turned away the devourer of worlds at its doorstep. Not even the Skrull Empire, one of the three great powers. As the oldest of the cosmic empires, the Skrulls' throne world had been swallowed whole by Galactus. The aftermath was a splintered state plagued by ongoing civil war, a dwindled royal bloodline, ascendant warlords, and ever-expanding religious factions locked in endless bloody stalemate. Unity had never been restored. Where is Taneleer Tyvan? I had looked forward to meeting him. Sean wore a gentle smile as he spoke. The Grandmaster felt a distinct chill run through him. This man clearly knew it was the Collector who had orchestrated that coalition of space pirates, the little expedition that had paid a most unpleasant visit to nowhere. Tyvan acted rashly. Please allow me to offer compensation on his behalf. The Grandmaster's smile never wavered. Since Galactus had withdrawn, Earth had been aggressively expanding into new territories, seizing uninhabited resource worlds and establishing colonies. After forming an alliance with the Kree Empire, its rise had been nothing short of astonishing. Earth now held a seat in the Galactic Council, a new star blazing into prominence. Such a powerhouse was best not antagonized. And Sean himself was among the handful of supreme powers in the universe, the kind of being even the three empires would welcome as an honored guest. Compensation won't be necessary. I'm not the sort to hold petty grudges. Sean laughed heartily, presenting the picture of a man who held no grievance at all. The Grandmaster felt a wave of relief. Finding an appropriate gift for a being of such power, who already held 5 Infinity Stones, was a genuinely daunting challenge. However. Sean paused, letting the word hang. His tone turned meaningful. I understand you're rather well acquainted with the Mad Titan, Thanos. It wasn't me. I didn't. You've got it all wrong. The Grandmaster fired off a textbook trifecta of denial. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with the Mad Titan and his Black Order. He had been careless before, falling for one of Thanos' schemes and being forced to reveal the secret of the Celestials' extinction. It was a taboo subject, one even the elders of the universe preferred not to speak of it aloud. That race from beyond the universe, the so-called Beyonders, were enough to make anyone's blood run cold. I want to know exactly what Thanos learned from you. Sean's smile remained fixed at the corner of his mouth, his voice perfectly genial. The infinity gauntlet upon his right hand began to glow faintly. Chapter 470, Chapter 162, Thanos' True Objective. Sean lingered on Sakaar for 2 days. In the end, Thor chose to return to Asgard, and his entourage included an unexpected addition, a former Valkyrie. The lean, battle-hardened woman was a scrapper on Sakaar, designated Scrapper 142. She was the very one who had sold Thor to the Grandmaster. Her true identity was Brunhilde, codenamed Valkyrie, the sole survivor of the Valkyrie Legion. Long ago, Odin had dispatched the entire Valkyrie Legion to imprison Hela, whose ambition had swollen beyond all restraint. In that brutal campaign, every last Valkyrie had fallen. Valkyrie should have perished alongside her sisters, but she survived. When she awoke, she lay amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, while the author of that massacre had been cast into hell by Odin, reduced from princess of Asgard to prisoner. Stripped of her honor and her comrades, Valkyrie had felt nothing but hollow despair. She had left Asgard behind, drifting until she washed up on Sakaar, where she became a scrapper, and a drunkard. Sean boarded his colossal command ship, which hovered in orbit above the planet. Glancing at Thor, he quipped, "I heard you wanted to be a Valkyrie when you were little." The Imperial-class vessel, flying the flag of the unified government, was a planet-conquering monstrosity outfitted with 4,000 heavy turbo-laser cannons and carrying squadrons of gunships and next-generation starfighters. 13 massive hyperdrive engines ensured the gigantic warship could race through the cosmos at full burn. Its thick and dark armored hull reflected dim light, creating a silent, intimidating presence. It was no wonder the Grandmaster had fawned over Sean so enthusiastically, conceding every demand with almost docile compliance. Who could say whether the men might not fabricate some excuse to seize Sakaar, just as he had taken nowhere from Tanalir Tyvan? The Grandmaster had no desire to follow in the Collector's footsteps and flee his own home in disgrace. Sakaar was his playground, one painstakingly built over ages. Did Loki tell you that as well? Why are we dragging along a silver-tongued snake who'd betray us the moment it suits him? Thor glared sidelong at Loki, the brother whose head was forever spinning fresh schemes. Dressed like a princeling, Loki stood obediently behind Sean. Because he is also one of Asgard's heirs to the throne, and he knows how to read the room, Sean glanced at Loki. "Isn't that right, Loki?" Loki, who had once considered himself a god and sought to rule Earth, wore a compliant smile now. Not a trace of his old arrogance remained. After Thanos and the Black Order had been driven from Asgard in defeat, Loki had been left with no home to return to. The exalted prince had become a cosmic vagabond. Fortunately, his preternatural gift for deceit and flattery had kept him afloat. Even on Sakaar, his talent for sycophantic charm had wormed him into the Grandmaster's favor. His circumstances stood in stark contrast to his brother's. "Bill, keep an eye on this scheming prince. If he looks like he's entertaining any clever ideas, twist his handsome head off." Sean instructed, ascending the lift to the command bridge. Behind him stood a cybernetic being wearing an iron helmet, its head distinctly equine in shape. This was another of the Grandmaster's arena champions, Beta Ray Bill, sent to Sean as part of the compensation package. Loki glanced at the stone-faced Bill and felt a chill creep through him. He lowered his eyes, careful not to give even a hint of mischief. He had lost count of how many gladiators had their heads smashed by the golden warhammer in the arena. Thor grunted with contempt and hauled his fellow drunk Valkyrie off to the crew quarters for a drinking bout. How he had managed to persuade the last Valkyrie in existence to face Hela once more was anyone's guess. "Behave yourself, and there may yet be a throne for you in Asgard," Sean said calmly, looking at Loki who moved as though treading on thin ice. He had promised Odin he would preserve Asgard and avert Ragnarok. That was the bargain they had struck. At present, Asgard had 3 legitimate candidates for the throne: Hela, whose power was beyond dispute; Thor, who was beloved by the people and named successor by Odin himself; and Loki, Odin's adopted son. By bloodline, Loki ranked last among the 3. On paper, he barely seemed to count. "The reason I chose you is because you have nothing. The people of Asgard despise you, and Odin refused to place the crown in your hands." Sean studied Loki with an appraising eye. "So tell me, what should you do to secure the throne?" "Offer my unreserved loyalty and, of course, kneel before you, your excellency," Loki answered without hesitation. As a schemer of considerable experience, this prince of Asgard understood the art of hitching himself to the right master, from Laufey to Thanos to the Grandmaster. Loki had never been burdened by an excess of integrity. So long as the patron was powerful enough, he had no qualms about playing the devoted sycophant. "You're much more intelligent than Thor. At least you understand who truly holds Asgard's fate." Sean dismissed Loki with a wave and stood alone upon the bridge. The flickering light from the control panel vaguely illuminated his cold, contemplative face. "I need every file on the Boston nuclear power plant explosion 10 years ago." As soon as Sean finished speaking, Skynet had already compiled the complete data, arranged in precise chronological order. March 21, 2008. A nuclear power plant in Boston had suffered a catastrophic accident. The cause was traced to a malfunctioning particle generator. The explosion killed 32 and injured hundreds, splashing across the front page of the New York Times. What is this really about? Sean murmured, his face grim. Just 1 week after that accident, he had transmigrated into this world. Considering the sudden explosion, wasn't it all too coincidental? He recalled every word the Grandmaster had spilled. A suspicion was taking shape in his mind, though he still shrank from confirming it. The faint white glow in the depths of his consciousness flickered at the edge of his mind, that was his greatest asset since arriving in this world. However, he had deliberately buried its existence long ago out of deep-seated caution. He was born before I crossed over, but someone erased all the traces. Sean thought of the mad titan who was chasing the secret of the Celestials' extinction. His eyes settled on a figure in Skynet's dossiers. A man with a lightning bolt scar branded across his face stared back at him. Owen Reese. He murmured the name slowly. This man, Owen Reese, had worked at the nuclear plant. He had been at ground zero when the particle generator exploded, struck by the full brunt of the energy blast. Compared to his dead colleagues, Owen was unimaginably fortunate. He had miraculously and inexplicably survived, with only an ineradicable scar to show for it. Even the scientists who examined the blast site were baffled. No one had ever absorbed that magnitude of radiation and walked away alive. Owen Reese had another identity, one that belonged to one of the most powerful beings in the Marvel Universe. Molecule Man, wielder of power over the very building blocks of the universe, capable of creating or annihilating all matter. The Beyonders. Molecule Man. Fragments of a larger picture were beginning to connect, though Sean could not yet string them into a coherent whole. Thanos, what kind of surprise are you preparing for me? He was silent for a moment, then a low chuckle echoed from the bridge. Chapter 471, Chapter 163, The Einherjar. A blinding column of light tore through the Bifrost's control chamber, and several figures emerged from the rippling, iridescent passage. At their head was Sean. Behind him came Thor, Valkyrie, and Loki, who looked ready to kiss ass at a moment's notice. My prince. It is a great relief to see you returned. Heimdall, having delivered yet another critical assist, knelt upon his great sword. He paid no attention whatsoever to the other prince, Loki. He continued in a heavy tone, I led a number of civilians into the hidden fortress our ancestors built. It serves as a temporary refuge for the Asgardian people. Hela is an utter madwoman. None would follow her willingly. The moment Heimdall had learned of Odin's death, he had sensed Hela's return looming. He abandoned the Bifrost preemptively and went into hiding, waiting for Thor to come back from Muspelheim. However, Hela's power had exceeded every estimate. Heimdall had been forced to use the Bifrost to spirit away the defeated Thor, and then had vanished into the mountain wilds with his great sword. Only recently, when Thor had left Sakaar newly resolved to reclaim Asgard and save his people, had they re-established contact through Heimdall's preternatural sight. Hela draws her strength from Asgard itself. With each passing day, she grows more powerful. Thor nodded, understanding Heimdall's unspoken warning. He had already fallen to Hela once, and might not be able to overcome her now. Relax, brother. You've brought reinforcements. Loki inserted himself with practiced timing, a malicious smirk on his face. If Hela proves as formidable as you all claim, Lord Cyphers can simply order the Imperial-class warship anchored outside Asgard to reduce this place to rubble. Asgard can be relocated to Earth. Lord Cyphers has guaranteed that the unified government will pass an Asgardian refugee assistance plan. The provisional settlement zone has already been designated in Northern Europe. Thor glared sidelong at Loki, his fists clenched with an audible crack. He had never imagined a day would come when he could not even protect his own homeland. There's no need for concern. That is only a contingency plan, a last resort. One should always prepare for the worst, isn't it? Sean cut off Loki's taunting before it could provoke the unsightly spectacle of Thor pummeling his own brother. The vast expanse of Asgard lay eerily silent, like an empty city. Apart from the distant bloom of fires and the occasional cry that split the air, there was no sound at all. Sean stood upon the Bifrost and gazed toward the colossal and majestic sprawl of architecture in the distance. Countless glittering stars flickered faintly against the black canopy of sky. The Golden Palace, perched at Asgard's highest peak, thrust upward like a sword driven into the heavens, looking down upon the entire realm from its mountainous throne. I can feel Hela's presence. She has become one with Asgard. No wonder you lost to that sister of yours, freshly escaped from hell as she was. Sean nodded in understanding. So long as Asgard endured, Hela's power was inexhaustible. She could be neither defeated nor killed. Thor exhaled heavily. He had tasted Hela's strength firsthand. The moment they met, his unreasonable sister had thrashed him and gouged out an eye. It was a pitiful story to tell. The thought of Mjolnir crushed into scrap metal sent a fresh pang through his chest. He would have to visit King Eitri of the dwarves on Nidavellir. He was in dire need of a proper weapon. The people of Asgard will never accept Hela. If she can be defeated, everything can still be salvaged. Thor's voice was firm. Hela could never earn the people's love or loyalty. She might carry Odin's blood, and she might be the firstborn princess, but the goddess of death was simply too deranged. After the brutal invasions by Thanos' Black Order and the Chitauri Armada, Asgard yearned only for peace and quiet. No one wished to reignite the flames of war. But Hela dreamed of nothing but conquering the 9 realms, dominating the galaxy, and then pushing outward into the cosmos to sate her mad ambition. Though Asgardians were a warrior and martial people, they had no desire to live under a tyrant's heel. That was why Odin had chosen imprisonment over handing Hela the crown. If she were left to run rampant, she would yoke Asgard to an unending war chariot and drive it straight into the abyss. As king, Odin could never tolerate such a fate. And after defeating your sister, what will you do then? Sean asked meaningfully. Thor paused for a moment, then gave a cold, hard answer, perhaps hell is where she truly belongs. Sean smiled calmly. It seems adversity and suffering can indeed force a man to grow quickly. Even Thor, the once brash and arrogant god of thunder, had become clear-eyed and pragmatic. There was a hint of a true king about him now. At the very least, he had stopped clinging to sentiment. Odin had imprisoned his own daughter long ago, and Thor had now arrived at the very same resolution. The group crossed the Bifrost. Asgard was now a hollow city. The palace guards who should have been patrolling its streets had long since been butchered by Hela, and the terrified civilians had been led by Heimdall to the hidden fortress deep in the mountains. Sean strolled into the once heavily guarded Golden Palace as though he were taking a leisurely walk through a garden. He paid no mind to Thor's mounting anxiety, instead admiring the exquisite reliefs and murals that covered the walls. The vivid, masterfully rendered panels mostly depicted Odin's heroic campaigns across the 9 realms, alongside the grand sagas of the 9 kingdoms. These ancient tales passed down through millennia had been painted in rich, sweeping strokes across walls and archways for future generations to revere. When exactly are we going to stop Hela? Thor finally lost patience. Knowing Hela's madness, if the people of Asgard refused to bow, the goddess of death would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. I was wondering when you'd ask that. Sean shrugged and turned his gaze toward the throne room. She already knows we're here. Within the vast, soaring throne room, Hela sat upon the great seat of the king of Asgard, one hand propping her chin. From this throne, one could survey all 9 realms like a supreme sovereign presiding over creation. She raised her head abruptly. Her stare collided across the immaterial space with Sean's deep, fathomless gaze. It seems my little brother has found himself some reinforcements. A flicker of contempt passed through the goddess of death's eyes. So long as she stood upon Asgard, she was inherently invincible. This was why Odin had known he could not stop her. Having returned to Asgard, Hela's power flowed from the very land beneath her feet. It was unassailable. Unless someone destroyed Asgard itself, she could be neither defeated nor slain. In a sense, as Odin's firstborn, along with her soul and power bound to the realm, she was indeed the most qualified heir to the throne. But no matter how strong Hela grew, even with Asgard's own acknowledgement, the king that Odin had truly wanted was always Thor. No one else. At this thought, Hela's hatred for Odin burned even hotter. It was she who had conquered civilization after civilization for Asgard, and what had she received in the end? To secure the throne of the 9 realms and project Asgard's overwhelming might, Odin had ignited a cataclysmic war that swept through all 9 kingdoms. It was she who had led Asgard's legions, grinding every civilization that dared resist into dust beneath the Iron Tide. In that age, how resplendent and mighty Asgard had been. The 9 realms had hailed it as sovereign, as supreme overlord, as guardian of Yggdrasil, as the realm of the gods. You could have raised Asgard to the pinnacle, making it the greatest civilization in this universe, but because you suddenly decided you wanted to play the merciful king, you halted the war and pretended the bloodshed and wailing had never happened. Such hypocrisy. Hela let out a scornful, bitter laugh, her gaze blazing with animosity. She could not comprehend Odin's choices. Even after millennia in hell, she still could not accept them. Had mercy driven out the dark elves? Had benevolence defeated the frost giants? Asgard had become protector of the 9 realms precisely because of its overwhelming martial strength. I will prove you wrong. In my hands, Asgard will reclaim its former glory. Hela rose from the throne and looked down upon the phantom images of the 9 realms. With a languid sweep of her arm, she released the eternal flame from her palm. It surged forth in a torrent of ghastly green fire and seeped deep into the earth, into the hall of the slain below. Deep beneath the palace, the warriors who had fallen heroically in ages past stirred as though summoned. Cold flames kindled in their empty eye sockets. The desiccated corpses drank in new life, rising to their feet with stiff, mechanical movements. Just as they had eons ago, the Einherjar, the honored dead who had slept beneath the earth, once again sounded the horns of war. Let us see if you are worthy of the name, son of Odin. Worthy to be called king of Asgard. Hela stood motionless before the throne. The legion of unthinking Einherjar poured from the palace like a tide of black, their footsteps falling in grim, heavy unison. Chapter 472, Chapter 164, Asgardian Primetime Drama. The spectral green flame kindled the life force of the slumbering Einherjar. Souls that had long since plunged into the dark abyss returned once more at the summons of the goddess of death, rising anew as the dead. In their desiccated eye sockets, ghastly green flames flickered like ghostly pupils, radiating a bone-deep chill. These were the warriors who had once laid down their lives for Asgard's imperial glory. Now they marched with heavy, measured steps, blowing horns that shook the heavens, poised at any moment to hurl themselves upon the enemy in one more fearless charge. The legion of Einherjar, armored and spear-wielding, surged upward from the depths like a black tide, pouring from the throne room to tear these insolent intruders limb from limb. If you told them right now that you're the son of Odin, prince of Asgard and rightful heir to the throne, do you suppose these heroic souls might let us pass? Sean asked Thor, glancing back over his shoulder at the dark, cloud-like army of warriors. These fallen soldiers, whose bodies had been laid to rest in the Hall of the Slain, had been reawakened by the power of the eternal flame. They now answered to Hela alone. Even if the Allfather himself rose from the grave, I doubt they'd stop, Thor replied with a rueful shake of his head. Who could have foreseen Hela resurrecting Asgard's own dead? These warriors had once followed Odin across the 9 realms. Now, in death, they were enslaved to Hela's will, reduced to instruments of slaughter. Thor continued, they have no idea what they're doing. They feel neither pain nor fear of death, they are no different from Draugr. Hearing this, Sean simply smiled and strode forward with unhurried steps, as though the endless legion before him were nothing but wisps of air. Valkyrie took a long swig from her flask, drew her blade, and charged forward with a battle grace that matched Thor's own fearlessness. To stand once more on Asgard's soil, to see everything so achingly familiar, to feel the old memories stirring, it lit a fire in her chest. This time, I will reclaim the lost honor of my fallen sisters, she resolved. Loki, ever ready to cheer from the sidelines, wisely hung back. The messy business of battle was hardly suited to a connoisseur of intrigue like himself. A gaunt-faced Asgardian warrior, desiccated as a mummy, was the first to lunge forward. His heavy armor clanked as he raised his spear high and drove it down at Sean's skull. The dim spectral flame within him flickered. Somewhere deep in what remained of his mind, he seemed to recall the glory days of the 9 Realms campaigns, the dark elves of Svartalfheim, the frost giants of Jotunheim. Countless times, his spear had pierced their flesh, torn them open, crushed them beneath Asgard's iron advance. This enemy before him would meet the same fate. You're overthinking it. Return to the dark abyss. Sean said impassively. Amplified by the Mind Stone, he could read the soul echoes radiating from the specter's guttering flame. Then the deep crimson light of the ether rippled outward like disturbed water. The onrushing Asgardian warrior froze mid-stride, transformed in an instant into a rigid stone statue, then gradually dissipated into dust. The Einherjar crashed against Sean's position in wave after wave, but he stood like bedrock in a tempest sea, utterly unmoved. The dark crimson liquid of the ether orbited him in fine, encircling droplets. Warrior after warrior disintegrated before they could even draw near. Thor followed in his wake. Without Mjolnir, the thunder god could do little more than batter aside the Einherjar with his bare fists. Compared to Sean, who sauntered ahead with such infuriating ease, Thor cut a rather wretched figure. Need a hand? Sean asked, a relaxed smile tugging at his mouth. Too proud to bow his head yet again, Thor smashed another warrior back with a single blow. A fierce, electric light flickered in his one remaining eye. He could almost hear Odin's warm voice. The Allfather had long since returned to the dark abyss beneath Yggdrasil, his body and soul slumbering in an unending sleep from which there was no waking. And yet, Thor could swear his father's whisper echoed in his ears. That deeply familiar presence, southwest powerful and so close, wrapped around him like a cloak. Thor. You are the mighty god of thunder. Have you forgotten how to fight simply because you no longer hold Mjolnir? Odin's voice surfaced with startling clarity, teasing, warm, and tender with paternal affection. Father. Thor murmured. Ba-bump. Ba-bump. He heard his own heart pounding like a war drum. A wild, scalding torrent of thunder erupted through his veins. Thor. What are you doing? Valkyrie, locked in desperate combat, caught sight of Thor standing motionless amid the Einherjar horde. He seemed to have abandoned all resistance, frozen in place. The Asgardian warriors swarmed him like black crows descending on carrion, ready to tear his powerful body apart. Their gaunt, dreadful faces shone with ravenous greed, like starving ghouls who had stumbled upon a feast and could not wait to gorge. Hela should never have disturbed your rest. A blazing whip of lightning scythed through the ranks. The Einherjar melted like wax figures before a furnace, dissolving soundlessly amid the roar and crackle of thunder, dust to dust. Ashes to ashes. Let the dead find peace, and the living their solace. Wreathed in searing arcs of lightning, Thor strode forward. In moments, he had caught up to Sean. Every punch, every sweep of his arm discharged crackling bolts. The surging tide of thunder ripped through wave after wave of the Einherjar. Hela! I have returned. The renewed force thundering through Thor's body swelled his confidence into kingdom come. This was the first time in his life that he had commanded the storm so effortlessly without Mjolnir, without any conduit. The fury of the heavens was his alone to wield. Arcs of blinding electricity whipped outward like a tempest, and the fearless Einherjar evaporated like snowflakes seared in a furnace blast. Loki, trailing behind, wore a complicated expression. Odin had always reserved the best for Thor. No one else was ever deemed worthy of so much as a second glance. Recalling the implication in Sean's earlier words, Loki lowered his gaze, a trace of coldness washing across his face. Asgard has never truly belonged to me, so why cling to it? Even if Thor defeats Hela, even if he averts Ragnarok, how could Asgard hold its place beside the surging power of Earth? That's enough. The warm-up is over, Sean said calmly. He stood on the highest steps of the palace, meeting the gaze of the woman who lounged against the colossal throne. The Death Queen's lithe silhouette was traced by her green cape. Had Sean not intervened, this entire affair would have devolved into a melodramatic Asgardian court drama by now, three siblings scheming and clawing at one another for the crown, tearing each other apart. Resulting in a story that would have been perfect for prime time. Deep within Sean's eyes, a golden light flared. The dark crimson radiance of the ether contracted to a single dense point, then erupted outward in a cataclysmic surge. The power of the reality stone warped existence itself, rewriting the rules of what was and what could be. The fearless Einherjar let out a ghastly collective wail, writhing in agony as though consumed by flames, until every last flicker of their spectral green soul fire was snuffed into oblivion. Chapter 473, Chapter 165, The Second Domestic Dispute. Hela, firstborn of Odin, goddess of death. A pleasure. Sean stepped into the vast throne room. Massive pillars supported a gilded dome overhead, where living murals swirled and shifted across the ceiling. In one flowing image, Odin and Hela stood side by side. The Allfather gripped Gungnir, while Hela held Mjolnir aloft. Behind them rose the magnificent palace of Asgard and its unstoppable legions. Beneath their feet lay a scorched wasteland of conquered kingdoms and countless kneeling slaves. My foolish brother has finally found himself a worthy opponent. Hela lounged with languid ease, stroking the enormous wolf that lay curled at the base of the throne. It was Fenris, the dreaded beast of legend. In the prophecy of Ragnarok, the Fenris wolf would swallow the sun and moon, snuffing out the stars forever. Mountains would crumble, and forests would be torn up by the roots. This wolf was known as the Earthshaker, Hela's beloved pet. After its mistress was imprisoned in Hel, Odin had ordered Fenris put to death. Its body was laid in the Hall of the Slain, where it would never decay. Just how much did Odin favor you? Hela's gaze fell upon Thor, whose body now crackled with fine arcs of electricity. The same resentment flickered in her eyes that Loki so often wore. They were all Odin's children, yet their treatment could scarcely have been more different. One had been exiled and imprisoned. Another had been cynically used. Everything of worth had been reserved for Thor, the throne of Asgard, and now Odin's very power. I won't interrupt your family reunion until you need me, Sean said, tactfully withdrawing to one side. He was genuinely curious to see whether Thor, now commanding the thunder itself, could truly match Hela. Wise men. Once I've dealt with this nuisance, we'll speak. Hela inclined her head with haughty grace and looked down upon those gathered before the throne. Her eyes found the other brother, and this must be Loki. Tell me, whose side are you on? The victor's side, of course. Loki offered a graceful bow, neither servile nor defiant. Then, like Sean, he slipped off to the periphery, radiating an air of breezy detachment, simply waiting to cheer the victor. Hela did not take offense to that. Instead, she laughed aloud. I told you previously, he takes after Odin far more than you do. You think gaining Odin's power makes you worthy of challenging me? Oh, my foolish little brother. The truth is, I've never much wanted the throne of Asgard, but you are simply the worst option. Even Loki would be better than you. Thor, for once, showed a flash of acid wit, his words merciless. Watching from the sidelines, Loki's mouth twitched. He did not appear to appreciate the compliment. Rage surged across Hela's face. The spectral green flames coiled and billowed, shaping themselves into a flowing cape. Her black hair wove itself into a crown of jagged thorns. A freezing, crushing presence swept through the chamber, as though the room had plunged into a lightless abyss. The goddess of death descended the steps, her eyes seething with cold fury. Thor, my poor, pitiful brother. Have you come to lose your other eye? Black blades materialized from thin air. Fenris rose from the throne's foot with a rumbling snarl, its ghastly green eyes fixed on Thor. Hungry saliva dripped from its bared fangs. I'll handle the big guy. You deal with Hela. Valkyrie stepped forward, her blade leveled at Fenris, a reckless grin on her face. Bring it on, little puppy. provoked, Fenris let out a throaty roar and lunged, shaking the vast hall with its immense bulk. Valkyrie twisted aside, her sword carving arcs of cold light through the air. The woman and the wolf crashed through the palace doors and into the open. Thor quietly watched them go. Lightning surged from his palm, and beyond the shattered ceiling, storm clouds massed in fury. Silver serpents writhed through the dark, then a colossal bolt tore through the apex of the dome. Thor lashed out with a whip of crackling electricity like a great serpent bearing its fangs. Hela answered with a sweep of both arms, and a deluge of black blades rained toward him like a monsoon of death. Thor shot a glance at Sean, who was still watching from the sidelines, then made a silent, furious vow: Asgard will be saved by my hands. He would wash away every humiliation and defeat he had suffered. Thunder raged, and blades flashed. The shock of their battle reduced the throne room to rubble. Half an hour later, Sean's expression had settled into profound disappointment. He had been looking forward to a rousing, drawn-out brawl between the siblings. Who could have guessed that Thor, who looked so commanding and fierce wreathed in all that lightning, would prove so spectacularly fragile? Barely 30 minutes had passed, and Hela already had him face down on the floor, grinding him into the stone. What happened to saving Asgard? To restoring your honor? Sean watched Hela drive a blade through Thor's gut and slam him to the ground with a single punch. A pity. His bold declarations had come far too early. Sean lampooned inwardly. On Asgardian soil, even Odin resurrected might not defeat Hela, let alone Thor, no matter how much thunder he now commanded. Odin truly did lose the wrong eye. To think he considered you the best choice. An arrogant and brainless brute has no business being king of Asgard. Hela planted her boot on Thor's head and ground down, her voice thick with contempt. She had not a shred of affection for this brother. Better a hot-headed fool than a madwoman who dreams of nothing but war. Thor strained against her hold, his single eye blazing red. His teeth clenched. Then, with great reluctance, he turned a pleading gaze toward Sean, who was still spectating like a man at a dinner theater. Thor had not wanted this, to place Asgard's fate in anyone else's hands, but he was out of options. Seeing the Prince of Asgard finally set aside his pride and lower his head, Sean allowed himself a small smile and stepped forward. Pardon the interruption. As the representative of Earth, I will formally intervene in this Asgardian succession dispute effective immediately. Does anyone have any objections? Earth? That backward wasteland on the edge of nowhere. Hela let out a derisive laugh, full of disdain. Sean blinked. The goddess of death had clearly not updated her worldview since escaping hell. She still thought of Midgard as a barren, primitive backwater living under Asgard's shadow. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Earth has long since surpassed Asgard. I am here at Odin's personal invitation and at Thor's request to mediate this internal royal conflict as a third party. The Prince of Asgard you've got pinned under your boot has already placed this kingdom in my hands. So, kindly remove your foot, release Thor, and let us all sit down and talk this through like reasonable people. Hela stared at Sean in disbelief. That insignificant, backward speck of a realm has undergone such a staggering transformation. Seeing her stunned expression, Sean continued in a gentle tone, this is widely acknowledged fact. Earth and Asgard are military allies. I have every right to intervene in matters of succession. While you were still basking in faded glories, we were breaking free of our planetary cradle and pushing into the boundless sea of stars, founding colonies, and harvesting resources. Even the Nova Corps and the three empires have recognized Earth's strength. We now hold a seat on the Galactic Council. Asgard, the ruler of the 9 realms. That is a chapter of history. Hela's face twisted with fury. She kicked Thor aside with brutal force and rose, trembling with rage. This is all Odin's doing. He let Asgard rot. He snuffed out its future and its glory with his own hands. But there is still hope. I have returned. I will raise an even mightier kingdom and conquer the 9 realms anew. Perhaps Thor was right. It really is impossible to reason with a war fanatic. Sean shook his head in weary resignation. He slipped the infinity gauntlet onto his hand, and a cosmic tide of energy erupted from him like an oceanic surge. Hela stared at Sean, standing amid the ruins, and felt the ground itself seem to quake. Ripples spread through the air, wave upon wave surging toward her like a cataclysm. You are powerful. Far more than that waste of flesh, Thor. Hela offered the compliment with rare sincerity. Respecting strength was one of her few enduring principles, but as long as I stand upon Asgard, no one can defeat me. Oh. Is that so? Sean's face was perfectly calm. A blazing corona of light rose behind him, then I'll simply take you away from Asgard. A pulse of cerulean light flickered. Space twisted and warped, tearing open a vast rift that swallowed Hela whole. Sean stepped through after her. In the span of a heartbeat, the ruined throne room stood empty save for the bloodied Thor and the expressionless Loki. Chapter 474, Chapter 166, Spoils of War. This was a world of cold rain and fog. Damp, swirling drafts howled across the barren landscape. Grey mist blanketed the sky and the earth alike. Everything, whether a creeping creature or a jagged outcrop of rock, exuded the scent of decay and death so thick, one might think they had stumbled into the realm of the dead itself. Then a twisting force tore through the stillness. The fog churned like a boiling cauldron, writhing and roiling as if caught in a whirlpool. Small cyclones scattered the haze, and the atmosphere itself shuddered with a resonant hum, like a mirror on the verge of shattering. A cerulean ripple split the emptiness. A tiny point of light flared, expanding rapidly, and a figure in a green cape burst forth. Helheim. Hela roared the name like an enraged beast, raw and full of aggression. She was back in the nightmare realm of the dead. Long ago, when Asgard had completed its grand conquest of the 9 realms, Odin had flatly refused her proposal to continue waging war. He had chosen to sheathe the sword, to rest and recuperate, to rule as a benevolent king. The ambitious Hela could not accept that. Their visions collided, and father and daughter broke irreparably. It was only after Hela annihilated the Valkyrie Legion to the last woman that Odin realized with stark clarity that her power far exceeded his worst fears. Seeing her insatiable ambition, he understood that if she were left unchecked, she would drag Asgard into an abyss of ruin from which there could be no return. So the All-Father mounted Sleipnir, took up Gungnir, and with his own hands, cast Hela into the cold and desolate hell, sealing her away with potent magic. I despise this place. Hela swept her gaze across the realm, her face a mask of loathing. This was a world of endless night, where a chill, damp grey fog clung to everything for all eternity, and the ironwood forests were haunted by dry bones and wandering souls. There was not a spark of life anywhere. It was hard to imagine how she had endured the long, grinding ages here, utterly alone. Shouldn't returning to familiar ground be a happy occasion? Sean stepped through the rift after her, the space stone's cerulean glow fading behind him. You think dragging me away from Asgard will weaken me? Hela's green cape billowed. She swept both hands forward, and a swarm of black blades shot toward Sean like a plague of locusts. Wave after wave of obsidian death tore through the thick fog, churning the frigid air, blotting out what little light pierced the gloomy sky. Sean simply spread his arms. The power stone blazed to life, and a torrent of violet energy erupted outward like a thunderclap. Boom. The shockwave rippled outward, shredding the mist. The swarm of black steel blades shattered into nothing. Raw power surged through Sean's body. He stood on the desolate ground of hell, cracks spiderwebbing out beneath his feet. The violet flash tore across the realm like a god's axe blow, splitting the sky and cleaving the earth. Hela launched herself skyward, her green cape snapping in the gale. She stared at the cataclysmic force below and felt a cold knot tighten in her chest. 1,000 years ago, she had led Asgard's legions against many mighty foes, and her father Odin had been a legendary powerhouse, but witnessing the apocalyptic fury of the Infinity Stones gave even her wild heart pause. At least Thor got one thing right, Sean said, flexing his gauntlet hand, you wouldn't make a good reigning queen. Hell trembled and wailed, the ironwood forests toppled in waves, and the withered dead and restless spirits cowered in the deepest, darkest hollows. A golden corona rose into the sky, searing through the perpetual gloom. Tidal waves of energy ripped across the frozen landscape, kicking up roiling dust devils that danced like serpents into the air. A blazing column of iridescent power erupted from the gauntlet and hammered Hela out of the sky, slamming her into the dirt. Mortal. Boom. You insolent. Boom. I will kill. Boom, boom, boom. After several dozen such concussive blasts, the madness in Hela's eyes finally cooled. She stared up at the towering figure wreathed in light and, with a heart full of raging bitterness, lowered her proud head. I acknowledge your power, mortal. She dragged herself up from the ground, her green cape in tatters, her thorny black crown dissolving away. Sean raised the gauntlet again. Very well. The weak obey the strong, that is my creed. Hela bowed her head in bitter submission, and a cold, rueful smile twisted her pale face. You win. Her gaze was fixed on the 5 stones glittering in the golden infinity gauntlet. Odin had once coveted such power, and had even commissioned Eitri to forge a replica gauntlet. Thousands of years ago, the Dark Elves had wielded the Ether, the vessel of the Reality Stone. The first Sorcerer Supreme had discovered the Time Stone on Earth and enshrined it as the Eye of Agamotto. The Tesseract, the Space Stone itself, had once rested in Odin's vault before slipping away, eventually falling into the hands of Hydra's red skull in a Norwegian temple. From ages past to this very moment, the Infinity Stones had always been the treasures that countless mighty beings dreamed of holding. No mortal can contain such power, Hela murmured. Not everyone could bear the strain of the stones. Odin himself, whether through prudence or fear, had abandoned his ambition to gather all 6. Yet the men before her wielded 5 of them. The sheer, staggering magnitude of it settled over her like a shroud. Looking at Sean with a complicated expression, Hela slowly accepted the second crushing defeat of her existence. War and conquest are eternal themes in this universe, Sean said, but they are not the only paths. In a flash of blue light, he stood in Hela's personal chambers, a vast, empty hall as though carved from ice and frost, crystalline drapes woven into glimmering curtains, a black throne at its heart. The grey mist roiled beyond the walls, freighted with bone-deep chill. Hela followed closely behind, her tall, slender frame cloaked in that tattered green cape, her pale and coldly beautiful face giving her the air of an untouchable ice queen. Asgard is ill-suited for war. Your lifespan is long, but your reproductive capacity is extremely low. You are a magical civilization, not an industrial one. War would be too costly for you. Sean took a seat upon the throne as if it were his own, looking down at the seething Hela. Asgard is a sharp blade, but without careful tending, a blade will chip and rust until it shatters into worthless scrap. That is why Odin did not choose you. Asgard needs a steady king, not a war-addled fanatic. And yet it was Odin's choice that brought Asgard down from the throne of the Nine Realms. Hela shot back, defiance still flickering in her, and let Midgard, once our vassal, overtake us. For her, the urge to conquer was in her very marrow. Only slaughter and war could sate her. Now you face another choice, Sean said, declining to argue further. You can remain in hell, a prisoner for all eternity, or you can bow your head to your brother. Hela's face twisted with conflict. Kneel to Thor, or to Loki. Odin himself had never wrung submission from her. She would never give it to those two. Are you the ruler of Midgard? She asked at last, after a hard internal struggle. You could say that, Sean replied with a shrug. Between shield and umbrella, he had no shortage of influence over the unified government. Then I choose to submit to you, ruler of Midgard. Hela's answer was wholly unexpected, catching even Sean off guard. If Asgard is no longer the sovereign of the Nine Realms, better to attach myself to a true power than to follow a brawler or a schemer. She had lost the battle, and now she was the prize. I am the spoils of your victory, the goddess of death declared, recovering some of her poise. She swayed up the steps with a deliberate, sinuous grace. If I cannot be the sole ruler of the Nine Realms, I would not object to being a queen consort. That's quite the offer, but pretty words alone won't sway me. Sean reached out and tilted her chin up, his deep eyes unreadable. You will not be disappointed, my king. Hela bit her lip, the cold ice of her features melting away. She slowly lowered herself, the lines of her tall figure traced beneath the green cape. Now you have my attention, Sean murmured, brushing the dark hair from her face, his lips curving into a pleased smile. Chapter 475, Chapter 167, The Final Stone. Thor and Loki sat on the steps of the palace, surrounded by the collapsed ruins of the Great Hall. They waited in silence for the battle that would decide Asgard's fate to reach its end. Thor, covered in dust and disheveled, winced as he gently wiped the blood from his face. To fall twice to Hela was a bitter draught to swallow. He gazed out over the still, silent Asgard, and a quiet nostalgia crept into his single eye. Gentle memories drifted across his mind. Father once said that only one of us could be king, Thor murmured, leaning against a fallen pillar. He remembered the tales Odin had told them as children, of the great war against the frost giants of Jotunheim. He also said we were both born to rule. A sardonic smile twisted Loki's lips. It was those words that had given him unrealistic hope. It took me a long time to understand that he didn't mean I was meant for the throne of Asgard. He meant I would rule Jotunheim as the rightful heir of Laufey. Thor fell silent for a long moment before speaking again, his voice soft. No matter what else, we are still brothers. Asgard is our home. He could not stand by and watch Hela rule Asgard, nor could he bear to see Ragnarok descend. Every burden now rested on his shoulders, and the weight of it was crushing. Why can't we simply accept the truth, brother? Loki's face filled with a profound self-mockery. He too had once proclaimed himself a god and sought to rule the Nine Realms with the mad titan's power, only for cruel reality to deliver a resounding slap to his face. Asgard is no longer the protector of the Nine Realms. Midgard has overtaken us. Even if you defeat Hela, even if you avert Ragnarok, how will you stand against Sean? He drove back Thanos. Even Odin acknowledged the Sentinel's power. Earth's expeditionary forces have built a lunar base and seized nowhere. If Asgard refuses to align itself with them, how long do you think this fragile peace will last? For all his scheming, Loki's vision was far-reaching. He could see the true crisis Asgard would face in the years ahead. Wake up, brother. Whether in the Nine Realms or the wider cosmos, peace is built upon power. Asgard has no other choice. If you truly wish to be a good king, then accept this. Loki's tone was uncharacteristically earnest, his handsome face touched by a rare melancholy. I will, Thor pondered for a moment, making this difficult decision in his heart. If Hela emerges the victor, go to Odin's vault and cast Surtur's crown into the eternal flame to summon the flame giant. Sean's warship was anchored beyond Asgard, ready to evacuate the surviving civilians. If Hela proved too powerful to stop, then Surtur would destroy this realm, just as Ragnarok foretold. Don't be so pessimistic. I hardly think Sean will lose to Hela. Loki shrugged off the concern. He knew exactly how powerful 5 Infinity Stones could be. Even Thanos had trembled before that force. Elders of the universe like the Grandmaster fell over themselves to welcome Sean with smiles, and the Nova Corps went to great lengths to win him over. All of this spoke of his power from every angle. As the first light of dawn rose from the sea and washed over Asgard, Sean appeared at the palace with Hela at his side. Negotiations are concluded, everyone. The cold-faced goddess of death seemed utterly drained, as though a great battle had left her so weary that she could scarcely walk. Now then, let us sit down and discuss the future of Asgard. Sean flexed his right hand. The time stone on the golden gauntlet pulsed with a soft emerald glow, and the light flowed over the wreckage like water. In the span of a breath, the toppled palace restored itself to its pristine state. He turned to Thor, Loki, and Hela. What followed would be a council of 3 to choose a true king for Asgard. Sean remained on Asgard for a week. The transfer of a crown was always freighted with ancient and cumbersome customs, which, even if no one liked, had to be strictly followed. When the twilight of Ragnarok had faded into legend, Sean, as Odin's chosen proxy and the voice of Midgard, personally crowned Thor in the great hall of the palace. The son of the All-Father ascended the throne as his father had always wished, witnessed by the people of Asgard. At that moment, the cheers of the crowd were deafening, the applause rumbling like thunder. Yet the coronation did not end there. 2 other candidates were crowned that day. One was Odin's adopted son, the lawful ruler of Jotunheim, who would claim his birthright as king of the Frost Giants with the generous support of both Asgard and Earth. The last to be crowned was their elder sister, Hela, the goddess of death. At Sean's proposal, the fanatic who had hungered only for war and conquest was named queen of the Asgardian Earth Expeditionary Army. The 2 civilizations would soon assemble a pioneering legion to push beyond the 9 realms and plant their flags among the stars, and Hela was unquestionably the finest candidate to lead it. Through sheer, overwhelming strength, Sean set the foundation for the tripartite rule of the 9 realms, Thor's Asgard, Loki's Jotunheim, and Hela's Expeditionary Legion, 3 powers united as one. Thus aligned, the 9 realms would erupt onto the galactic stage with meteoric force. That was precisely what Sean wanted to see. Only by rising together could they shake the entrenched 3 empires and claim a seat at the highest table of the cosmos. Nebula brought Gamora back. The moment Sean returned to Earth, the news reached him. With the final stone so close that he could almost taste it, he had no patience for the unified government's upcoming symposium on human migration and cosmic expansion. He departed for nowhere immediately. The space stone flared, tearing open a rift. Sean materialized inside the Umbrella Corporation building to find Gamora in restraints and Nebula standing by, her mission complete. The 2 adopted daughters of Thanos. One had become his operative, the other had broken free of the Black Order and wandered the galaxy with Star-Lord's ragtag group, forming an odd sort of mercenary crew. I won't tell you where the Soul Stone is. Gamora declared her defiance the moment she laid eyes on him. In her view, Sean and Thanos were cut from the same cloth. Only, the former's methods were marginally gentler. I know you control Ronan. The war between the Kree Empire and Xandar was orchestrated by you from the shadows. She had been there with Quill the day the Death Fleet invaded Nowhere. She had seen Sean defeat the Accuser with her own eyes and bend him to his will. You know quite a lot. Sean said lightly. He raised the golden gauntlet, and the Mind Stone pulsed softly. He slipped directly into Gamora's mind, rifling through her memories. I've never been fond of forcing people. Since you refuse to speak, I'll simply see for myself. Within moments, he had extracted the coordinates of Vormir, the planet where the Soul Stone lay hidden. Watch over your sister. Once I have the final stone, she can go find Peter Quill. Let's hope the great Star-Lord doesn't end up like his father, swallowed whole by Galactus. Sean nodded, satisfied. A ripple of cerulean light shimmered into being. With the exact coordinates of Vormir now in hand, the Space Stone could open the way. Chapter 476, Chapter 168, The Self. Vormir was a barren world, drifting in a dark expanse as silent as a tomb. Civilizations had perished here, and life was a rarity. Even the most hardened adventurers avoided this place. A ripple of cerulean light expanded outward. Sean stepped through, then relaxed his grip on the golden gauntlet, causing the shimmering rift to slowly contract and fade. His boots met solid ice. Frigid currents howled and swirled around him. In every direction, jagged peaks stretched to the horizon, towering over the desolate, lifeless ground. Overhead, the light of the system's star appeared smothered. Only a faint, ghostly outline remained. It was essentially a black sun suspended in the sky. Vormir. Sean murmured softly. The 5 Infinity Stones embedded in Golden Gauntlet began to emit a strange resonance, a call to kindred energies, in hopes of stirring a subtle connection. Sean gazed toward the distant mountains, where brooding clouds churned like a furious tide, smothering world beneath them. He extended his psychic senses like a radar pulse, rippling outward in concentric waves. Within minutes, it had swept across the entire surface of the planet. There. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had sensed the soul stone's veiled resonance. At the summit of a towering peak, someone, or something, seemed to be waiting. Without wasting time, Sean headed over. "Welcome, wielder of the Infinity Stones." A hoarse voice greeted him as he ascended the final steps to the summit. A spectral figure draped in black robes drifted into view. The fabric seemed ancient beyond reckoning, as though it might crumble to dust at any moment. "You have many names," Sean ciphers, the Sentinel, guardian of the 9 realms, master of nowhere. The spectral figure, billowing like smoke, seemed to know the identity of everyone who came to this place. Sean was not surprised by this. The moment he had set foot here, a deeply concealed energy signature had swept over him, carried on the frigid wind. The mysterious robed figure seemed to have drawn his identity from that. "I've come for the Soul Stone," he stated, cutting straight to his purpose. "I am a prisoner of the Soul Stone, bound here for all eternity, never to know freedom." The figure had a gaunt, blood-red skull for a face, as though the flesh had been peeled clean away, his gaped eye sockets empty and unsettling. "To claim this stone, you must pay a heavy price. Every soul who comes here believes they can bear it, but they cannot. You must make a sacrifice. You must give up everything." Sean's eyes flickered. The figure before him was none other than Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, great leader of Hydra from the previous century. Strictly speaking, he was the first supersoldier ever created by Dr. Abraham Erskine, predating even Captain America. But the serum had twisted Schmidt's nature, inflaming his ambition and madness. He had attached himself to the Führer of the Third Reich and expanded Hydra's power with ruthless efficiency, seeking to conquer the world through force. Captain America had stopped him. On a plane loaded with devastating weapons, bound for New York, those fated adversaries had fought their final battle. Schmidt had touched the Tesseract, and the Space Stone had flung him across the universe to Vormir, the planet where the Soul Stone was hidden. "We're from the same world," Sean said, his expression relaxed as he followed the Red Skull's lead. "I know Captain America, your old friend. I'm also on reasonably good terms with Hydra. Steve Rogers. He's still alive. I hope he's learned the taste of loneliness from watching his friends and loved ones slip away one by one, leaving him all alone in this life." The Red Skull's voice was ragged, with a hint of nostalgia. Long ago, this great leader of Hydra had also chased the Infinity Stones, even managing to possess one. Having discovered it in a Norwegian temple, Schmidt, well versed in Norse mythology, had become convinced that the Tesseract had fallen from Odin's own vault. He believed it held the supreme power to rule the world. "There was a time when I might have stood where you stand, hunting these stones, but the Tesseract abandoned me. It exiled me here, condemning me to guide others toward a treasure I could never possess myself." The Red Skull halted before a vast, crumbling edifice of ancient architecture. Sean surveyed his surroundings with open curiosity. Vormir had clearly once hosted a prosperous and thriving civilization, but like Morag, the world that had held the Power Stone, it had fallen to some unknown catastrophe. Its people were gone, its culture extinct. The stone rests beneath your feet. Now, make your choice. Pay the price. Sean stopped at the edge of a sheer cliff. The freezing wind screamed and lashed at the barren rock. Far below, an immense altar built by long-dead hands sprawled across the chasm floor, its surface etched with intricate lines that seemed to connect to some unseen void. The Soul Stone holds a position of unique significance. You might even call it a form of wisdom. To ensure that whoever possesses it truly understands its power, the stone demands a sacrifice. The Red Skull's hollow eyes gleamed with faint mockery. The Soul Stone would only reveal itself once its bearer had paid the terrible price. This was a curse woven into fate itself, and none could defy it. To claim the stone, you must lose that which you love most. A soul, for a soul. Sean didn't seem surprised by the revelation, but his expression turned complicated. That which I love most. Did I ever truly love anyone? Images flickered through his mind, faces, some aloof, some warm and alluring, each with a distinct and captivating charm. Each lingered for only a fleeting moment before shattering into fragments. As much as Sean wanted to deny it, the brutal truth lay bare before him. He loved only himself. For a while, he was silent. Then a resolved smile crossed his face. Fair enough, an equivalent exchange. He raised the Infinity Gauntlet. The Soul Stone exists within an unknown void. It is the sacred offering of Vormir. Everyone who craves its power endures great trials to reach this place, only to sacrifice the one they love in exchange for this cursed and terrible strength. The Red Skull assumed Sean meant to summon the stone by force with the other 5 gems, bypassing the cruel prerequisite. The altar beneath your feet was built by Vormir's ancient inhabitants. Without the sacrifice of a beloved soul, the stone will not appear. Sean ignored him. On the golden gauntlet, 5 lights began to glow. The atmosphere shivered with violent disturbance. Deep within his eyes, a golden radiance blazed. The Sentinel's armor materialized around him in an instant, then, wave after wave of terrifying energy erupted from him, causing the entire planet of Vormer to tremble. The pure golden light dimmed, and a profound darkness descended. A black cape unfurled from Sean's shoulders, snapping wildly in the hurricane gale. The void. Before Red Skull could utter a sound, the sheer force of the void's manifestation blasted him apart into scattering wisps. It was as though the primal darkness of the universe had erupted. Even with Sean simply standing still, the space around him fractured and collapsed like shattering mirrors, the mountain range below his feet groaned and shuddered. Whoosh! Sean took a single breath, and the atmosphere detonated like a powder keg, roaring with explosive thunder. All this time, you have existed within my body. I have faced this tyrannical and mad version of myself, this being born to destroy everything. Even though you craved slaughter and were always insatiable, I never resisted nor feared you. I willingly and wholly embraced you. We are one and the same. I am the Sentinel, and I am the Void. I am Sean Cyphers. I love only myself. I chase power, and now the time has come to make a sacrifice. His inner voice became spoken words, echoing beneath the brooding sky. Sean, now fully merged with the Void, clenched his fist. His pitch-black eyes blazed like volcanic craters, brimming with scorching desire. You are right. It is time to make a sacrifice. We must become more powerful. Like a rider cloaked in death, we must gallop toward the ultimate pinnacle. The Void nodded slowly. Around the infinity gauntlet, iridescent light crackled and danced like fine arcs of electricity. Gradually, a distinct silhouette began to take shape. The reality stone rewrote reality. The mind stone granted it will. The space stone sustained its form. The time stone froze its moment. The power stone forged its body. All 5 stones blazed with light, ripping the void out of Sean's own being and condensing it into a separate, independent existence. Sean looked at Red Skull, who was beginning to coalesce back into form like wisp smoke, and spoke softly, offering myself as a sacrifice. I am willing to pay this price. He reached out, seized the void by the throat, and without a moment's hesitation, snapped its neck. His other self, the void, never resisted. From beginning to end, it accepted death with calm surrender. The cold corpse tumbled over the cliff's edge and crashed heavily onto the altar below. In that instant, the air churned and the sky changed color. The colossal altar shuddered, and a blinding column of light erupted upward, engulfing Sean. The world went white, and a moment of absolute silence followed. Then the world returned to normal. Red Skull stood frozen in disbelief. The exchange had been made. The soul stone had somehow materialized, resting quietly in Sean's palm. It is time, Sean whispered. He had traded the void for the soul stone. He pressed the final gem into the infinity gauntlet. The moment it clicked in its slot, a surge of overwhelming power flooded through his being, as though a circuit had been completed. It was a sensation beyond anything he had ever felt. Sean felt an illusory sense of transcendence, as though he stood above all the laws of the universe. The stars lay beneath his feet, the cosmos rested in his palm. Like an omnipotent deity, he spanned time and space, wielding creation and annihilation. Like a single droplet containing countless molecules of water, Sean's unique, indivisible self now encompassed a multitude of dimensions. Undoubtedly, at this moment, he had fully ascended to the level of a universal entity. A torrent of golden energy erupted from within him. The Sentry's power had been fully assimilated. Thanos, it's time to finish this. Now presiding over time and space, able to annihilate a single universe with ease, Sean slowly raised his right hand. The infinity gauntlet gleamed, the 6 stones shining with dazzling brilliance. As their wielder, he could now restart this universe at will. I am the author of this ending. His fingers came together, and, snap. Chapter 477, Chapter 169, Traversing Time and Space. As the snap of the infinity gauntlet echoed, the entire universe convulsed. Sean, having transcended time and space, stepped free of the material world and walked along the river of spacetime itself. Waves churned beneath his feet, fleeting images flashing past like glimpses of light. Each droplet of water in that great river contained tiny fragments of the past or the future. Together, they formed a vast, endless torrent that had neither beginning nor end. If the universe truly possessed such a thing as fate, this was where it resided. Infinite vision spun into being and dissolved in the same breath. The kaleidoscope of time and space unfurled before Sean's eyes, sometimes nebulous spiraling in the void, sometimes the dead stillness of absolute darkness. Thanos. Sean traced the past into the future, searching for the Mad Titan's trail. He had long since begun gathering intelligence on the Black Order, tasking the information brokers of nowhere to dig up any leads. Yet the renowned war fleet had vanished as though it had simply evaporated from existence. The only certainty was that Thanos himself had appeared on Sakaar once, then disappeared without a trace. Sean had questioned the Grand Master personally regarding this, but even under the threat of the Infinity Gauntlet, that elder had offered nothing of value. It wasn't until Sean obtained the final gem did the Infinity Gauntlet grant him the power to cross the endless river of time, to push through layer after layer of dimensional oceans, until he finally came to a halt at a point somewhere in the future. This was the destination, and the conclusion. A cerulean glow spread and expanded, and Sean slowly stepped through. What welcomed him was a place thick with the stench of annihilation. It was as though the entire universe were weeping, its voice a faint cry of distress and agony. "Thanos, what have you done?" Even his usually calm heart was shaken, as though a tremor ran through him. Before him stretched a graveyard of shattered vessels. Broken components drifted through the void like an endless cosmic mausoleum. The Sovereign. Sean recognized the golden fleet of the Sovereign, the same force that had once hunted the Guardians of the Galaxy, only to be wiped out in an instant by Ego, Peter Quill's father. The Time Stone blazed with emerald light. Using the present moment as an anchor, it rewound the flow of time, projecting the recent past before Sean. There loomed Sanctuary 2, a great black beast of a ship, hanging in the darkness. The Sovereign's golden fleet had it surrounded. Countless floating turrets fired in unison, like an exploding supernova unleashing cataclysmic force. However, in the span of a single heartbeat, that supernova extinguished. Beside the stone throne of Sanctuary 2, a scarred man reached out a hand and simply flicked. The molecular structure of matter collapsed, its stable sequences unraveled and scattered. The golden fleet crumbled like castles built from sand, annihilated and disintegrated by a single wave. The Molecule Man, Owen Reese, how in the hell did Thanos get his hands on him? Sean dismissed the projected image. The space stone flickered, and he appeared directly above the Sovereign's homeworld. This was a civilization that worshipped gold above all else, seeing it as the perfect symbol. Their entire world, from the facades of buildings to the interiors, from the weapons wielded by their soldiers to the hulls of their ships, everything was draped in gold. Even their own skin bore a golden sheen. The Sovereign had long since abandoned traditional reproduction. Their young were conceived through genetic systems, nurtured in artificial cocoons. They fervently believed that the secret of evolution lay hidden in the genetic code. If they could unlock it, they would open the gate to godhood. Through their ever-advancing genetic technology, the Sovereign had risen to a high civilization, second only to the three empires. However, they were deeply xenophobic and supremely arrogant, the polar opposite of the open and free planet Xander. Sean sought out their high priestess, Aisha. He had dealt with her several times before, there was some small measure of acquaintance. "Aisha, when did the Sovereign provoke Thanos?" He materialized abruptly in the high priestess's private chambers, his unexpected question startling the disheveled Aisha. She reflexively reached to call her guards, only to realize that the attendants around her had not moved. It was as though they could not even see the intruder. Sean Cyphers, the Sentinel from Earth. Aisha forced down her panic and recognized the visitor. Then, unexpectedly, a look of relief washed across her cold features. She remembered the rumor. Thanos had been defeated by this man once before. The Black Order had been driven back from Earth in disgrace. Thanos has gone mad. Aisha's eyes flickered with terror. She was still reeling from the destruction of the Golden Fleet, grief-stricken beyond measure. Several of the Sovereign's planets had been attacked, their losses catastrophic. Every single Sovereign birth required an immense investment of resources. Such losses were simply unsustainable. Aisha looked at Sean, her unexpected guest, and poured out the story. About 2 weeks ago, Thanos and the Black Order appeared without warning in the Kree Empire. They annihilated the entire Kree fleet and destroyed dozens of planets in a single stroke. Then the Mad Titan went to Xander and slaughtered the entire Nova Corps, committing the same atrocities there. Next came the Shi'ar Empire, the Skrull Empire, even the Elders of the Universe. Thanos spared none of them. The High Priestess spoke with helpless resignation. Cowed by Thanos' monstrous crimes, the surviving powers had been forced to set aside their differences and form an alliance against the Black Order. The Sovereign assembled its Golden Fleet, hoping to destroy the Black Order, but we failed. Thanos has a terrifying being at his side. Owen Reese, the Molecule Man. No one can defeat him. Aisha glanced at the Infinity Gauntlet inlaid with 6 gems on Sean's hand. Her voice took on a pleading tone. If you do not stop Thanos, the entire universe will become a dead zone. Sean frowned slightly. For reasons unknown, the Molecule Man had become a weapon in Thanos' hands, enabling the Mad Titan's slaughter across the stars. Even traversing time and space, pushing through dimensions, Sean could not guess what Thanos was truly after. The Mad Titan had once sought to use the ultimate power of the Infinity Gauntlet to exterminate half of all life in the universe, all to restore balance to creation. However, after his crushing defeat in the race for the stones, Thanos had been forced to retreat from the game, stripped of any chance to compete. So what cards did the Mad Titan still hold? Your work here is interesting, Sean said, changing the subject lightly. In one corner of Aisha's chamber stood a tall artificial cocoon. Energy conduits snaked into it, and a golden glow emanated from its apex, as though nurturing a new life. A faint, hidden pulse emanated from within. This is the perfect embodiment of sovereign genetic technology, Aisha declared with pride, the ultimate being on the path to evolution. My child. Adam. She had used the sovereign's finest genetic material to create a supreme life form, an entity of boundless potential. Sean's gaze lingered for a moment. This was the future Adam Warlock, still a developing embryo. He could sense immense power coiled within that tiny shell, but it was missing something. The spark of a soul. Without that, Adam Warlock would never awaken. He will shine brightly one day, Sean said calmly. A cerulean glow rippled through the air, tearing open a rift. He had gathered enough information from Aisha. Now it was time to confront Thanos and the supposedly invincible Molecule Man. As for the three empires and the Nova Corps, which were all reduced to ashes, after Sean killed Thanos and rewrote the ending of this timeline, everything would be restored. Titan. This was a barren world riddled with craters and ruin, debris and dust clouds blotting the sky. Gravitational anomalies of all sizes littered the landscape. Sean stepped out of the rift. A colossal warship hung in the sky above him, Thanos' flagship, the Sanctuary 2. As Sean set foot on Titan, the lower hatch of Sanctuary 2 groaned open. The Black Order's 4 generals descended with the mad Titan himself, riding beams of light down to the ground. It took me quite some time to find you. Sean said, who would have thought the great warlord of the universe would turn out to be a skulking rat? You have accomplished what I spent my life pursuing, Thanos rumbled, collecting all 6 stones, forging the Infinity Gauntlet. That was supposed to be my task. To cull half of all life and restore balance to the scales. Compared to the cosmic conqueror who had once descended on Asgard atop a floating throne, the Thanos before Sean seemed weaker, his strength diminished. A hideous wound ran from his shoulder down across his torso, a scar carved by the Void Sentinel when he had dragged Thanos into a planet's core and detonated it. That terrible injury had left Thanos teetering on the edge of death. He had barely survived. You should have killed me back then. Thanos grinned at Sean. His massive purple frame, once radiating brutal power, now seemed drained, as though he were clinging to life by a thread. It's not too late now, Sean said, stepping forward. The most loyal of Thanos' followers, Ebony Maw, stepped out from the others. He pressed his hands together, and his telekinetic force lashed out like razor wind. The debris floating in the air coalesced into razor-sharp spears, hurtling toward Sean in a howling wave. Trash like you isn't even worth my attention. Sean sneered. He turned his gaze toward the telekinetic alien. The moment their eyes met, Ebony Maw let out a blood-curdling shriek, intense agony detonating inside his skull. After a few ragged breaths, his hideous head burst apart like a melon struck by a bullet. The Black Order had lost one member, but Thanos showed no emotion. His purple face remained perfectly calm. The remaining 3 generals drew their weapons, fanatic fervor blazing in their eyes. Great Titan, today we give our lives for you. They were ready to die for their master. Sean felt a strange sensation creep over him, as though he were the final villain. It appeared as though Thanos and his followers were throwing everything they had against an unstoppable enemy. My pace will not slow because of your devotion. So, face death with a smile. The ground shook as the massive and muscular Cull Obsidian charged forward with a colossal axe raised high, intent on taking Sean's head. Body density 3 to 5 times that of a normal organism, skin virtually indestructible, resistant to most radiation and damage. Sean clicked his tongue. A wave of crimson energy poured from the Reality Stone. The charging Cull Obsidian instantly crumbled into a heap of gravel. Sean's gaze turned to Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. A flash of violet energy, like a meteor tearing through the earth, blasted the pair of lovers into dust. From beginning to end, Sean did not hesitate. Your turn, Thanos. He gripped the Infinity Gauntlet, his gaze calm as he regarded the unmoving purple figure. Any last words? Or perhaps, you'd like to explain your grand plan. The Celestials, the Molecule Men, the slaughter of the 3 empires. I'm curious about all of it. Chapter 478, Chapter 170, Cosmic Entities and Beyonders. On the dead and desolate world of Titan, swirling dust danced on the wind, and a flicker of loneliness crossed Thanos' expressionless purple face. He clutched the gruesome scar on his chest and looked around him. The loyal Black Order had fallen one by one. Ebony Maw's headless corpse lay at his feet, Cull Obsidian had crumbled into rubble, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight had been blasted to dust. From Mad Titan to Cosmic Warlord, he had walked that path alone. Now, he was truly alone once more. You should kill me now. His gaze met Sean's, an invisible ripple sparked between them. This human who had pushed him to the brink, who had traversed time and space to hunt him down, was the greatest variable in Thanos' grand design. Everything had been like a cascade of dominoes. One fell, triggering a chain reaction. Link by link, the entire structure had collapsed in an instant. More than killing you. I want answers. Sean spoke softly, who knows, you might still turn the tables and kill me here, on this future timeline. Retrospective causality might correct everything if I no longer exist. Then you wouldn't have failed. The Black Order and the Chitauri would have conquered Asgard. Loki would have been propped up as a puppet king, then taken the Tesseract, drawn out the Sorcerer Supreme of Camartage, and claimed the Eye of Agamotto. The Infinity Stones would have fallen into your hands. Then, with a single snap of your fingers, half of all life in the universe would be extinguished. Sean spoke eloquently, as though he were genuinely imagining how the story might have unfolded if he had been erased from the timeline. A self-deprecating smile crossed Thanos' face. He walked slowly, his gaze sweeping over the barren wastes of Titan, a faint nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Titan was once a beautiful home, like so many worlds that birth life and civilization. Its population exploded, but resources became scarce. We had no choice but to expand outward, seizing resource-rich worlds, colonizing, and exterminating the natives. The entire universe repeats this cycle. Historians call it the Age of Exploration, or the Colonial Boom. Thanos sat down on a piece of rubble and continued, but there will always come an end. I have seen countless civilizations march toward destruction because of expansionist colonial wars. Titan was doomed to repeat that fate. I foresaw that day coming, so I began searching ancient texts for a solution. Those countless brilliant civilizations, they all followed the same cycle: birth, rise, and annihilation, a death spiral from which no one could escape. The universe is like a dark forest. To ensure our own survival, we hunters have no choice but to shoot down every civilization we encounter, even if it might never become an enemy. The Titan who was considered a lunatic now had a pure, almost philosophical look in his eyes. He gazed at his long-dead homeworld and let out a heavy sigh, but when only 2 hunters remain in the dark forest, only 3 outcomes are possible: either one side wins, or both are destroyed. No matter the outcome, it's never a good ending for the universe. So you chose to maintain balance through destruction. Sean listened quietly, his deep eyes unreadable. That was my initial idea. Unable to find the answer, I one day encountered a woman in black robes. That was the turning point of my destiny. I suddenly understood, perhaps death is the best way to achieve order. To nip the progress of civilization in the bud and create a stable equilibrium, thus ending that vicious cycle. Thanos raised his head, his eyes burning with conviction. He had dedicated his entire existence to this purpose. Whether building the Black Order, collecting the Infinity Stones, slaughtering civilizations, or extinguishing worlds. It was all for this. You sound like a prophet, or maybe a tragic hero. Sean remarked. Thanos, sitting among the ruins, shook his head and denied that observation. I am merely a fool who took the wrong path. He rose with difficulty, his massive frame standing tall against the desolate landscape. His weakened voice suddenly grew stronger, even with the Infinity Gauntlet, playing the role of custodian, culling half the universe's life again and again. We are still trapped in this dark forest. Scarce resources, outward expansion, war, and chaos. It is all inevitable. So when I was gravely wounded, teetering on the edge of death, I understood once more. Rather than maintaining this fragile balance, it would be better to burn the forest down and break the cycle, bringing about rebirth through ultimate destruction. As Thanos' final words echoed, the entire planet of Titan shuddered. The fabric of space was torn asunder, warped beyond recognition. The great world shrank to the size of a marble, cradled in the palm of a colossal hand. Sean looked up and saw 5 immense figures standing in the empty space, seemingly covering the entire universe. The boundless cosmos was nothing more than a plaything in their hands. The 5 primordial cosmic entities had gathered over Titan. Space collapsed, gravity shattered, and the entire universe seemed to tremble. Sean narrowed his eyes. The Infinity Gauntlet on his right hand blazed with light, allowing him to look directly upon those supreme beings. Eternity. Oblivion. Infinity. Death. Galactus. 5 towering forms straddled the cosmic backdrop. Titan was no more than a grain of sand in their eyes, insignificant and infinitesimal. Even Sean, who wielded the Infinity Gauntlet, had barely earned the right to speak with them as an equal. These 5 primordial beings were the ultimate symbols of all order in the universe. Mere mortals could not even begin to fathom them. They were conceptual existences, encompassing all dimensions, all time and space, all that exists and all that does not. Even Galactus, whom Sean had encountered before, now seemed blurred and indistinct. The devourer of worlds who appeared here had no trace of emotion, not even hunger could disturb him. At last, you have come. Thanos stared directly at the 5 cosmic entities. Today is the end of the universe. He thrust out his arm, and Titan, now shrunk to a speck of dust, split open. A blinding white tide of light spread out. Sean raised the gauntlet and launched himself into the air, retreating to a safe distance like a shooting star, while Thanos' massive form stood within the tide of light, unmoving. I slaughtered the 3 empires. I destroyed the Nova Corps. I wiped out the Chitauri. I have committed countless atrocities, all to shatter the order of the universe and draw your attention. Thanos, wreathed in light, proclaimed loudly, "Now, the supreme beings have finally appeared. I have been waiting for this moment." The dark void that filled the universe split open. A tiny, terrifying crack appeared, then expanded at visible speed into a colossal passage. Waves of horrific energy surged forth like a cosmic tide. Rules twisted. Time and space fractured. Everything that existed repeated the cycle of birth and destruction over and over. We transcend all things. We are the creators, the destroyers. We think, and stars are born. All things are but empty thoughts within our minds. Who dares to stand before us? Matter was annihilated, and energy erupted as though the universe itself were being unmade. An even more terrifying upheaval consumed the cosmos. A great vortex turned slowly, and from within it, a host of extra-dimensional beings descended. The Beyonders. Chapter 479, Chapter 171, The Destruction and End of the Multiverse. Spacetime collapsed, stars trembled. Matter surged like a furious tide, constantly annihilating and collapsing into nothingness. This was without question the most terrifying and shocking scene Sean had ever witnessed. 5 colossal figures stood in the void, blocking the ever-expanding rift. They symbolized the fundamental laws of this universe, the supreme primordial cosmic entities. However, against the newly arrived Beyonders, the 5 omnipotent entities gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The white beings known as the Ivory Kings represented the rules of an extra-dimensional universe, the beyond space, and were beyond the control of the cosmic entities. Every clash between them shook the very foundation of reality. Time and space were ripped away, becoming isolated fragments that served as the battlefield for this multiversal confrontation. Sean did his utmost to remain an observer. The golden torrent within him poured ceaselessly into the infinity gauntlet, which blazed with dazzling light. In his eyes, the 5 cosmic entities and the Beyonders stood opposed, locked in fierce struggle like the light of creation against the primordial darkness of the universe, an irreconcilable conflict. Within the shock waves of their collisions, countless parallel universes collapsed like sandcastles washed away by a single wave. This apex battle at the multiversal level even affected the boundless, endless river of spacetime. The fabric of space shattered like broken mirrors, and infinite timelines contracted and condensed. Sean's vantage point had become chaotic as boiling water. Past and future overlapped, countless parallel universes decaying and collapsing at tremendous speed. As Thanos had said, today was the end of the universe. This extreme beyond measure mad titan had learned from the Grandmaster the truth of how the Beyonders had slaughtered the Celestials. He then recruited the Molecule Man, Owen Reese, and unleashed mass slaughter, shattering the cosmic order and drawing the attention of the 5 primordial entities. It was a carefully laid trap, meant to kill the supreme cosmic entities. But what benefit would summoning the Beyonders bring Thanos? Or does this lunatic really wish to see the multiverse destroyed? Sean raised his right hand. A barrier of iridescent light supported him as the clash between the 5 entities and the Beyonders grew ever fiercer. Among the Beyonders, the 3 perfect white beings known as the Ivory Kings were not bound by time, space, energy, or any law of causality. They were new life forms from beyond space. They had slaughtered the entire celestial race, traveled across countless dimensions, and treated the multiverse as their laboratory, seeking to verify the ultimate mysteries of creation and destruction. The chaotic, overlapping timelines tangled into a knot, blurring Sean's vision. He saw the same battle playing out in every universe hurtling toward destruction. He saw the Ivory Kings single-handedly killing Celestials. Those towering, armored beings fell one after another. In one vision, an Ivory King decapitated a Celestial, whose enormous corpse drifted through the cold void before being carried away by the Beyonders. This was the truth behind the disappearance of the Celestials. He also saw the deep connection between the Beyonders and Owen Reese, the lucky survivor of a particle generator explosion. He was a colossal bomb designed to destroy the multiversal. Across countless parallel universes, the Molecule Man had been constructed as a constant spanning time and space. He was the product of the Beyonders' grand experiment. As Sean immersed himself in the dense, chaotic temporal visions, the collapse of the multiverse continued unabated. Galactus fell first, brutally slain by an Ivory King. Next came Death, the ultimate goddess who had once guided Thanos. In the collision with the Beyonders, her black robes tore apart, and countless shadowy fragments shattered. Every death symbol from every mythology, the Grim Reaper, Yama, Hell, were all erased in that instant. 3 of the 5 cosmic entities remained, but they did not last much longer. After numerous parallel universes collapsed and contracted, infinity was also obliterated, and space across the multiverse vanished. Sean watched the infinity stones dimming on his hand and felt a sense of dread. This meant the fundamental laws of the universe were being stripped away, like the pillars and beams of a sturdy house being pulled out one by one. Collapse was imminent. He stood in the boundless void, witnessing this terrifying confrontation from beginning to end, overwhelmed by the spectacle. The last to fall was eternity. The conceptual body that encompassed the stars shattered in an instant into countless fragments, plunging into the heavy darkness. The three Ivory Kings stood within the great vortex. The rift continued to expand, and an even more intense light poured forth. The 5 cosmic entities had fallen one after another. The laws they symbolized had been erased, as though they had never existed. The apocalypse of the multiverse seemed to be reaching its end. Stars fall. Gods perish. We transcend all things, seeking the truth of existence. The end of all things. Boom. A towering golden figure descended abruptly. One of the Beyonders shattered instantly, crushed to dust under that solemn, immense gaze of judgment. A being greater than the 5 primordial cosmic entities had appeared. The living tribunal. Sean narrowed his eyes, staring at the colossal golden figure. It had 3 faces, each symbolizing a different aspect: equity, necessity, and vengeance. The half-covered face of vengeance was turned toward the Beyonders, its piercing gaze seeming capable of tearing through the universe and piercing all things. Without further words, the living tribunal grasped a star in its hand like a pebble and hurled it down with thunderous force. The Beyonders were not to be outdone, and the 2 sides began a new round of terrifying battle. The boundless void filled with intense light, which were the sparks thrown off by each collision of fundamental laws. In Sean's eyes, those sparks were like the blinding flash of a universe's birth, an endless cycle of matter being born and destroyed. The concept of time had grown hazy. He stopped watching the terrifying battle that shook the multiverse, as though afraid the searing light might burn his eyes. No one knew how long passed. When only a single Ivory King remained behind the expanding rift, the aftershocks of the battle gradually subsided, and the thunderous explosions faded into silence. Sean opened his eyes. The intense light converged and dispersed, the living tribunal's colossal golden form gradually grew clear and solid, then dimmed, drifting lifeless through the darkness. The supreme being of the multiverse, the omniscient and omnipotent entity with authority over all things, had fallen before the Beyonders. The stars wept in silent grief, like a funeral bell tolling, filling all with despair. And at that moment, the destruction of the multiverse reached its end. Countless parallel universes had been erased, leaving only one. All resistance, all struggle, are nothing but futile delusions. The white being known as the Ivory King murmured, yet his voice shook the multiverse. He gazed coldly at Thanos, a hint of confusion in his eyes, as though he did not understand why the other had done this. The Beyonders would not grant him mercy simply for playing the role of guide. In their understanding, the countless billions of lives in this universe were all sacrificial offerings for that grand experiment. Everything I have done was to kill you. Thanos said honestly, his voice carrying a power it had never held before. His answer was shocking, but the Ivory King, one of the Beyonders, remained expressionless, not even bothering to sneer. The mightiest beings of this universe had already been destroyed by them. From the Celestials to the 5 cosmic entities, and finally the living tribunal, one after another they had fallen, never to exist again. What right did a lowly creature like Thanos have to speak such words? A insignificant insect, a mayfly trying to shake a mighty tree. The Ivory King's assessment was flat and dismissive. Behind him, through the ever-expanding rift, more Beyonders emerged. If they could erase this final universe, their experiment would yield results. From the birth of a multiverse to its destruction, the Beyonders had waited far too long. Thanos said nothing. The intact Sanctuary 2 suddenly activated. The flagship of the Black Order charged at the Beyonders like a dying beast. I will take your power and claim it as my own. That is my purpose. Thanos stared at the expanding rift, his voice firm and resolute. You killed the 5 cosmic entities and the living tribunal. You destroyed countless parallel universes, burning down that dark forest. Now I will kill you. I will create a completely new universe. Sanctuary 2 blazed with searing light. The Ivory King standing within the rift paid it no heed. If even the concept-based collisions of the cosmic entities and the living tribunal could not harm him, this small explosion was nothing more than a spark, insignificant. As the explosion's energy leaked out, however, the Ivory King's expression changed dramatically. The Beyonders emerging behind him let out enraged roars, you despicable life form. How dare you toy with us? Curse your actions. The lofty Beyonders hurled every vile curse at Thanos, but the energy of Sanctuary 2's detonation sealed the rift. Then came a magnificent, splendid conflagration. A continuous tide of blinding light poured into the now stationary rift, an unimaginable force of destruction flooding inside. Thanos watched this overwhelming wave of annihilation, his purple face cold and impassive. He had fulfilled his promise. He had killed the extra-dimensional Beyonders. When the aftermath faded, and before Sean could recover from his shock, he met Thanos' cold gaze. I told you. You should have killed me sooner, said the mad Titan. The void rippled, and Owen Reese, the molecule man, who had remained hidden, now materialized. The scarred man gently plucked the strings of matter. Sean turned in surprise, only to have his body suddenly tore apart. Flesh and blood disintegrated, collapsing and annihilating at the molecular level, turning to dust. This is the end, Sean. His fading consciousness heard Thanos' cold declaration, as if putting a final period on everything. Chapter 480, Chapter 172, This is not the end, final chapter. The annihilation and fragmentation at the molecular level thrust Sean into a peculiar state. Everything seemed to freeze. Darkness swallowed his vision, then flashes of white light blazed forth like an overwhelming tide. This is... Sean's consciousness sank into contemplation. Even though the molecule man had plucked the strings of matter and torn apart the stable molecular structure of his body, Sean, as the wielder of the Infinity Gauntlet, wouldn't be so easily defeated. In the instant his body collapsed, an invisible force dragged him directly into this white space. He lost all perception of the outside world, as though he had regressed to an embryonic state. All that remained was a faint glimmer of consciousness. Nothing else existed. He could not feel his body. The motor command sent from his brain vanished without a trace, receiving no feedback. Even so, Sean did not panic. He maintained his composure. In this boundless white space with no body, he could feel nothing, no breath, no air, no temperature. The only thing he possessed was consciousness, the ability to think. Like a lone ghost, Sean drifted through the endless sea of light. After an unknown amount of time, the warm sea of light rippled and gradually dissipated. Color began to appear around him, and sound suddenly rushed in, like a painting being rendered. Sean regained his senses, however, he no longer possessed super strength. His consciousness had returned to the body of a high school student. He looked around and discovered he was in Central Park, Manhattan. He was sitting on a bench, surrounded by a flock of white pigeons pecking at the ground. In the distance, lush shrubs and low thickets stood, and cheerful laughter drifted through the air from time to time. Stories always begin like this. A slightly aged voice spoke beside him, "You're sitting on a park bench," and then a stranger starts telling tales of the distant past. Sean turned his head and said an old man with white hair and sunglasses. He wore a brown jacket and looked wholesome and spirited. He was breaking bread into crumbs and scattering them to the pigeons. "Stan Lee." A surprised exclamation escaped Sean's lips. "I just used a form you're more comfortable with." The old man chuckled, as if he knew the meaning behind that name. This sparked more speculation in Sean's mind. He had a vague guess, but dared not confirm it. The omniscient and omnipotent being of the multiverse, the true master of the living tribunal, transcending and standing above all things, equal to the existence of the neighboring multiverse, an unimaginably supreme existence. All right, next is the question and answer session. The old man grinned broadly. "Yes, it was me who brought you into this universe, and I generously gave you a bottle of the golden serum. I erased the original Sentry in an attempt to forge a multiversal watcher with greater potential. In that regard, you have not disappointed me, Sean." The old man continued feeding the pigeons without a care. Seeing Sean's solemn expression, he couldn't help but smile. The two sat on a bench in Central Park, utterly oblivious to the collapse and decay of the multiverse. "It's because of the Beyonders." Sean ventured a guess. The old man nodded, scattering a handful of breadcrumbs. "The birth of the molecule man, Owen Reese, originated from the Beyonders' plan. They are extra-dimensional beings. They once slaughtered the Celestials and sent the Beyonder, a juvenile, into this universe as a breeding ground, sowing massive chaos. So I found a new outsider, intending to prune this unstable variable and deal with the subsequent crisis. It looks like Thanos did a better job than me. He wiped out the Beyonders and stopped their experiment to destroy the multiverse." Sean chuckled wryly. He could not begin to fathom whether the old man before him was a conceptual entity that transcended existence and non-existence, reduced to a physical shell, or whether he was the supreme incarnation of the multiverse itself. Whichever the case, there was no denying that the Beyonders, who had killed the 5 cosmic entities and the living tribunal, were as insignificant as specks of dust in the eyes of this sunglass-wearing old man. "Everything Thanos did does not align with my original purpose," the old man said flatly. Central Park dissolved into light and shadow, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they stood among the ruins of collapsing stars. This was not the destruction of planets one by one, but the extinction of countless parallel universes. The Beyonders come from beyond space. That is why the living tribunal and the 5 cosmic entities were no match for them. I knew this as early as the Beyonders' arrival. I erased that past timeline, allowing Owen Reese to destroy the Beyonders' external form. However, the Beyonders still existed. As observers, they had been collecting data since the birth of this multiverse. After a momentary pause, the old man added, "The molecule man was born because of the Beyonders. That is why Thanos had Owen Reese continuously replicate and kill himself, then use the corpses of countless molecule men as bombs, hurling them into the Beyonders' home universe." Sean looked down at the stars beneath his feet, watching Thanos and the molecule men from a god's perspective. After killing the Beyonders, Thanos had stolen their power and was now gathering the fragmented remnants of the multiverse to create a brand new universe, just as he had said. The Beyonders are not the threat. A greater crisis lies beyond. Thanos is oblivious, lost in his own delusion of being a creator. The old man waved his arm. The stars beneath their feet dimmed, replaced by radiant galaxies and deep, swirling nebulae. Behind them loomed a colossal wall. It was the boundary of the universe, beyond the imagination of any living being. The Great Wall stood silently, as if it were both the origin and the end of all things. Its surface was covered in ashen sculptures, figures contorted in struggle or twisted in agony. No matter how powerful they had once been, they had all been assimilated into the wall, insignificant and humble. That is the true crisis. The old man pointed at the Great Wall, his voice growing slightly more grave, two distinct, yet strikingly similar multiverses. They have begun drawing toward each other, unbeknownst to anyone. One day, they will collide. Sean stared wordlessly at the endless wall, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Behind the wall stood shadowy, indistinct figures. They were important characters from that other multiverse, and Sean recognized many of them. The Kryptonian in a red cape. The silent Batman. Wonder Woman, bearing a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. The Flash, crackling with faint arcs of electricity. The pillars of the Justice League emerged one after another, living in the multiverse behind that colossal wall. Above these superheroes floated the Seven Lantern Corps, with black and white intermingling. Sean narrowed his eyes, as if seeing more clearly. More figures appeared, the Anti-Monitor seated on the Mobius chair, and a naked blue figure. The game has only just begun, Sean. You are the watcher of this multiverse. You are the Sentinel, and you are the Sentry in the truest sense. The old man chuckled. What should I do next? Kill Thanos and the Molecule Men, then rebuild the shattered multiverse. You deliberately allowed the Beyonders to destroy all of this just to erase the ending and restart a new era. Sean absorbed all of this, gazing at the distant, unreachable wall, his eyes deep and contemplative. Only now, at this moment, did he finally have the qualifications to participate in this game of the multiversal war. Do what you believe is right. In this game, the other supreme being and I are, at best, referees. The true players are you, and the chosen one from the other multiverse. The old man stated calmly, his true emotions behind those sunglasses imperceptible. With just the Infinity Gauntlet, I can't handle Thanos, who has stolen the Beyonders' power, and the Molecule Men. Sean said candidly. The fully assimilated Sentry was, at best, a universal-level being. Adding the Infinity Gauntlet, he could barely reach the multiversal level and speak on equal footing with the 5 cosmic entities. However, Thanos with his new power-up, and Molecule Men who originated from the Beyonders, are not existences a mere multiversal-level strength can handle. I already gave you the thing long ago. You just haven't discovered it yet. The old man said meaningfully, looking at Sean. Suddenly, realization dawned on Sean. The hazy white light in his mind gradually contracted and condensed. Tiny points of light swelled with earth-shattering, cataclysmic power. The heart of the universe. A supreme artifact that's way above the Infinity Gauntlet in terms of power. Sean drew a deep breath and, with his immensely powerful will, grasped this unprecedented, ultimate power. Now, the multiverse appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust in his eyes. He could destroy it with a single raised hand. Gazing at the colossal wall, Sean smiled. We will meet eventually, he thought silently. At the center of the multiverse, deep within a slowly rotating nebula, stood a magnificent edifice. Inside a spacious, luxurious bedchamber, a snow-white arm pushed aside the thin blanket. Fiery red hair half concealed the beautiful spring scenery. Jean Grey, now fully merged with the Phoenix Force, gently embraced her lover, who sat quietly before a chessboard. A hint of lingering passion flickered in her eyes, her flushed face filled with curiosity. She pointed at a meticulously carved chess piece, one arm looped around Sean's neck, kissing his cheek as she asked, "Who is this?" "Clark Kent, Kal-El, the son of Krypton. He's one of the leaders of the Justice League." Sean recited a string of titles, gently picking up the red-caped piece and moving it 2 squares forward, placing it at the feet of a monstrous creature. The monster piece was covered in jagged bone spikes and had the word Doomsday carved into its base. Surrounding it were many other pieces. Batman standing on the Sage Square. Wonder Woman on the Themyscira Square. And Aquaman holding a trident on the Atlantis Square. These superheroes on white squares, along with the villains and rogues advancing along black squares, formed the core of the chessboard. Occasionally, a few neutral gray squares were dotted with figures, such as a trench-coated man blowing smoke rings. This man, Constantine, had 1 foot in heaven and 1 in hell, standing out quite conspicuously on the board. Beyond the core region lay the 7 Lantern Corps of different colors. Among them, the green lantern glowed brightly, the yellow lantern was dim, and the other colors did not shine at all. Black and white had not yet come into existence. And this one? Jean asked, stretching out a finger with great interest. At the very center of the board stood a dark-haired man, positioned between the black and white squares, yet unlike Constantine, he was not fully assimilated into Grey. Around this piece, superheroes and villains moved in orbit. The two camps of justice and evil both seemed to have inextricable ties to him. Looking down at the chessboard, Sean thought for a moment, then answered slowly, he is the wallfacer of that other multiverse, the swordholder, one of the players in this game. Turning his gaze away from the board, he scooped up the passionate Jean in his arms, kissing her deeply. The two indulged in unrestrained lovemaking within the vast, empty bedchamber. After a long period of pleasure, Jean poked her head out from beneath the thin blanket, carefully wiping the corner of her mouth. Then, lying in a warm, strong embrace, she spoke of their little princess at home, that little Chloe has snuck out again. You spoil her too much. That's not good. She bullies Reed and Susan's child all day long. Franklin, that poor little thing, bursts into tears at the mere sight of Chloe. That's because Chloe is my daughter. Sean was quite proud of her. He said approvingly, at 3 years old, she merged with the Phoenix Force. At 11, she could play with the Infinity Gauntlet. That's my child. That little troublemaker of the Richards family used to be called the most overpowered mutant, but after meeting Chloe, he just runs home crying for him, Mommy. But you're the one who sent Chloe to her Aunt Hella. She's far too mischievous, not at all like a proper young lady. Jean said with a hint of playful jealousy, tracing circles on her lover's chest. When it came to matters of women, Sean wisely shut his mouth. One was the supreme queen of the Legion of the Dead, the other the host of the Phoenix Force. The two had always been at odds. Golly's child is almost due. Chloe will soon have a little brother, he changed the subject. As the daughter of Galactus, the life growing inside Galacta had been gestating for quite a long time. Chloe already knows. She said she wanted to find those colorful rings and give them to her unborn brother as a gift. A soft smile curved Jean's lips. Sean frowned, then after a moment, broke into a helpless laugh, that little gremlin is planning to rob the Seven Lantern Corps. Chloe must have secretly read the notes in my study and discovered that the convergence of the two multiverses had spawned tiny passageways. For someone like Sean, who existed above the multiversal level, somewhere between omniscience and the Beyonders. Sneaking through those cracks was impossible. But Chloe could. The most dazzling pearl in the universe had always heard her father talk about the other multiverse. Her curiosity must have gotten the better of her. Sean kissed Jean's forehead and spoke softly, it seems I need to go pick up my daughter. His tall figure was covered in a flowing golden light, vanishing from the spacious bedchamber in an instant. All that remained was the massive chessboard, gleaming silently like a field of stars. T/N, the end.